Chapter 526, the first award after 11 years. Third update, asking for monthly tickets. The Cannes Film Festival Awards Ceremony. Huang Sibo, Zhu Xiaozi, Lu Zhiyao, Zhang Zuding, Lin Rui. The main cast and crew of A Better Tomorrow sat in a row in the audience. Huang Sibo was dressed in a formal suit and a bow tie, and looked decent. Although he had a confident smile on his face, it was a pity that he could hardly understand what was said on the spot, whether in English or French. It was only when I was in such an occasion that I realized that the English level 4 was simply useless. Shaolin, when the awards are presented later, will it be in English or French? I won't miss it, right? Huang Sibo asked in a low voice. Lin Rui glanced at him and said, "Brother Huang, what are you thinking about? We are lucky to be able to walk the red carpet and play a supporting role. Are you really expecting to win an award?" Huang Sibo was dissatisfied. Why, do you think that Mr. Pei's script is not good, or that Mr. Lu's acting skills are not good enough? Besides, the audience responded enthusiastically during the previous screening. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. I observed that there seemed to be only 20 to 30 people who left halfway through, and the others watched the whole thing. Can't this win an award? Lin Rui shook her head. She had deliberately lowered her voice, but then she thought that no one here could understand Chinese, so she raised her voice a little bit. Brother Huang, you don't understand the content of this, so it's normal to have such thoughts. After all, this film was exhibited by Mr. Lin's company. There are conditions for the selection of films in Cannes. They must be completed 12 months before the film festival and cannot be screened at other international film festivals. It is okay to conduct commercial operations in the country, but in principle, it is not okay to conduct commercial operations in other regions outside the country. Huang Sibo was stunned. Is there such a requirement? Then our film seems to no longer meet the requirements? Lin Rui nodded, yes, but the film festival is not a thing. To put it bluntly, it is a place that values connections. The rules are set by people. Although A Better Tomorrow has been released, it is not very popular now. There is no particularly heated discussion, and it has not participated in other film festivals. The reason why these film festivals have formulated these mandatory requirements is nothing more than to lock in more high-quality film resources, and ensure the quality and popularity of the film festival. In fact, some films that have won awards in Berlin, Venice, and other places can also participate in the Cannes Film Festival, but except for some very excellent and top-notch films that can win awards, it is basically difficult for others to be selected. In addition, the relationship between Cannes and film distribution companies is also very delicate. Some bad films can enter the main competition unit. It is said that there is also resource exchange here. Of course, this situation is very rare. And at most, they are brought into the candidates. Whether they can win the award depends on the quality of the film itself. This is the bottom line of Cannes. So you understand? Because A Better Tomorrow is not very popular abroad and the quality is also very good, plus some factors we don't know, the judges made an exception and let us come to play soy sauce, but don't think about winning the award. We have made a lot of money by walking the red carpet and seeing the world here. Huang Sibo felt a little regretful. Although he is the person in charge of Fei Huang Studio, he is the most amateur among all the people on the scene. He has been in shock recently. Although he is also studying, he has not learned about this. Not responsible for the work of submitting movies for review, naturally he doesn't know these ways. That's a pity. If we had known earlier, we would have brought the film to the review before releasing it. Huang Sibo said angrily. Lin Rui shook her head. You're overthinking. Many good domestic films failed to win at Cannes. It's likely that Tomorrow will never die. Besides, who could think that far back then? What's more, you have to be familiar with similar film festivals. Many award-winning directors have participated many times and have a close relationship with the film festivals. As for us, let alone Cannes, we don't have much fame in China, so, don't think too much, just come back for a visit and it's over. We can come here for a visit because of Mr. Pei's influence, and we have defeated a large number of domestic films in seconds, okay? Huang Sibo thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. However, at this moment, Zhu Xiaozi, who had been listening to the discussion between the two, interrupted, Shaolin, Cannes is different from the Oscars. At the final awards ceremony, if there is no nomination or award, the organizing committee generally will not notify the crew to participate, and they can pack their bags directly. In other words, we can at least get an award. Lin Rui's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Zhu Xiaozi hesitated. Well, most of the time, this is the case, but in very rare cases, some nominations will be called. In short, I think there is still hope to win an award, such as the Best Newcomer. After all, the quality of our film is here, so we must have confidence. During the discussion, awards began to be announced one by one. Short Film Palme d'Or, Best Debut, Special Mention. After each award was presented, the lucky winner walked on the red carpet to the stage to receive the award, and the audience gave long and warm applause. In such a place, excellent filmmakers will be respected like God. Zhu Xiaozi and others also applauded, but the longer they waited, the more they felt something was wrong. The entire award ceremony took just over an hour from the official start to the end, but looking at the watch, more than 40 minutes had passed. Even the award for Best Actor had been presented, but I still hadn't heard the name of A Beautiful Tomorrow. Zhu Xiaozi originally thought that if this movie could win an award, it would at most win the Best Debut or Best Screenplay award, but it didn't win either. As for Best Actor, the hope was slim to begin with. Although Lu Jiao gave his best acting in the movie, there were too many big-name male stars waiting in line at the film festival. But the problem is, it's getting less and less likely as time goes by, right? The Best Director award, still not. Huang Sibo felt beads of sweat oozing out of his palms, and his heart was pounding. What does this mean? It can't be that we really win the Palme d'Or, right? It's impossible? Or did the staff make a mistake and we didn't win any award at all? The presenter on the stage had been replaced, and a respected veteran movie star came to the stage and smiled at the microphone. Thank you. It is a great honor to present this special award, the Grand Jury Prize. I believe that today is an unforgettable experience for everyone present, but we always believe that tomorrow will be even better. So Mr. President, can you now tell us which film won this precious award? The jury chairman, who was the first from the left of the jury on the right side of the stage, stood up and said, the winner of the jury grand prize is. It's For Tomorrow is Beautiful, for Zhu Xiaozi. When the name of the movie came out, the whole audience cheered and applauded. Zhu Xiaozi froze in his seat, completely in a state of confusion, unable to move. Huang Sibo had already cheered and pulled Zhu Xiaozi up and hugged him. Fuck. We really won the prize. Even people with poor English could hear the English movie name A Beautiful Tomorrow and the completely non-standard pronunciation of Zhu Xiaozi. Amid applause and cheers, Zhu Xiaozi walked up to the stage in a daze, shook hands cordially with the award presenter, and then came to the podium. I'm sorry, I didn't prepare a speech in French or English, because I never thought I could win this award. It's hard to describe how excited I am at this moment. As a new director, it's not just my own credit to make this movie. Here, I hope the crew members present can come on stage and share this honor that belongs to us all. Zhu Xiaozi paused after every sentence to leave enough time for translation. Huang Sibo, Lu Jiao, and others also came on stage, standing behind Zhu Xiaozi, and expressed their gratitude to the audience and the jury. Zhu Xiaozi's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was a little distorted. Here, I pay tribute to all the predecessors in the film industry, thank all the staff of our crew, thank you. After a series of thank you lists, Zhu Xiaozi changed the subject. In addition, all of us in the crew would like to thank a person who did not come to the scene. He injected soul into this movie, created superb acting skills for our actors, and provided sufficient funds for our movie, allowing us to express ourselves without any worries. Mr. Pei, thank you for providing inspiration and soul for this movie. Under your inspiration, I and all the cast and crew have brought this movie to life. Thank you everyone. The applause at the scene was thunderous again. Monday, May 24th. Pei Qian slept until he woke up naturally, and looked at his phone. The alarm clock had not yet set. The plan to go to bed and get up early was a great success. It was a wonderful day. Touch the control panel at the head of the bed to let the sunlight in through the smart glass. Looking at the bright sunshine, Pei Qian suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. He suddenly woke up. Cannes Film Festival Awards. After chatting with Ruan Guangjin yesterday, Pei Qian was afraid that he would be bombarded with all kinds of messages at night, so he turned his phone to flight mode and only left the alarm. Yesterday morning, the Cannes Award ceremony should have ended. Pei Qian turned off the flight mode carefully with mixed feelings. Then various new message windows began to pop up crazily, and the little red dot on the chat software soon turned into 99+. Pei Qian. It's over, I won't really win the award, right? Calm down, maybe it's just a pity, and everyone came to comfort me? Pei Qian calmed down, and just when he was about to open the chat software with his trembling fingers, the title of a news push had already spoiled it in advance. After 11 years, domestic films won the Cannes Film Festival Jury Grand Prix again. Pei Qian. He didn't know what the so-called Jury Grand Prix was. But judging from this title, the situation is definitely not optimistic. Pei Qian couldn't help but hold his forehead. It's bad, it's really a big deal. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 527. Let's congratulate Mr. Pei on behalf of Fei Huang Studio. Fourth update, please vote. When I opened the chat software, it was full of congratulatory messages. Even Zhu Xiaozi and others took a short video of the scene and sent it over. It was a mess, and it seemed that there were a lot of people shouting and cheering. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and decided to figure out the most basic question first. What exactly is the Grand Jury Prize? Although Pei Qian usually watches movies, he has almost no experience with these professional award ceremonies. At most, he only knows about the Oscar statuette. At this time, he can only turn to Baidu for help. 2 minutes later, Pei Qian understood. There are many awards at the Cannes Film Festival, and the most important award is the Palme d'Or. Like the Golden Bear and Golden Lion awards at the other two film festivals, they are the highest international awards in the film field. The last time a domestic film won the Palme d'Or was in 1993, and that was the only time. The Grand Jury Prize is considered the second highest award. The last time a domestic film won this award was in 2000, so the headline of the news was winning the award again after 11 years. After reading the popular science on Baidu, Pei Qian didn't know whether he should be sad or happy. Fortunately, it was not the Palme d'Or, but just the second place. Pei Qian was afraid that his European emperor physique would come into play again. If he really won the Palme d'Or, then this matter would really make a big fuss. This is not completely impossible. After all, the more professional the film critics are, the easier it is to imagine. God knows what European and American film critics will imagine when they see the theme of A Better Tomorrow. However, the current situation is enough to make Pei Qian speechless. Although it is the second place, it is also difficult to get it. Domestic films have worked hard for 11 years, and almost every year there are films sent to Cannes for premiere, but most of them are runners-up, and it is impossible to get second place. As a result, I made a film, originally just to feed poison to the audience and lose a little money, but it turned out that the domestic box office exploded, and it was okay, and it even won an award at the film festival? There must be something wrong with this world. Pei Qian got up silently and washed up and came to the company. On the 16th floor of Shenhua Haojing, all employees were working hard, and there was a quiet and peaceful scene. Pei Qian let out a long sigh and secretly felt lucky that he had arranged for Fei Huang's studio to go into shock. Otherwise, all the staff of Fei Huang's studio would have blocked the door of his office today to congratulate him. Who would have been able to stand it? At least he had ensured that his own spring water was safe. However, as soon as Pei Qian stepped into the office, he heard a bang sound, and the cork of the champagne bottle flew into the sky. At the same time, the sounds of various fireworks and streamers also rose one after another, and the entire office area became noisy in an instant. Surprise! Boss Pei, congratulations! Director Zhu Xiaozi specially thanked you for winning the award for A Better Tomorrow. Interview: What's your mood at this time? Everyone stood up from their seats in unison, some holding fireworks and streamers, some applauding, and others pouring champagne. Pei Qian looked at Assistant Qian with a blank face. This. Assistant Qian smiled and explained, Boss Pei, everyone took into account that the employees of Fei Huang Studio are on vacation, and the main creative team of the film is still abroad, so we prepared this celebration ceremony for them. After all, how can we fool around with something so worth celebrating? Pei Qian. You are so thoughtful. But I don't need this kind of celebration, damn it. Someone next to him brought champagne, and everyone present had a share. Pei Qian could only silently pick up the wine glass and drink it all. Hao Yun, who was standing by, was a little confused and asked in confusion, Mr. Pei, shouldn't you say a few words first? Pei Qian put the wine glass on the table next to him. It's all in the past, what's there to talk about? Okay, let's get to work. Still celebrating? Celebrate once now, and celebrate again when Huang Sibo and his friends come back. Do you want me to suffer twice? No way. After President Pei entered his office and closed the door, Assistant Qian smiled and said to everyone, President Pei has always been like this. Okay, let's start working. It won't be too late to celebrate properly after Huang Sibo and his friends come back. Wu Bin was on the side, quickly recording in a small notebook. Sure enough, after so much time, President Pei's character has not changed. I heard that President Pei was like this when Fortress on the Sea was a big success. He just took a sip of champagne to celebrate symbolically and immediately threw himself into the next work. When I heard it from Bao Su, I thought it was just an artistic exaggeration. After all, even if those successful people don't rest on their laurels, they won't skip even a short celebration, right? Now it seems that this is true, not exaggerated at all. President Pei is such a person. Well, this paragraph seems to be written into the annotation of Tengda Spirit and sent to Chui Geng, asking him to consider how to use this material. In the office, Pei Qian took out his mobile phone and began to look through the 99 plus unread messages. Most of the content in it was congratulations, and the content was stereotyped, so Pei Qian silently ignored it. There was no way to reply, and if he did, the other party might take the opportunity to start a chat and praise A Better Tomorrow. Wouldn't that be a second injury to President Pei? So, Pei Qian considered posting a circle of friends later, saying thank you very much, but there were too many messages to reply one by one, and after blocking the new messages in the circle of friends, the matter just passed. While flipping through the pages, Pei Qian suddenly stopped. His eyes stopped on a message sent by Lin Chong. President Pei. Congratulations. When you go to Jingzhou later, you have to treat me to a drink. Although the film won the award because of its high quality, I tried to send your film to Cannes, so I have to have some credit, right? Pei Qian? He quickly typed a reply, did you send the film? Not long after, Lin Chong replied. Mr. Pei, why did you reply to the message just now? Were you too excited last night and drunk? Of course I asked someone to select it. Qian has always only favored films that premiered at its own film festival. If you don't have some connections, the judges won't accept it at all. But Mr. Pei, I'm not taking credit for this. To be honest, I didn't expect A Better Tomorrow to really win an award. I just saw that the box office of this movie was too bleak abroad, so I helped a little. It won the award, mainly because Mr. Pei, your film was well shot and completely conquered the jury. Otherwise, no matter how strong the connections are, it won't work. Pei Qian, the dog has been caught. So it was you who was behind all this. Pei Qian seriously considered whether he could find a way to arrange Guan Peixing to work inside the Xinhua Group. For example, to arrange him to work in the office of the President of Xinhua Film and Television? He did understand the things in the company, but he was still blind to the things outside the company. That really failed your good intentions. As far as I know, it seems that the overseas box office performance of A Beautiful Tomorrow is too poor. It will be withdrawn soon, right? Pei Qian typed back with a dark face. He is now worried about two things. First, the profit-sharing contract signed with Ellie Island. With the award of the film, there will definitely be a lot of new viewers watching it online, which is another source of income. Second, it is possible that foreign video websites will spend a lot of money to buy the overseas online copyright of A Beautiful Tomorrow. As for the overseas box office, A Beautiful Tomorrow was released at the beginning of the month. The screening rate is not high and the box office performance is not good. It is estimated that it will be withdrawn soon. Lin Chong, withdrawn? The latest news is that after winning the award, A Better Tomorrow has been all over the overseas media. Major theaters have extended the schedule for a month, and the screening rate has also been increased. For a movie like this, that won the Grand Jury Award and has good commercial value, how could it be withdrawn? The theater chain also wants to take advantage of this opportunity to make more money. Pei Qian. Why am I asking this question? Good fortune never comes alone, but misfortune never comes alone. I thought the overseas release of A Better Tomorrow was a false alarm, but now, after one film festival, the situation has completely changed. Pei Qian felt extremely melancholy, and the pressure in this period has increased sharply. What happened to the promise of making bad movies to burn money? This movie made money in China, abroad, in theaters, and online, and it will never end. Pei Qian felt that this was simply his most failed investment. No, it might be the second failure. The honor of the first failure should always belong to Lonely Desert Highway and the 50,000 yuan. Lin Chong continued, also, Mr. Pei, in 2 days, the second round of interpretation of your film should begin. Are you ready to be photographed with rainbows? Pei Qian, ? Lin Chong, sometimes, before a good thing goes abroad, people have one evaluation of it, and after it goes abroad, it is another evaluation. I am very curious now. Many people thought that A Better Tomorrow was filmed in a weird way. Chinese people didn't like it, and foreigners didn't like it either. But now that A Better Tomorrow has won an award at Cannes, what should we say? Okay, Mr. Pei, keep happy. Remember to treat me to a drink after I arrive in Jingzhou. Pei Qian fell silent after looking at the chat record with Lin Chong. It's really annoying. At the same time, Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. Hello, I'm Xiaopeng, the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe. Who are you? Liang Qingfan shook hands with Xiaopeng. My name is Liang Qingfan, and I'm the designer of Mr. Pei's sloth apartment project. Oh. Please take a seat. Xiaopeng and Liang Qingfan sat down by the window in the coffee area, and the waiter brought 2 cups of coffee. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Liang Qingfan told his purpose. Mr. Xiao, I wonder if you are interested in changing the decoration style of Moyu Internet Cafe? After completing the sloth apartment project, Liang Qingfan has been traveling in Jingzhou recently, collecting inspiration and waiting for Mr. Pei's next instructions. But after waiting for a long time without any news, he felt a little bored. Then, Liang Qingfan decided to check out a place first. Mr. Pei has so many businesses under his control, including Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeout, Managed Fitness Room, Sloth Apartment, etc., all of which need to be renovated. If he can take on all of these and design a few popular and well-known cases, it will be very important to enhance his reputation. Moreover, he knew very well that all departments of Tenda were not short of money, and they would definitely not suffer any loss in terms of design fees. So, today he strolled to Moyu Internet Cafe to meet Xiao Peng, and planned to get to know him in advance, which would be more convenient for future cooperation. Xiao Peng thought for a while, not necessary for the time being. Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 and 2.0 have a high degree of consumer acceptance, and it may be inappropriate to change the style rashly. Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 is currently under renovation, and it is not convenient to modify it for the time being. Of course, if Moyu Internet Cafe 4.0 is to be launched later, I will definitely contact you as soon as possible. However, I do know a place that needs help. Why don't you go to Jingji Hostel? I'll give you the phone number of the person in charge there. His surname is Chen, just contact him directly. Tip: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a kind of enjoyment. Chapter 528 Golden Labyrinth, 5 more updates, please give me a monthly ticket. May 24th, Tuesday. Jingji Hostel. Chen Kongtua was looking anxiously at the entrance of the old industrial area. Suddenly, he saw a taxi parked outside, and a young man got out of the car. For a moment, Chen Kongtua was a little afraid to step forward, because he knew that the person he was going to meet today was an architect named Liang, and he was relatively young, but the one who came looked too young. But then he thought about it, the two of them had made an appointment yesterday, and it seemed that no one else would come. Chen Kongtua hesitated for a moment before quickly stepping forward. Mr. Liang? Liang Qingfan nodded. Yes, is it Mr. Chen? Really, Mr. Liang? Hello, hello. Chen Kongtua happily shook hands with Liang Qingfan, and then the two returned to Chen Kongtua's office. As soon as he entered, 2 people in the office stood up from the sofa to greet him. Chen Kongtua said to Liang Qingfan, Mr. Liang, let me introduce you. This is Hao Qiong, my colleague who worked with me on the Jingji Hostel project, and this is Chuzui, the designer who is currently responsible for the renovation and decoration of Jingji Hostel. Liang Qingfan greeted the two of them, especially Chuzui, as they were both architects and had many common topics. Chuzui is a very capable young architect in Jingzhou. He is 1 year older than Liang Qingfan, but his education and resume are not as impressive as Liang Qingfan's. As for why Pei Qian chose him to be in charge of the Jingji Hostel project, it was obviously due to the same consideration as when he chose Liang Qingfan, that is, he did not want to find a too famous architect to build the Jingji Hostel project, so as to avoid bringing too much unnecessary fame and popularity to the Jingji Hostel project. Chen Kongtua poured a cup of tea. Mr. Liang, you really came to my rescue and solved my urgent need. Liang Qingfan was stunned. Oh? What do you mean? Chen Kongtua gently placed the hot tea in front of Liang Qingfan. This is a long story. Jingji Hotel is an amusement project led by President Pei to respond to the call and transform the old industrial zone. You should know this, right? A group of investors were also inspired by President Pei to invest nearby. This group of investors proposed to take the initiative to build a large shopping mall for President Pei and Jingji Hotel to sell related peripherals and other props. We come up with the plan and they pay for it. So I asked Teacher Shi to make a more common shopping mall design and plan to do it according to this. But, President Pei is a person who likes to keep improving. He sent an email yesterday, saying that we must design this mall as a maze. Chuzui took over the conversation. I was also confused when I heard Mr. Qian talk about this. I originally thought, can a shopping mall be made into something special? So I made a more conventional plan first, but I never expected that Mr. Pei would not be satisfied. But now, I am also responsible for the construction of the Jingji Hotel. I have to keep an eye on it. If there is a problem, I have to change the plan at any time. The time is already very tight. Mr. Pei even asked to make a maze, which is even more difficult. I don't have much research on mazes, and I am too busy now. So, this matter is stuck, and Mr. Qian is worried. Chen Kongtuan nodded. Yes, fortunately Mr. Liang is here. Mr. Liang, do you have any good ideas for this plan? Liang Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Make them all into a maze? What a bold idea. I am afraid that only Mr. Pei can come up with such a wild idea in the world, right? Liang Qingshan took a sip of tea and asked, what did Mr. Pei say specifically? I do have some ideas for the maze, but the prerequisite is to understand Mr. Pei's needs, so don't get the wrong idea. Chen Kongtuan laughed and said proudly, don't worry, I'm an old employee from Tenda Games, and I have a lot of experience in understanding Mr. Pei's needs. Mr. Pei mentioned 2 points in the email. The first is that it should be expensive, luxurious, and magnificent, just like many luxury stores. The second is to hide most of the stores selling peripheral products in the maze, so that most customers will walk out of the exit after entering without paying attention, and they can't even find the store. Let me interpret Mr. Pei's meaning from my perspective. If you think there are other aspects, you can add more. I think Mr. Pei's idea of maze must be related to the game. Just like the collection elements in many games, hiding various collection props, players have to search repeatedly, which can extend their playing time. At the same time, when players find hidden shops, it is equivalent to finding hidden merchants in the game. This actually creates a psychological suggestion that if you find it with great difficulty, you must buy something, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss? In this way, it can also promote consumption. It would be even better if each store would regularly change the goods and small gifts for punching in. As for why the decoration is expensive, I haven't figured it out yet. Liang Qingshan nodded slightly, and gently stroked the teacup with his right hand. Well, the design of the maze can definitely extend the player's playing time, but from the perspective of an architect, there should be some other considerations. Boss Pei said that he came out of the exit without noticing, which means that this maze has many exits, which means that the crowded crowd can be diverted, improving the shopping experience of tourists, and ensuring that tourists can be evacuated quickly in case of emergency. Moreover, making a maze means partitioning, and in architectural design, partitioning can greatly improve the utilization rate of space. On the surface, it seems that the cost has increased, but in fact it is a manifestation of long-term vision. I think that the walls of some key nodes of the maze can be made movable. If they are closed, there will be no way through, and if they are opened, there will be an extra passage. After it is made into automatic control, the maze terrain is automatically generated through computer algorithms, and it is changed every once in a while, and it can also be started. Finally, tourists will feel fresh here. Of course, for safety reasons, manual control should be allowed, and there should be someone on duty at all times. Even if there is an emergency, such as a power outage, tourists should be able to find the exit quickly and not be trapped. As for why it is expensive, I think, is it because Mr. Pei likes the style of the golden maze? It gives people a feeling that there are treasures everywhere, which invisibly highlights the value of the goods inside. Like many luxury goods stores, why do they make the decoration so exaggerated? It is to create an atmosphere that makes you feel as if you are in the palace, and the exquisite jewelry in front of you is something that only the royal family can wear, and at this time you can't help but want to pay for it. It turns out that if you want to achieve this effect, this golden and extravagant style is the best. In this way, when promoting the Jingji Hotel, you can say, in the remote and terrifying Jingji Hotel, as long as you pass the thrilling and terrifying test and walk out of the magnificent golden maze, you can find the buried treasure. Chen Kantua's eyes brightened. I see. Before, I just explained Mr. Pei's ideas from the perspective of game design, and I already thought that this design was very good. Now I listen to Mr. Liang's interpretation of architectural design and psychology, it makes more sense. Mr. Pei has also considered this issue from the perspective of architecture? He is really knowledgeable. In that case, let's just call this mall the Golden Maze. At that time, it can be used as a mall and a free tour project in the Jingji Hotel, killing two birds with one stone. Mr. Liang, the matter is urgent, the design of the Golden Maze is handed over to you. We will give you the design fee according to Tenda standards. Chen Kantua looked at Liang Qingfan with eager eyes. Liang Qingfan thought for a moment and said, of course the design is no problem, but Mr. Pei will ask me to design a new sloth apartment in a while, and I'm afraid I won't be able to monitor the whole process. Shizhuwei patted his chest and said, it's okay, Mr. Liang, you just need to come up with the design plan. You can ask Mr. Li and his team to find a construction team for the construction. I can also help keep an eye on it. But, if you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, you have to come here in person. Liang Qingfan nodded, that's easy. Even if I have to take charge of the sloth apartment, I will definitely be in Jingzhou and can come here at any time. Chen Kongtua was very happy, then I'll leave everything to Mr. Liang. May 25th, Wednesday. Pei Qian silently browsed the web with a blank expression on his face. The development of the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. The entire network was once again flooded with A Beautiful Tomorrow. The last time such a grand occasion occurred was when A Beautiful Tomorrow was released in China and just became popular. A month after the movie was released, it continued to be broadcast on Ellie Island for more than a month. The time has been long enough. Everyone who wanted to watch it has already seen it, and the plot and various details in the movie have been discussed countless times. Logically, this heat should have passed. Unexpectedly, the film attracted attention again after winning the award. This time, the focus of domestic netizens is no longer on the film itself. After all, the content of the film has been studied thoroughly. Netizens are more concerned about the film's box office performance overseas and foreigners' comments on it. Not only that, a vigorous digging graves movement has also been launched on the internet. Since the release of A Better Tomorrow, people who criticize this movie have never stopped. Among these haters, some are water armies, but there are also many real haters. After all, no matter how good something is, it is impossible for everyone to like it. What's more, many people who like to watch popcorn movies have no interest in studying the various connotations of A Better Tomorrow. Coupled with the praise of many people on the internet, it is easy to stimulate the rebellious psychology of some people, thinking that this movie is obviously overrated and must be criticized. As time goes by, the points of these people's criticism are constantly changing. When it was first released, they said that the movie forcibly used a Western story background, which was neither fish nor fowl, and neither Chinese nor foreigners liked it. After the release, when the box office data was good, they said that the movie was actually pseudo-profound, and that it became popular only because of marketing, and the box office was mostly inflated, and it would be exposed in a week at most. After a period of time, the box office was still strong, but when Flying Star Journey was released, they said that the real blockbuster was coming, and Tomorrow is Beautiful would be beaten soon. After Flying Star Journey flopped, they said that Flying Star Journey was too rubbish and could not represent the true level of Western movies. Tomorrow is Beautiful just happened to occupy a good schedule, otherwise it would not have such a box office. After A Better Tomorrow was released overseas, the box office was not good at the beginning, and there was almost no response. The haters came out again. They said that this movie is neither fish nor fowl, and it can only fool the domestic audience, but foreigners don't buy it. The fans of A Better Tomorrow have been holding back for a long time. The key is that these haters are too fierce and attacking against the wind, and they are too weird. Moreover, they jump out at the slightest movement, and there is no way to kill them all. Especially the poor box office of A Better Tomorrow overseas, which made the fans attacked by the haters for a long time and held their anger. But now, A Better Tomorrow won the jury award again after 11 years, and the situation was reversed instantly. How could the fans miss this opportunity? They have been attacked by the haters for so long, and now they finally got the opportunity to fight back, so why don't they dig up all the ancestors of the haters? The hatred aroused by the haters rebounded strongly in a very short time, which directly led to the popularity of A Better Tomorrow soaring and sweeping the screen again. A movie that was released in February is still so popular. Pei Qian said, "This is fucked." Chapter 529, Why didn't he win the Palme d'Or? Monthly votes requested. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. A casual look at the major forums, especially the main battlefields of fans and haters, can be said to be littered with corpses. And these corpses are not from the fierce battles that just happened, but were dug out from the graveyard by people. I heard that this movie is not popular with Chinese people or foreigners. Got it, Ken is not organized by foreigners. Ken was expelled from foreign countries by haters. In the future, it is recommended that the country accept the homeless Ken, move to Jingzhou, and change its name to Tenda Film Festival. Tenda Film Festival? Are you implying that Tenda is rich and powerful and bought off the jury? Congratulations on your truth. This movie really became popular thanks to marketing. If the foreign box office is not good, it will go to Cannes to win an award. The marketing is solid. Now it seems that A Better Tomorrow has indeed occupied a good schedule. If it is put in a better schedule, it is estimated that it can strip the pants of several other popular movies. At this moment, the big-budget movies that did not collide with A Better Tomorrow should be sliding on their knees in the living room to celebrate? The more you think about it, the more scared you should be. Can you tell that joke again? Which one? The one about foreign blockbusters. Flying Star Journey. A real foreign blockbuster is coming. Ha 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 ha. I heard that foreign audiences don't buy this. And today foreign theaters not only extended the release date of A Better Tomorrow, but also added more screenings. Once again, I solemnly inform all foreigners, watching this movie may result in the risk of being expelled from your nationality, so please watch with caution. Similar comments can be seen everywhere in various forums, and the comments and posts of those haters before were dug up and repeatedly criticized. Many haters were beaten to the point of despair, and either deleted their comments or closed them, and most of them could only play dead. There is no way, the results are the best slap in the face. Previously, the haters took advantage of the fact that A Better Tomorrow did not do well at the overseas box office and made a fuss about it, almost proving that only domestic audiences liked this movie, but foreign audiences didn't. As a result, the award at Cannes was so heavyweight that it directly played a role in turning the tide, and all the previous comments were refuted. Pei Qian leaned back in the boss chair, silent. It's not that he wants to see these things, he just has to. The whole network is discussing it everywhere. Even if you want to see a young lady on Weibo, you can find related content. It's a 360-degree penetration without dead ends. The corpses of the haters are hung everywhere and repeatedly whipped. It's heartbreaking to hear about it and tears to see it. Pei Qian silently mourned for these warriors in his heart. I've wronged you. The next movie will definitely help you clear your grievances. Please believe me again. After reading some popular discussion posts, Pei Qian wondered if the A Beautiful Tomorrow incident should be over. This popularity is too long-lasting. I never expected that a movie would have such a strong staying power. From its release in February to now, the popularity on the internet has never stopped. The most terrible thing is that every overwhelming popularity on the internet will increase the purchase and playback volume of A Beautiful Tomorrow, which is currently hanging on Ellie Island. Pei Qian was very puzzled. How could there be new viewers at this time? This reminded him of the very famous joke, "Who hasn't bought GTA 5 yet?" But fortunately, the nightmare is finally about to end. Now that the nightmare has been experienced, it has won awards at international film festivals. It should be over, right? Everyone has found all the angles of exaggeration. Can we make a final conclusion and let this movie rest in peace? Pei Qian plans to stop paying attention to this matter and let its popularity slowly dissipate. However, just as he was about to close the webpage, Pei Qian accidentally glanced at a post. Why did A Better Tomorrow win the Grand Jury Award? Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Hey, another post that praised the film from a conventional angle. He has seen too many posts like this when A Better Tomorrow successfully won the Grand Jury Prize. Various self-media outlets that were trying to take advantage of the popularity had already posted many such posts, which were nothing more than popularizing the importance of Cannes and the Grand Jury Prize, talking about the last time a domestic film won this award, and finally analyzing why A Better Tomorrow could meet the taste of the Cannes jury and successfully win this award, and by the way, re-mentioning the spiritual connotation and artistry of the film. Pei Qian had read many such manuscripts and was not very interested. However, seeing that the popularity of this post seemed a bit unexpectedly high, Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and still clicked in. However, just after reading the first sentence at the beginning, Pei Qian felt like fainting. Seeing this title, "Do you think I'm going to talk about why Tomorrow is Beautiful won the award?" Wrong. What I want to ask is why Tomorrow is Beautiful won the Grand Jury Prize instead of the Palme d'Or. Everyone knows that this year's Cannes gave the Grand Jury Prize to Tomorrow is Beautiful, and the Palme d'Or to Soul's Journey, a Southeast Asian film. Many people are just ecstatic because Tomorrow is Beautiful won the Grand Jury Prize, and they don't seem to have thought about this question, why Tomorrow is Beautiful didn't win the Palme d'Or. In fact, if you compare them, you will find that Tomorrow is Beautiful and Soul's Journey have many similarities. Soul's Journey tells the story of a poor farmer who sees the souls of his deceased family members after contracting a terminal illness, and follows the souls to find his past life. The film uses non-professional actors, and most of the dialogues of the characters in the play are improvised. The shots are rarely edited, and long shots are used. Although Soul's Journey shows exotic styles and some supernatural elements, it seems to be more in line with the Cannes jury's taste in pursuing artistry. It must be said that this film does not have such a clear advantage over A Better Tomorrow, even in terms of artistry and connotation. On the contrary, A Better Tomorrow tells the story of the gap between the rich and the poor, and the alienation of money on people. Compared with Soul, it can obviously trigger a wider resonance and has a deeper connotation. Many people in China instinctively think that domestic films will not be in line with the tastes of the jury because they don't know much about Cannes, so it is normal not to get the Palme d'Or. This is definitely a misunderstanding. In my opinion, compared with The Journey of the Soul, the jury should also be very optimistic about A Better Tomorrow. According to gossip, the Palme d'Or actually went through 3 rounds of voting before it was finally decided. Obviously, the seemingly settled awards actually have many twists and turns in places we can't see. Considering that Tomorrow is Beautiful has won the Grand Jury Prize, which is actually the second place in the main competition unit, then Tomorrow is Beautiful will definitely have a place in these 3 rounds of voting. That's why I asked the question at the beginning. Why didn't Tomorrow be Beautiful win the Palme d'Or? If you agree with the above conditions, please continue reading. In my opinion, there are 2 reasons why Tomorrow is Beautiful lost to Soul's Journey by a hair's breadth in the final Palme d'Or selection that cannot be ignored. First of all, there are unspoken rules in international film festivals. As we all know, these international film festivals compete for better film resources and better maintain their own. The value of the award will be more favorable to those films that premiered at the film festival. Some films that have won awards at other film festivals or have gained a high reputation are often not eligible for selection by film festivals such as Cannes, because this is equivalent to using their own popularity to make wedding clothes for others, which is unfair to those favored directors, that is, directors who have premiered their films at film festivals for several consecutive years. Unless it is a particularly excellent film, an exception can be made. And A Better Tomorrow has just been released in overseas regions. Fortunately, the marketing is not strong and the attention is not high, so it was fortunately selected into the main competition unit and won the award with its own excellent strength. But no matter what, the fact that it was not premiered in Cannes has greatly reduced the score of A Better Tomorrow in the eyes of the jury. The second reason is mainly my conjecture. I said it and everyone just listened to it. In fact, the content of A Better Tomorrow in the beginning should be very much in line with the taste of the jury, but the problem is, do you still remember the Easter egg at the end of the film? That is, a pistol was thrown at the door of the male protagonist? As for whether this Easter egg will be liked by the judges, everyone can judge for themselves. Perhaps without this Easter egg, the possibility of A Better Tomorrow winning the award would be a few points higher. Finally, let me tell you something very interesting. Do you know that in 1998, a film also won the Grand Jury Prize in Cannes? That is, 13 years ago, it won the same award as Tomorrow is Beautiful. The name of this film is Life is Beautiful, La Vie est Belle, and the English name is Life is Beautiful. And the English name of Tomorrow is Beautiful is Tomorrow is Beautiful. After 13 years, two equally excellent works with similar names won the same award. There seems to be some kind of wonderful connection. What's interesting is that although Life is Beautiful only won the Grand Jury Prize, its reputation among domestic movie fans is much better than that of the Palme d'Or that year. In short, we should be happy that Tomorrow is Beautiful won the award at Cannes. However, we should not feel sorry for only winning the Grand Jury Prize. This movie definitely deserves more praise than we thought. Let us look forward to Fei Huang Studio, the light of the domestic film industry, creating more and better works for us in the future. Chapter 530 Teacher, you are really my guiding light. Monthly votes requested. After reading this post, Pei Qian fell into a long silence. Is this even possible? If Beautiful Ming had won the Palme d'Or, I would have tolerated Ning's analysis. Now that it hasn't won the Palme d'Or, Ning is still analyzing it, and the conclusion drawn from the analysis is, it can win, but it's not necessary? I, a passerby, can't stand it. The words in this post simply mean, Beautiful Ming is fully capable of winning the Palme d'Or, but it missed it because of some special factors. I have to say that this kind of bragging seems to be more effective than actually winning the Palme d'Or. It can be seen from the comments section of the post. I see. Thanks for the popular science. No wonder there are so many tricks. Indeed, the last Easter egg is particularly understandable to domestic audiences, which completely elevates the whole film's purpose. But in the eyes of foreign audiences, especially those on the jury, it will definitely make people uncomfortable. Maybe the jury thinks that the last Easter egg completely destroys the artistry of the film. Well, not too much, those who understand will understand. But despite so many unfavorable conditions, the Beautiful Ming still won the Grand Jury Prize. Doesn't it prove how good this film is? What a pity. If they had known, they should have cut the second Easter egg at the end of the film before sending it back. Instead, I think the main creative team may have realized this problem, but didn't do it. Why? Are they trying to pick a fight with the award? Everyone was talking about it, and another film critic who had watched countless films spoke up. I also think the creative team should have done it on purpose, which is not difficult to understand. First of all, the creative team must know very well what the film wants to express, and they are also very clear about the meaning of the gun-throwing Easter egg. Otherwise, why would they shoot it? If they know the meaning of this Easter egg very well, they are also aware that this scene may not be accepted by the jury. It is very simple to cut this Easter egg, but they still didn't do it. I think there are two reasons. First, they know that Kim prefers premiere films, so they didn't think they would win awards, let alone have the opportunity to hit the Palme d'Or. They just went there with the mentality of being a soy sauce, and there was no need to please the jury. Second, they may be aware of this, but they insist on expressing their thoughts completely in the film. If the last Easter egg is deleted, the movie is equivalent to missing something. Maybe the creative team is so stubborn that they want to keep the movie complete, and they are unwilling to delete even a seemingly insignificant Easter egg. After reading the analysis of this big man, the crowd suddenly realized it. That's it. That's right, if the critics can analyze it, how can the creators not understand it? But they still resolutely sent the complete version to the exhibition, which is equivalent to competing in other people's territory and under their rules, and then they didn't cater to the judges, and won the second place by hard power. Is this the pride of an artist? Netizens couldn't help but sigh. As expected, heroes have always been young since ancient times. Those old artists in the film industry are certainly respectable, but there are also many old filmmakers who take the initiative to cater to the tastes of the jury in order to win awards at international film festivals, and to some extent give up part of their own expression. This is not only sad for some movies, but also sad for the entire domestic film industry. But the entire creative team of Fei Huang Studio, from directors to screenwriters, are all young people. This feeling is like a young knight who, with pride, takes his sword that he has carefully sharpened to participate in the sword-fighting competition at the top of the martial arts world, and even though he knows how to please the judges, he still insists on himself and conquers everyone with his hard power. At this time, does it make any difference whether you get the first or second place? Although it didn't win the Palme d'Or, the significance that the main creative team brought to the domestic film industry is far greater than a Palme d'Or. This post once again ignited the heat and triggered heated discussions. Then, for some reason, someone posted the ratings on major websites. Yesterday, the movie database rating of the foreign website came out, 8.2 points. Some people may think that this score is not high, but judging from the rating of this website, there are very few movies with a score of more than 9 points in the entire film history. 8.2 points has successfully entered the top 250 of the database. If you look at this score in percentage, you have to pull out some domestic websites to whip the corpse. Remember that before, the score of The Beautiful Ming on many websites dropped below 8.5 points. In an environment where a good domestic movie can easily get more than 9.5 points, it seems particularly funny. And you can see that the score on the TPDB website has been hovering around 9.1 points from beginning to end. Although there are fluctuations, it is always as stable as an old dog. I think that a low score does not mean strictness, and you don't have to keep staring at the ratings of foreign websites. After all, The Beautiful Ming was created by Chinese people, and some of the content it wants to express can only be understood by Chinese people. I hope this movie can make a good start, so that domestic films don't have to flatter international film festivals, but can focus on telling the stories of Chinese people themselves. Here I call on everyone to register an account on the TPDB website and go to the Ele Island to watch Beautiful Ming again, so that we can remember this great day with commemorative significance. After reading the comments of netizens, Pei Qian silently closed the web page. Okay, that's it, give up resistance. Pei Qian found that these netizens were getting more and more outrageous, and they always came up with some new tricks every once in a while. And I never expected that the last topic was led to the TPDB website and the online version of Beautiful Ming. I don't know how many people will go to the Ele Island to buy Beautiful Ming to watch this time, and I don't know how many people will add a sentence like "come again a billion times, treasure of the station," the world line converges to the vast barrage at the beginning of the movie. Pei Qian seemed to have seen the scene when he met Zhu next time. He would definitely rush over to me with excitement on his face, saying, "Boss, Pei. Your decision to sign a profit-sharing contract with Ellie Island is an extremely wise and correct decision. Just thinking about it, it's an extremely depressing scene." It's really depressing. May 26, Thursday. In a cafe near Handong University, Qian's second lecture to Ma Yang officially began. In the past 2 days, Pei Qian has not slept well because of the beautiful Ming incident. However, in order to ensure the learning effect of today's course, Pei Qian still went to bed early yesterday and slept until he woke up naturally today, allowing his battered spirit to recover. Before the lecture, Pei Qian took a very sneaky look at the title of the textbook for this class. Successful Case Explanation Lesson 2, Use Foresight to Grasp the Development of the Industry. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel very happy. Finally, I won't talk about the Tenda case anymore. The content of the last lecture was actually quite good. It mainly talked about how the game, from production to promotion, is actually an unbreakable whole. Only by choosing the corresponding promotion method according to the game type can the best effect be achieved. The only flaw is that too many positive cases of Tenda game promotion were talked about, which made Pei Qian feel like salt was rubbed into his wounds. However, there are still gains. Pei Qian plans to use the knowledge he has learned when struggle is released. False propaganda is unlikely, the system does not allow it, but at least you can do some misplaced propaganda. Sometimes, a part of the truth can have a better effect than a lie. In short, the last course was very helpful and instructive, and the tuition fee was not in vain. This time, the course looks even more reliable. Grasp the development trend of the industry? It sounds like it's full of practical information. Qian took a sip of coffee and said slowly, "The content of the last class is the foundation of the foundation, which is to establish the basic concept of game design, clearly define its type, and each step afterwards is strictly in accordance with the relevant rules. What I want to talk about now is also the foundation, but it is a level higher than the previous basic content. In short, there are so many types of games now, which one should I choose? Choosing the right type is actually half the success. Here I want to give an example." Pei Qian's mood tensed up instantly. Could it be another example of Tenda? Let me go, ball. Qian paused for a moment and said, "MMORPG." Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tenda has never made an MMORPG. Great. It looks like I don't have to be whipped today. His waist straightened up a little. Qian did not notice the rich inner drama of Ma Yang and continued, "MMORPG has been considered the ultimate form of games for a long time in the past. This has sufficient theoretical support, because this kind of large-scale multiplayer role-playing online game can build a virtual world for players, provide rich enough content, and is highly scalable. Many gamers have thought about a question: what game can beat Fantasy World? At that time, everyone concluded that if you want to beat Fantasy World, you can only rely on another better MMORPG game. However, the latest trends in the game industry have proved that this view is wrong, because there has been no MMORPG game that has the hope of defeating Fantasy World, but there has been a game type that has the hope of defeating MMORPG. That's right, that is the battle game that is very popular in China and even around the world, GOG and IOI. Pei Qian. There is no hope in life. It turns out that MMORPG is just an introduction, and finally it comes back to this topic. Qian noticed the abnormality of Ma Yang and asked in surprise, "Mr. Ma, is there any problem?" Pei Qian forced a smile, "No, nothing. Does this have anything to do with today's course?" Qian nodded, "Of course it is related. I have emphasized that choosing the right type is half the battle. Top game producers can't beat Fantasy World with a new MMORPG, but they can beat MMORPG with a new game type. Obviously, this is a keen sense of smell. Think about it, if other first-class game producers are still struggling with MMORPG, you have keenly observed the huge prospects of IOI, and you are one step ahead, establishing advantages and seizing the market. Just like a butterfly flapping its wings, it seems to be just one step away, but in the end it becomes a world of difference. Tenda invested in IOI before other game manufacturers, and then developed GOG on its own. Obviously, it is doing the butterfly that is trying to flap its wings. Mr. Ma, as a senior executive of the investment department of Tenda, you should have a deeper understanding of this aspect than me, right? Qian had a smile on his face, as if he felt that the case personally experienced by Mr. Ma should give him more inspiration and a better understanding of the course knowledge. Pei Qian was speechless. At the same time, he was also in a dilemma. How should I tell Mr. He that this project was actually funded by Ma Yang, and I am not the real Ma Yang, and even if it is the real Ma Yang, he invested in this project not because of his keen sense of smell, but just on impulse. Forget it, just straightening out this relationship is enough to give me a headache, and most of the explanation is not convincing. Pei Qian could only nod silently, agreeing with Qian's words, and took the opportunity to ask questions and change the subject. Then Mr. He, according to this theory, if you choose a game type that is on the decline, is it almost certain to fail? Qian thought for a while. Nothing is absolute in this world. Many retro game types, even mosaic-style games, as long as the content is rich enough and the gameplay is novel enough, can still be favored by many players. After all, there are too many players in this world. As long as you find the right target player group, a part of the players can well support a game project. But, your theory itself is fine. The more the game type is on the decline, the fewer players will like this game. If the investment in the game itself happens to be very huge at this time, it will greatly increase the risk of failure. There is even a great possibility of losing all your money. Hearing this, Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Very good, there are more strange ways to lose money. Pei Qian asked, Teacher He, suppose I want to spend a huge amount of money to make a real-time strategy game at this point in time, what will happen? Qian smiled slightly, then you might as well give me the money, at least I will thank you. Or it's not bad to throw the money away, at least it will make a sound. Pei Qian smiled. Whose course is useless? The game to be developed in the next cycle, isn't it, Teacher He, you are truly my guiding light. Chapter 531 You are talking fine, why are you cursing me? Third update, please give me a monthly ticket. Hearing this, Pei Qian became even more excited. Teacher He, please tell me about this, I really want to hear it. Qian was a little surprised, why, is Mr. Ma a senior RTS game enthusiast? Pei Qian thought for a while, almost. From now on, my hobby should be considered senior, right? Why do I like RTS games? Maybe it's because it can help me lose money? Qian thought for a while and said, okay, RTS games are not off topic for today's class, so I'll just talk about it briefly. RTS games, or real-time strategy games, were indeed once glorious in the past and were once the mainstay of the esports industry. Moreover, when it comes to RTS games, we can't avoid Fantasy War and Star Ocean 2. Last year, Star Ocean 2 was released and was a great success. But this has not changed the industry's pessimism about the RTS game type, because it is more like a last gasp. The success of this game is unlikely to change the decline of the entire game type. In fact, it is true. Now, except for a few old, well-established, and well-known IP companies, almost no one is willing to touch this type of game. Even the big companies don't seem to plan to invest too much money and energy in this type of game. The decline of this type of game is directly related to the rise of new game types. RTS games have too high requirements for players' operations. Most players cannot reach the minimum operating threshold, so they naturally cannot enjoy the fun of the game. At the same time, it is difficult to blame teammates in the single-player mode. The sense of frustration after losing is too strong, making RTS games a very high-end and highly ornamental esports project, but it is difficult to continue to remain as a mass game because the threshold is too high. The mainstream of mass games in the future should be games like GOG, especially the interoperability between terminal games and mobile games, which gives it a unique advantage. Pei Qian's mouth twitched. Why did he return to the topic of GOG again? He hurriedly tried to change the subject. In short, at this point in time, if a manufacturer does not have IP accumulation and makes RTS games, it will be a dead end, right? He nodded slightly. Yes, you can think so. Pei Qian couldn't help but be excited. I think so too. Finally, I got in touch with teacher He. Pei Qian had indeed considered the RTS game type before, but the reason why he didn't do it at that time was because this type didn't seem to be dead yet. Although it has declined, there were still many old players who liked this type of game at that time, and the general purchasing power was amazing. If they were targeted, the consequences would be disastrous. But more than a year has passed, and the situation has changed. The release of Star Ocean 2 last year made RTS games experience a wave of last gasps, almost absorbing the remaining RTS player groups. And GOG and IOI are fighting each other. Even Shinchi can only tremble, let alone a new RTS game? Well, just do this, it feels foolproof. Unfortunately, it's too late in this cycle, and I can only consider it in the next cycle. He sighed. Alas, in fact, part of the reason why I decided to retire is that my vision can no longer keep up with the pace of game development in this era. Before, I thought that games like Shinchi would only become a small and beautiful genre at most, and no matter how mobile games develop, they will not be able to have a strong impact on terminal games. Now it seems that these are all outdated ideas. So, Mr. Ma, this is why I put this class in the second class. I hope you can always have a long-term vision, find the development trend of the game, and catch up with the trend every time you make a game, and you can win without doing anything. Pei Qian. Teacher He, the lecture was good, why are you cursing me? 10 o'clock in the evening. DGE Sports Club. It's time to turn off the lights, and all the players' mobile phones have been taken away to ensure adequate sleep. Mingyun Villa is originally a villa complex far away from the downtown area. The light pollution outside is very weak. Even without drawing the curtains, you can only see the faint moonlight and starlight. This is the team's dormitory, a double room. In the dark, the figure lying on the bed in a big shape spoke. Old Joe, can you please bring me the water cup? I'm thirsty. Old Joe, who was sleeping on the other bed, was obviously not asleep yet. Fuck, what did you do before going to bed? Besides, why didn't you get it yourself? The paralyzed figure said weakly, I can't move. Old Joe, Huang Wang, you said that as if I can move. Huang Wang, Old Joe, don't pretend, you can definitely move, please, if I die of thirst tomorrow, I will be directly judged as losing the training match, and I have to practice more at night. Old Joe, call me Daddy. Huang Wang, Dad. Old Joe. Damn, this captain is really shameless, I surrender to you. Old Joe had no choice but to get up from the bed, walk to the table next to him in a weird posture, take Huang Wang's water cup and hand it to him by the bed. Huang Wang, Old Joe's face turned black, you want to die? Drink it yourself, if you don't drink it, I will pour it on the ground. Huang Wang hurriedly sat up from the bed with difficulty, I will drink it, give it to me. Old Joe lay back on the bed in a bad mood. Huang Wang drank 2 sips of water, pursed his lips, and said, Lao Zhou, we can't go on like this, we have to think of a way. The guy named Jiang on the opposite team is definitely an old silver coin. We have been training for a week in a row. If we continue to lose like this, we will be ruined. Lao Zhou was speechless, that's because of your command as the captain. Jiang Huan can always come up with a tricky way to hang us up and beat us. Compared with the opposite team, our team is simply a mess. Especially you said you play a mid laner, and your support is always slower than others. What are you playing? Huang Wang expressed dissatisfaction. Fuck, isn't it because the opposite mid and jungle are conjoined twins? In short, this is all a routine problem. We have to think of some new routines, otherwise we have to practice more after losing the training game. Who can stand it? If you keep practicing, you can really become a fitness coach. Lao Zhou laughed. It's okay. Before changing to a fitness coach, we can find a real person on the opposite side for PK. I can feel that my muscles have grown a circle. Huang Wang, so, let's think about some tactics tomorrow. The other side doesn't play by the rules, so we can only play dirty. I can see that this game is all about routines. Suddenly, the light outside the door came on, and the light shone in through the crack in the door, and the two people hurriedly shut up. Zhang Yuan stood at the door for 2 minutes, before turning around and leaving. During this period, the daily training of the DG Club was simply hard to describe. After President Pei formulated the training schedule, Zhang Yuan was a little worried, but he still strictly followed the schedule. Sure enough, this group of internet-addicted teenagers were trained hard on the first day. The morning was originally scheduled for jogging, but this group of people quickly changed from jogging to brisk walking, then from brisk walking to slow walking, and finally from slow walking to panting on the spot. Strength training was arranged in the evening. After the training that day, I didn't feel anything, but I just felt that my body seemed to be hollowed out. As a result, I slept and almost couldn't get out of bed the next day. Fortunately, Coach Yaling is professional. She always pays attention to everyone's physical condition during training. She is very professional in nutrition supplement, warm-up before training, and stretching after training, so there is no problem. However, even so, these people are still trained hard. In the first week of fitness, the quality of solo training and training match results in the game plummeted. 10 players dropped 1 level in high-level solo. In the second week, things began to change subtly. The players who were originally as thin as bamboo poles began to gain muscle mass, and the players who were bloated became thinner visibly. As they gradually adapted to the amount of fitness exercises, everyone's game state was slowly recovering. Then, one of the teams got it right first. Jiang Huan's team began to use all kinds of tricks in the training matches, and directly won 7 consecutive games, beating Huang Wang's team's heads. As for why they fought so hard, the reason is very simple: the losers have to practice more. If the loss is more beautiful, it means that the captain and the scapegoat in the team will practice more together. If the loss is ugly, it means that the whole team will practice more together. After a few days of extra training, Huang Wang, the captain, almost didn't have the strength to get up and get a glass of water. Because as the players' physical fitness improved and gradually adapted, Coach Yaling was already increasing their training volume. Zhang Yuan originally felt a little sympathetic to these players, but after observing for a while, he found that this seemed to be really effective. He had heard that some clubs also practiced with the first and second teams. At the beginning, there was no punishment. Then everyone just played all kinds of tricks, and no one took winning or losing seriously. Later, the team leader decided that each member of the losing team would give 100 yuan to buy cigarettes and snacks for the winning team. As a result, both sides immediately became serious. The punishment of extra practice seemed to be more effective than this. Both teams were racking their brains to study tactics and think of new routines. They were playing more and more seriously. The new gameplay found in various ladders could be used in the training games on the same day. Moreover, the custom practice specially arranged after the morning run also worked. At the beginning, the players were very confused. There was no one to play against them in the custom game. What was there to practice? But there was no way to do anything else during this period. They could only practice the basic skills of some heroes repeatedly in the custom game and study the hero mechanism. After trying to make the operation of the familiar heroes perfect, they could only continue to study the heroes they were not familiar with. Then they studied the lines of soldiers, wild monsters, and various deeper game mechanisms in the game. After studying more, a lot of data was remembered in their minds. After all, it was too boring to practice muscle memory for 2 hours, and they would think about the game mechanism more or less. Obviously, Huang Wang's team has been performing better and better in the training games recently, and they are also desperately studying various tactics. Maybe they will win a victory soon and get back on track. When the time comes, Jiang Huan and his team will practice more and study new tactics, and they will catch up with each other and form a perpetual motion. GOG is a new game after all, and the players with the highest scores have the deepest understanding of the game. If they are asked to think about tactics, they may not be worse than those coaches who have transferred from other projects. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that Mr. Pei's training plan was really well thought out? After trying it for a while, the effect is pretty good. Chapter 532 President Pei's gym model solves the pain points of the industry. Fourth update, please vote for the monthly ticket. Ding. The chat software notification sounded on the phone. Pei Qian was fighting fiercely in front of the big TV. He put down the controller and picked up the phone after the battle was over. It was Coach Yaling who sent today's training results report. As for the DG club, although Pei Qian felt that it was impossible for it to stab him in the back by not participating in any official competitions, he still did not relax his vigilance in accordance with the principle of being prepared for the worst. In addition to Guan Peixing, who was placed in the club as an assistant coach, Pei Qian also arranged double insurance. That is, let Coach Yaling send him the training results of the players every day to supervise the coach's work. Of course, the so-called training results are not how many training games they played today or how many ranks the players have improved, but sending photos. After training every day, these internet-addicted teenagers have to wear tight fitness clothes to take photos, and Pei Qian will use these photos to test Coach Yaling's results. The logic is simple. These internet-addicted teenagers all spend a lot of time and energy on fitness training, and they are exhausted after training every day, so don't they have the energy to train properly? The way to check whether they are training seriously is very simple. Just look at their body shape changes. After all, fitness is the most difficult thing to be lazy about. It may not be seen in a short time, but over time, all the efforts will be reflected in the body shape. Of course, people have different physiques. Some people can get muscles after just 2 days of training, and they will rebound quickly after 2 days of relaxation. Some people will see slow results even after training for a long time. But in general, fitness is a matter of 1 point of effort and 1 point of reward, which is fairer than most things in this world. And Pei Qian is going to use this to supervise the DG Fitness Club. Oh no, DG Esports Club. Looking through the photos one by one, Pei Qian nodded frequently. Well, the effect is immediate. It can be seen that Coach Yaling is very dedicated and has not slacked off. She has trained these internet-addicted teenagers very well. One by one, their size is increasing, their biceps and pectoral muscles are bulging, and the phenomenon of hunching over has also been greatly improved. Then I feel relieved. Pei Qian put his phone aside, feeling a little proud. After these players retire, they might be able to find jobs as fitness coaches in the managed gym, solving the long-standing problem of re-employment for esports players. This advanced model is far ahead of other clubs in the industry. It's perfect. May 28, Saturday. The flagship store of the managed gym. Guoliqing had just finished training and was wiping his sweat with a towel while doing post-training stretching exercises. Another coach came over. Coach Gua, I want to ask you something in secret? Guoliqing nodded. Old Bien, just tell me if you have something to say. Coach Bian looked around and saw that there was no one around, and whispered, "It seems that there are fewer new students recently?" Guoliqing was a down-to-earth person, and he didn't think about hiding this. He said truthfully, "Yes. Our fitness meals have increased in price again. They were already expensive, and now each meal has increased in price. Of course, those customers who are short of money are even less willing to sign up. Moreover, the departure of Coach Yealing has also had a certain impact." Coach Bian whispered, "Then how long do you think our gym can last? At this rate of loss, the boss will be furious in another month or two, right?" Guoliqing's expression was calm. "Who knows? Anyway, from my observation, I don't feel that the boss is going to give up, but he is even more motivated. Besides, those branches are much worse than ours, so if we have to close them, we should close those stores first." Coach Bian's voice was even lower. "Then, have you considered the situation where all the stores are closed together?" The two of them lowered their voices. After all, openly discussing the losses of their own gyms and which store would close first was too damaging to morale and could not be publicized. Guoliqing picked up a dumbbell and handed it to Coach Bian. Coach Bian immediately understood and pretended to be exercising himself, but was actually whispering to Guoliqing. Guoliqing whispered, "We have known each other for several years. I'll tell you the truth, please don't spread it." Coach Bian nodded, "Of course." Guoliqing looked determined. "I think this gym will definitely make money, it's just a matter of time. All this is within the boss's calculations." Coach Bian showed a surprised expression. "Really? Then tell me, what plans does the boss have? Why do you think this gym can make a profit?" Guoliqing sorted out his thoughts and said, "On the surface, the gym is indeed quite bleak. Recently, the price of fitness meals has increased and there are fewer new students. This is all obvious, and everyone can see it. But have you noticed that the old students who come here often have completely accepted this model, and the fitness effect is extremely significant?" Coach Bian was stunned for a moment, thought about it. "Well, it seems to be true. But the private students I have taught in other gyms before have also made rapid progress. This is nothing." Guoliqing shook his head. "Wrong, the key lies in the ratio. When you were a private trainer in other gyms before, how many students did well and improved quickly? Very few, right? But here, all the students who persisted made rapid progress. Can this be the same?" Coach Bian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Oh, yes." He thought about it and said, "No wonder, we have mandatory fitness plans and mandatory healthy meals here. Fitness is to control your mouth and move your legs. 3-point training and 7-point eating. If you can ensure both training and eating, as long as you are a normal person, you can get results. Although the price of fitness meals has increased now, the taste is better and it is easier to stick to it." Guoliqing nodded. "Yes, that's what I want to say. There are indeed few people in our gym, and a large number of people who can't stick to it have been persuaded to leave. But those who can stick to it, without exception, all have immediate results. In other words, we have eliminated all those who can't stick to it, and those who stay will definitely see results. Think about it, in the long run, this is a golden signboard. What training class is the most popular? Guaranteed passing class. People nowadays are not afraid of spending money, but they are afraid that the money will not be effective and the money will be wasted. As long as you tell everyone that spending money will definitely improve, even if it is a little expensive, there will definitely be people coming." Coach Bian frowned and said, "But, judging from our current situation, it is not very popular." Guoliqing said, "Because the reputation has not spread yet. Think about how long it has been since we opened. After our first batch of members have worked out for a few months and have seen real changes, even some fitness novices have completed their fitness goals that they have not completed before through our gym, and the word-of-mouth effect will naturally stand up. Combined with the name of our gym, hosted gym, once the reputation spreads, Are you still afraid that customers will not come? The reason why Mr. Pei wants to open a branch store when the flagship store is still making huge losses must be because he saw this phenomenon and felt that the core members' fitness habits have been formed, and the expected brand effect has begun to appear initially, so he decided to open a branch store decisively. Otherwise, Mr. Pei, such a smart person, would continue to lose money when he knew that opening a branch would lose money? It doesn't make sense. He must have seen the prospect of profit. Coach Bien felt that it made sense as he listened, and nodded frequently. Then, Coach Gua, when do you think the reputation will be established and our gym will become popular? Guo Liqing thought for a while. It's hard to say, naturally the heat spreads too slowly. But Mr. Pei is a marketing master. Maybe when he thinks the time is right, he will find any opportunity to promote it and it will become popular? I have learned about Tenda's internet cafes and installation businesses, which were originally unknown, but suddenly became popular after a marketing campaign. I think Mr. Pei is probably ready to do it again. Coach Bien was convinced. I see. If it weren't for your interpretation, Coach Gua, I wouldn't know that our boss thought so much. I can only say that he should make a lot of money with this brain. However, Coach Gua, you can see so much, it's not simple. No wonder the boss chose you as the store manager. Guo Liqing shook his head. This is not my business vision, it's far worse than Mr. Pei. I just based on my understanding of the industry, and the reasonable inferences may just happen to coincide with Mr. Pei's thinking. I thought about it, and it might not be a coincidence. If a certain business model wants to be popular, it must solve the pain points of the industry. What is the pain point of the fitness industry? It is the mutual distrust between customers and gyms. This distrust is simply deep-rooted. Customers don't trust gyms. They think that gyms sell cards and classes every day just to cheat their money and don't want to talk to coaches at all. Coaches don't trust gyms. They have a lot of marketing indicators and don't want to lead students or train well. Gyms don't trust customers either. They think that they can fool anyone and don't care about anything after signing up for a card. Tell me, if the three parties don't trust each other, can there be a good thing? Coach Bien nodded. Yes, otherwise many people would leave this industry. Guo Liqing continued, but Mr. Pei's model has eliminated all the distrust among the three parties at once. Customers no longer think that the gym is cheating, the prices are clearly marked, and the training effect is absolutely guaranteed. Coaches can train and guide students with peace of mind, and they don't have to think about how to sell classes all day long, and work hard. Customers are no longer disgusted with coaches. Gyms no longer treat customers as leaks. You see, in this model, everyone benefits. As for the poor results now, it is because the establishment of trust requires a process, which requires it takes a certain amount of time. When the time comes and trust is established, isn't it a natural thing to make money? Coach Bien nodded again, but soon had a new confusion. If it's what you said, this is a great thing, shouldn't it be publicized? Why can't it be spread out? We have to tell others as soon as possible to build their confidence in the gym. Guo Liqing whispered, what are you thinking? The boss has a plan, but it doesn't mean that the plan has a 100% success rate. If it doesn't succeed, you tell others about it, and the boss will give you a hard time, right? Just shut up and watch, and brag to the boss when it really works, isn't it better? Coach Bien suddenly realized that this seemed to be the truth. Think about Yang Xiu in history, who always liked to talk about the boss's intentions everywhere, and was punished. What boss likes subordinates to be smarter than himself? Coach Bien looked at him with admiration. Okay, Coach Gua, you can do it, your emotional intelligence has improved. Guo Liqing waved his hand. Hey, what emotional intelligence has improved? I like this place too much like you, of course I don't want to see it go bankrupt. Coach Bien agreed. Well, that's right. Then let's keep a low profile and wait and see the boss's magical operation. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 533, 3 Failure Experiences, 5 more chapters, please vote for me. May 29th, Sunday. It's time to learn about failure experiences once a month. In fact, relatively speaking, Pei Qian's expectations for Qiu Hong's course are stronger than those for Hian's course. After all, the latter has to make a turn and reverse operation before it can be used, and no one knows whether it will work after the reverse operation, while the former can just follow the failure experience. However, Pei Qian did not feel that he had gained anything from the last course, but was instead regarded as a confidant by Qiu Hong. This is really annoying. Qiu Hong talked about the failures caused by project management problems for a long time, and what he said was very correct, but Pei Qian could not use it at all. I can only look forward to some truly useful failure experiences today. Qiu Hong arrived at the cafe on time and shook hands with Ma Yang cordially. Mr. Ma. How is it? Has the company's project management improved this month? Pei Qian. Improvement? If I improve again, I will die. Pei Qian coughed twice. I benefited a lot from the last class, but time is limited, let's hurry up and get to the point. Qiu Hong nodded, yes, let's hurry up and get to the point. The two of them sat down and the waiter served them coffee. Qiu Hong took a sip of coffee and said, Mr. Ma, what I want to talk about today is also a very critical factor for failure. Among all game startups, there are definitely many teams that fail because of this factor. Pei Qian became excited immediately after hearing this. Such a universal failure experience? Then I have to listen carefully. Qiu Hong deliberately kept the question a secret, paused, and then said, the reason for failure is the boss or other external forces' random interference. Pei Qian, ? Qiu Hong did not notice that Ma Yang had a blank expression. He had completely fallen into the state of pouring out his heart before. This one, it's all tears when I talk about it. Most people in the game industry have a simple dream before entering the industry, which is to make something fun for players. Even if it's just a Krypton Gold game for big dog players, to Krypton? As long as he is happy with Krypton, our work will not be in vain. But this society is not that simple, because games are not something that can be made by one person. If you want to go to work, you have to face all kinds of office politics, stand in line, and have good relationships with others. Otherwise, you can't get resources, and no matter how good the project is, you can't do it. When you are doing executive planning, you have to listen to the functional planner, right? When you are doing functional planning, you have to listen to the chief planner, right? When you finally become the chief planner, you still have to listen to the producer, right? When you become a producer, you still have to listen to the investor, right? If you really become an investor, you still have to listen to the market and the money, because you don't want to let your money go down the drain. Look, you do have ideas, but you can't guarantee that the people who can command you have the same ideas as you. This thing is external interference. Think about it, a good idea, the producer changes it for you, the boss changes it for you, and finally the investor changes it again. When it is about to be released, the channel dealer asks you to change it again. After all these changes, you can't even recognize what it is. Pei Qian listened silently, his expression blank. It sounds like a very bright prospect. I really want someone to help me make some decisions and ruin the project. However, there is no one above Mr. Pei to make decisions, he has the final say. Even Mr. Pei often gives orders to his subordinates. But the problem is, after giving orders for a long time, the game didn't fail? On the contrary, the more he gave orders, the more successful it became. How can you explain this? Could it be that my way of giving orders was wrong? Pei Qian coughed twice. Well, I have a question. Mr. Qiu, you said, the boss's orders led to the failure of the project. Can you tell me how to give orders specifically? Qiu Hong looked surprised. Boss Ma, do I need to explain this? You can think of it if you just use your imagination. For example, you know what games are popular now, but the boss insists on doing the opposite. You know what the players like, but the boss insists on going against the players. There is no design plan on the market, but the boss insists on you coming up with one. Pei Qian fell silent again. It sounds like this is what I have been doing, right? Then my idea of losing money seems to be fine, right? How come the result is completely the opposite? No, this one is useless. It is a method I have tried before. I have to ask Qiu Hong to stop talking about it. Pei Qian felt that he couldn't waste precious time on this topic anymore, so he quickly said, "Well, I completely understand. This one is indeed very likely to lead to failure. But this experience is not very useful to me. Can we change it?" Qiu Hong was stunned for a moment. Not very useful? Mr. Ma, you should mean that you are unlikely to encounter this kind of problem, right? Well, it is true, Mr. Ma. Your immediate boss is Mr. Pei, who is a top game producer himself, and there is no possibility that you will fail due to the guidance of your boss. It's okay, Mr. Ma. I have already considered this point, so this is just an appetizer, and I have prepared other content later. Pei Qian was very happy. Great. I almost thought this class was wasted again. Qiu Hong continued, then, the next critical factor of failure is not being able to find the talent you want. Mr. Ma, you should be able to use this, right? Pei Qian agreed deeply. Well, I am really troubled by this. Qiu Hong smiled slightly and continued, a boss must not take on all the work. If he does, he will be exhausted like a dog and will not be able to do it well. At this time, you need to find a person in charge of your various businesses. This is different from project management. Project management is about how to use talents, and now we are talking about how to discover talents. Relatively speaking, discovering talents is more advanced. The reason why many failed projects failed is because the leaders did not have a good eye for people. They were deceived by some boastful liars and entrusted him with important tasks, but he had no actual ability at all. Pei Qian nodded vigorously. So, where are these liars? Qiu Hong didn't know how to answer for a while. Hidden in the vast sea of people. Pei Qian asked, then theoretically, the base of liars should not be small, right? Qiu Hong thought for a while. Who knows? No one has done any data survey in this area. But I think it should be okay. Most people will always encounter one or two scammers when starting a business, right? Pei Qian was silent. Does that mean I am unlucky? It still doesn't work. This one still doesn't seem to work. After all, I really don't have much talent in identifying scammers. Zhang Wang is the best example. Pei Qian coughed twice. Well, Mr. Qiu, this doesn't seem to help me. Qiu Hong was stunned for a moment. It's okay, Mr. Ma, I'll change another one. I don't have much successful experience, but I have plenty of failed experience. Pei Qian. Why did I inexplicably feel a sense of mutual appreciation? Qiu Hong thought for a while, then let me talk about the concept of common sense bias next. Pei Qian nodded, feeling that this theory seemed very high-end and should be helpful to him. Qiu Hong explained, in game companies, we often hear things like, the boss is an idiot, he doesn't know anything, I quit, or the new planner is too stupid, I fired him, and so on. This kind of conversation happens in many game companies, and even the tone is very similar. So why do people in the game industry always think that each other knows nothing? An experienced chief planner and a producer who can attract investment should both be insiders. They both say that the other party knows nothing. So who doesn't know anything? This is common sense bias. In other words, everyone's common sense is different. You and I are considering the same thing, but the common sense I think is not the same as yours, so we both think that the other party doesn't know anything at all. For example, the matter of copycat games, for capital or bosses, this is a proven successful experience, why not do it? But for most practitioners, what is the future of things that others have already done badly? Of course, this is just a very simple example. In actual work, this common sense bias will be more serious, and it will have an impact in the process of making games and in all aspects of company operations, and ultimately make the development of the project completely deviate from the initial expectations. Pei Qian blinked blankly. Isn't this what I am experiencing? A bosom friend. Pei Qian grabbed Qiu Hong's hand. Yes, 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 that's how I feel. I'm very distressed about this. So, how should we solve this common sense bias? Qiu Hong smiled. Well, it's easy to say, but hard to do. It's just to establish good communication between each other. The root cause of common sense bias is the inability to understand each other. As long as we can communicate well, let the other party understand our true thoughts, and form a joint force in the same direction in thought, then we can solve the problem of common sense bias to a certain extent. Pei Qian. His enthusiasm was extinguished again. How could this be another solution that I can't do at all? Communicate well and let the other party understand my true thoughts? I want to, but the problem is that the system doesn't allow it. I can't let others know that I am deliberately losing money. What's worse is that my employees seem to have formed a kind of joint force, but it's just the opposite direction of mine. Pei Qian was instantly discouraged. He learned 3 failure experiences today, which can be said to be a great harvest. However, I still can't use any of them. Qiu Hong looked at the watch. Today's class is almost up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Ma's requirements are really high. If I hadn't been well prepared before coming here, and I had a lot of failure experience, I might not be able to continue teaching today. What's the matter with this sad feeling? Fortunately, the course was successfully completed. Seeing Mr. Ma bowing his head in deep thought, he must be very inspired, right? Pei Qian raised his head. Mr. Qiu, I have one last question. What if, these 3 questions are no longer problems, what will happen? Qiu Hong was stunned, then smiled. Of course, congratulations to Mr. Ma, you can make money even if you lie down. Do whatever you want to do, don't be blindly commanded by anyone, select talents, each of whom can take charge of their own affairs, employees have no common sense deviation, and they all think and work together. If you don't succeed, who will succeed? Pei Qian. This is too heartbreaking. I came here to learn from the experience of failure, but after learning, I became more desperate. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Reading URL of the mobile version of Dingdian novel. Chapter 534, This is all due to the precise understanding of Mr. Pei's character. Monthly votes requested. May 30th, Monday. Liang Qingfan came to the Jingji hostel with the design drawings of the Golden Maze. He basically worked hard this week, but he didn't feel tired, but very excited. The work of an architect to produce drawings can be long or short. Some real estate companies, in order to achieve high turnover, even specifically issued documents requiring the Design Institute to produce drawings overnight after receiving marketing household matching and design requirements. This is just a more extreme example, which is very unreasonable and inhumane, but it is enough to show the hardship of the construction industry. For Liang Qingfan, the Golden Maze is not the most time-sensitive and difficult project he has received, but it is the most exciting project for him. The reasons are nothing more than 3, the money is sufficient, there is no excessive interference from the client, and no request for changes here and there, and the design itself has a lot of room for development, which is very interesting. Since the design is completely based on one's own ideas, there is sufficient voice and sufficient funds, then the inspiration and enthusiasm of every architect will be fully stimulated. When we arrived at the office of Jingji Hotel, Chen Kongtua and Chuzui were already waiting. Sorry for the long wait. Let me tell you about the design of the Golden Maze. However, some details may not be perfect enough, so you need to refine them. Chuzui nodded quickly, of course. Liang Qingfan began to explain his design plan based on the drawings. After conducting field measurements, I found that this factory building is relatively spacious and has strong plasticity, but if it is to be made into the maze required by President Pei, it seems that the area is not enough. After all, the shops must be large enough to store enough goods, and under this premise, the shops must be hidden, and the area of the maze itself must be large enough. So, I immediately considered that I should take advantage of the high ceiling of the factory building to stagger the entire golden maze, that is, to use the height of the space to stagger the shops and create a three-dimensional maze. At the same time, this staggered method can also make rest areas and viewing areas at certain nodes. When tourists rest in this area, they can see the locations of 2-3 shops and look at each other from a distance. This will drive them to continue looking for shops they have not been to before after resting. After all, they have seen the appearance of this shop, which can stimulate tourists' desire to explore. Of course, seeing and finding are completely different things. At the same time, exits will be reserved in all viewing areas and rest areas. These exits are usually camouflaged and no different from maze passages. If an emergency occurs, emergency indicators will be turned on to facilitate the rapid evacuation of tourists. Considering the construction period, we must use a large number of steel structures. After all, we are not paying for it, so we don't have to consider the cost issue. As for the decoration style, here is a simple rendering I made. Although Mr. Pei requires the effect to be magnificent, I don't think it is appropriate to make it pure gold everywhere. It is easy to cause visual fatigue, and the actual effect may appear more rustic, reminiscent of a nouveau riche wearing a big gold chain, which is different from the temperament we hope for. My consideration is, the basic style of the entire maze is consistent. To ensure the unity of style, we can consider using a variety of high-end materials with luxurious temperament, and then match them with specific lighting, so as to create a sense of luxury without making tourists feel rustic. At the same time, different details can be made in each area where the shops are located. For example, in the shop area that is more popular with young people, some figures and peripherals can be sold, and some red and light and rich orange can be used to symbolize vitality, vigor, and unrestrainedness. In the shop area that is more preferred by mature people, some high-quality souvenirs can be sold, and blue can be used to symbolize rationality and tranquility. In some warmer shop areas, couples' headwear, theme clothing, etc. can be sold, and wine red can be considered as embellishment. In some shops selling interesting things, we use purple with a sense of mystery. Considering that purple and gold are both relatively rich tones, which may cause an imbalance in the space, we need to use white and other tones for sporadic matching. These shops have direct access to employees and are not open to tourists. This is convenient for purchasing goods and prevents staff from walking through the maze every time they go to work. At the same time, we can also arrange random vendors in some special areas of the maze to sell some interesting things. In this way, if tourists want to find a fixed shop area, they can determine whether they have taken the wrong path based on the general environment around them. After all, the purpose of President Pei asking us to design this maze is to provide tourists with a novel and interesting shopping experience, not to really discourage tourists. Give some appropriate hints so that tourists can maintain a sense of exploration and mystery while not losing the motivation to shop because the shops are too difficult to find. That's about it. Do you have any opinions? After Liang Qingfan finished his general explanation, he looked up at the two people. Chen Kongtua and Chuzui said in unison, "Great. No objections." Liang Qingfan was a little embarrassed. "You two can speak up if you have any ideas. It is normal to change the plan according to the needs of the client. Don't be embarrassed." Chen Kongtua shook his head. "No, I really think this plan is perfect. I like the design that the rest area can overlook the shops and different color tones are used in different commodity areas. While meeting Mr. Pei's requirements, it also maximizes the functionality and practicality of the entire mall, achieving a perfect balance of exploration, entertainment, shopping, and other experiences. Mr. Pei has been telling us that professional things should be left to professionals, and we should not let laymen command the school. Just as Mr. Pei has full trust in Mr. Yuan, we must also have full trust in your design. Liang Qingfan couldn't help but smile. It seems that Mr. Pei's spirit has also been inherited by Tenda's employees. It's really worry-free to have such a party, eh? He looked at Chuzui again. Teacher Shi, you are responsible for the on-site construction. If you feel anything is wrong, you must raise it as soon as possible so that I can make changes. Chuzui shook his head, no objection. Just looking at the drawings, you can see that Teacher Liang has a solid foundation and considers all aspects very carefully. This kind of imagination is even more enviable. Anyway, I definitely can't design such a maze. Although I don't want to admit that foreign monks can chant sutras, it is true. Fortunately, President Pei invited you from the Magic City, otherwise if this maze is not done well, wouldn't I have to bear the blame? Liang Qingfan smiled. Mr. Shi, that's not right. I think you are mainly responsible for the project of Jingji Hostel, so you are too busy. If you can design without distraction, you will definitely be able to perfectly meet Mr. Pei's requirements. The two of them praised each other for business and were very satisfied with the plan. Okay, then I will hand this plan over to Mr. Li and ask them to arrange people for construction as soon as possible. Liang Qingfan yawned. Okay, then you two are busy. I have been a little sleep-deprived these days, so I will go back to catch up on my sleep. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. After more than an hour, Li Shi came to Chen Kongtua's office. Mr. Li, this is the shopping mall design plan we gave. Chen Kongtua and Chuzui introduced Liang Qingfan's plan to Mr. Li. Considering that Mr. Li is not a professional, Chuzui did not explain too many details during the introduction. He mainly explained the ideas, concepts, and specific functions of the entire design. When Li Shi first saw the extremely complex structural diagram and the magnificent renderings, he was shocked. How much does it cost to build a shopping mall that is as magnificent as a luxury goods counter and has so many complex structures? Is Mr. Pei trying to cheat me? However, after listening to Chen Kongtua and Chuzui's explanation, Li Shi's doubts instantly disappeared, replaced by a feeling of pride. Originally, I thought this plan was extortion, but after listening to the whole design, Li Shi felt that although it was not expensive, it was indeed effective. Not only can it be used as a shopping mall, but it can also be used as another tourist attraction of Jingji Hostel. Through this special way, it can create a good gimmick and stimulate tourist shopping desire. Moreover, the most important thing is that President Pei really put a lot of thought into this plan. The idea of making the mall into a maze must have been thought out by President Pei after racking his brains, right? Such a sophisticated and complex design plan, such a stylish decoration style, must have been specially designed by a professional designer at a high price, right? This is enough to show that President Pei attaches great importance to it. Once President Pei attaches importance to it, is there any reason why this project will not succeed? So the question is, why does President Pei attach great importance to it? President Li thinks that it is obviously because he has figured out President Pei's temper. He had already judged that Mr. Pei was a very calm person in business. He did everything for you and let you eat soup, all out of cold considerations of interests. If he had not taken the initiative to give away this mall, bear the decoration costs, and share half of the profits, Mr. Pei would definitely not have bothered to come up with this plan. It is precisely because I contributed this part of the profit to Mr. Pei and further tied everyone's interests together that Mr. Pei was willing to spend some brain cells to give an excellent design plan. Look, this is a win-win situation. In the final analysis, this cooperation can be achieved because of my accurate grasp and guessing of Mr. Pei's character. Should I wear a red flower? After Qin Kongtua introduced the plan, he said, Mr. Li, if you have any opinions or suggestions on this plan. Li Shi waved his hand, no opinion at all. Since it is the plan given by Mr. Pei, there must be no problem. I will arrange it now and try to start work as soon as possible. Chapter 535 Buying a building and picking up trash, asking for monthly tickets. May 31st. Pei Qian, who was having lunch at the Handong University branch of the Moyu Internet Cafe, received a call from Sun. Mr. Pei, the building you arranged for me to find has been found. When are you going to come and see it? Pei Qian thought for a while, maybe at 2 p.m. You go to the hotel in advance to pick up Mr. Liang, and then come to the Internet Cafe to pick me up, and we will go together. Also, send me the information of the 2 districts, I will take a look first. It has been a month since Pei Qian moved into his new home. After living there for a month, Pei Qian was very satisfied with the model of the sloth apartment. While trying to persuade other tenants to leave as much as possible, he also ensured his own living experience. So far, only Pei Qian lives in the first building of the sloth apartment, and there are no other tenants at all. This is partly because the sloth apartment did not have much publicity, and partly because the price was too high and there were too many rules, which directly persuaded a few customers who found it by chance to leave. In short, so far, everything is fine. So Pei Qian thought that it was almost time to continue. The money from the movie box office has not been spent yet, and buying a building can quickly consume this money. At the same time, considering that the fixed asset conversion rate is 10%, it is more appropriate for Pei Qian to control the amount of money used for buying buildings in this cycle to 60 to 70 million. He spent 30 million before and can spend another 40 million. This time, Pei Qian plans to buy 2 more buildings and spend about 35 million. The remaining money will be used for decoration, and if it is not enough, he will continue to add. Some successful experiences must be passed down, such as this house must have flaws. For example, houses with strange layouts can be given priority. Square, north-south transparent layouts are easy to rent out if they are decorated a little more beautifully, while strange layouts often mean that the living experience will not be too good, the space will be wasted, and the cost performance is poor. If the price of such a house is slightly increased, no one will be willing to rent it. At the same time, successful experiences such as not allowing self-purchase of furniture, arranging housekeepers, and cleaning to increase the premium, and implementing a minimalist decoration style must also be inherited. In addition, Pei Qian also considered supplementing some deficiencies in the existing model. Previously, the apartment he bought was a fully furnished one, mainly because Pei Qian was anxious to move in, and he wanted to see whether the sloth apartment model could make a loss as soon as possible. Therefore, the previous decoration was spent on soft furnishings, including a large TV, high-end furniture, various smart home appliances, smart dimming glass, etc. This time, Pei Qian decided to buy a more rundown building and also do the hard furnishings. Wouldn't that mean he could spend more money? Anyway, I don't live there, and I don't plan to rent it out. It's okay if the construction period is a little longer and the living experience is a little worse. For the same amount of money, one option is to buy a high-priced, well-decorated building, and the other option is to buy a low-priced, unpopular, dilapidated building, and then spend all the money saved on decoration. Obviously, the second option actually obtains less fixed assets and has a greater impact on settlement. This time, Pei Qian wants to buy 2 more buildings. Considering that eggs cannot be put in the same basket, he deliberately chose 2 styles that are completely different from the City Dawn building and asked Sun to find 2 buildings of specified styles. One is a commercial and residential building with a small number of households. The other is an old building in a remote urban area that has been uninhabited for many years. In short, the purpose is to pick up garbage in various ways. Now most of the houses can be found on the internet, not to mention that there are all kinds of agents who want to take money from your pocket, so it is not difficult to find similar places. After Pei Qian handed this job to Sun ran around Jingzhou for 2 times and found it quickly. At the beginning of the month, Sun was supposed to be responsible for receiving Liang Qingfan, but a few days later, Liang Qingfan thought it would be better for him to wander around Jingzhou freely, so Sun stopped following him. Pei Qian arranged for him to go house hunting. So far, Liang Qingfan has officially been herding sheep in Jingzhou for nearly a month, and Pei Qian thinks it is about time to arrange for him to continue his new job. After lunch, the waiter cleared the tableware and brought a cup of coffee. Pei Qian drank coffee while calling Liang Qingfan. After a few rings, Liang Qingfan picked up the phone. Hello? President Pei? With a nasal tone, it seemed that he had just woken up. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy. This is probably because he had a month of fun and had too much fun, otherwise it was 12 o'clock in the afternoon and he was still sleeping? Nap? There is no reason to take a nap after 11 o'clock. Very good, I appreciate this kind of people who travel and sleep when they are not working and never think about work. Pei Qian didn't ask more questions, for fear that Liang Qingfan would misunderstand and think that he was spurring him on. I've thought about it, Sloth apartment is almost ready to enter the second phase. How about it, can we start construction? Liang Qingfan, of course. Pei Qian was very satisfied. Okay, then hurry up and get up, have a meal at the hotel, Sun will pick you up, and then we will go to see the house together. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian began to check the detailed information of the 2 sites sent by Sun, and then searched for general information on the internet. One is Shandong Garden Commercial and Residential Building, which has convenient transportation in the city and has just been completed recently, but because it is a newly developed commercial and residential building, it has not had time to sell a few units yet. The other is Building Number 9 in Binhe District, which was built in 2001 in the suburbs of Jingzhou. The only thing worth mentioning is that there is a park nearby and a small artificial lake with a lake view. But from the perspective of the apartment type, it is as weird as the apartment type of the city dawn that never sets. The rental prices of these 2 places are obviously lower than those of residential buildings in other districts in the same area, and they are obviously very unpopular. As for why they are unpopular, it is obvious that each has its own disadvantages. Pei Qian was very happy. Sun is still quite reliable. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Pei Qian and Liang Qingfan first came to Shandong Garden Commercial and Residential Building. The sales consultant was very enthusiastic, but Pei Qian directly and politely left him at the door. There are professional architects here. Do you still need to listen to your nonsense? The entire commercial and residential building has a total of 11 floors, excluding the ground floor. Each floor has 2 elevators and 7 households, with a floor height of 5.5 meters. The apartment area is 38.5 square meters, and the price per square meter is 7,000 yuan, which is nearly 270,000 yuan for a whole set. In this way, the total cost of the entire commercial and residential building is just over 20 million yuan. Liang Qingfan understood immediately after seeing the apartment. Boss, Pei, you want to buy a commercial and residential building? Pei Qian nodded, yes. Liang Qingfan didn't say much. Since Boss Pei decided to buy a commercial and residential building, he must have known about its shortcomings. Pei Qian did know about it, but these shortcomings were exactly why he decided to buy a commercial and residential building. Compared with ordinary residential buildings, commercial and residential buildings have a shorter property right period. Water, electricity, property fees, heating fees, etc. are all calculated according to commercial standards, and the cost of living is relatively high. The overall residential density is relatively high, and the apartment type is not transparent from north to south, so the comfort level of living is often relatively poor. Pei Qian pondered that although the price of commercial and residential buildings is generally 30% to 40% lower than that of residential buildings, the appreciation potential is poor, the daily expenses are high, and the property right period is short. If you spend a lot of money on decoration, wouldn't it be easier to lose money? As for why you want to buy a new building, there are some older commercial and residential buildings, but since Sloth Apartment needs to arrange building management and cleaning, it must buy the entire building to facilitate the arrangement. Unless the old building is the kind that no one wants and the residents are eager to get rid of it, it will be very troublesome if you encounter one or two nail households who are unwilling to move. Therefore, it is more worry-free to buy this kind of new building. Even if a few households have been sold, you can consider buying it again with a slightly higher price. Pei Qian looked around. This apartment was square and basically the same as a normal loft. The lower floor was the living room, dining room, and kitchen, but there was no gas, so he could only use an oven, microwave, induction cooker, etc. Pei Qian nodded silently. Yes, this was also a relatively satisfying place. The layout of the second floor was relatively simple, and it was used purely as a bedroom. Pei Qian walked around and found that the living environment here was generally good, but the area was very small. This meant that if he continued to decorate in the same minimalist style as before, the whole house would not be able to accommodate too many things, and the actual living experience would definitely not be good. Add to that the building management, cleaning, and daily water and electricity bills, and Pei Qian was confident that he could raise the rental price to a level that even the average young artist would not be willing to rent. Pei Qian walked around and felt quite satisfied. He turned around and asked, "Mr. Liang, do you think this price is appropriate?" Liang Qingshan thought for a while. It's a little high, but it's also within the acceptable range. However, the biggest problem is. Pei Qian didn't wait for Liang Qingshan to finish, and turned to Sun and said, "Okay, I bought it. Notify Assistant Xian, and then we will continue to look at the next building." Liang Qingshan. The agent had been waiting at the door and didn't follow in. Seeing Pei Qian was about to leave after a round, he hurried to greet him. "Sir, if you are not satisfied with this house, there are other things you can consider." Pei Qian walked out directly. "I want this building, and someone will come to sign the contract with you in the afternoon." Liang Qingshan followed Pei Qian and silently swallowed the shortcomings of this apartment that he wanted to remind Mr. Pei. The agent looked at the backs of the three people leaving, blinked, and didn't react for a while. "Bought? A whole building? Are you making fun of me?" After leaving Shandong Garden, Pei Qian and Liang Qingshan went to the next door, Building 9, Binhe District. Because it is in the suburbs, it took a full 40 minutes to drive there. There is a park near Binhe District, and there is an artificial lake in the park. You can see the scenery of the park from the upper floors. The higher the floor, the better the view. Building 9 has a total of 8 floors, with 2 households per elevator. Like the next door Building 8, there are semi-cylindrical protrusions facing the park and the artificial lake. Each house is more than 60 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, with an average price of 8,000 and a total price of 500,000. The total price of this building is more than 8 million. This price is also significantly lower than the average house price in Jingzhou City. On the one hand, it is because it is in the suburbs, and on the other hand, it is because no one has moved in for several years, and no one has even rented it, so the price has naturally dropped all the way. The agent led Pei Qian and others to the top floor of Building 9. Opposite was a 180-degree curved floor-to-ceiling window, and the beautiful scenery was simply unobstructed. Pei Qian couldn't help but frowned and wanted to retreat on the spot. However, he saw Liang Qingshan frowning, and instantly changed his mind. "Is there anything wrong with this house?" Pei Qian asked. Liang Qingshan had an eye-catching expression. "Of course there is a problem, otherwise why would this entire building be empty until now?" The entrance door and the corridor are only 70 centimeters apart. It's so narrow that it's difficult to move furniture in. Moreover, the waterproof layer of this old house built 10 years ago seems to be damaged. There are mold spots on the ceiling and traces of water accumulation can be seen in the corners. If you want to live here, you must redo it. The kitchen is in a corner of the living room, and the bathroom is also very small. The user experience will be very poor. And this arc-shaped floor-to-ceiling window is the same as the previous house in City Dawn. Because of the irregular shape, the utilization rate is very low. But the house in City Dawn is large, so I can't feel anything. The area of this house is limited. If I can't make full use of these spaces, the living experience will definitely be worse than that of City Dawn. Several levels. Besides, the structure of this house seems to have some problems. There must be a reason why it is sold so cheaply. If ordinary designers and decoration companies are willing to take over, someone will definitely buy it for decoration. But until now, no one has moved in or decorated it. This shows that this house is difficult to renovate. Ordinary decoration companies dare not take this job. In short, the structure of this house is probably not suitable for large-scale renovation, or the renovation is very difficult. Scarce landscape is only valuable in the luxury housing market. It is a typical chicken rib in the ordinary housing market. Not only is there no premium, it may even be a deduction item. Pei Qian nodded, I understand. Son, I bought this building and the adjacent building 8. Qingshan, ? I just said so much, but Mr. Pei didn't listen at all? Buying one building is fine, but buying 2 buildings at once? 16 million yuan was directly invested? If Qingshan felt that the previous commercial and residential building was barely acceptable, then this building is completely unacceptable, and he must say 2 words. Mr. Pei, I just said that the renovation of this building will be very difficult, and it is even unknown whether it can be renovated well. Pei Qian smiled and patted his arm, so this can better show the level of the designer, isn't it? Chapter 536, Still Penniless. Third update, please vote. Pei's sudden praise stunned Qingshan. After 2 seconds of silence, Qingshan said a little embarrassedly, but Pei, this is not only a design problem, but also a cost problem. Take this house for example. The house itself is only 500,000 yuan. The full set of modifications and decorations will cost at least 300,000 yuan. The decoration is almost as expensive as the house. It's not worth it. You also bought 2 buildings at once, with a total of 32 households. If you decorate it according to the standard of 300,000 yuan, the decoration fee will be nearly 10 million yuan. The previous commercial and residential building is also the same. There are 77 households in total. Each household is decorated according to the standard of about 120,000 yuan, which also costs 10 million yuan. Add to that, it will cost 20 million yuan to decorate these apartments. Pei was silent. Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Pei just didn't calculate the economic account clearly before. It is estimated that he just bought the house because it was cheap and didn't think about the decoration cost at all. Although the renovation cost of the building in City Dawn is also very high, it has a large area. And it is fully decorated and can be rented out to local tycoons. This house is so run down, no one wants to buy it and no one lives in it, but it still costs at least 300,000 to renovate it. This is too much. It's not useless, it's just too cost-effective. However, Pei Qian was silent for a moment and asked, 20 million, can it be increased? Is it difficult to add another 10 million? Although the purchase of the house has already spent most of the money from the box office of Beautiful Ming, the revenue sharing on Ellie Island has already begun. After winning the award last month, the number of views of Beautiful Ming on Ellie Island has been rising again. Under the effect of the profit-sharing contract, a large amount of funds are received every month. Pei Qian is eager to spend more money on decoration. After all, spending money on decoration seems to be the most risky way to spend money. Liang Qingfan blinked and realized that he had completely misunderstood. What do you mean? Mr. Pei doesn't think that 20 million is too much, but 20 million is too little. Liang Qingfan couldn't help but frown, his brain working fast. Boss Pei, I understand. You want to use exquisite design and luxurious decoration to give this ordinary house a luxury attribute, so that you can rent it to tenants who are not sensitive to price at a high premium? The previous house was large and had a high rent, so the choice of tenants was very limited, and it could only be rented to the rich, and the latest buildings are all apartment-type buildings, and the prices of the buildings themselves are very cheap, so you plan to attract the general wealth group through this luxurious decoration method, which is equivalent to providing them with an opportunity to experience a luxurious life. Pei Qian, 20 million, don't add a cent. Liang Qingfan reminded him, and Pei Qian suddenly realized that this could indeed lead to serious consequences. The system sets a rent ceiling for the houses in Sloth Apartment. Although the decoration situation will be taken into consideration, it is mainly based on the average price of houses in the same area. Therefore, the large flat where Pei Qian lived before could be rented so high, mainly because of its large area. However, the newly purchased buildings are all apartment-type buildings. The commercial and residential buildings are less than 40 square meters, and the houses here are only more than 60 square meters. Moreover, the former is commercial and residential, and the latter is not in a good location. Even if the decoration is good, the system will not allow Pei Qian to set a very high rent. It is estimated that it will be at most 2,000–4,000. At this time, if Pei Qian decorated the house lavishly, spent a lot of money to equip it with branded sofas, large TVs, expensive furniture, etc., and then asked Liang Qingfan to design it like this, that would indeed dissuade some of the poorest tenants, but it would only attract the wealthy. When the time comes, those young artists will see that although this house is smaller in area, has a weird layout, poor lighting, cannot buy furniture by yourself, has a lot of problems, and the monthly rent is more than 1,000 yuan more expensive than other houses, it is luxuriously decorated. This sofa alone costs 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. If you pay an extra 1,000 yuan in rent to enjoy this kind of luxurious life, you will have to squeeze in to live in it? Pei Qian came back to this and realized that he really couldn't spend too much money on these houses like the previous one. After all, the previous large flat was rarely affordable for the rich in Jingzhou, and the more this type of house, the less sensitive the tenants are to the premium. And this type of house, the rule that only allows the whole rental will definitely be greatly discounted. Just follow the standard you just mentioned, 20 million. The houses here will be decorated according to the standard of 300,000 per set, and the commercial and residential ones will be decorated according to the standard of 150,000 per set. That's it. Pei Qian emphasized again. Liang Qingfan. Shouldn't we try to figure out Mr. Pei's intentions? I just wanted to try it today, but I failed on the spot. Sure enough, this is a technical job, and I need to practice more. Liang Qingfan thought he had understood Mr. Pei's routine, but he was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Mr. Pei as soon as he came up with the idea. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. And Pei Qian looked at Liang Qingfan with more appreciation. Okay, I like this kind of brother who can't hide his words and has something to say. Other employees understood behind my back, but didn't tell me. You understood in front of me, and expressed your understanding exactly. You helped me correct a possible mistake. You are a teachable child. Pei Qian coughed twice. Mr. Liang, what do you think of asking you to be the person in charge of Sloth Apartment? Of course, to be precise, it should be a partner. You can directly enjoy the high-level treatment of Tenda Group, including monthly bonuses based on the score of TPDB website and the investment in the project. Liang Qingfan was even more excited. A month ago, President Pei had already expressed his intention to recruit him. At that time, Liang Qingfan did not agree immediately with the idea of being reserved. During this month, Liang Qingfan also learned more about Tenda and had already made up his mind. This must come, the treatment is too good. As the person in charge, you can get a very generous bonus based on the reputation and investment of the project. Compared with the previous studio, the income will be overwhelming. What's more, being able to work with a leader like President Pei will be a great help to the development of your career. Liang Qingfan almost agreed, but after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Boss Pei, can I make a request?" Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Oh, this guy can resist the temptation of Tenda's welfare and bargain with me? Good, I like guys like you who can raise the price with me, so I don't have to rack my brains to find reasons to increase your salary. Come on, blackmail me. Pei Qian nodded, of course, you can raise it as you like. Liang Qingfan coughed twice, Boss Pei, I noticed that you have opened many physical stores, and they are still expanding, including Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway Store, Managed Fitness Center, etc. Of course I am obliged to decorate the sloth apartment. But I noticed that the decoration style of your other stores seems to be a bit mediocre. If you plan to renovate the decoration of all these stores in the future, can you give this job to me as well? Nothing else, I just think that the current store style is a bit unworthy of Tenda's style. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. That's it? Why don't you take the opportunity to raise the salary or something? But on second thought, this proposal is not bad. Pei Qian nodded, of course, I'll leave it all to you. So, when you're done with the sloth apartment, you can start looking for whichever store has good business, you can decorate that store. If it was before, when Moyu Internet Cafe was not popular, Pei Qian would definitely reject Liang Qingfan's request. What reinstall? Why reinstall when you're losing money now? But now, it's different, Moyu Internet Cafe is already popular and full, and renovating it again will not make it more popular or profitable, and it will cost renovation fees and cannot be opened during the renovation period. How much money will it lose in this round? It's a good deal. So Pei Qian emphasized that Liang Qingfan should only renovate those shops that make a lot of money, and those shops that lose money, such as hosting gyms, should not be touched. Liang Qingfan nodded, okay, Mr. Pei, thank you for your trust in me. Although he didn't quite understand why Mr. Pei asked him to start renovating the profitable stores first, Liang Qingfan didn't ask much. After all, putting such an important matter in his hands completely, it has already shown Mr. Pei's trust in him. Okay, Mr. Pei, then I will produce a few renderings based on the characteristics of the new house type in the near future. After you pick a little, find a construction team to start work immediately. Liang Qingfan couldn't help but be full of energy. The commercial and residential buildings are not so bad, because the hard decoration is almost done, and the main thing is the soft decoration, which can be done quickly. The houses in Binhe district are more troublesome, because both buildings need hard decoration, and a large number of construction teams need to be found, and the construction period will be very tight. Of course, the advantage is that the house types are the same, so you only need to come up with one plan. Choose the renderings? No, it's still the same style as before. Pei Qian emphasized, minimalist style. He thought for a moment and added, smart home and big TV are not necessary. The cost can be considered in the overall renovation budget. The important thing is the overall style, which must be consistent. A big TV over there costs 240,000 yuan, and it is limited nationwide, so you can't buy it even if you want to. What's more, Pei Qian is also worried that if such an expensive TV is really equipped for this type of apartment, many people will rush to rent a house just for this TV. What should I do? After all, the rent here is much cheaper than the large flat over in the city Dawn. It's better to do it according to the style of home and four walls, to ensure the effect of persuading ordinary people, and at the same time avoid excessive luxury to attract a group of literary youths or capital. Liang Qingfan was stunned. Is the minimalist style also used here? Mr. Pei, the newly purchased buildings are all apartment types. If the minimalist style is used in the apartment type, the effect will be greatly reduced, and the storage space of the apartment type is more important. If all of them are removed, this house can't be lived in. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. The effect is discounted? The house can't be lived in? Great! This is what I want. Professional architects think this is not okay, so how can I make money? Absolutely not. Pei Qian smiled slightly. Don't worry, this is the style of sloth apartment. Since it is the same brand, the style must be unified, right? Chapter 537 President Pei wants us to work together as one. Fourth update, please vote. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. June 2, Thursday. Liang Qingfan has been in seclusion for 2 days. The blueprints of the 2 buildings have been obtained. After all, the commercial and residential side is a new building, which is relatively easy to deal with. The house in Binhe community is already very old. After finding the property, it took a lot of effort to find the previous construction drawings. Then, Liang Qingfan began to retreat and autistic at the same time. This time, I really don't understand President Pei's intention. Liang Qingfan can understand that President Pei wants to do the minimalist style for the large flat before. After all, those who can afford to rent the house, there must be local tyrants, and there should still be people among the local tyrants who like this minimalist style. But this double-story loft of more than 40 square meters and the 2-bedroom apartment of more than 60 square meters are also in minimalist style? What else can be left in this house? Liang Qingfan feels that he can solve some aesthetic problems. It's nothing more than spending more time. But how does Mr. Pei plan to solve the problem of this house being too impractical? I was confused, but I didn't ask too much. The double-story loft on the commercial and residential side is relatively easy to deal with. After all, the area is small, and the purpose of which area can be used for what is very clear, and the plan can be decided quickly. On the contrary, the magical lake view room on the Binhe community side needs to be modified with great effort. The semicircular 180-degree arc-shaped living room needs to be refunctionally divided and the utilization rate improved. The kitchen and bathroom must be expanded, and the entrance door and corridor must also be widened. These will directly affect the living experience. If it is not done well, then no matter how fancy the decoration is, it will still fail. Fortunately, after getting the structural diagram, Liang Qingfan found that some parts that seemed to be load-bearing walls before were actually not load-bearing and could be changed. But even so, this plan requires a lot of effort to implement. Come on. Mr. Pei said that this difficult room type can show the level of the designer. I have to change this room type no matter what, and I can't live up to Mr. Pei's expectations. Liang Qingfan temporarily put aside the doubts in his mind and continued to concentrate on perfecting his design plan. June 3, Friday. Mayu Takeaway Store No. 1, Food Lab. Rui Yuchen is tasting the newly launched fitness package alone in the store. Although he is the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe, Rui Yuchen always feels that he cannot be separated from the customers. He should often visit the store, chat with customers, and even play the role of a waiter himself. Today, he suddenly had an idea and sent the waiter away, and became a waiter himself. There were no customers at this time, so he decided to try the newly launched fitness package. In the transparent glass lunchbox, on one side was stir-fried beef slices adorned with onions, carrots, and green peppers, and on the other side were banana oatmeal cakes and fried cod. There are fish, meat, and vegetables, which are healthy and more in line with Chinese eating habits. Before, the fitness meals developed by Moyu Takeaway had been promoted in various managed gyms, and the response was very good. But Rui Yuchen did not stop there, but continued to develop new fitness meals. Because he knew very well that even if Chinese fitness meals satisfied the taste of customers and could be eaten for a long time, they would still get tired of eating the same dish too much. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that there are enough types of meals and that they can be constantly changed to keep customers fresh. When eating fitness meals is no longer a task for customers, but full of expectations, it means that the fitness meal is a success. Now, it can only be regarded as a preliminary success, and the dishes must be enriched. Just as he was about to start eating, Rui Yuchen saw a familiar figure. "Brother Lin, you're here, sit down." Rui Yuchen stood up to greet him. Lin Sanrong found a chair and sat down, looking around. This was his first time to come to the food laboratory of Moyu Takeout. Rui Yuchen said to the kitchen, "Another fitness meal." Lin Sanrong said with emotion, "The food laboratory of Moyu Takeout is quite good." Rui Yuchen stood up and took a drink for Lin Sanrong, and said with a smile, "It's all done according to President Pei's wishes." "By the way, Brother Lin, didn't you say before that Mingyun Private Kitchen also wanted to set up a food laboratory? How is it going?" Lin Sanrong shook his head. President Pei didn't agree. Didn't agree? Rui Yuchen was stunned. Why? Mingyun Private Kitchen should study food more and provide a better dining experience for high-end diners, right? Lin Sanrong took the juice from Rui Yuchen and said while drinking, "I thought so at first, and then I thought about it for a long time before I understood President Pei's deep meaning. I was also puzzled before. President Pei said that he would not let me open a branch or a food laboratory, but allowed me to spend money. Where else can this money be spent? I thought about it for a long time and finally decided to spend money on employee training." Rui Yuchen was stunned. Employee training? Lin Sanrong nodded. Yes, directly recruit people who can speak multiple languages proficiently from Handong University to be waiters with high salaries, and at the same time, all waiters will be uniformly trained so that they must remember the ingredients, methods, heat, taste and other characteristics of each dish, so that they can answer fluently when customers ask. By the way, I also signed up for the previous waiters. With more manpower, the shift time will be freed up, and they can take turns to learn foreign languages during work hours. Rui Yuchen, ah? Lin Sanrong explained, I carefully considered the hint given to me by President Pei before deciding to do this. The reason why President Pei did not let me open a branch is that Mingyun Private Kitchen is a high-end restaurant with limited ingredients, and the chefs are hired from all over the world with high salaries. Talent is scarce, and opening a branch without guaranteeing the taste is equivalent to destroying one's own brand. So, President Pei cares about this brand. If you continue to spend money, where can you spend the money? It must be to improve the influence of this golden brand. I thought about it, the chef's cooking skills are already very high, and it can only improve slowly. Spending more money may not necessarily help. In terms of ingredients, basically the top ingredients have been obtained, so the only thing that can continue to improve is the details of the service. So, we have to work harder on these waiters. Who knows, there may be foreign friends coming to Mingyun Private Kitchen to eat in the future. The waiters can speak multiple languages, which can greatly improve their satisfaction. It is actually meaningful to spend money in this regard. Rui Yuchen suddenly realized, so that's how it is. President Pei actually has such an international vision? Indeed, Mingyun Private Kitchen is already well known in China, and we have to prepare in advance to receive foreign friends. Lin Sanrong continued, in addition, I also arranged managed fitness for all the waiters in Mingyun Private Kitchen. I think that President Pei opened a managed gym near Mingyun Villa even though he knew that the gym would lose money there, mostly for employees to use. Later, I observed that, as expected, the people from the DGE Sports Club had been arranged there. I think Mingyun Private Kitchen cannot lag behind, so I arranged for the waiters to exercise. There are indeed some problems with the body management of several waiters, which may leave a bad impression on customers. This is also an aspect that can be improved. Rui Yuchen nodded, so that's the case. But I still think that it's not a bad idea for Mingyun Private Kitchen to open a food laboratory to improve the taste. The two were chatting when the fitness meal was ready. Come on, Brother Lin, try the new fitness meal developed by the food laboratory first. Rui Yuchen got up and went to the back kitchen to bring the fitness meal and put it in front of Lin Sanrong. Lin Sanrong took 2 bites and said, "Well, it's okay." Rui Yuchen smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you taste the dishes from Mingyun Private Kitchen every day. I am already very satisfied if you can say, okay. Lin Sanrong continued to eat. I really think it's okay. For a fitness meal, it's simply too delicious, okay? Where were we just talking about? Rui Yuchen, I just said that it's not a bad idea to open a food laboratory at Mingyun Private Kitchen to improve the taste. Lin Sanrong nodded, yes, in fact, President Pei has also considered this. He didn't let Mingyun Private Kitchen open a food laboratory, saying, at most, you can use the research results of the Moyu Takeaway Food Laboratory. Rui Yuchen was stunned. Use our research results? Our research results are useless. They are all cheap meals. It's impossible to sell them to Mingyun Private Kitchen. Lin Sanrong smiled and shook his head. I thought so at first. But then I realized that President Pei's words had a deeper meaning. Both of our departments are in the catering business. On the surface, one is high-end catering and the other is affordable catering, but they are both brands under Tenda. If we each open a food laboratory, you will definitely do yours and I will do mine. The resources between us cannot be integrated and utilized, and this will also cause a waste of resources. What's more, it is reasonable to run a food laboratory with the scale of Moyu Takeaway. Mingyun Private Kitchen is too small. No matter how popular it is just a restaurant. Running a food laboratory is like a small horse pulling a big cart. It is very strenuous. But what if we integrate our resources? Boss Pei said that by allowing Mingyun Private Kitchen to use the research success of Moyu Takeaway, he was hinting that we should not be so clearly divided, but to study together and use the research results together. A food laboratory is enough. Rui Yuchen suddenly realized, oh, that's it. Lin Sanrong continued, so I plan to arrange chefs to come to the food laboratory regularly to try new methods and new dishes. At that time, I will ask your nutritionists and professionals to help and give some advice. Rui Yuchen nodded decisively, of course, I'd love to. When the new dishes are developed, we can also use them, and maybe we can give some new inspiration to the people in the laboratory. Lin Sanrong couldn't help but sigh. Boss Pei still sees the problem clearly. Before, Lin Sanrong had always been a little upset. Why did Moyu Takeaway keep losing money and expanding, while Mingyun Private Kitchen kept making money but there was no movement? Is Boss Pei partial? Now it seems that he misunderstood Boss Pei. Mr. Pei always emphasizes that Mingyun Private Kitchen and Moyu Takeout are both important links in Tenda's layout in the catering industry, and they should work together without distinction. Chapter 538 Found a way to backstab Yuan Guanjian. Monthly votes requested. June 4th, Saturday. Regular meeting of management trainees. It is obvious that the management trainees are now fully familiar with the work assigned by Pei Qian. Whether it is intelligence gathering or reporting to President Pei, they have become familiar with it and are at ease. Sloth Apartment is currently mainly engaged in the design of the 3 buildings. Mr. Liang Qingfan seems to be in seclusion to design the drawings. Pei Qian nodded. He knew all this information, so he didn't care too much. The main significance of the management trainee system is that it allows Pei Qian to grasp some of the things that may cause profits in the daily work of various departments, but it is obviously not omnipotent. For example, if Pei Qian personally monitors some projects that have just started, then the management trainees may not know more than Pei Qian. For example, management trainees can only obtain some information during working hours. If the heads of various departments do something privately, the management trainees will not be able to know. For this, Pei Qian has no way to deal with it. You can't let management trainees really be underground workers, keeping an eye on what their supervisors are doing 24 hours a day, right? So, although this system is not particularly perfect, as long as it can be improved compared to the previous one, it will be fine. Moyu Takeaway continues to invest a lot of money in the research and development of fitness meals and has launched several new flavors. At the same time, Moyu Takeaway is also planning the next batch of stores to further expand the coverage of Moyu Takeaway. This news is generally good for Pei Qian, but it seems that there are some hidden dangers. Rui Yuchen really dares to spend money, which makes Pei Qian very appreciative. The large-scale opening of stores and the burning of money for the food laboratory have made Pei Qian applaud and wish he could continue to increase the intensity. After all, for Moyu Takeaway, opening one more store means losing a little more money. Where can you find such a good thing? As for the development of several new flavors of fitness meals, this seems to be a hidden danger, but Pei Qian considers 2 points. First, the gym is still in a state of loss. A few more kinds of fitness meals can at most make it easier for those who have signed up to stick to it. When the gym itself does not show any signs of profitability, it can be observed for a while. Secondly, the food laboratory has been opened. After investing in research and development funds, there must be some results, right? If Rui Yuchen is not allowed to continue developing fitness meals, he might have to research new meals to improve the taste of Moyu takeout, which seems to be more harmful. It is more cost-effective to let him continue to develop fitness meals. The Wuming restaurant is conducting staff training, letting employees go to the gym to exercise, squeezing out time for employees to learn foreign languages, and also directly hired high-achieving students who are proficient in multiple languages from Handong University to work as waiters at high salaries. In addition, a series of requirements are also put forward for the waiters, such as requiring the waiters to accurately indicate the ingredients, heat, workmanship, etc. of each dish. This news aroused Pei Qian's interest, because he had never paid attention to Mingyun Private Kitchen before. Now it seems that Manager Lin seems to have come to his senses. Pei Qian pondered for a while. Compared with opening a branch, spending this money on waiters is already the most cost-effective choice, not to mention that the waiters are required to master multiple languages. How many international friends know Mingyun Private Kitchen? Jingzhou is not an international metropolis, there are few foreigners in the local area, and Mingyun Private Kitchen is located in a remote area. Moreover, even if there are a few foreigners who eat at Mingyun Private Kitchen and have a good experience because the waiters can speak foreign languages, how much impact can it have? The cost-effectiveness is very low no matter how you look at it. Wait, Lin Sanrong did something so cost-ineffective, is he angry? He saw that Moyu Takeout was not making much money, but he still kept opening branches and expanding, and Mingyun Private Chef's requests were all rejected. So he was angry with me and simply spent all the money he earned on something meaningless? If this is true, then I can only say, well done. Please increase your efforts. At the Jingji Hotel, the plan for the mall has been finalized. It is named the Golden Maze and intensive construction has already begun. This project seems to be extremely expensive. Mr. Li had to spend a lot of time to convince other investors to pay. Oh, I really got fooled. Pei Qian was very happy. Chen Kongtua was quite obedient. I wanted to build a luxurious maze to blackmail Mr. Li and his friends. The decoration fee alone was painful for them. In the end, they really built a maze for me. It was a golden maze? It sounds expensive. No wonder Mr. Li had to convince other investors. I guess other investors didn't expect me to be so arrogant and ask for so much, right? Well, yes, the cracks of disunity seem to have appeared. If it happens twice, these investors will definitely be driven away. There are still not many staff changes in the managed gym, and the growth of new customers is very slow. The stickiness of old customers seems to have improved, and the midterm churn rate has decreased. I analyzed the current data of the gym and found two main reasons. On the one hand, the improvement of fitness meals makes it easier for many people to stick to it, and the more important reason should be survivor bias. Customers who can stick to it have become accustomed to this fitness model, so the stickiness of customers who stay will definitely become stronger and stronger. But this does not mean that the situation of the gym has improved. After all, it cannot solve the problem of attracting new customers. No matter how strong the stickiness of these old customers is, the gym cannot make a profit. Well, very good. This compensation student is worthy of being a planner in the managed gym. He can master all the data of the gym and analyze the situation very thoroughly. After all the compensation students finished their reports, Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Everyone has done a good job. I would like to praise the compensation students of the managed gym. They analyzed through objective data. Everything they reported was based on factual data. Compared with some idealized judgments, they are more pragmatic. In the future, everyone should learn to use data to observe. After all, data will not lie. Well, today's meeting ends here. Thank you for your hard work. Let's adjourn. After the meeting, Pei Qian left the company and planned to sit in Moyu Internet Cafe for a while. As usual, he ordered a cup of coffee. Pei Qian took out the laptop that he left in Moyu Internet Cafe and continued to sort out the mind maps of various departments. Half an hour later, Pei Qian planned to take a short break and casually browsed the web. Suddenly, Pei Qian saw an exciting piece of good news. GOG's new hero, Wind Inkman Yuan, is online. This is a message from a game channel. The hero has been launched today, almost at the same time as the traveler Bao Su. I have to say that the efficiency is really fast. In terms of update speed, it completely keeps up with the hard work of IOI designers. Pei Qian continued to read on. This news not only introduced the original painting, model, story background and skill description of Wind Inkman Yuan, but also previewed the hero's gameplay and commented on the arms race currently being launched by GOG and IOI. Wind Inkman Yuan is a calligrapher, painter, and also a romantic knight. For a painter, it is his lifelong destiny to integrate life into his paintings and constantly pursue breakthroughs. As a lone talent, his unique personality and painting skills that transcend the times have caused dissatisfaction and exclusion from other painters, so he would rather wander in the world and let his paintings remain in famous mountains and rivers, rather than continue to drift with the tide among mediocre talents. Fortunately, during his travels, he made a close friend, Modest. They both have virtues such as loftiness, integrity, courage and humility, which makes the two trust each other. In battle, they can give each other their backs and fight side by side. Pei Qian. Why do I feel that there is a sense of yin and yang in this hero introduction? Modest and I trust each other and turn our backs to each other? It seems that I am the only one who turns my back to him, and then he attacks me like crazy on my back. When can I backstab him once? Pei Qian is very resentful. Since meeting Yuan Guangjian, Pei Qian has deliberately carried out several revenge plans, such as the Big Pendulum package, the Terror in package, the Unreasonable Party A package, etc., but each time Yuan Guangjian perfectly resolved it like a Tai Chi master, leaving Pei Qian with no place to use his strength. Continue reading. It is a preview of the hero's gameplay and comments on the current status of the two games on GOG and IOI. From the current mechanism, Yuan is a fighter with continuous damage, high mobility, and high versatility. Although the damage is low in the early stage, the longer he survives in the battle, the higher the damage. At the same time, this seems to be a hero with a very high upper limit but a very low lower limit. Although each skill does not seem to be complicated, it requires very high skills to play well. This retro hero mechanism introduction is so nostalgic. Obviously many of the terms used here are not standardized and mature, but they are generally correct. Pei Qian is very clear that this is indeed a hero with a very high upper limit and a very low lower limit, and most players play the lower limit. In the past month, the arms race between GOG and IOI seems to be getting more and more intense, with no sign of stopping. This arms race started with IOI, and the plan of updating the Chinese and global servers simultaneously and releasing 2 new heroes every month shocked the players. However, GOG quickly followed suit and adopted the unprecedented method of crowdfunding heroes. This method was not favored at the beginning, but from the current situation, this strategy is obviously extremely successful. This activity fully mobilized the enthusiasm of players, allowing a large number of GOG players to always pay attention to the game. Even in the period when no new heroes were launched, their attention was not taken away by IOI. Not only that, the new heroes GOG crowdfunded have excellent mechanisms and rich gameplay. Both the Traveler Bao Su and the Ink Painter Yuan of the Wind have received rave reviews. Does this prove that players understand games better than designers? From the current situation, GOG has used a perfect response method to maintain and even expand its leading position. So in what areas will IOI launch new challenges? Let's wait and see. The sentence maintained and even expanded its leading position hurt Pei Qian a little. I have to say that Min Jingqiao is really a genius. He really made the game by crowdfunding. But Pei Qian doesn't care about these things now. He is more concerned about when the benefits of the new hero's skin will be credited to his account. At present, the 2 new heroes, Traveler Bao Su and Wind Ink Master Yuan, currently only have default skins, and subsequent skins are still under development. This is because time is too tight. Just making heroes, models, etc. is enough to keep the production team busy. In order to compete with IOI for popularity, new heroes must be launched online soon after being tested. As for skins and subsequent balance adjustments, they can be done slowly. However, in a month, the skins will be released. In 2 months, income can be seen. Although the hero skins raised through crowdfunding will be heavily discounted, in fact, it will also create a small profit but quick turnover effect, right? Pei Qian is not in a hurry to use the money now, but he still looks forward to this income. After reading the hero introduction again, Pei Qian suddenly thought of something. It seems I have found a way to backstab Wang Guangjian. Invite him to play GOG together, and then we each use our own representative hero. Wang Guangjian has never played this hero, and he probably won't be very good at it. This hero has a low bottom line and may be easily targeted. At that time, Wang Guangjian will experience what happiness is, and it can be regarded as revenge. I can't cure you, and passers-by can't cure you, Thor. 539. The game can be lost, you have to die 10 times, seeking monthly tickets. From the beginning of the game, Pei Qian handed away the computer to the waiter. Then he went to the forum to check the general feedback of these 2 new heroes. Patients with symptoms, as long as you hold down S, you can be more meaty. This hero who perfectly blends the gameplay, story background settings, and game mechanisms is really novel. Bao Su, who is just walking, or Bao Su, who can't stop, is a vegetable chicken. I think this hero is well designed. Experts can equip output equipment and play as assassins with stealth backstab to drive the rhythm of the whole game. Rookies can also equip defensive equipment and stand still to take a beating, and they can also contribute to the team. The hero Yuan is the product of the designer's complete self-indulgence, right? I played the game this morning, and it happened in almost every game. And without exception, all of them were pits, and they never came back after he went up. Forward? I seriously suspect that the player who designed this hero has a revenge mentality. I met a yuan, and he didn't use a big move in the whole game. And this is when we have Modest on our side. It's impossible. Mod doesn't Stir have a built-in knock-up? He can't even use his ultimate. Isn't he an actor? The above, you'll know if you try it. The floating time of the knock-up is very short. If you don't pay attention, the time will pass, and you don't have time to press. Fuck, why do you play yuan if you are not good at it? You don't know how fun it is to use this hero Z. It's so fun. Adding a circle to every enemy soldier is the truth I've been pursuing in my life. Let go of the monkey. Every time I see this hero, I get angry, especially the one who stands in the middle lane motionless, doesn't play the line well or support, and just stands there except for eating the soldiers. Are you thinking about how to write an epitaph for your own horse? So annoying. I've learned it. I've set it as a quick communication phrase in the game. I suggest that the official can release a map mark function that can be bound so that I can automatically type this sentence on the public screen when I ask a question. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile when he saw the players' comments on the two new heroes. I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected gain. Pei Qian's purpose was originally very simple. He just wanted to move a hero to make some extra money for himself. He never expected that Min Jingqiao would misunderstand and package this hero with Ruan Guangjian as the prototype, and also arranged a best friend background story for Modest. But it seems that it's done well. It is estimated that Ruan Guangjian will never be able to use this hero in the ranking match in his life. He will be banned 100%. And every time he takes it out in the regular match, he will be targeted by the opponent and sprayed by his teammates. He will definitely become autistic if he plays too much. Pei Qian can't wait to play a game with Ruan Guangjian. Just thinking about it, someone pushed the door in. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Speak of the devil, Ruan Guangjian is here to buy coffee again. He caught him decisively. Ruan Guangjian also saw Pei Qian at the first sight. Hey, Mr. Pei, what a rare guest. Pei Qian was speechless. Why do you always say this? I've been coming to the Moyu Internet Cafe quite frequently recently, okay? Your hero is online. You already know it, right? Do you want to play a game together? Pei Qian suggested with ulterior motives. Ah, really? Ruan Guangjian was a little surprised. So soon? I've been busy drawing recently and haven't paid attention to this. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy. Always drawing and not paying attention to this? That means you haven't played a single game? Great. I like playing games with people who haven't played a single game with me. Come on, let's play a game. Pei Qian and Ruan Guangjian found 2 empty seats. As for the coffee ordered by Ruan Guangjian, they asked the waiter to run errands and deliver it to the Halo studio opposite. When logging into the game, Pei Qian took a sneak peek and found that Ruan Guangjian's GOG account had very few games played, and he also seriously entered the hero interface to check the background story and skill introduction of Windink Master Yuan. It was really his first time playing. As for Pei Qian himself, he planned to play Modest. On the one hand, it was because they agreed to play their own heroes, but the more important reason was that Modest was strong. By then, Ruan Guangjian will be killed by the opponent with a score of 0 to 21 and eat the minions like crazy, while he will be able to carry the team with a perfect score of 8-0-20. Wouldn't that make him feel better? Yeah, the plan works. Come on, come on. Pei Qian has already sent a request to form a team. Ruan Guangjian accepted the request. Wait a minute, I haven't even finished looking at the skill data yet. Obviously, although he participated in the design of this hero's original painting and had a long-standing understanding of the hero's mechanism, He had not studied the specific mechanism, gameplay, and value of the hero's skills in depth. Pei Qian immediately clicked the Start Match button. It's okay, I'll get used to it quickly by watching and playing in the game. He queued for a match. The reason why he didn't choose a ranked match was mainly because he was afraid that Ruan's hero would be banned right after he came up. Wouldn't that mean he couldn't play? Entering the player selection interface, Ruan Guangjian was quick to lock on his own hero, and Pei Qian also locked on Modest. Before the game started, his teammates had already scored 6 points. Happy Ruan Nan again? Come on, don't play this hero, okay? I just met a 0-21 in the last game, and I got my head smashed by him. If you want to play a new hero, I suggest you change to Traveler Bao Su. It's the same, it's fun to run, and then you can be a little useful if you build meat to resist beatings. Switch. Ruan Guangjian was a little confused. Huh? Why do people have such a big opinion about my hero? Pei Qian laughed. Don't pay attention to them, just prove yourself with your strength later. Ruan Guangjian nodded. Yeah, okay. Ruan Guangjian thought that Pei always said that he would slap them in the face with his strength later. But what Pei Qian really meant was that you should prove that what they said was right with your strength later. Seeing that Ruan had been locked in and there was no intention to change, the 3 teammates could only sigh and enter the game. As soon as they entered the game, someone on the opposite side typed on the public screen. You are dead, you can lose the game today, but you must die 10 times. Pei Qian had hidden the name above the hero's head a long time ago. This has always been his habit. Seeing the player's name will weaken the immersion and affect his performance. So, he opened the data panel to find out who said this. The opponent's mid laner, that is, the person who was on the line with Ruan Guangjian. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Well done. If you kill Ruan Guangjian 10 times today, I will definitely give you a little red flower. But then again, this resentment is also big enough. 2 strangers who have never met each other met for the first time in the game. Just because the other party used a hero that he hated, he threatened to kill the other party 10 times. What kind of deep hatred is this? Ruan Guangjian was definitely targeted to death in this game, for sure. Pei Qian went to the top lane with confidence and boldness. Modest is a very versatile hero. He can play any lane, but he is more suitable to play in the top lane. Pei Qian felt that with Ruan Guangjian in the middle lane attracting hatred for him, the conjoined twins in the middle and jungle targeting him endlessly, he could happily develop in the top lane and come out to save the world in a team fight. This script was perfect. Pei Qian was facing a Traveler Bao Su, who was a new hero after all, and had a high appearance rate in matches. This guy didn't seem to like last hitting, just hiding in the bushes to recover health, and then suddenly ran out to slash people. It seemed a bit like the reappearance of the daily scenes in Tenda games. But Pei Qian was not at all weak, because Traveler Bao Su was restrained by Modest. You slashed me, I hammered you, and you hit my back, but it's not certain who hurts more. Moreover, this Traveler Bao Su seemed to have a great obsession with harassment. He didn't even last hit the low health minions, but had to come up and slash Modest. Although GOG would also have a certain amount of money if you didn't last hit, you would get more money if you did. Pei Qian was very disgusted with such unsophisticated play. Just wait and see. Our last hitting will soon be different. A true expert should pay more attention to details like this. I last hit and you didn't. With this back and forth, our economic gap has widened. What the hell? Pei Qian was still flirting with Bao Su on the opposite side, and last hitting minions by the way. Unexpectedly, the jungler on the opposite side came to gank the top lane at level 2. Bao Su flashed directly behind Modest and pushed back with full rage value. With the output of the jungler, Modest couldn't withstand it even if he was tanky. The first blood was born. Of course, in GOG, jungle and support are called roaming and commanding, respectively. The names are different, but the division of labor is still the same. It's just Pei Qian's personal habit, he still likes to call it jungler. Pei Qian. Brother, the script is wrong, right? Level 2 ganking, how big a grudge? Shouldn't you go to the middle lane to target the happy windman? Just now he said he wanted to kill 10 times? But on second thought, it seems that the one who just made a harsh remark was the opponent's mid laner, not the jungler. That's fine. It seems that I am not careful enough. I haven't played for too long and I am a little unfamiliar with this game. Honestly, replenish defensive equipment, and then make way for the line of soldiers to move under your tower, get closer to the tower, develop steadily, and carry in the midterm team fight. Seeing Modest hiding under the tower, Bao Su seemed very anxious and started running around happily, with the rage value full. But he couldn't do anything. Even if he and the jungler were alone, it was impossible to go over the tower to kill a Modest. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel proud. Humph, I'm under the tower, what can you do to me? Chapter 540, this account cannot be used anymore, 3 more updates, please vote for me. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. It must be said that the death of Modest just now was still rewarding. The opponent's jungler exposed his intention by catching him at level 2, and our jungler directly invaded the opponent's jungle area, and Ruan Guangjian also very cleverly went to guard his jungle area to prevent the opponent's jungler from exchanging. In this way, our jungler started with 3 buffs. Pei Qian was not panicked at all, and it seemed that everything was under control. What the hell? He just hid for a few minutes, intending to develop steadily and eat the soldiers entering the tower, but found that Bao Su, who had been spinning around and accumulating full rage value, directly rushed to the tower in stealth. Modest was pushed by Bao Su, who had full rage value, and the opponent's jungler and mid laner came out of the bushes and beat him up. Pei Qian looked at his black and white screen and the wave of soldiers under the tower, and he became 0-2. In the entire Canyon of the Gods, it seemed that only the top lane where he was surging. When Ruan Guangjian was ganking the opponent's mid lane, he quietly developed a wave, pushed the minions to the opponent's tower, and then belatedly typed a question mark, indicating that the mid lane was gone. Pei Qian, ? That's not right, didn't he say he wanted to kill happy Ruan Nan 0-10, what does it mean to keep grabbing me? Pei Qian wanted to type on the public screen, go to your father? But he changed his mind and decided to forget it. After all, this is the game mechanism. There is no way to deal with being targeted. Typing now can only be a helpless rage, which will not help. Only the weak will blame their failure on the opponent's targeting. The real strong will start against the wind and still carry the whole game. Pei Qian decided to get serious and silently closed the in-game chat. The most important thing now is to keep a steady mind. Typing battle with the opponent will only usher in more tragic targeting and will not help. Just pretend that the opponent does not exist and think carefully about every move after that. When the game turns around, carry the whole game, and then open the in-game chat to taunt the opponent. He stole a glance at Ruan Guangjian's screen and saw that the public screen was indeed chatting. Pei Qian was unmoved. Humph, whatever you say, I will play my own game and will never be affected by you. The game continues. Modest let the opponent's traveler Bao Su drive like crazy in front of the tower, and he was indifferent and refused to leave the tower. However, the 3 enemy players in the top, middle and jungle were relentless and tried to cross the tower again, trying to kill Modest under the tower again. Are you done yet? Are you crazy? Modest used all his skills to deal with the 3 enemies under the tower, but the 3 enemies were well prepared and took turns to defend the tower. They were about to kill Modest and retreat unscathed. At the critical moment, Wind Ink Master Yuan rushed over. Before Wind Ink Master appeared on Pei Qian's black and white screen, his voice had already sounded in the headset. A May mountain is higher than the western sky, and Luofu Mountain is directly connected to the South Sea. Wind Ink Master flashed over the wall and used shuttling back and forth between the three people. The huge brush drew an arc on the side of his body, and the Q skill directly lowered the health of the three people who forced their way over the tower. The opponent had already killed Modest, and his condition was not good. The defense tower was still outputting. At this time, there was an obvious difference of opinion. Some people thought that the three of them could kill Yuan together and then retreat, while others thought that they could not fight anymore and had to leave quickly. As a result, the formation was instantly messed up. The famous scholar EC wields his brush and drives the mountains and seas to his eyes. The Wind Inkman wrote cursive script with his brush and splashed ink freely. The opponent wanted to attack him, but the Wind Inkman had already used a large number of soldiers under the tower to quickly shuttle back and forth, making the enemy's attack intention completely futile. The cursive script summoned a strong wind, blowing up the two people who were not able to retreat in time. The illusion appeared around the two people floating in the air, and the Wind Inkman rode the wind and came to their side in an instant. Double kill. The only traveler left was Bao Su, who quickly stepped on his four hooves to accumulate violent value and wanted to escape to his own tower, but at this moment, another new line of soldiers came. The 5-color powder map is precious, and the real immortal can save my body. The ink of the wind directly used this wave of soldiers as a springboard, riding the wind and moving quickly, easily catching up with the traveler Bao Su who was digging the ground with 4 hooves. He smoothly walked A and interspersed Q skills, successfully killing the traveler Bao Su under the tower. When the mission is accomplished, I will brush off my clothes and leave, and the peach blossoms of Wuling will laugh at killing people. Just before the last attack of the defense tower, he broke away, entered the bushes, and returned to the city, and got away safely. The ink of the wind's return action is to hold the brush and brush around, and then step on the huge brush and instantly rise up, which looks very cool. His teammates immediately gave him a wave of 666. Fuck. It's awesome. I met someone who knows how to play. What a big guy. Awesome. Pei Qian silently looked at the 2 extra assists on his body, and his mood was complicated for a while. As for why there were only 2 assists, the answer is obvious, because he didn't touch one of the heroes. Looking at Ruan Guangjian, he easily picked up 3 heads under the tower and flew home. That's not right, it doesn't make sense, the script shouldn't be written like this. Did you say you were going to target this happy guy? Is that how you're targeting him? Forget it, as long as we can win. The scenario has gone off track. The primary goal now is to win. Otherwise, the opponent may mock you when the game ends. Pei Qian quietly hid and continued to grow. 25 minutes into the game, a fierce team fight broke out between the 2 sides. Pei Qian was just strolling in the river, wanting to eat a wild monster to replenish his growth, but the enemy suddenly rushed out of the bushes, wanting to eat the hedgehog meat. Pei Qian's teammates were also well prepared, and the 2 sides started a melee. Modest, who was in full swing, was very tanky and withstood tons of damage from the opponent. He also used the coin scattering skill to create a significant AoE effect. The other teammates rushed forward, especially Wind Inkman Ruan, who had no pressure to output in the chaotic team fight. He killed a kid with 3 knives and quickly established the victory. In the end, at the cost of Modest's death, a 1-for-4 exchange was achieved, and the remaining 4 teammates marched forward and were ready to win the game. Humph, I let you target me. A truly strong person is not afraid of being targeted. Your failure was doomed when the jungler caught him at level 2. Pei Qian quickly opened the global chat and prepared to have a friendly exchange with the other party. The game is about to be won, why not communicate? However, the other party actually spoke first. I said I would kill you 10 times, and I will kill you 10 times. I will do what I say. Although I lost the game, I am already happy. It's a big profit. Pei Qian? He glanced at the data panel. Wang Guangjin's data was clearly 11-0-4. How did you kill him 10 times? Looking at the data panel carefully, he found that the only one who died 10 times in the whole game was Modest. His data was February 10, 13, almost completing a triple-double. Obviously, he also made due contributions to the team. Pei Qian was confused. What does it mean? Could it be that the sentence, kill 10 times on the public screen at the beginning of the game means to kill me? What does it mean to target Modest instead of Happy Yuan Nan? I am a tank. With such a simple and honest image, is there any need to target him? This is inexplicable. Pei Qian, full of doubts, typed a question mark on the public screen. Question mark. This question mark was quickly responded to. Shameless old thief, you still have the nerve to type a question mark? You designed this orphan hero? The source of all evil in the super god canyon, everyone can kill him. Pei Qian was even more confused. What does it mean? Could it be? Pei Qian quickly pressed ESC, clicked, surrender, oh no, clicked, settings, and called up the names of all the heroes. Then, he saw a title clearly written under his ID, which was very eye-catching. Designer of Wind Ink Master 1. Pei Qian, it seems that I understand a little bit why the script of this game is different from what I imagined. This title betrayed me. Happy Windman is hateful, but Happy Windman's designer is even more hateful. When Happy Windman and Happy Windman's designer appear on the stage together, is there any doubt about who to kill first? Then think about the previous encounter. The jungler ganked the top at level 2, the mid, top and jungle 3 killed under the tower, and all the skills in the team fight were used on Modest, and even completely ignored the Happy Windman who was happily eing back and forth. All explained. Pei Qian sighed silently, feeling very tired. It seems that this account can no longer be used in the future. The game is over. Wang Guangjin took off his headphones, his face full of excitement. Boss Pei, our cooperation is really perfect. Although your final data is not good, people who understand the game can see that you absorbed tons of damage in the team battle and made outstanding contributions to the team. This MVP should obviously be yours. And my hero is really strong, Boss Pei, thank you so much. Wang Guangjin thanked him profusely, and it was obvious that this game made him happy. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't quite understand why he wanted to stab Wang Guangjin with this knife, but ended up stabbing himself inexplicably. It's all Min Jingchao's fault. You said you have nothing to do, so why add a title? Playing games with this title, doesn't it bring an aura of ridicule? Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Is this really your first time playing this hero? Wang Guangjin, yes, it's the first time. It's just that I often played Xinqi when I was in college. I have a little bit of basics, so I learned it faster. Pei Qian asked, how many points are you in Xinqi? Wang Guangjin thought for a while. There was a period of time when I was above 2,000 points, but that was a long time ago. Now I have regressed a lot. Pei Qian. 2,000 points is already higher than he dishing. You should be a man. You still have the nerve to say that you haven't played much? You are a jerk who never tells the truth. You said before that you were most afraid of haunted houses, and then what? Wang Guangjin was still a little reluctant. Mr. Pei, another game? Pei Qian hurriedly shook his head, no. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I have to leave first. Play another game? I'll be killed 0 to 10 again, and then you'll get double the happiness? Wishful thinking. I will never play GOG with you again, absolutely not. Pei Qian left decisively. Looking at President Pei's back as he left, Wang Guangjin couldn't help but sigh. Boss Pei still remembers to play games with me, despite his busy schedule. It's fine if we just play games together, but Boss Pei also selflessly cooperates with me, absorbing all the damage by himself and letting me carry, being willing to be a supporting role. I must remember this friendship well. Chapter 541 Foreign Customers of Mingyun Private Kitchen, 4th update, please vote for the monthly ticket. June 6, Monday. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Pei Qian slept until he woke up naturally. The gaming experience with Ruan Guanjian on the weekend made him not very interested these 2 days. He was a little autistic at home and didn't want to go to work. After getting up and washing, Pei Qian took out 2 small cakes and a box of milk from the refrigerator, ready to eat a few bites, and then continue to play the game that he didn't finish yesterday. Because the room is minimalist style, which is commonly known as bare walls, Pei Qian can only eat on the small coffee table next to the large balcony. This small coffee table is one of the few remaining pieces of furniture in the entire living room. There are 2 small chairs next to it. The main purpose is to look at the scenery outside, drink tea, etc. The 2 small cakes were quickly destroyed, and Pei Qian threw the garbage into the trash can and didn't care about it. Anyway, there was cleaning. Just as he sat down on the sofa and picked up the handle, the doorbell rang. Huh? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and got up to open the door. The housekeeper stood outside the door, holding a square box in his hand. Mr. Pei, this is a package sent to you by Yuan Venture Capital. Do you need help moving it in? The housekeeper is Song Kai, 26 years old. He had experience as a housekeeper in a rental company before. He was also selected by Assistant Qian. So far, he has done a good job. Of course, there was not much work. Since coming to Sloth Apartment, Song Kai has been so idle that he doubts his life. Pei Qian thought about it. If there is only Liang Qingfan in charge of Sloth Apartment, it is obviously too busy. Even if this project will never become popular, the building manager and cleaner of each building must still be recruited. As long as there is a resident in this building, at least 1 cleaner must be recruited. When there are more and more houses in the future, these things can't be left to Liang Qingfan, right? After all, he is an architect, responsible for design work and on-site construction. Therefore, Pei Qian decided to observe Song Kai for a few days. If he thinks this person is okay, he will let him serve as the person in charge of Sloth Apartment and help Liang Qingfan. Unpack it, just give me the things directly. Pei Qian said. Song Kai opened the box, took out the square black box, and handed it to Pei Qian. Pei Qian reached out to take it and found that it was heavy, heavier than he had imagined, but not so heavy that he couldn't move it. This was an improved version of the fully automatic lifting machine. Zhang Wang directly arranged for someone to mail it to Pei Qian's residence. Song Kai closed the door considerately and took the empty box away. Pei Qian was holding the fully automatic bar lifter, looking around in the living room. There is no place to put it. This thing is not too big, nor too small. It can't be placed on the bookshelf as a decoration. It will be too small to be placed in the corner of the room or next to the TV cabinet as a cabinet, which looks very strange. In short, this strange size made Pei Qian very satisfied. After looking around, Pei Qian still put it on the small coffee table where he had breakfast before. It's really suitable. Sitting on the chair next to it, you can just reach it with your hand, and the operation of bar lift is also very smooth. Very good, Zhang Wang, I will trust you again. If this project can succeed and make me lose money, I will invest in any project of yours in the future. The system obviously has restrictions on the backlog of goods. It cannot produce mindlessly and endlessly when the goods are obviously backlogged, but it should not be a problem to have a backlog of 20,000 or 30,000 units. In other words, as long as this project meets Pei Qian's expectations, the fully automatic bar lifter cannot be sold, and it will be easy to burn millions of dollars if there is a backlog of 20,000 or 30,000 units. Pei Qian began to carefully inspect this fully automatic bar lifting machine that he had high hopes for. Compared with the sample Zhang Wang had made before, the new fully automatic bar lifter is several times larger. It is pure black with a matte texture, but there are bright gold edges on some edges, which looks quite low-key and luxurious. Pei Qian started with a wave of bar lift. Every time the bar is lifted, the fully automatic bar lifter will lift it back and restore the entire machine to its original state. If the bar is lifted multiple times in a row, the fully automatic bar lifter will restore the lifted metal sticks in the corresponding order. Before it is fully restored, it is considered to be in the continuous bar lift state. At this time, a reading will be displayed on the box in a purely mechanical way. Once all the sticks are restored, the continuous bar lift state ends, and the number on the box will be cleared and returned to the state of a pure black box. In addition, Pei Qian also noticed that the materials in the box seemed to have been improved. The Y-shaped stick became golden, and the shape seemed to have been redesigned, full of meticulous texture. After all, the cost doubled, from 200 to 400 yuan, and all these costs were spent on these useless details. Pei Qian played with it for 2 minutes and then lost interest. Who would spend 488 on such a crappy thing? They must be crazy. First of all, it has no practical significance at all. Secondly, it is just a pure black box, with gold edges. Even if it has a bit of a matte texture, not many people will use it as a decoration. After all, decorations that can be bought at the same price are definitely much better looking than it. Pei Qian was very satisfied and called Dishing immediately. I have received the fully automatic bar lifter. The effect is very good. Transfer the money immediately and start mass production immediately. Well, is it cheaper the more you make? Then prepare 20,000 units first. The first batch will produce 20,000 units. If all of them are piled up in the warehouse, 8 million will be sold in an instant. Of course, if the early sales are not good, Pei Qian will consider continuing to increase the stock, but the specific increase depends on the face of the system. But no matter what, Pei Qian has high hopes for this fully automatic bar lifter developed by Zhang Wang after his strong return. June 7, dinner time. Mingyun Private Kitchen. The so-called Mingyun Private Kitchen is the name inside Tenda. The official name outside is Nameless Restaurant, which is talked about with relish because its name cannot be found on the internet. 2 tall blonde girls came to the front door of the villa. Elena, I never thought this place would be so remote. If I had known, I wouldn't have come with you. Okay, Jessica. This is a reservation that a very good local friend of mine made 2 months in advance. This is my first time here. I think no matter whether this restaurant is worthy of its local reputation, you can complain after eating. Okay, but if the food here is not delicious, I will not be in a good mood. You don't need to tell me, I am the same. The 2 people communicated in English, their voices were not loud, and they walked inside while chatting. A waiter in the hall noticed this and immediately came up and said in fluent English, "Hello, welcome, Miss Elena and Miss Jessica, right?" The reservation system has advantages and disadvantages for Mingyun Private Kitchen. The disadvantage is that everyone who wants to eat has to make a reservation 1 to 2 months in advance, and if you want to have a meal, you have to wait a long time. But this also brings some advantages. For example, the number of guests dining every day is fixed. Mingyun Private Kitchen will never feel crowded, and the privacy of guests when dining can be guaranteed. At the same time, the waiter can roughly seat each guest according to the reservation and make some preparations in advance. This time, Lin Sanrong specially arranged for a waiter who was once a famous simultaneous interpreter in Jingzhou to receive the guests. This guy is called Jian Nua, and his English name is Lucas. He has worked as a simultaneous interpreter for several years and is very famous in Jingzhou. However, he is worried about the prospects of his job because although the job of simultaneous interpreter is high income, it is too tiring, so he is considering changing his career. Lin Sanrong offered this guy a monthly salary of 40,000 yuan. He only needs to receive foreign guests when they come to dine, and a maximum of 8 times a month. If it exceeds, he will be charged extra. This price seems high, but it is not high compared to Jian Nua's original simultaneous interpreting job. Jian Nua's service target used to be some foreign companies, and the quotation standard was 8,000/day, but this was calculated based on an 8-hour work system. If it was a meeting of about 4 hours, the quotation would generally be around 4,000 to 5,000. This was in 2011 after all. If a few years later, the quotation should be even higher. Some people who don't understand would think that Jian Nua's monthly salary should be 100,000 yuan if they calculate it based on 22 working days per month, but it is obviously not calculated that way. Simultaneous interpretation is a very tiring job, and when you are in charge of a large business meeting, you need to do a lot of preliminary preparation work, which may even take a week or two, consuming a lot of time and energy. Continuous work is very damaging to your health. Although Jano's hourly wage seems high, his annual income is actually only around 400,000 or 500,000. Therefore, Jian Nua accepted Lin Sanrong's invitation. On the one hand, he had a stable monthly salary. If there happened to be no guests this month, he could earn 40,000 yuan by lying at home. Even if the reception exceeded 8 times this month, Manager Lin would add extra money according to the price standard of simultaneous interpretation, so he would not lose money anyway. For Lin Sanrong, he thought it was necessary to find such a professional. Although it would be a loss when there were no foreign friends, as a waiter of Mingyun Private Kitchen, Jian Nua had to learn English vocabulary for catering, memorize the recipes and details of various dishes, and undergo special service training, including manners, wording, expression management, etc. For Lin Sanrong, paying a basic salary of 40,000 yuan for this was also very cost-effective. What's more, there is a world of difference between good and bad translation. Catering pays attention to color, fragrance, and taste, and the names of dishes are as poetic as possible. When explaining to foreign friends, simply conveying the meaning or translating faithfully and elegantly are two completely different concepts. When Jessica heard this fluent English and saw Jian Nua's handsome appearance, she immediately smiled. I can only say that this is a world where appearance matters. Jian Nua led the 2 people to the largest private room. The tableware and chairs on the table had already been arranged for 2 people, and the decorations in the private room had also been changed. The dishes were also booked in advance, so there was no menu. Because most of the dishes at Mingyun Private Kitchen have special ingredients, some dishes even have dozens of processes and need to be prepared in advance, so it is impossible to order and eat immediately. Elena smiled and said, Lucas, the friend who made the reservation for us, said that he ordered 2 dishes with the most complicated processes and the most unique flavors, and they are new dishes this month. I hope this is not an exaggeration. In fact, my friend Jessica has always had some prejudices against Chinese food. I am looking forward to you helping her change it today. Chapter 542 Boiled Cabbage, Monthly Tickets Requested. Jessica spread her hands. I don't want to be prejudiced against Chinese food, but the Mingfu family banquet I had a few days ago did not meet my expectations at all. Elena was also a little helpless. I told you a long time ago that it was not the best Chinese food in Jingzhou. Jessica, but you were also disappointed, aren't you? Jano smiled and did not participate too much in the topic between the two. He just served the dishes one by one according to the schedule, according to the previous plan. The first was a small appetizer, the Four Seasons cold dishes. The Four Seasons cold dishes include 4 appetizers, namely pickled cucumbers, vegetarian goose, braised bamboo shoots, and candied plums, with multiple flavors of sour, sweet, salty, and fragrant. Next is the lettuce-wrapped shrimp floss, which is made by dicing fresh shrimp, onions, celery, and other ingredients and stir-frying them, and finally mixing with golden and crispy fried dough sticks, and then wrapping them with lettuce. Then there is a very famous traditional dish, pagoda meat. Elena was very skilled in using chopsticks, while Jessica was a little clumsy, but that didn't stop her from enjoying the food. Jano introduced the characteristics and details of the dishes in English before serving them. All the introductions were prepared long ago and were very concise. If it is too short, it will not be able to explain all the details of the dish. If it is too long, it may affect the appetite of customers. After all, most Chinese food is served for the sake of eating the hot steam. If the time is too long, it will not taste good. When customers are enjoying the food, they have no time to be distracted to listen to these complicated processes and steps. The result of doing two things at the same time is often that neither the taste nor the details are remembered. Therefore, the content introduced by Jano has been repeatedly considered many times, and the time is controlled very accurately to ensure that the guests can understand the characteristics of the dishes without affecting the taste. While listening, Elena touched the edge of the plate calmly. For high-end restaurants, details will directly determine the experience. Some high-end restaurants that do not pay attention to details will not even pay attention to whether all the water stains are wiped clean after washing the high-heeled glasses. If the water stains are not wiped clean, even if there is only a small amount of dust around, the water stains will leave marks on the cup after drying. Of course, high-end restaurants that make this mistake are actually rare. Another very common problem is the temperature of the plate. Use cold plates for cold dishes and hot plates for hot dishes. If the dishes are served slowly and the plates of hot dishes become cold, they need to be removed and redone. Elena gently touched the edge of the plate of the three dishes that had been served, and immediately felt that the temperature of the dishes was within the most suitable range, and everything was just right. In addition, the presentation of the dishes was also a point that Elena paid attention to. The matching of shapes, the harmony of colors, the types of tableware. Just like painting, the chef gave the dishes artistic conception and soul through the presentation of the dishes, and the presentation of these dishes was a work of art, which made Elena very satisfied. As for Jessica, she didn't understand so many things, but she felt that the Chinese food she had today seemed completely different from what she had eaten before. The appearance was similar, but the mysterious feeling was difficult to describe in words. Jessica said in surprise while eating, "This so-called pagoda meat should be one of the two dishes with the most complicated process we ordered, right?" Elena shook her head, obviously not. She looked at Jano. "Lucas, although the previous dishes are also excellent, I have eaten them in other high-end private kitchens. For example, the four-season cold dishes in the front, I have eaten them in a top Chinese restaurant in Silicon Valley, and the pagoda meat, I have eaten it in a top private kitchen in Ludao. In terms of taste, each has its own merits. Although your place is not inferior to the previous two places, it has not completely convinced me." Jano smiled slightly. "Then you should have eaten the next Western dessert. Its name is egg." Elena and Jessica looked at the new dishes in front of them. It was an egg. Jessica was a little confused. "So, it's a boiled egg with verjuice?" "Lucas, I remember you said it was a dessert." Verjuice is a sour juice squeezed from raw grapes. It is not common outside the UK and does not suit the taste of ordinary Chinese people, but it is a great surprise for Jessica and Elena. To use an inappropriate example, it is probably like the feeling of people in the capital drinking Arctic Ocean soda in Silicon Valley. Elena showed a surprised expression. "Yes, it is a dessert. Everything on this plate is edible." Jano smiled and introduced, "Miss Elena should be familiar with this dish. It has nearly 100 processes and more than 70 kinds of materials, and finally made such a small egg. Elena reminded, "Jessica, you'd better eat its eggshell, egg yolk and egg white together. The taste is the most perfect when mixed." Jessica tried to eat a small spoonful, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Oh, what a familiar smell. What are these things that look like eggs?" Jano replied, the egg white is actually coconut-flavored custard, the egg yolk is just cooked with spices, the eggshell is chocolate, and the bird's nest at the base is a dessert made of honey and syrup, and the surrounding decoration is kabosu jelly, which is a citrus fruit native to East Asian islands. This is a very complicated dish. Every process is like a chemical experiment. From preparing materials to making them, precision is required. Many details, such as the proportion of materials, temperature, heating time, etc., need to be carefully carried out using laboratory standards. Otherwise, a small negligence, maybe just 1 or 2 degrees higher in temperature, or 1 or 2 grams more in materials, will lead to failure. Elena added, even in the UK, there are very few restaurants that can make this dish. This dessert obviously completely exceeded Jessica's expectations. She said in surprise, it's so delicious. Thank you for bringing me such a surprise. But, this dish also makes me stand more firmly on the side of supporting Western food. If Chinese people eat this dish, they may not think it's delicious, but they will be surprised by the complexity of the craftsmanship and the exquisite appearance. The eggshell, egg white, and yolk of this egg are so realistic that they look real, especially the eggshell is very thin, just like the real eggshell. However, Chinese people can't really adapt to its taste, because Richest is too sour, which most people can't adapt to. But for Jessica, this taste is like her hometown. Originally, there were 2 dishes with complicated techniques, but the first dish had already raised Jessica's taste threshold infinitely. Elena couldn't help but worry whether the next dish could calm the situation. If not, it would not help to change Jessica's stereotype of Chinese food. Although she had a good meal, in Jessica's heart, it was obviously this verjuzenig Western food that impressed her the most. The waiter brought a flat basin and placed it in the middle of the table. Elena's eyes widened slightly. In the flat basin, 4 or 5 spread leaves set off a large water lily-like cabbage. The stems and leaves of the cabbage had no traces of cooking or blanching, and looked like raw cabbage. The basin contained clear soup, without any oil or color, but it could be seen that it was steaming, which seemed no different from ordinary boiled water. At first glance, this dish gave people the feeling that a raw cabbage was peeled into the shape of a water lily and placed in a basin, and then poured with boiling water. Elena was a little surprised, because she knew that cabbage was one of the cheapest ingredients, so much so that to describe something as cheap, one would say it was cabbage price. Jano did not rush to introduce its method, but raised his hand to indicate, this dish is called boiled cabbage, please taste it first, and I will explain it later. Elena picked up a small piece of cabbage leaf doubtfully and put it in her mouth. However, the cool and crisp taste that I imagined did not appear. Instead, it was a soft and tender taste that was so refreshing. It was obviously fully cooked, but it was unexpectedly fresh and tender. This refreshing and fresh fragrance was completely different from any taste I had eaten before. Elena gently scooped up another spoonful of soup, and an indescribable wonderful taste stimulated her taste buds, which was so breathtaking. Jessica's expression also froze. Obviously, she could not imagine that the taste of this dish could be so outstanding. Jano smiled and explained, this dish was originally to use the cabbage that had just rolled up the heart in late autumn and after the ground began to frost, and it was removed from the soil on the same day. Although the season is not right now, this effect can also be achieved through precise control of the ambient temperature. Remove at least 2 layers of the outside, leaving only the white leaves and tender stems inside, the size of a fist. Soak the root part in the prepared soup, let the stems soften, peel off 4 or 5 pieces like a water lily blooming, lay them flat on the net, and then use a silver. The needle repeatedly pierces the heart of the cabbage, filling it with pores that are invisible to the naked eye. To make soup, choose a chicken that is neither fat nor tender, and it should not be too oily or overcooked. Remove the fat from the belly of the whole chicken and wash it repeatedly to remove the blood. First blanch it in boiling water, then in boiling water, add abalone slices, white mushroom shreds and other ingredients, and simmer it over low heat for 4 or 5 hours. When the soup is fresh and rich, take out the whole chicken, then use chicken fibers to add to the soup to absorb the fat, add the minced meat made from chicken breasts to the soup, and finally filter the soup with gauze. The combination of soup and cabbage is the most important step. 2 fires and 2 pots are needed. One pot is placed with a colander with cabbage, and the other pot is the prepared soup. It is placed under the pot with the colander. Keep it warm over a low fire. The soup should be kept at a lower fire, so that the soup is always kept at 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. There must be no mistakes. Then use a large spoon to pour the warm soup over the cabbage repeatedly. When the soup is almost finished, change the pot and pour it again until the outermost layer of the stems is completely cooked and soft. Then you can put the cabbage into the flat basin and slowly scoop in the hot soup. Only in this way can it be called real boiled cabbage. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 543. This is in line with President Pei's expectations for Mingyun Private Chef. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Jessica tasted the fresh cabbage and drank the delicious soup, and said with emotion, "Okay, Elena, I changed my mind. I agree with your point of view now. My previous prejudice against Chinese food was completely due to my own ignorance. This dish completely changed my view of Chinese food." Elena also nodded slightly. This dish also surprised me. I know that this dish may be available in many Chinese restaurants, but I am afraid that there are very few that can be made to such an extreme. Thank you, Lucas. Your explanation adds a lot of color to this delicacy, and your understanding of food also inspires me deeply. Jano smiled slightly. In fact, I don't have a very deep understanding of food. I just complete my work according to the requirements of the store manager and present the details of each dish to customers. Obviously, this is the significance of Lin Sonrong's arrangement of the explanation. Except for a very small number of gourmets who are extremely sensitive to taste, it is difficult for most ordinary people to judge how much effort the chef has put in to achieve such a taste simply by taste. Most people have very few words to describe food, nothing more than delicious, fresh and tender, etc. At this time, explaining the details of each dish to customers is not only popular science knowledge, but also creating an environment and atmosphere for customers and establishing a kind of empathy. The food in high-end restaurants is to enhance the taste at all costs. If the details are not explained clearly, the customer will not be impressed. Obviously, Lin Sonrong's careful preparation has fully played the desired effect at this moment. Elena said, "Lucas, I want to discuss with you about Chinese and Western food, okay?" Jano thought for a while. "I'm afraid my knowledge reserve is not enough to answer this question. However, I can ask the store manager to come over." Elena, "Thank you very much if it won't disturb the store manager's work." Jano left the private room and returned with Lin Sonrong a moment later. Lin Sonrong smiled and asked, "My last name is Lin, and I'm the manager of this restaurant. Are you satisfied with our food and service?" Although Lin Sonrong is also learning English, he is old and busy at work, so he can't communicate with foreigners smoothly. So, Jianhua has to translate. Luckily, Jianhua has done simultaneous interpretation work before, so it's a piece of cake for him to be a guest interpreter of this level. Elena nodded, very satisfied. "This is the most wonderful meal I have ever eaten. Whether it is Western or Chinese food, I am impressed by your meticulous grasp of details. I am a food lover. I have been confused for a long time. I want to discuss it with Manager Lin. I wonder if the manager can solve my confusion?" Lin Sonrong said modestly, "I don't dare to solve my confusion, but I am willing to talk about my views." Elena asked, "Nowadays, the seasoning of dishes is getting heavier, and many dishes can no longer taste the taste of the food itself. I wonder what Manager Lin thinks about this." Lin Sanrong thought for a moment and replied, "This is indeed the development of world cuisine. I think there are two main reasons for this. First, it is competition. The food industry is very cruel. Even the world's top restaurants have to constantly develop new dishes, and even provide a lot of fun things in the restaurant and work hard on the environment, otherwise they will be regarded as not making progress. After all, diners' attention is easily attracted by other restaurants. Second, it is the needs of diners. Under the deception and temptation of many catering brands, diners have too many choices, too strong contrast, and too much stimulation, which has caused many diners to lose the ability to appreciate some flavors, and the threshold of taste has been continuously raised. When the entire catering industry is using heavier flavors to stimulate diners' taste buds, a cycle is naturally formed. For diners, they do eat something more delicious, but I don't think this conforms to the philosophy of Chinese cuisine. Chinese cuisine emphasizes that strong flavors must be light, each dish has its own style, and hundreds of dishes have hundreds of flavors. The flavors are brought out and the tasteless are brought in. There is no fixed taste for food, and the food that is palatable is precious. In simple terms, it is to pay attention to the unique flavor of each ingredient, and the combination of ingredients should take into account the fusion of different flavors, rather than forcibly changing them with seasoning. Even for the same dish, its taste should not always remain the same, but it is to make the food suitable for the diner's special needs. Therefore, our restaurant has been working hard to find a balance between the two. It is necessary to maintain the original taste of the ingredients, not abuse seasonings and additives, make the food nutritious and healthy, and at the same time, constantly improve the taste under this premise. Just like the boiled cabbage you two ate today. There is a saying that cabbage is the most fragrant of all vegetables. Although it is a very common ingredient, as long as it is cooked carefully, it can also produce an effect that completely surpasses those rare ingredients. Jia Nua translated Lin Sanrong's meaning completely and accurately, causing the two guests to nod frequently. Jessica listened with relish. If it was before today, she would have sneered at these theories and refused to listen, thinking that this was a sophistry under the fact that Chinese food is not as good as modern Western food, but after eating today's dishes, she can understand these philosophical concepts. Because the dish boiling cabbage fully meets what Manager Lin said, big taste must be light, without adding any modern seasonings. It looks like a light soup, but it contains the ultimate deliciousness in its lightness. Elena nodded. Manager Lin's words are very philosophical and helpful to me, thank you. So how does Manager Lin see the difference between Chinese food and Western food? Which one is better? Lin Sanrong smiled slightly. Food is inherently very subjective. Everyone has different tastes. I don't think it's necessary to force a distinction between the high and low. Each kind of food is rooted in its cultural heritage. Although Western food is more accepted worldwide, this is mainly because the cultural heritage of Western food is more widely accepted. Many people only taste Chinese food briefly and judge whether it is delicious based solely on whether the taste is strong. This obviously puts Chinese food into a wrong system for evaluation, and naturally, it is impossible to draw a correct conclusion. The deliciousness of Chinese food needs to be understood in a specific cultural context. It is not just a desire for food, but also an expression of thought and philosophy. Like a very common dish, dongpa pork. If you don't know its historical background, it is just an ordinary braised pork. But if you know the story of Su Dongpa, the background of his invention of this dish, and even see the Su Causeway Spring Dawn, one of the 10 scenes of West Lake, then the meaning of this dish is completely different. If you have read Su Dongpa's poems and seen Su Shi's calligraphy, you will eat dongpa pork, otherwise, it is just an ordinary braised pork. Many Westerners don't understand this and are used to evaluating Chinese food by Western standards. Of course we'll conclude that it is not as good as Western food, but this is obviously unfair. Back to your original question. I don't think it's wrong for modern Western food to pursue the ultimate taste by precisely controlling the amount, nor do I think the food culture of Chinese food is wrong. Our restaurant does not exclude any style, but strives to provide diners with their favorite and most suitable taste while understanding each type of food. Under Jano's translation, Lin Sanrong's long speech was translated faithfully and elegantly, concisely and efficiently, and every word was translated just right. Elena nodded frequently. Finally, she said with conviction, "So that's it." Manager Lin's understanding of catering is really profound, which is amazing. Jessica also sighed, "I will never be prejudiced against Chinese food again." It turns out that the previous Chinese food was not delicious, just because the quality of those Chinese food was not good enough. Lin Sanrong smiled and said, "No, I am just a student who is struggling to learn from the vast and profound food culture." Elena said, "Manager Lin, I am actually a food blogger. Can I write about what I saw today on my food blog? Your unique insights into the food industry provide me with a new perspective." Lin Sanrong smiled and nodded, "Of course." After seeing off the two foreign friends, Jano wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Manager, these two don't look like ordinary people. Fortunately, you let me memorize these contents, otherwise I might really show my weakness. However, your last paragraph on the different views on Chinese and Western catering culture is really very precise. I can see that these two international friends are conquered." Lin Sanrong was silent for a moment and said, "In fact, this is also a sudden realization I have recently, and it just happened to be used." Jian Nua was stunned. "Occasional realization?" "Manager, your sudden realization came too timely, right?" Lin Sanrong's expression was serious. "It seems to be a coincidence, but in fact, it is also a necessity. Before, I went to find President Pei and wanted to open a branch, but was rejected by President Pei. So I have been thinking about what kind of positioning Mingyun Private Kitchen has for President Pei. Later, I realized that Mingyun Private Kitchen should be a unique restaurant. It pursues quality rather than quantity, and provides diners with the most extreme experience. And this ultimate experience is inherently unreplicable. That's why President Pei emphasized that Mingyun Private Kitchen cannot open branches, but it needs to spend money urgently to improve the details. I work hard to find shortcomings and strive to make every aspect perfect. Our restaurant does not give preferential treatment to foreign friends, but treats all diners equally and provides the most perfect dining experience. Although we only received 2 diners who are a little picky about taste today, it is of great significance because we have withstood the test. Only by treating every day as the first day of opening, treating every diner as the first diner, and paying attention to every diner's feedback, can we do our best. Including thinking about the difference between Chinese and Western food, and reflecting on the development of the modern catering industry, these are also the insights I have gained from repeatedly pondering President Pei's deep meaning during this period. I think that only by working hard to achieve this level, can we meet President Pei's expectations for Mingyun Private Kitchen. Chapter 544, Tips for Shangyang Games, 3rd update, please vote for me. June 9th, Thursday. After arranging the mass production of the fully automatic bar lift machine on Monday, Pei Qian had a relatively leisurely 2 days. Occasionally, he asked about the situation of Tenda Games, the managed gym, and Moyu takeout. It seemed that everything was calm and everything was fine. At noon, Pei Qian had lunch at Moyu Internet Cafe, as usual. While drinking coffee, he sorted out the mind maps of various departments. Ding. The phone rang. Pei Qian picked it up and frowned instantly. It was a message from the compensation manager at Mingyun Private Kitchen. "Mr. Pei, there has been a significant increase in the number of foreigners eating and booking in the past 2 days." There has been a significant increase in foreigners? It seems something is wrong. Pei Qian was alert instantly. He had previously reminded at the meeting that all compensation managers could report to him at any time when they found some obvious abnormalities, without having to wait until the compensation manager's regular meeting, so as to minimize the problem of delayed backstabbing. After all, for many dangers, discovering them one day earlier or one day later can lead to completely different results. Apparently, the compensation manager of Mingyun Private Kitchen did a good job. Do you know the reason? Pei Qian replied immediately. Guan Peixing, it's not clear yet. I guess it may be that an influential foreign friend came here to eat and promoted it to his friends. Recently, Manager Lin has put a lot of effort into service. The dining experience of foreign friends in the restaurant has been greatly improved, especially the all-English explanation of the dishes has integrated the cultural connotation of our traditional food, and it seems to be very effective. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and replied, "You did a good job, thank you for your hard work." Pei Qian was very satisfied with the report of this Guan Peixing. Look, what a professional trader is. The next Guan Peixing meeting must be named and praised by this Guan Peixing, so that other Guan Peixings can learn from him. After mastering this important information, Pei Qian began to analyze it seriously. I didn't expect that Lin Sanrong asked the waiters to learn English, and it actually worked. However, judging from the current situation, this does not seem to be a particularly serious matter. Lin Sanrong trained the waiters and taught them foreign languages, which increased the cost a lot, but the current price of Mingyun Private Kitchen has not increased, and the daily reservations are already full. What if there are more foreigners making reservations? It won't make me more money, right? Well, on the surface, it doesn't seem to be very harmful. But I can't let my guard down. What if there are some possibilities hidden in it that I can't predict? Pei Qian checked the time. It's almost 1 o'clock. Let's go to Shenyang Games first according to the previous plan, and then start to find out what happened with Mingyun Private Kitchen. Pei Qian thought for a long time, but he didn't expect that the further increase in Mingyun Private Kitchen's fame would bring him any imminent harm, so he could only put it aside for the time being. In the afternoon, Pei Qian came to Shenyang Games. On the way here, Pei Qian also took the time to search the internet on his mobile phone for opinions on the arms race between GOG and IOI. It can only be said that the situation is not optimistic. If the battle between these two games is divided into 2 stages, then both stages have ended with GOG's complete victory. In the first stage, GOG swept away a large number of domestic players who were waiting by means of dual-end intercommunication, smooth network, fast matching, and big money giving at the end of the season. However, IOI only launched the Chinese server belatedly after GOG's big money giving, and did not open the mobile game terminal. In the second stage, IOI took the lead in starting an arms race, updating 2 heroes at a very high frequency every month, hoping to snatch away GOG's players. However, GOG responded by crowdfunding heroes, and successively launched popular heroes such as Traveler Bao Su and Wind Ink Master Yuan, and used the generous rewards of crowdfunding to keep players' high attention to GOG's new heroes. In short, IOI is updated very quickly, but it still doesn't attract much attention. Although the arms race between the 2 games will continue, and may even last for several months or a year, from the current situation, the outcome of this confrontation has been decided. As long as Min Jingqiao doesn't lose his mind, GOG can rely on the advantage of crowdfunding to not fall behind in hero quality and maintain its dominance in player attention. In short, the entire network is extremely pessimistic about IOI now. Pei Qian is very worried. Although he will make a lot of money no matter which game of GOG and IOI becomes popular, Pei Qian is still more on the side of IOI. After all, Lin Wan must be arranged to leave first. No matter how much money his game makes, it is controllable and can be alleviated by spending a lot of money and giving players concessions. The backstab of Lin Wan's brothers and sisters is completely unpredictable and the threat is too great. Pei Qian was so angry when he talked about this. A Beautiful Tomorrow won an award because of Lin Chang's review. The overseas screening was extended and it has already cut a box office of several $1 million. There is still some time before it is released. It is obvious which threat is greater. Pei Qian knew that everyone in Shangyang Games must be very discouraged now, and it was the time when President Pei needed to give them a little encouragement. Arriving at Shangyang Games, Pei Qian went straight into the conference room. Pei Qian had notified them in advance, so the core members of Shangyang Games were already waiting in the conference room. Boss Pei. Everyone stood up to greet him, but everyone's expression was a little disappointed. Lin Wan's expression was especially so. Pei Qian couldn't help but click in his heart. What's wrong with your expressions? Don't give up. Pei Qian coughed twice and said, the recent promotion of IOI's national server doesn't seem to be going smoothly. It's okay, don't be so depressed, and you can speak freely if you have anything to say. Everyone looked at each other, and finally Lin Wan spoke first. Now I can understand how Tenda's opponents feel. There's no way, the most difficult people are always our own people, not to mention that we have a stupid teammate. Pei Qian's heart sank. Stupid teammate? Are they talking about me? Could it be that they know that I did it with Windemo, Ku? Pei Qian was a little flustered for no reason. Wang Xiaoban explained, it's Finger Company, Mr. Pei. We realized a long time ago that we couldn't beat GOG if we continued like this, so we wrote several emails to Finger Company and gave them some suggestions. In the end, their wording was similar and they just didn't accept it. And it seems that they are blaming us. It seems that they are saying that IOI is doing well in other parts of the world and has received good feedback, but why is it not working here? Obviously they think there is something wrong with our operation strategy. Pei Qian let out a long sigh. Oh, it's not me, then it's okay. I was shocked, I thought I was exposed. Lin Wan spread his hands, this can't be blamed on them. After all, those who are not truly enemies of Tenda can't understand the terribleness of Tenda. I have learned a lesson this time. She sighed softly, what's more? President Pei only needs to give a little advice to turn the tide. Pei Qian coughed twice, in that case, I am very objective and fair. Yi Zhizhou said meaningfully, originally, Min Jingqiao wanted to recruit people and speed up the development of new heroes, but was rejected by you, President Pei? If it weren't for your suggestion, how could he have thought of the idea of crowdfunding heroes from players? Pei Qian, this is a complete misunderstanding. Everyone immediately put on an I understand expression. Pei Qian was speechless. This was such a misunderstanding. My heart is indeed with you. Moreover, even if I helped them secretly, I didn't use the idea of crowdfunding heroes, there is no way, it is hard to explain. Pei Qian decided not to dwell on this topic, anyway, he was used to everyone's attitude. Now that the Finger Company disagrees with the change of IOI, Shangyang Games can only continue to think of other ways. So, for the next operation strategy, do you have any good ideas? Pei Qian asked. Everyone looked at each other again, and no one spoke. Lin Wan sighed, Boss Pei, we are still trying hard to think. Pei Qian secretly thought it was not good. It can be clearly seen that everyone has lost their fighting spirit. They probably think that GOG's leading advantage is too big. If the Finger Company is unwilling to cooperate in changing the game, how can they win by marketing alone? Since it is a task assigned by Boss Pei, everyone must not say discouraging words like can't win, but there is indeed no better way. Pei Qian felt that Lin Wan was about to say something like I feel that my ability is not enough, and I still need to continue to learn at Tenda. Quick, use your little brain to help Shangyang Games think of a solution. Pei Qian thought hard for a moment, and suddenly an idea came to him. When in doubt, just give money away. Wasn't it because of giving money away that GOG became popular in the beginning? Then give money away to IOI too. Since the game cannot be changed, the only way to overwhelm GOG is through overwhelming marketing. Pei Qian coughed twice. According to the last regulation, 50% of the profits of all departments can be freely used for various expenses of the department. Take out this money, and at the same time, I will allocate a special fund for you. This fund is mainly used in two aspects: anchor promotion and internet cafe promotion. Find some anchors and up hosts, sponsor them, and continue to produce content about IOI, including new hero introductions, teaching videos, etc., especially to create an impression for the audience that this game is very popular abroad. Then cooperate with various internet cafes, play IOI to use most skins for free, play IOI to get a certain amount of internet fee reduction, etc. Forcefully grab the popularity. Pei Qian's impression is that LOL seems to be promoted in this way, and it will definitely work. You can't copy homework wrong, right? At the first regular meeting of the management compensation trainees, the management trainees reported an important piece of information to Pei Qian, that is, each department was formulating a large-scale spending plan, including supplementing salaries, purchasing office supplies, etc. Pei Qian judged that this was because each department had understood the meaning of the Tenda Cornerstone Award, and while being jealous of Nifeng Logistics, they also started large-scale spending plans. In this case, of course we have to help them. Therefore, Pei Qian decided that 50% of the profits generated by all departments can be freely used and spent on various aspects of department expenses to improve the efficiency of each department's spending. Of course, for the loss-making departments such as Nifeng Logistics and Moyu Takeout, Pei Qian will also allocate additional funds to increase their loss rate. So far, Shangyang Games still has games such as Hot Blood War Song and Be Quiet that are profitable, and IOI National Service also has income. Take out 50% of this money, plus the special funds of President Pei, and directly use money to open the way and force promotion, and crush it all the way. Yi Zhizhou thought about it carefully and suddenly realized. So that's it. I learned another trick from President Pei. When there is no special idea, you might as well use force to break the trick. Is this the case of no tricks being better than tricks? Pei Qian, almost. Although his thoughts were not so complicated, Yi Zhizhou's rainbow fart did not seem to be too wrong. However, Lin Wan frowned slightly and asked, then. President Pei, what if GOG also follows up without thinking and burns money with us? Chapter 545 Yu Tingda, you can run away, but you can't run away from the temple. Fourth update, please vote for me. This question stumped Pei Qian. Yes, what if GOG follows up without thinking? Pei Qian realized that he had fallen into a thinking error before, because the opponents that Tingda had met before were all other companies, and basically they couldn't burn more money than Tingda. After all, other companies either burn the boss's money or the investment money. Unless the boss really treats money as nothing like Pei Qian, it is impossible to burn so freely. So, Tingda always wins the money-burning war. But now, GOG is also Tingda's game, and it also has a limit for burning money. But Pei Qian quickly calmed down. This is nothing more than a numerical problem. I just need to ensure that IOI's funds are always more than GOG, right? In terms of burning money, whichever side has more ammunition will definitely have the advantage. What's more, it's a great thing for me if both sides burn money together. I'm just worried about having no place to spend money. Thinking of this, Pei Qian smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I will make sure that you always have more money than GOG. It is impossible to limit GOG's funds. After all, Pei Qian has just proposed the policy of freely disposing 50% of income not long ago, and he cannot change his mind overnight. It's not that he is worried about other things, but mainly because he is afraid of causing misunderstandings. What if everyone starts to imagine what the deep meaning of Pei's move is? Is he hinting that everyone should stop spending money? That would be counterproductive. So, Pei Qian is considering that GOG should still burn money, as long as it is guaranteed that IOI's domestic service will always have more money than GOG. We can't let GOG turn the tables again, right? Everyone's eyes have regained their spirits. Sure enough, he is worthy of being President Pei. As soon as he made a move, the problem was solved. Although the plan of burning money is not difficult to think of, it is obvious that not everyone has the courage to burn it so cleanly, so neatly, and so recklessly. And making the guarantee that IOI's money will always be more than GOG is something that only President Pei can do. Yi Zhizhou was very excited. Okay, Mr. Pei, we will make arrangements immediately and we will definitely get back our position. After leaving Shangyang game, Pei Qian felt relaxed. He looked at his watch and it was past 3 in the afternoon. Going home and lying on the sofa in the living room to bask in the sun seemed to be a good choice. Just then, the phone rang. It was from Li Shi. Pei Qian, ? He felt as if he was facing a great burden. Could it be that something went wrong at the Jingji hostel? Or was it something about the Golden Labyrinth? Or was it that Li Shi wanted to invest in Yuan venture capital? No, Mr. Li wouldn't want to invest in the fully automatic argument machine, would he? He didn't drink a drug that made him lose his mind, right? Pei Qian was a little panicked when he saw the name Li Shi, fearing that Li Shi would invest in him again without saying anything, and make his secretive and money-losing project popular. But he couldn't refuse to take the offer, and the ostrich mentality wouldn't save him from getting hurt. No choice, he had to take the offer. Hello? Mr. Li, what's up? Li Shi's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Pei, nothing special. It's just that a friend of mine wants to meet you and talk to you about something. I wonder if you have time? You should have heard of this friend of mine, and you may have even met him. His name is Wang Peng, and he is one of the co-founders of Quanmin Dianping. Wang Peng, Shui Zhibin, and I are partners. We opened Mingfu Family Banquet together. Do you remember? Pei Qian suddenly realized. I remember, too much. This person is still lying on my notebook. Although the position is relatively far back, Pei Qian will definitely not forget it. It was this Wang Peng who went to Mingyun private kitchen with Shui Zhibin to have a meal, and then specially marked it on the Quanmin Dianping app, wrote a long review, and finally arranged for the programmer to make a blank name. So, Mingyun private kitchen turned a loss into a profit. This hatred is simply irreconcilable. He actually had the nerve to come to see me? Pei Qian was about to find an excuse for being busy at work to shirk, but then he thought again, it seems that he should still meet. What if this person is brewing some new conspiracy behind the scenes? If I don't meet him, won't I continue to be kept in the dark? Pei Qian thought for a while. Ming and I have time now, you can ask Mr. Wang to arrange it. Li Shi was very happy. Of course, then let's meet at the Moyu Internet Cafe in Handong University in an hour? Pei Qian, okay, but, what is the specific matter? Li Shi laughed. Mr. Pei, you will know when you come. I will definitely not waste your precious time. Pei Qian. Why do you get more and more scared the more you listen? Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. Not long after Pei Qian arrived, Li Shi and Wang Peng also arrived one after another. Boss Pei. Boss Li, Boss Wang. Pei Qian exchanged some false courtesy with the two men and sat down. Seeing Wang Peng's face seemed to be full of smiles, Pei Qian instinctively felt something was wrong. What was it that made him so happy? Boss Wang, what exactly is it that you want to talk to me about? Pei Qian asked with concern. I always feel that someone is looking for me with a happy face. It must be bad news. Wang Peng smiled slightly, and did not answer directly, but looked at Li Shi. I have heard from Mr. Li before that you have a coy physique. No matter who it is, as long as they get close to you, good luck will definitely happen. If you happen to show some good intentions, you will have extremely rich gains. After the previous Ming Mansion family banquet, I was still a little skeptical. But this time I completely believe it. Pei Qian looked confused, and after a moment of silence, a question mark floated above his head. What is he thinking? I have a koi physique? Why didn't I feel it? Your good luck, that's my bad luck. Seeing that Mr. Pei was indifferent, Li Shi smiled and said to Wang Peng, Mr. Wang, just speak directly if you have something to say. Mr. Pei doesn't like others to keep him in suspense. Besides, Mr. Pei is usually busy with business and has too much work to deal with. He may not know about this matter. Pei Qian opened his mouth and hesitated. Although Mr. Li's 2 sentences sounded wrong, I couldn't really find any major mistakes. Wang Peng nodded, okay, then I'll be frank. Mr. Pei, do you know that the nameless restaurant became popular on the internet because of a well-known food blogger? Pei Qian? I don't know. Seeing Mr. Pei's indifferent expression, Li Shi laughed. Look, Mr. Pei is busy with work, how could such a trivial matter alarm him? Most likely, Manager Lin arranged it himself. If he told Mr. Pei everything, wouldn't Manager Lin become a good-for-nothing? When Wang Peng saw that Pei Qian didn't know about this, he instantly became more excited. Mr. Pei doesn't know yet? That's great. Let me explain the whole story in detail. Because of my job, I follow some well-known foreign food bloggers. Many of them are gourmets who often fly around the world to eat Michelin 3-star restaurants. On Tuesday night, I found that a food blogger with millions of fans who I had been following before updated the content, and this content was reposted many times. I clicked on it excitedly and found that there were no pictures, but a long article. I was very puzzled at the time. Because of the time difference, this blogger likes to post late at night. She always flies around the world, takes some classic food, and then adds her own comments. Unlike other amateur food bloggers, she has a very good appreciation ability, and at the same time knows how to meet the expectations of ordinary people, so that her food reviews will not appear too out of touch, so she has many fans abroad. But as far as I remember, she rarely posts such pure text blogs. Then I took a closer look and realized that this is your Wuming restaurant, Mr. Pei? No wonder there are no pictures, because Wuming restaurant doesn't allow taking pictures, haha. Pei Qian's hand holding the coffee froze in midair. He suddenly understood why Mingyun Private Kitchen had a large number of foreign reservations recently. It was obviously this food blogger who was playing tricks. Fortunately, Pei Qian had been mentally prepared. On the surface, he remained calm, but in his heart, he kept telling himself, don't panic. Even if Mingyun Private Chef becomes more popular, it is impossible for me to make more money. After taking a sip of coffee, he said, what's next? Wang Peng couldn't help but sigh. Boss Pei's calm mentality is really worth learning. You know, that blogger has even found fault with Michelin restaurants. Her taste is very picky. However, this time, she used a long article to praise the nameless restaurant from all angles. Including the details of the service, the taste of various dishes, and even the last 2 dishes, verjuzenegg and boiled cabbage, are full of details and praise. She also emphasized that the point she was most satisfied with was that no matter what questions were asked, the waiter could answer fluently, and Manager Lin also had very thought-provoking insights into the development of the catering industry, which deepened her understanding of Chinese food culture. Boss Pei, there aren't many compliments like this. The only pity is that the Michelin Guide has not yet entered the mainland. Otherwise, once this blog post is published, there will definitely be Michelin reviewers to conduct a secret visit. If it can really get 2 or even 3 stars, then. Pei Qian was terrified. What the hell? How powerful is this food blogger? Luckily, the tire guide has not entered the mainland, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Pei Qian doesn't think Michelin is that great. After all, this is a Western-style evaluation standard and has little reference value for Chinese food. But Pei Qian is also very clear that many people only recognize this. If it really gets a Michelin 3-star rating, Pei Qian will have to take the initiative to ask for it to be withdrawn. Otherwise, crazy diners will come here from all over the world. What's the point? Wouldn't the scene be out of control? Luckily, the Michelin Guide has not yet entered the mainland. Even if it enters a few years later, it will start from big cities like Magic City and Imperial City. It shouldn't be Jingzhou's turn. Pei Qian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But then he thought again, and felt that something seemed wrong. Was it just for this matter that Wang Ping came all the way to find him? Although this food blogger is quite good, and he praised Mingyun Private Kitchen and got many foreign friends to make reservations and eat, so what? I still said that Mingyun Private Kitchen has made reservations for 2 months later. Even if it becomes more popular, it will not make me make more money. What am I afraid of? Li Shi also nodded. It's a pity that I don't have the opportunity to get 3 Michelin stars. Although Michelin's evaluation of Chinese food is unreliable, there is no harm in getting this kind of thing. To be honest, after I started doing high-end catering myself, I admire Mr. Pei even more. It's easy for high-end catering to go from 30 points to 60 points, but it's even more difficult to go from 90 points to 95 points. Mr. Pei can actually make the nameless restaurant continue to improve after 90 points. He must have put in a lot of effort in places we can't see. Pei Qian. However, before Pei Qian could say anything, Wang Ping took over Li Shi's words. It's a pity, but there's an old saying that goes, a blessing in disguise. Boss Pei, Boss Li, have you ever thought about this? The Michelin Guide has not entered the mainland at all, which means that foreigners can't evaluate mainland restaurants based on Michelin. So what do they rely on to enjoy mainland food? Pei Qian's heart skipped a beat. Rely on recommendations from food bloggers? Wang Ping laughed. Yes, Mr. Pei. Think about it, no restaurant in the mainland has been given a star by Michelin, but the nameless restaurant was picked up by a well-known food blogger who criticized Michelin. If you round it up, isn't it equivalent to the nameless restaurant being at the same level as the Michelin 3-star restaurant? This is equivalent to the nameless restaurant suddenly being highlighted on the food map. Then no matter whether it's foreigners or domestic people, they will definitely come to try it. Pei Qian? Wang Ping continued, moreover, Mr. Pei, you are only half right. They do rely on the recommendations of food bloggers to find delicious food, but they must also rely on our national review. Mr. Pei, your Wuming restaurant has become popular, and National Review has also benefited from it, because National Review was the first to discover Wuming restaurant and named it. If you want to review Wuming restaurant, National Review has the most complete reviews. Those who want to search for Wuming restaurant will definitely be directed to National Review. Just this item alone has saved us a lot of promotion funds. So, several of our co-founders held an emergency telephone conference and decided to make good use of this opportunity to make a promotional feature, combining the ultimate food experience of Wuming restaurant with our National Review, and then taking advantage of the popularity of this food blogger to directly make this matter popular. Good marketing only needs a little spark to explode instantly. That's why I said, Mr. Pei, you are indeed a lucky fish. You didn't do anything, but you brought such a huge wave of traffic to our Quanmin Dianping. Of course, Mr. Pei, don't worry, we Quanmin Dianping will certainly not forget your kindness. To express our gratitude, we decided to recommend all the physical industries of Tenda Group to you in this special topic. Originally, Pei Qian felt a little dazed, but he could barely keep calm when he thought that no matter how popular Mingyun Private Kitchen was, it would not make much money. However, when he heard this sentence, countless question marks floated over Pei Qian's head. Wang Ping did not notice the confusion on Mr. Pei's face, and continued to say happily, our topic is called Beautiful Jingzhou. In this topic, we have reviewed all the famous scenic spots, historical sites, high-end restaurants, etc. in Jingzhou. The highlight is Wuming Restaurant, but we also added Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, shared phone booth, managed gym and even Jingji Hostel. After all, it is so difficult to make a reservation at Wuming Restaurant, and it is not easy for everyone to come to Jingzhou from afar. These special projects must be experienced once. In addition, we decided to give permanent preferential treatment to Tengda's industries. Including Moyu Internet Cafe, managed gym and other industries, they will be ranked higher when searching on Quanmin Dianping, and there will be special star selection signs, and continue to increase the recommendation efforts. This is called returning a favor, right, Mr. Li? Wang Peng finished and looked at Li Shi, who was sitting next to him. Li Shi smiled and nodded slightly, as if he was a teachable child. This style of behavior was obviously taught to him by Mr. Li. And Pei Qian fell into a long silence. Wang Peng's smile seemed to say, I can't manage your Wuming Restaurant, but I can't manage your other industries? Tengda is a big family, and the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. If your Wuming Restaurant doesn't make this money, then other industries can make it. Anyway, you can't run away. Come on, make money for Mr. Pei. Pei Qian originally wanted to study the reason why so many foreigners came to Mingyun Private Kitchen tomorrow, but now it seems that it's not necessary. It's too late. Pei Qian was speechless. Are you all excited? Guan Peixing just reported this matter to me at noon, and you have already arranged it all in the afternoon? Chapter 546. It's our turn to copy Mr. Wang's answers. Monthly votes requested. Losing money to become the richest man starts with the game. Pei Qian now has only one feeling, that is, I am really stupid, really. I just thought that as long as Mingyun Private Kitchen's reservations are full, there is no way to make more money for me. I never expected that Quanmin Dianping would intervene. Quanmin Dianping's special topic, coupled with a little hype, turned the fame of the nameless restaurant into real traffic, and then guided it to other industries of Tengda. It turned into real money again. What's more, this special topic seems to have exposed some information in advance. That is the Jingji Hostel. Originally, Pei Qian's plan was to let Jingji Hostel secretly build, even if Mr. Li and others wanted to promote it, it would be something they would have to worry about when it was almost completed. But now that this special topic is added, it has been exposed. Of course, the Jingji Hostel has not been completed yet. Most of the projects are currently in the process of finishing up. The Golden Maze is even less complete, and it will take at least nearly a month before it can be opened for trial operation. But the problem is that it is not possible to make an appointment for Mingyun Private Kitchen just because you want to. Now that we are doing a special topic, many people have started to make reservations. When they come to Wuming Restaurant for dinner, Jingji Hostel has already officially opened for business. The time is just right. Pei Qian looked at the smiling Li Shi and realized that this guy must have contributed to this. Otherwise, why would Wang Peng deliberately add Jingji Hostel, such a low-key project, to this special topic? It must be Mr. Li who said too much. However, looking at the friendly smiles on the faces of these two people, Pei Qian didn't know what to say, but just felt a little tired. Mr. Wang, thank you so much. If there is nothing else, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Pei Qian said with a bit of gritted teeth. Wang Peng was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, Okay, Mr. Pei, if you have any questions about the topic, you can contact me at any time. After watching Mr. Pei leave, Wang Peng scratched his head, a little confused. Mr. Li, why does Mr. Pei look unhappy at all? Li Shi laughed. It's okay, Mr. Wang, you don't deal with Mr. Pei very often. If you deal with Mr. Pei as often as I do, you will get used to it. Mr. Pei is an acting school, and his emotions are not revealed. When he is in a good mood with you, he is often smiling with a knife. At this time, you must be vigilant. On the contrary, you gave him real benefits, and he didn't react on the surface, and even seemed very cold, but he would always repay you in some other way afterwards. He is a business genius. How can his thoughts be easily understood by ordinary people? He must wear a mask to cover it up. Only those who have been with him for a long time can understand his true thoughts. Wang Peng suddenly realized, oh. That's it. Then according to what Mr. Li said, can I be friends with Mr. Pei in the future? Li Shi smiled, at least Mr. Wang, you are going in the right direction. Wang Peng nodded silently, thinking that it was fortunate that he had a friend like Mr. Li as a guide. Otherwise, he really didn't understand these intricacies of Mr. Pei's character. Pei Qian left the Moyu Internet Cafe and went straight to Moyu Takeaway Store No. 1. Because he suddenly realized something very dangerous just now. There is Moyu Takeaway in the special recommendations of Quanmin Dianping. Now Moyu Takeaway is Mr. Pei's favorite. If it makes money, won't he go into shock on the spot? Must immediately confirm the safety of Moyu Takeaway. Pei Qian was a little puzzled at first. It stands to reason that Quanmin Dianping should also have a takeaway business, right? Shouldn't Moyu Takeaway be classified as a competitor? Why are they still recommending Moyu Takeaway stores? But after a careful search on Baidu and combining some of his previous memories, Pei Qian roughly figured it out. The current Quanmin Dianping has nothing to do with food delivery. Quanmin Dianping should have issued a joint statement with a food delivery software 3 or 4 years later, announcing a strategic cooperation. Now the two are still competitors, fighting fiercely in the concepts of group buying and local life platform. Moreover, in the eyes of outsiders, the current positioning of Moyu Takeaway should be more inclined to fast food services such as home delivery, not a food delivery platform. Because Moyu Takeaway actually only delivers its own food, does not invite merchants to settle in, and does not do things such as rating, scoring, and ranking. The general direction is obviously not in competition with Quanmin Dianping. That's why Quanmin Dianping is willing to arrange so many recommendations for Moyu Takeaway. In short, it is better to confirm the safety of Moyu Takeaway first. Go and ask Rui Yuchen in person first, and then find the compensation officer to verify. Once Moyu Takeaway is found to have any signs of profit, decisive measures must be taken to prevent it before it happens. As for what specific decisive measures to take, we can only wait and see. Soon, Pei Qian arrived at Moyu Takeaway Store No. 1, which is also the location of the food lab. Boss Pei? Rui Yuchen was acting as a waiter again, and was a little surprised to see Boss Pei coming in person. 2 customers who just left seemed to have eaten the new products of the food lab and made some comments. Rui Yuchen was carefully recording them and preparing to submit them to the food lab for improvement. Pei Qian decided to make a long story short, nothing special, I just want to ask about the current situation of Moyu Takeaway. Rui Yuchen thought for a while, everything is going well, Mr. Pei, everything is going according to the script you planned. Pei Qian. God, it's going according to my script. Do you know what my script is? My script is to make Moyu Takeaway lose money all the time and never make it back for me. Pei Qian coughed twice, to be more accurate? There should be no surplus on the books at present, right? Rui Yuchen nodded, don't worry, Mr. Pei, I have strictly followed your requirements and used all the funds, including the funds you transferred, to open branches. I will never save money. Pei Qian was a little relieved and asked, then, if we want to achieve a turnaround, how big is the gap? Rui Yuchen pondered for a moment, this is not easy to estimate, Mr. Pei, I can only say that even if everything goes well, it is unlikely to turn a loss into a profit in the next few months. After all, too much money was burned in the early stage, and the expenses of opening stores, employee salaries, etc. are very. Rui Yuchen briefly introduced the current situation. In short, the cost of Moyu Takeaway has been high, and the profit is low. If it wants to turn losses into profits, it needs to increase the number of customers significantly, at least on the current basis. This possibility is not seen in the short term. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Then, what if Quanmin Dianping wants to give Moyu Takeaway a special and long-term recommendation? Rui Yuchen's eyes lit up. Really? Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. What will happen? Rui Yuchen thought carefully. Well, it is of course a good thing to have such a recommendation, more exposure. But this kind of recommendation is more of a long-term, subtle effect, and the effect in the short term will not be particularly obvious. However, it is certainly a good thing that President Pei can get such a recommendation for Moyu Takeaway. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it's good that there is no great danger in the short term. Moyu Takeaway is now highly expected by me, and nothing must happen. After hearing Rui Yuchen say that even in the best-case scenario, it would take several months to turn a profit, and only some stores would turn a profit, Pei Qian felt more at ease. Then he could worry about other things, such as hosting gyms. After all, this comprehensive review had a huge impact, basically covering all the projects of Tenda Group that were still losing money. Fortunately, the sloth apartment project was very low-key and had basically no publicity, so it was temporarily spared. I know, let's just keep doing what we are doing now. Watching Mr. Pei leave, Rui Yuchen was full of energy again. It seems that Mr. Pei still attaches great importance to Moyu Takeaway. Although Mr. Pei is busy with work, he still came to number 1 store to inquire in person. The most important thing is that he actually got such an important recommendation from Quanmin Dianping. This is very helpful for the long-term planning of Moyu Takeaway. Rui Yuchen summarized the improvement plans collected before, and then handed them to the kitchen, asking them to make a new one based on the improvement plan. Just stopped to take a break, and when I looked up, I saw an acquaintance again. Brother Lin? You are a little late. Mr. Pei just left for less than 5 minutes. Rui Yuchen invited Lin Sanrong to sit down. Lin Sanrong was a little surprised. Mr. Pei has been here? That's a pity. I wanted to thank him in person and tell him about my new insights. Rui Yuchen, it doesn't matter. Mr. Pei is not the kind of person who cares about these details. What do you want to thank Mr. Pei for? Lin Sanrong said seriously, of course I want to thank Mr. Pei for helping me find my true and correct position in the catering industry. Rui Yuchen was stunned for a moment. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Sanrong took a sip of his drink and asked, you should know about the foreign food bloggers, right? Rui Yuchen nodded, yeah, I've heard about it. Lin Sanrong had discussed with Rui Yuchen before about the real reason why President Pei did not allow Mingyun Private Kitchen to open a branch, because the rare resource of such a high-end restaurant lies in the chefs. The chefs of Mingyun Private Kitchen are poached from all over the country at high prices, and such talents cannot be mass-produced, so the quality of opening a branch cannot be guaranteed. After Lin Sanrong understood this, he invested all the money in employee training, and it really paid off. But it is obvious that Lin Sanrong now has a new understanding. I thought that Mr. Pei's thinking only reached this point, but now I realize that I only understood this point. I originally thought that Mingyun Private Kitchen was recommended by well-known foreign food bloggers, which at most would help Mingyun Private Kitchen attract more foreign customers and increase its popularity. But after seeing Mr. Wang of Quanmin Dianping do this, I was deeply inspired and realized that there was a trick in it. Convert word of mouth into popularity, convert popularity into traffic, and then use traffic to convert into tangible benefits in other aspects. And the premise of all this is that Mingyun Private Kitchen can provide customers with the best taste and become a high-end catering brand widely recognized by the public. Rui Yuchen nodded, yes, that's right. Then what? Lin Sanrong smiled slightly. Mr. Wang has shown us the correct solution to Mr. Pei's thinking, and the next step is of course to copy homework. Let's go back to the original question and think about it carefully. Since Mr. Pei knows that Mingyun Private Kitchen will not make more money if he continues to invest, why does he continue to invest here? Obviously, he wants more word of mouth, and more word of mouth can be exchanged for popularity and more profits. Obviously, Mr. Pei has already thought of this plan of using word of mouth to exchange for popularity, traffic, and other local income, waiting for us to solve it. It's just that Mr. Wang of Quanmin guessed it before us. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this should be a pleasant surprise, because Mr. Pei's routine is more like prepared for us. Now I understand the branch I was worried about before is actually still there. Isn't it just Moyu takeaway? Rui Yuchen was stunned. Brother Lin, what do you mean? Lin Sanrong smiled slightly. There are only a limited number of great chefs. If you open a new store and can't find such a great chef or use such precious ingredients, what's the difference between it and Moyu takeaway? Although we are not in the same department, we are both catering. If we can use the reputation of Mingyun Private Kitchen, that is, Wuming Restaurant, to convert part of it to Moyu takeaway, and then create an affordable version, wouldn't this also meet President Pei's expectations? Chapter 547 I predicted the direction of President Pei. Monthly votes requested. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Lin Sanrong's thinking is obviously moving forward. At first, he felt that Mingyun Private Kitchen and Moyu Takeaway took completely different routes, so there was no need to be jealous of each other. Then he felt that Mingyun Private Kitchen and Moyu Takeaway could share a food laboratory and resources. And now he realized that what President Pei really meant was to let the two catering departments carry out in-depth cooperation and strive to achieve no distinction between you and me. Lin Sanrong couldn't help but sigh that his previous sectarianism was so narrow-minded. No wonder President Pei was very unhappy when he said he would open a branch. Obviously, President Pei had already hinted that Moyu Takeaway was an affordable branch of Mingyun Private Kitchen, so why go far away? Build a affordable version of the nameless restaurant? Rui Yuchen's expression was a little blank, and it was obvious that he had never considered this aspect before. After thinking for a moment, Rui Yuchen frowned slightly. Brother Lin, this idea doesn't seem to work, right? Mingyun Private Kitchen and Moyu Takeout have very different positioning. Can we force them together? Will Moyu Takeaway fail to reach the high-end market, and then drag down the reputation of Mingyun Private Kitchen, resulting in a lose-lose situation? After all, most people now think that takeaway is synonymous with unrefined when they mention it. Rui Yuchen's concerns are obviously not unreasonable. Brand is a very virtual thing, which often depends on how people associate it. If a high-end brand is mismanaged, it is easy to lose its style in an instant. For example, if an international first-line luxury brand suddenly has a brainwave and finds a mediocre N-line star to endorse its products, the brand image will be ruined immediately. It takes time for Wuming Restaurant to establish a high-end brand impression. Although takeaway has been developing rapidly recently, most people still think of concepts such as cheap, unrefined, and unhealthy when they mention takeaway. Even if Moyu Takeaway is clearly positioned higher than other takeaways, some people who don't know the truth will still subconsciously confuse Moyu Takeaway with other takeaways. If we use Wuming Restaurant to endorse Moyu Takeaway, what if it fails to promote Moyu Takeaway and makes people think that Wuming Restaurant has lost its style? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Lin Sanrong nodded. I know, of course there is such a risk. But everything depends on human efforts. We can consider it from three aspects. First, we have to tell all consumers openly that it is impossible to eat the same level of dishes as Wuming Restaurant at Moyu Takeaway. We just guarantee that it is a cheap version of Wuming Restaurant, so they don't have too high expectations for it. Secondly, we must strictly control the content of the dishes. Not all dishes of Mingyun Private Kitchen are suitable for Moyu Takeaway. Some dishes are delicious because of the good ingredients. If you change the ingredients, it will be a completely different story. Some dishes require extremely complex and tedious processes. It takes several hours to prepare once, which is difficult for ordinary chefs to do. We must strictly prove which dishes of Mingyun private kitchen can be used for Moyu takeaway. To do takeout, and to preserve the taste to the maximum extent under the condition of limited ingredients and chefs, we must be cautious in this regard. Finally, we must start from scratch to make people's understanding of this new brand deviate from the original concept of Moyu takeout. Many people mistakenly think that Moyu takeout is the same as other ordinary takeouts, except that it is a little more expensive and healthier. This concept is difficult to change, so we can't force it. We will create a new high-end brand on top of Moyu takeout, and at the beginning of the promotion, we will separate its concept from ordinary takeout and make a difference in all forms. Rui Yuchen nodded frequently. It seems that Lin Sanrong has indeed thought of the risks in this regard and made plans in advance. The first 2 points are very clear. As for the third point, a new high-end brand, how to do it specifically? Rui Yuchen asked. Lin Sanrong sorted out his thoughts a little. The reason is very simple. Just like cars, they will create a luxury car brand based on the mass brand. Luxury cars don't sell in large quantities, nor are they the biggest money maker. They are simply for bringing goods to mass brands. The name Moyu Takeaway is the name of a mass brand, which is more friendly, but not high-end enough. I thought of a name, Food and Harmony. Rui Yuchen, food box? Something used to deliver takeaways in ancient times? Lin Sanrong shook his head. That's the meaning, but the specific word needs to be changed. He is the harmony of harmony, but difference. In fact, if you want to establish a high-end takeaway brand in China, the best way is to connect this brand with some traditional elements. In fact, takeaways have existed in ancient times. When gentry and celebrities went out to visit friends, go outings, or participate in poetry and literary club activities, they often drank and talked happily, and they needed to prepare delicacies and fruits as appetizers. In other words, food boxes have a long history and have condensed a lot of traditional cultural connotations. Even many food boxes can be regarded as exquisite works of art, which naturally carry high-end concepts. My consideration is that the name Sure He Can, on the one hand, remind customers of ancient food boxes, and on the other hand, separate the two words and add a cultural value. Food is the first priority for the people, and a gentleman should be harmonious, but different. The original pictographic meaning of the word he is to eat. Moreover, ancient food boxes were basically made of bamboo and wood, all taken from nature and passed down from generation to generation, which also reveals a concept of harmonious coexistence between man and nature. And this happens to coincide with the concept of Moyu takeaway. The characteristics of Moyu takeaway are that the food is healthy and the tableware is all recyclable, which invisibly contains a harmonious idea. If we continue to extend this idea, isn't that what the brand Sure He wants to express? Rui Yuchen nodded. Indeed, then we must also work hard on packaging, right? At least the food on Sure He must be delivered in specially customized food boxes to make a clear distinction from other takeouts. Lin Sanrong nodded. You think about this matter, I will go back and think about it seriously, which specific dishes are suitable for the menu of Sure He. This matter can't be rushed, we must plan for the long term. The two of them touched it a little, and many details were quickly finalized. June 10th, Friday. Xiaopeng breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0. And the new chassis installed by ROF, all perfectly meet Mr. Pei's requirements. The first store of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 was opened in Jingzhou, in a shopping mall near Handong University. Xiaopeng decided on this location after considering the requirements of President Pei. President Pei said that Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 can only be opened in Jingzhou and places with lower economic levels than Jingzhou, and it must also have fewer seats, larger space, higher prices, and better locations. To put it bluntly, it can only be opened in large shopping malls in second- and third-tier cities. Xiaopeng considered it and finally chose a shopping mall near Handong University. Although it would overlap a little with the Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 in Handong University, considering that the 3.0 model is more suitable for young people and people with strong spending power, and Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 has few seats, this location is still no problem. What's more, this place is close to Tengda's headquarters. Xiaopeng often goes to these two internet cafes, and the chance of encountering President Pei will be greater, which is very critical. Now, Xiaopeng is very satisfied with the completed Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0. We should ask someone to come and take a look and give me some feedback. Who should I ask? Mr. Pei? No, it's a bit too abrupt. Besides, Mr. Pei is very busy and may not have time. Let's ask Mr. Zhang to take a look. Xiaopeng thought about it, and Zhang Yuan seemed to be the most suitable candidate, because Zhang Yuan was the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe before, and he has always been obsessed with internet cafes. He is also quite knowledgeable and can give him some appropriate comments and feasible suggestions. Now he is in charge of DG Esports Club, so his work should not be too busy, and he should be able to spare time. Xiaopeng called Zhang Yuan, and sure enough, Zhang Yuan agreed immediately, saying that he would leave from Mingyun Villa now and arrive in a while. Xiaopeng simply sat down and started a game of GOG. Zhang Yuan followed the location sent by Xiaopeng and came to the 4th floor of the mall and found the newly renovated Moyu Internet Cafe. From a distance, Zhang Yuan was attracted by the sign of this Moyu Internet Cafe. Below the 4 words Moyu Internet Cafe, there is a line of small words, Esports Life Museum. This time, the Moyu Internet Cafe not only renovated the interior, but also the exterior, creating a cool esports style that gamers like. The deep black and various colored lines outline a youthful temperament, and the exterior wall has even been transformed into a huge display screen. Looking inside, the interior is basically decorated in the theme style of esports. Through painted glass, mirror floor tiles and mirror stainless steel materials, using the principles of light reflection, refraction, and diffuse reflection, a sense of future and technology is created. Although the spacing between seats is sparser than the previous Moyu Internet Cafe 2.0, there are very clear divisions. First of all, as soon as you enter the door, you can see the soundproof room divided into red and blue sides in the distance. The table is obviously higher, which should be a special competitive battle area. There is also a folded projection screen on the top. In front of the 2 soundproof rooms, there is a more scattered battle area, all of which are irregular pentagonal computer tables, and each table is exactly 5 people. The arrangement of these tables is staggered, neither rigid nor loose. Compared with the traditional row-by-row sitting mode, this distribution looks a bit like a party or a crosstalk theater. The edge of the computer table is concave inward into an arc, ensuring that everyone can turn and observe the big screen at will. This structure also ensures that the right mouse has enough range of movement. The space behind each display can also be used to place drinks or snacks. In the depths of the Internet Cafe, several compartments are separated separately, also with 5 people in a row, but they are staggered and rising continuously, creating a sense of stairs. The 5-row seat at the highest point is the most gorgeous, and it is an inverted V shape. The position at the top is like sitting on the throne overlooking all living beings. Zhang Yuan was shocked. He had heard that Xiaopeng was preparing for Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, but he had never seen the design drawings or the decoration process. I came here for the first time today, and I only had one feeling, that the level of Moyu Internet Cafe seemed to be much higher than that of Moyu Internet Cafe 2.0. Xiaopeng, who was playing games in a random place in the hall, stood up when he saw Zhang Yuan coming. Mr. Zhang, how do you feel? Xiaopeng was quite proud. Zhang Yuan asked in disbelief, is this the plan arranged by Mr. Pei? Xiaopeng shook his head, no, Mr. Pei didn't ask too much, just gave me a general direction. The overall plan was figured out by myself. However, the reason why I can come up with this plan is because I predicted Mr. Pei's next direction in advance. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Predicted Mr. Pei's direction? What direction? Xiao Peng said, I combined the competitive relationship between DG Esports Club, GOG, and IOI, and combined with the general direction that Mr. Pei gave to Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, I predicted that Mr. Pei's next goal must be esports. So, I decided to turn the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 model into an esports lifestyle center and take advantage of this. Chapter 548 Moyu Internet Cafe is ahead of President Pei, 3 more chapters to ask for monthly tickets. Zhang Yuan was very surprised. Because he had never thought about predicting President Pei's direction until now. Everyone was still trying to think about what is the deep meaning of President Pei's words, and as for what President Pei will do in the future, it seems to be beyond the ability of most people. Are you sure? Zhang Yuan asked. Xiao Peng thought for a moment. Of course, there is no absolute certainty, but I think there is still a 70% certainty. For Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 this time, President Pei did not give a very clear hint, but there are clues to President Pei's layout in other industries. GOG and IOI's goo-raising tactics. The main project of DG Esports Club is GOG. These 2 clues combined mean that President Pei is laying out the esports industry. In the near future, some industries will definitely be related. And at this critical juncture, President Pei asked me to do Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0. Although there are no specific requirements, it must be linked with the esports industry and achieve mutual success. Moyu Internet Cafe provides soil for esports, and esports provides heat for Moyu Internet Cafe. The first phase of the battle between GOG and IOI has basically come to an end. Both sides have been updating versions frantically, and GOG has not fallen behind. Since President Pei wants to pursue the strategy of raising poisonous insects, the battle will definitely not stop here. Next, it will be a real fight. At this stage, there are only 2 ways: either spend money madly on promotion, using offline internet cafes and online anchors to expand the player base, or host esports events. However, the premise of hosting esports events is that the player base is large enough, because players must first understand the game itself before they can understand the game. Based on the above judgments, I think Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 should be made into this kind of esports, the model of the living hall. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but nodded frequently. Well, that makes sense. However, strictly speaking, this should not be considered a prediction. Everything is still in Mr. Pei's plan. Xiao Peng nodded. Well, I know that no one can think ahead of Mr. Pei, there is no doubt about that. What I mean is that Mr. Pei's entire plan has just taken the first step. Although several subsequent steps have been planned, they have not been disclosed to us. I predicted that Mr. Pei has not yet implemented the second step, so I can let the esports living hall model of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 go online before Mr. Pei launches the second step plan. Zhang Yuan nodded in admiration. Awesome. Xiao Peng led Zhang Yuan inside. Come, Mr. Zhang, let me introduce the model of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0. My idea is to build this place into an esports base for professional players. For ordinary players, Moyu Internet Cafe 2.0 is enough to meet the basic needs of playing games. And Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 should obviously be prepared for those more hardcore players. For example, some people have organized a team out of their love for GOG. In addition to single and double rows, they also need to play more with other teams and play offline games with similar strong teams. This is a very important entertainment activity for them, just like many grandpas and aunts go to square dance after work. Then at this time, Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 is their most suitable choice. Come, Mr. Zhang, let me introduce the general layout of the entire Internet Cafe. All the seats in the entire Internet Cafe are basically designed according to the 5-seat model, just to maximize the needs of the team and 5 black games. The seats in the hall are allowed to be mixed, but we will try our best to ensure that the 5-person team sits at the same table. We will hold competitions regularly, and the entire hall will be the selection stage. All contestants must participate in the form of a 5-person team. Only after our selection can they be eligible to enter other areas. The compartment inside is a separate training room. Only the teams ranked high in our internet cafe can use it. When using it, all the members of the team must be present, otherwise they can only sit in the hall. And the innermost and highest position is specially prepared for the strongest team in the internet cafe. The captain can sit in that highest position. He represents the highest level of our internet cafe and is worshipped by the players of the entire internet cafe. In addition, the battle room, projector in the hall, and the large screen outside are all specially used to prepare for the event. The regularly held internet cafe competitions will be broadcast live on the screen. At that time, everyone in the hall and everyone outside the internet cafe can watch it simultaneously, and the contestants can enjoy the same attention and treatment as esports stars. Although it is a reduced version, it is definitely a very proud thing to be able to enjoy the cheers of the entire internet cafe and even the onlookers outside. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but nod frequently. He tried to imagine himself entering the soundproof room, with the game footage being played simultaneously on the projector and the big screen outside. It would definitely be a very exciting experience. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a genius approach." The positioning of Internet Cafe 3.0 itself is to select the most hardcore players from Internet Cafe 2.0. Then these players compete for better positions through official competitions, and even become the king team of the Internet Cafe, and be admired by everyone. In this way, an esports community culture can be formed. Once the social relationship is established, it will no longer be just a place for players to surf the internet and play games, but a social circle. The only flaw is that those ordinary players can only be spectators. It is conceivable that those who like this place are a group of real esports players. Everyone should be a leader in the original environment, but they are just like everyone else here. This may be a blow to them. Xiaopeng smiled slightly. "Mr. Zhang, I also thought of this and have made some arrangements. Did you notice the new ROF host?" Zhang Yuan looked at the computers in these positions. "Well, it seems that there are more lights than before, and they are more fancy." Xiaopeng came to a computer host at random. This host case is specially customized and very expensive. Compared with other host cases, it has no special advantages. The only advantage is that it has more lights. It's front, side, back, top. There are lights everywhere. These lights all support RGB lighting effect programming, that is, they can emit specific lights when the computer program outputs specific instructions. So, I went to find Min Jingqiao and the others and asked them to make a small function for me. The GOG game program will output information to the RGB lighting effect program, and then the lights on the mainframe will light up according to the programmed content. My current plan is that first blood, double kill, multiple kills, consecutive kills, super god, ranking promotion, etc., each has a unique lighting effect. As long as it is achieved, the mainframe will emit the corresponding lighting effect. In this way, as long as you see someone's mainframe emit a certain lighting effect, you can know that he got the first blood, or super god in the game, or promoted to the master, or even the king level. In other words, even if you are an ordinary player, even if the team you organize cannot compete with most of the masters in the internet cafe, as long as you play here and perform wonderful operations, you can attract the attention of others. This experience is absolutely unique. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. "Wonderful, I didn't expect RGB to have this function. But, why did you only do GOG and not IOI?" Xiaopeng spread his hands helplessly. "I did find Shangyang Games, but it seems that changing the game program requires the consent of Zhito Company, which is troublesome. Moreover, I don't think it is necessary. President Pei obviously wants IOI to be a sparring partner for GOG. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Really? Xiaopeng nodded, of course. Otherwise, why did President Pei set up GOG's esports club instead of IOI's esports club? Obviously, he is more optimistic about GOG. Since IOI is destined to be cannon fodder, and IOI currently has a small market share in China, it is better to only consider GOG players. Zhang Yuan thought for a while. Well, it seems to be the case. When does the internet cafe plan to open? Xiaopeng, next Wednesday. There are still some finishing work to be completed. Zhang Yuan nodded. Okay, when you open, I will bring the guys from the DG Esports Club here, to play a BO5 exhibition match here, to bring you some heat. Xiaopeng was overjoyed. That's great, those are all keen players, it will definitely be fun to play. At the same time. Mr. Liang, coffee. The manager of Sloth Apartment put a cup of coffee on Liang Qingfan's desk. Liang Qingfan just said thank you and continued to work on the blueprints without even looking up. A few days ago, Liang Qingfan had officially joined Tenda Group and became the person in charge of Sloth Apartment. Pei Qian naturally arranged this junior from the Department of Architecture as a compensation student to help Liang Qingfan and collect some information. It's almost done. Liang Qingfan breathed a sigh of relief. After more than a week of busy work, Liang Qingfan has roughly finalized the renovation plan for the 3 buildings and is very satisfied with it. After repeatedly checking the renovation plan, Liang Qingfan admired himself a little bit. Such a weird apartment can be transformed so perfectly. I am really a genius. This seems to be in line with what Mr. Pei said. It is this kind of difficult and weird apartment that can better show the level of the designer. Liang Qingfan even felt that if this renovation case is not widely publicized, it would be a waste. Take a few photos? No, taking photos is too easy, we should record everything. If this kind of transformation case is posted on the internet, there will definitely be a lot of people watching it, right? Well, then we have to find a special filming team. The Fei Huang studio on the Tenda side seems to be very professional, right? The more Liang Qingfan thought about it, the more suitable it seemed. After all, they are all departments of the Tenda Group, so they should be easier to talk to, right? It doesn't matter whether it's money or not, since it's all paid by President Pei. The main thing is that they are reliable and the film is guaranteed, but Liang Qingfan didn't have the contact information of Fei Huang studio, and it seemed a bit unreasonable to bother Mr. Pei for such a small matter. Fortunately, there is still a management trainee. Do you know anyone from Fei Huang studio? Liang Qingfan asked. Guan Peixing was stunned. He hesitated for a moment, because he only knew the Guan Peixing from Fei Huang studio, but since everyone was undercover, should he say he knew him? After thinking about it, it seemed not good to say he knew him or not. If he said he knew him, his identity might be exposed. If he said he didn't know him, what if Mr. Liang was really delayed? Guan Peixing thought about it and decided not to answer directly. The people from Fei Huang studio should still be on vacation now. Vacation? The whole department is on vacation? Liang Qingfan was a little surprised. Guan Peixing nodded. Yes, this is a special regulation within Tenda Group, because Fei Huang studio has made outstanding contributions. Guan Peixing told the whole story. Liang Qingfan nodded. Oh. Unfortunately, there is no way to ask Fei Huang studio to help him shoot, because they are not working. Today is Friday, and it's time to get off work soon. It seems that I can only find a professional photographer to help take pictures tomorrow. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 549. Congratulations on entering Mr. Pei's thinking field. Please give me a monthly ticket. June 13th, Monday. Tenda Game Department. Not long after starting work, Min Jingqiao hurried to find Li Yada and Bao Su. Sister Li, brother Bao, this is bad. Qingshan Games has come up with a new trick. Since last weekend, it seems that a large number of internet cafes have reached an agreement with IOI China. Anyone who plays IOI in an internet cafe and accumulates a certain amount of time can get a reduction in internet fees. Moreover, it seems that several well-known game-up hosts on the internet are also uploading new hero introductions, teaching videos, etc. for IOI, and many well-known game websites are also promoting it. It looks like they are going to compete with us in spending money. Li Yada was stunned for a moment, and said while checking the information on the computer, "Don't panic, you just said, when did these start?" Min Jingqiao thought for a while. There were large-scale signs last Saturday. Bao Su, who had been silent, said, "They work overtime on the weekend, can we report to President Pei? Force them to make up for the 2 days?" Min Jingqiao was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. "Hey? Yes, let them compel them to make up for the 2 days, can't we catch up?" Li Yada shook his head, "It seems impossible. Qingshan Games should not make such a low-level mistake that we can catch. They probably arranged these things on Friday, and rested normally on Saturday and Sunday, but video-up hosts and internet cafes can implement these measures on weekends. In this way, they can make good use of the time difference without violating company regulations and get ahead of us." Min Jingqiao, "Sure enough, the most difficult ones are still our own people." "Yes, except for the people in our own department, who else can think of using the time difference of resting on weekends to get ahead? In addition to brother Bao, who else can think of catching up with this time difference, by reporting overtime? It can only be said that under Tengda's company rules, the game between the two departments has become so psychedelic." Li Yada continued, "According to common sense, they have probably arranged their work plans before leaving get off work on Friday, and are now definitely contacting more internet cafes and up hosts in full swing to launch a full-scale offensive. And, the information currently searched is basically some large chain internet cafes, which shows that they have adopted the most efficient method, directly negotiating cooperation with these large chain internet cafes and offering generous conditions. In this way, the top executives of all the chain internet cafes will ask all their internet cafes to promote IOI. After all, the more they promote, the greater the benefits they will get. Although it's only a weekend, we are already far behind." Min Jingqiao's face became more solemn. He just learned about this matter. After listening to Li Yada's analysis, it seems that the problem is much more serious than he imagined. "Then, what should we do?" Min Jingqiao asked. Li Yada thought for a moment. "Don't panic. What did Mr. Pei teach us? When you encounter difficulties, don't always think about solving them with overtime, time or manpower. Just like Mr. Pei said, there must be a better solution." Min Jingqiao nodded and listened carefully. For him who lacks experience, this is indeed a very severe challenge. But for Li Yada, who has seen many storms, as long as he draws wisdom from Mr. Pei, there will always be a solution. Li Yada thought for a moment and said in an orderly manner, "First of all, the problem of money can only be solved with money. Tengda can be successful because it dares to spend money. Promotion has now entered the white-hot stage of real swords and guns. The other party is spending money, and we can't help but follow. Immediately take out all the funds we can mobilize and compete with them in spending money. Internet cafes, up hosts, and website resources, we can also buy them with money. If we simply compare the money burning, everyone can only mobilize 50% of the department's profits. Tenda Games' profits are higher than Qingshan Games', so there is no need to worry about funding issues." Bao Su, who had been silent, said, "Qingshan Games will not be so stupid. They probably know that they can't burn more money than us, so they may have a backup plan?" Min Jingqiao was stunned. "Backhand? What other backup plans can there be? Could it be that they will directly ask President Pei for money?" Baosu said, this possibility is completely possible. If President Pei wants to carry out the tactics of raising insects to the end and does not let us kill or cripple IOI in one go, he will definitely change his attitude. Min Jingqiao was stunned and found that this possibility really existed. Li Yada nodded, this is the second point I want to talk about. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, we must work hard in other aspects and can't just think about burning money foolishly. To put it bluntly, this promotion war is about grabbing promotion resources. Whoever grabs more promotion resources will have the upper hand. Buying money is just a way to grab promotion resources. In addition to burning money, we can also use other methods. For example, we tell stories to these people. Min Jingqiao was stunned and didn't understand. Tell stories? What stories? Li Yada explained, in fact, our current situation is very similar to the investment industry. To win the favor of investors, we must either have real products and profits, or have strong storytelling skills to make investors believe that we have better prospects. Similarly, we need to attract all offline internet cafes and online up hosts. In addition to money, we can also tell them stories and let them clearly see that GOG has better prospects. Once they believe our story and are attracted by long-term interests, they will not defect even if Shangyang Games raises the price in the short term. And once this is done, the future we promised will inevitably be realized, and it will become a closed loop invisibly. Min Jingqiao suddenly realized, I understand. As long as everyone believes that GOG will win in the end, then they can get greater benefits in the future by promoting GOG. Since our short-term benefits are insufficient, we can use long-term benefits as a weight and a blank check to lure them to stand in line. I will arrange people to contact these chain internet cafes and up hosts one by one. Li Yada raised his hand, don't worry. Learn more from President Pei and don't be impatient. When you encounter a problem that has already been answered, don't rush to solve it. Think about it again. Is there any way to solve it better? How do you think President Pei has been able to plan and strategize all the time? The key is to think more. This plan is obviously not perfect yet. Min Jingqiao continued to listen carefully. Li Yada said, you are going to persuade them one by one now, and engage in a war of words with everyone? They have already received benefits from Shangyang Games. How much effort will it take to persuade them now? You persuade one, and Shangyang Games has already developed 3. You are in this tortoise and hare race? You have to learn to find the key nodes, opinion leaders. First focus on getting these opinion leaders to change sides, and then do the work of others, and it will be very smooth. Min Jingqiao, opinion leader? Li Yada nodded, who is the opinion leader of the internet cafe? Min Jingqiao frowned and thought, if we talk about market share, it's hard to say. But GOG and IOI both rely on the big tree of Tenda. To put it bluntly, this is a civil war within Tenda. Then, Tenda's true intention is the most critical. It's Moyu Internet Cafe. The attitude of Moyu Internet Cafe represents the true attitude within Tenda. Once Moyu Internet Cafe fully turns to GOG, other chain internet cafes will definitely be affected. Li Yada smiled slightly, congratulations, you are getting closer and closer to Mr. Pei's thinking field. Be cautious in assumptions and bold in verification. Moyu Internet Cafe is probably the only solution Mr. Pei has left for us. Min Jingqiao nodded, okay, I'll go find Xiaopeng right now. Li Yada raised his hand to stop him, you are the person in charge, you have to stay in the company to coordinate the overall situation. Brother Bao, you should go there in person. Baosu nodded silently. Obviously, he also understood all the content that Li Yada could analyze. To convince Moyu Internet Cafe, although Min Jingqiao is the person in charge, his words are still not enough. It takes the veterans of Tenda Games to make it count. So, where should I go to find him? Baosu asked. Min Jingqiao flipped through his phone. Recently, he seems to be busy with Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0. I'll send you the address. By the way, Xiaopeng found me before and asked me to make a small program that can control the RGB lights of the host case according to the game data in GOG. This may be used as a bargaining chip. Brother Bao, you can consider it. Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0. At this time, Xiaopeng was in pain. I just finished bragging to Zhang Yuan last Friday, saying that I had completely predicted Mr. Pei's next move, and I frightened Zhang Yuan. In the end, the prediction was wrong. On Friday, Shangyang Games had already approached them, offering very generous conditions in exchange for cooperation between Moyu Internet Cafe and IOI China, including free trials of some skins for playing games in the Internet Cafe, reduced internet fees for accumulated time, etc. Xiaopeng did not agree immediately, but said that he would think about it for 2 days and reply on Monday. Because some of the settings of the entire Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 are made according to GOG. For example, the RGB lights on the computer can only have such a cool effect when playing GOG. If all Internet cafes promote IOI players will become the majority, and the lights will be all in vain, right? Moreover, it was agreed with Zhang Yuan that GOG people would be invited to play exhibition games. If IOI is promoted, what is the matter with this GOG exhibition game? Of course, both can be promoted. But what makes Xiaopeng more entangled is what is Mr. Pei's attitude in this matter. Which side is Mr. Pei on? Mr. Pei is magnanimous. Even if you stand on the wrong side, you don't have to worry about being bullied. But if standing on the wrong side affects Mr. Pei's long-term layout, it would be a huge sin. So, Xiaopeng was in a state of pain and didn't know what to do for a while. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Seeing this message from Min Jingqiao, Xiaopeng's eyes lit up. Finally here. The person who can represent Tenda Games and interpret Mr. Pei's true intentions, he is here. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 550 Lobbyist Bao Su, asking for monthly votes. Brother Bao. Boss Xiao, hello. Bao Su and Xiaopeng shook hands cordially, feeling like they had met in victory. Bao Su's eyes were instantly attracted by the layout of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0. Is this heaven? No matter the decoration, tables and chairs, or furnishings, everything in this internet cafe is made for esports. For a moment, Bao Su almost wanted to ask Boss Pei for a job transfer. Is this Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0? Great! Bao Su was full of praise for the new version of Moyu Internet Cafe. Xiaopeng sighed softly. I also thought it was perfect in every aspect, but... Brother Bao, to be honest, the people from Shangyang Games had already contacted me last Friday. In a few words, he expressed his confusion. To put it bluntly, all the configurations of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 were arranged after predicting that Boss Pei would push GOG and give up IOI. The problem now is not whether to promote GOG or IOI, but whether to stand on the wrong side. Brother Bao, I know you have worked with Mr. Pei longer than Mr. Zhang. Can you help me analyze what Mr. Pei is thinking? Why did the IOI people come on Friday, but you were 3 days late? After Xiaopeng's talk, Bao Su has basically figured out the situation. Obviously, the advantage is still on GOG's side, but the key is how to use it. The reason why Xiaopeng was entangled was that IOI came to him first, giving him the illusion that Mr. Pei is supporting IOI behind the scenes. The most important thing now is to break this illusion. Bao Su pondered for a moment and said, first of all, I want to correct one thing. We don't work on weekends, so we are only 1 day later than Shangyang Games. However, your concerns are actually reasonable. IOI took action first, and this was indeed instructed by President Pei. Xiaopeng didn't expect Bao Su to start like this, and was stunned for a moment, then. Bao Su smiled slightly. Wait for me to finish my words. Pei's attitude towards GOG and IOI has never changed, that is, the strategy of raising poison. Because President Pei firmly believes that competition is everywhere, and greenhouse flowers cannot become great. Only by laughing to the end in cruel competition can you laugh the best. Now that IOI has been beaten by GOG and has no power to fight back, President Pei has to slightly tilt resources to let them breathe. This is a very normal and reasonable move. Xiaopeng nodded. Although this did not answer his question, such an open and frank communication made him trust Bao Su a little more. If Bao Su denied it right away and said that President Pei was definitely on the side of GOG, it would seem that he had too many tricks and was not real enough. Bao Su continued, but, think about it carefully, what is the biggest help that President Pei can provide to a department? Is it money? Of course not. In terms of money, President Pei treats everyone equally most of the time. President Pei has also been throwing money into those loss-making departments. President Pei's biggest help to a department is a few words of guidance and future layout. Which one of GOG and IOI is in President Pei's layout? This is self-evident, right? Xiaopeng's eyes widened slightly, revealing a look of realization. I see. I am confused by the situation. In fact, I have already realized this. The DG Esports Club is all GOG projects, and there is no IOI at all. This shows that Boss Pei must have a place for GOG in his future layout. It's just that after the people from Shenyang Games came, they swore that they got more resources from Boss Pei and got his support, and they said it as if it were true. That's why I began to question my judgment. Bao Su laughed. It is inevitable to use a little rhetoric in business competition, which is normal. All is fair in war. And strictly speaking, they did not lie. It is normal for President Pei to give them a little more resources for the purpose of raising the GU tactic. But this does not represent President Pei's true thoughts, nor does it mean that President Pei wants to give up GOG and promote IOI with all his strength. The people of Shenyang Games are just using chicken feathers as a token of authority and deliberately exaggerating President Pei's intentions. Xiaopeng nodded, his tone much firmer. I understand. In this way, everything is right. Then, what should Moyu Internet Cafe do now? Bao Su thought, thinking, did you ask Min Jingqiao to make a special applet before? Use the data in the GOG game to control the computer lights? Xiaopeng nodded, yes, it is actually specially prepared for the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 mode. Bao Su said, that's good. Since President Pei wants to promote the tactics of raising GU, it is not appropriate to be completely one-sided. It is also not appropriate to let IOI die instantly and lose the opportunity to struggle. I think it can be done this way. In Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 and 2.0, let GOG and IOI compete freely. If IOI wants to burn money, let them burn it, and we will try our best to keep up. And in Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, it will all be based on GOG. There is also a rather far-fetched, but still acceptable reason. The lighting of the mainframe case cannot be done in vain. This way, it will not hurt the relationship and it will also be in line with President Pei's future layout. Xiaopeng nodded, okay, I understand. Tenda Games. Min Jingqiao, who was anxiously waiting, received a message from Bao Su. It's done. Xiaopeng will send you the information of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 later. Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 will be officially open in 2 days, and only GOG discounts will be given. You should first talk to those chain internet cafes that are not firm in their positions. For those stubborn diehards, send them the video of the opening of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 at that time, and they will change their minds. Min Jingqiao was overjoyed. Brother Bao, when will you come back? Bao Su, in the afternoon, I want to stay here and continue to discuss business with Xiaopeng in depth. Min Jingqiao, ? But it doesn't matter after thinking about it. Bao Su's task has been completed and he has successfully won the support of Moyu Internet Cafe. Although Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 and 2.0 are still coexistent with GOG and IOI, the latest Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 has been transformed into an esports lifestyle center. This small shop has fully turned to GOG, and a lot can be done about this. Although it is just a shop, it has a clear symbolic meaning. For example, Min Jingqiao can use this case to tell the bosses of other chain internet cafes, within Tenda, GOG is part of the future esports ecosystem, while IOI is not. Currently, IOI is coming in full force, just to put pressure on GOG, as a way to cultivate players and expand the boundaries of this type of game players. Min Jingqiao believes that even if GOG gives less benefits than IOI, these arguments will definitely take long-term benefits into consideration. For example, for those up masters, they are both making money, and IOI gives more money, but it is not an overwhelming advantage. However, the popularity brought by making GOG videos may bring more benefits in the future. In the long run, it is obviously more cost-effective to stand on the GOG ship. As for some diehards who really don't believe, as long as the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 opens, and the video of everyone playing GOG is sent to those diehards, they will definitely change their minds. June 14, Tuesday. A little after 9 a.m., Pei Qian came to the managed fitness room. Because he just received a message from Guan Peishing that the app required by the health room has been developed by Auto Technology. After checking the development time, Pei Qian immediately decided to go there in person. The time seems to be wrong. Auto Technology has a department dedicated to software development, and its development capabilities are much stronger than those of ordinary outsourcing teams. But such a simple appointment and registration software actually took nearly 2 months to develop. Did the developers of Auto Technology think that this software is useless, so they deliberately delayed the time, or are there other possibilities? Pei Qian felt that the former possibility was not high. If you think that this software is useless, shouldn't you hurry up to complete it and continue to do other things? No matter how you think about it, there is no reason to continue to delay. If it is the latter, then this is a big hidden danger. Coming to the managed fitness room, Pei Qian pushed the door and entered. Then, he was stunned for a moment. It turned out that Chang Yu came in person? Chang Yu was sitting on the sofa in the rest area, holding an Auto E1 mobile phone and gesturing to Guo Liqing, as if he was explaining it. Seeing that President Pei was coming, the two hurriedly stood up. President Pei, why are you here? Guo Liqing was a little surprised. Chang Yu didn't expect to meet President Pei here by chance, and nodded in greeting. Pei Qian tried to look calm and composed. Nothing, I just came here on a whim. Why is Mr. Chang here too? Chang Yu smiled. Mr. Pei, didn't you ask us to develop the fitness software for the managed fitness center? It's already been developed. Pei Qian was a little surprised. Mr. Chang, you are so busy at work, why did you come here in person? Chang Yu waved his hand. No matter how busy I am at work, I am not as busy as you, Mr. Pei. You often come to the managed fitness center for inspection. It is only right for me to come here and explain the software to Mr. Guo. We are all brother departments, we should help each other. Pei Qian had nothing to say, so he had to sit down on the empty sofa seat next to him. He first took a look at the situation in the gym. It seemed that there were still not many people, so it should be safe. Pei Qian felt relieved and looked at Chang Yu. So, the software has been completed? Chang Yu nodded. Complete. Mr. Pei, please take a look. Pei Qian reached out to take the phone, and Chang Yu explained it on the side. President Pei, please take a look. This is the most basic course arrangement, appointment training, and other functions. This is the intelligent training plan arrangement, which can formulate training plans based on the user's height, weight, and physical fitness data detected in the gym for coaches to refer to. This is the user area, where you can upload some training, diet knowledge or tips, or simply share the changes brought to yourself by Fitness Life. And at the beginning, Pei Qian didn't think anything, because the previous introduction was all the basic functions required by Guoliqing. But the more he listened, the more outrageous it became. Pei Qian became more and more confused, and there were more and more question marks on his head. Intelligent training plan arrangement? User area? Time check-in reminder? Basic movement explanation and teaching? This? What the hell is this? Pei Qian looked at Guoliqing in confusion. Are these all the requests you made? Could it be that you, a child with thick eyebrows and big eyes, have also betrayed me? Tip: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a kind of enjoyment. Chapter 551, There is a surprise in 2 hours, 3 more updates, please vote for me. Guoliqing shook his head. No, Mr. Pei, the requirements I put forward are only the most basic appointment functions. Pei Qian was relieved and turned to look at Changyu. Changyu, what else do you have to say? You don't fulfill other people's needs and mess around. What crime should you be punished for? However, before Pei Qian could say anything, Changyu said, but, seeing the functions that Mr. Chang finally made, I realized that these functions are indeed indispensable. Pei Qian turned to look at Guoliqing. I thought you were on my side. Guoliqing didn't notice Mr. Pei's surprise at all, but continued to praise the software made by OTTO technology. These functions are so perfect and so useful. For example, this intelligent training arrangement can greatly reduce the workload of coaches. We only need to make adjustments based on each person's physical condition. There is also this time check-in reminder. Customers can also use this reminder to avoid sitting for long periods of time, irregular eating, and other problems when they are not in the gym. The fitness area allows our customers to share their fitness experiences, support and help each other, and thus enhance everyone's confidence to stick to it. Moreover, the interface of this software is also beautiful, and the layout is also very reasonable. It is convenient and easy to use. It has made all the functions that I had not thought of before, which is simply great. Mr. Chang, it is really difficult for me to express my gratitude in words. Pei Qian. Looking at Guoliqing's excited expression, Pei Qian didn't know what to say for a moment. The client who made the request was so satisfied. What position did he have to criticize Changyu for adding functions randomly? Changyu smiled slightly, but did not accept Guoliqing's thanks in full. Mr. Gua, Auto Technology has indeed put a lot of effort in the software development process, and should also be happy to accept your thanks. However, I think you should thank Mr. Pei first. Guoliqing was a little confused. And Pei Qian was even more confused than him. Thank me? What should I thank? Changyu explained, if it weren't for President Pei suggesting that we add some internet thinking in the process of developing the app and fully improve the demand plan you proposed, how could we have thought of so many functions? Although specific work is important, it is more important to point out the direction of the work. Guoliqing showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. He was also a little puzzled before, and felt that his happiness was a little unreal. In reality, when you find an outsourcing team to make a software, the outsourcing team can only make the functions, and often make it a mess and full of bugs. After all, it's enough to meet the requirements and make money. Who will do it seriously for you? However, Auto Technology not only meets the requirements well, but also comes with a bunch of very practical additional functions. Both the interface and the operation are very smooth, stable, and bug-free. It is obviously carefully crafted. Guoliqing was still thinking that even if they are brother departments, the profits between each other do not affect each other, so why do they work so hard? Now everything is clear. This must be because President Pei gave OTTO Technology enough explicit and implicit instructions, so they can work so hard. Otherwise, Why would Chang Yu attach so much importance to this and come here in person to introduce the functions to me? How could President Pei happen to appear in the gym and ask about this app? However, there seems to be a doubt. Why did President Pei ask me just now? Is this a requirement you raised? I understand. President Pei is like giving OTTO technology a homework assignment. When checking the homework, he asked me that if these requirements were completed by managed fitness and OTTO technology together, then it would not be considered that President Chang completed the homework independently, and the score of OTTO technology's work in President Pei's mind would be discounted. And now, auto technology has obviously met Mr. Pei's requirements perfectly. It's right, everything is right. Guolicheng hurriedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Pei. This software really helped a lot. Mr. Pei is really thoughtful, even this has been thought of in advance." Pei Qian looked at Guolicheng blankly, and then at Chang Yu. "You two are playing double acts and playing charades here? What does this have to do with me? Why are you all thanking me?" Looking at Guolicheng's sincere eyes of gratitude, and then looking at Chang Yu's meaningful smile. Both of them seemed to be waiting for Mr. Pei to say something. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. "Actually, I didn't." Guolicheng and Chang Yu said in unison, "Understood." Guolicheng said happily, "Then I will promote this software to all members." Chang Yu also patted his butt and stood up. "Boss Pei, there are still things to do at the company, so I'll leave first. Boss Gua, if you have any problems with the app, please feel free to contact us, and we will definitely fix it as soon as possible." Pei Qian. Why don't you listen to others' words? What is this called? As long as the two of us put the blame on Boss Pei first, Boss Pei will not be able to put the blame on us? Pei Qian was speechless. Why did he feel that his employees were all evolving into Guanjian? Seeing Guolicheng happily going to the gym members present to promote this hosted fitness app, Pei Qian fell into confusion. What should I do? The app has been made, and it is very good. We can't stop people from using it, right? But if such a good app is not stopped, what if it becomes popular and makes the hosted gym popular as well? At present, if it is only used by gym users, it is not a big deal for the time being. After all, there are not many gym users now. But if it spreads as fast as Shuaba Kuai, it will be very bad. The most urgent task is to stop them from promoting this software on a large scale. How to stop it? They don't seem to have plans for a large-scale promotion. Pei Qian found that his thinking seemed to have reached a dead end. This software is rich in functions, and there is indeed a possibility of becoming popular. But OTTO technology only develops software and does not manage operations, and Guolicheng has no brains to help promote the software. Emphasize to Guolicheng not to promote this software? No, that will definitely have the opposite effect. It is possible that he didn't think of promoting it, and then I mentioned it, and mistakenly thought I was hinting, and promoted it instead. Pei Qian was in a dilemma on the sofa in the lounge area. It seemed that the best way now was to say nothing, so that Guolicheng would not realize that he should actively promote this software, but just use it as a benefit for gym members. After weighing the pros and cons, Pei Qian decided not to say anything. After all, the several branches of the gym that he managed were losing money. He must not mess around. If he accidentally made it popular again, it would be a big problem. Observe for a while first. If he finds any signs of something wrong, he will think of a way. Pei Qian stood up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from the manager of the DG Esports Club. Boss Pei, Boss Zhang, and Coach Yaling did not prepare any strength or physical training today, but arranged a day of training matches. Coach Yaling said that the players should take a rest. Change the training plan? It seems that this situation has never happened before. But it seems that there is no harm, right? The fitness plans arranged by Coach Yaling will separate the muscles of each part. Today, we train the legs, tomorrow we train the chest, so that the muscles of each part can grow fully. It seems reasonable to let everyone rest for a day or two. As for the one-day training match, it doesn't matter, let them do it, anyway, no one is holding a GOG competition now. No matter how small the sign is, we can't take it lightly. Many lessons taught Pei Qian to stop right when he was about to let down his guard. Ask Mr. Zhang indirectly if there are any special activities planned. 2 minutes later, Guan Peixing replied, Mr. Zhang said to keep it secret for the time being and give me a surprise in 2 hours. Pei Qian, 2 hours? Good Zhang Yuan, you dare not even answer the Jinyui's question. Do I have to build a special prison for Jinyui? And there will be a surprise in 2 hours? What the hell? Pei Qian suddenly panicked, but there was nothing he could do. If Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, Guan Peixing couldn't force him to ask, as it would be easy to be exposed. Pei Qian thought about it and decided to go back and take out the mind map immediately to speculate whether the DG Esports Club would have any connection with certain departments. Maybe he could find some clues. Watching Changyu and Mr. Pei leave, Guoliqing felt warm in his heart for no reason. These two came quietly and left quietly. After lending a helping hand, they waved their sleeves and didn't stay too long. Is this what it feels like to be in a big family? It seems that the managed gym is like a small sapling, and these grown departments are like towering trees, protecting the managed gym from wind and rain. With the care of President Pei and the help of other departments, Guoliqing suddenly became more optimistic about the prospects of the managed gym. Now, the customers of the managed gym have basically stabilized. There are more and more fitness meals, and fitness has become easier to stick to. Anyone who insists on exercising in the managed gym for a period of time has a significant change in body shape, and various body data indicators have also been significantly improved. With the app, customers can make reservations on their mobile phones, and there is no need to worry about the gym being in a mess after too many people. Now, it seems that there is only one opportunity left, an opportunity to show the magical effect of the managed gym to everyone. Guoliqing is not sure how long this opportunity will take, maybe 1 month or 2 months. But he firmly believes that all this must be in President Pei's plan. As long as he waits patiently, the turning point will definitely come back. Back at the Handong University branch of Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian immediately took out his notebook and checked which departments the DG Esports Club might have contact with one by one. After an intense investigation, Pei Qian initially locked in 3 suspect departments: Tenda Games, Shangyang Games, and Moyu Internet Cafe. DG Esports Club does not have any IOI projects, so Shangyang Games is the least likely suspect. Tenda Games is possible. Moyu Internet Cafe seems possible, but Xiaopeng told me before that it seems to open on Wednesday, and today is only Tuesday? Doesn't it match 2 hours? Well, you can ask the compensation managers of these 2 departments to see if there is anything worth noting. However, when Pei Qian was considering which department he should ask first, he received a message on his phone. It was from Xiaopeng. Boss, Pei. Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 will be officially open today. I wonder if you have time to attend the opening ceremony? Pei Qian looked at the message and a question mark floated silently above his head. He hurriedly asked, Isn't today Tuesday? The previously scheduled time seems to be Wednesday? Xiaopeng quickly replied, it was originally scheduled for Wednesday. But the preliminary preparations went more smoothly than expected, and today seems to be an auspicious day for opening, so we decided to move it forward to today. Boss Pei, don't worry, everything is arranged. Opening 1 day earlier means making 1 day's money and accumulating 1 day's popularity earlier. Pei Qian. Auspicious day? Feudal superstition kills people. Chapter 552 Fake Imperial Edict in front of me? 4th update, asking for monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. At 12:30 noon, Pei Qian finished his lunch and arrived at the Moyu Internet Cafe Esports Life Museum on time. On the way, Pei Qian became more and more angry. This Xiaopeng, I'm afraid he wants to be eliminated by the first place. In the past, the heads of various departments did things secretly, but he dared to send me a notice. Not only did he send a notice, but he also changed the time temporarily and sent a notice 2 hours in advance. Is he afraid that I will not be able to respond too quickly? Next time, I will arrange you as an excellent employee and let you accompany Zhang Yuan. You can just watch the internet-addicted teenager show off his muscles all day long. When he came to the 4th floor of the mall, Pei Qian had not yet calmed down. The main reason was that he had finally obtained information from Guan Peixing, and analyzed the approximate range based on the information. He was about to find the answer, but Xiaopeng's invitation also arrived. This is like a detective solving a case, but at the last step, the suspect suddenly surrenders to the police and doesn't want to play with you anymore. Even the onlookers dispersed, no one listened to your last step of reasoning. Don't you think it's infuriating? Pei Qian is feeling this way now, however, as soon as he arrived at the 4th floor of the mall, Pei Qian's angry mood was immediately replaced by shock. Why are there so many people? The 4th floor of the mall was already crowded with people. There were several staff members wearing Moyu Internet Cafe uniforms to maintain order. Some customers seemed to have received invitations and could enter, while those who did not receive invitations could only stand outside and watch. After all, the capacity of the entire Moyu Internet Cafe is limited, and it is impossible for everyone to squeeze in. But the people standing outside did not mind. Instead, they bought drinks, ice cream and snacks from the dessert shop and snack shop next to them, eating and drinking while chatting, just like waiting for the movie to start. In the vast crowd, Xiaopeng saw President Pei at a glance. He immediately stepped forward and whispered, "President Pei, please come in and put on this." Pei Qian, ? Xiaopeng stuffed something into his hand. A closer look revealed that it was a custom-made mask with a pattern of modest printed on it. Pei Qian. What the hell is this? Where is the opening ceremony of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0? Why do I have to wear a mask? Are you going to turn this into a masked dance or something? Xiaopeng whispered, "Boss Pei, I know you don't want to reveal your identity, so I specially made it a masked theme. If you want to speak later, you can speak, if you don't want to speak, forget it." Pei Qian immediately put on the mask, "I won't speak." It seems that Xiaopeng is quite thoughtful. He seems to be afraid that Mr. Pei's identity will be exposed, so he specially prepared masks for everyone entering the venue, dressing up as different heroes and different appearances. Mr. Pei's mask, obviously, it must be modest. No wonder it took so long to prepare for the opening ceremony alone. Okay, then Mr. Pei, please follow me. Xiaopeng led Mr. Pei inside, and at the same time sighed. As expected, Mr. Pei didn't speak, because he wanted to see my speaking level. I must speak well later, and I can't embarrass Mr. Pei. Passing through the crowds at the door, Pei Qian looked around. The first reaction was, "This is so cool." This is Pei Qian's first time to Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0. He had previously asked Xiaopeng that the location should be expensive, the decoration should be good, and the seats should be empty, so Pei Qian was mentally prepared for the gorgeous scene he would see. However, when he really saw it, Pei Qian still felt like he was going to have a myocardial infarction. This is too cool, right? Especially considering the huge crowds at the scene, Pei Qian felt even more panicked. "Come, Mr. Pei, sit here." Xiaopeng pointed to the first row of seats in the lounge area. The lounge area of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 is not very big, but not small either. There is a bar selling drinks, and it can also be used by various teams to discuss tactics and the like. Because there is still an hour before the official start, the lounge area is still empty. No, I want to sit in the last row. Pei Qian shook his head, walked through the seats, stepped onto the steps, and came to the corner of the last row. Because the need to watch the game in the rest area was taken into consideration when designing this rest area, the seats were specially designed in a stepped shape, and the seats in the last row were slightly raised. Pei Qian felt that if he sat in the first row, he would definitely become the focus of the whole audience, which was too dangerous. It would be safer to sit in the last row without attracting attention. Xiaopeng certainly didn't say much. Mr. Pei's mentality was also easy to understand. It might be similar to the class teacher who listened to the class in the last row. Xiaopeng came to Mr. Pei, bent down and whispered, "Okay, then Mr. Pei, you take a rest. Wait for me to ask the waiter to serve drinks. The opening ceremony will start at 1 o'clock." Xiaopeng went to work after he finished speaking. The waiter shuttled through the crowd, constantly serving drinks to the guests in the internet cafe, and soon delivered them to Pei Qian. Pei Qian took the drink and asked on impulse, "Didn't the people outside prepare drinks?" The waiter was stunned for a moment. "Boss Pei, the people outside were not invited by us. They just heard the news and came to join in the fun, so we didn't prepare drinks." Pei Qian waved his hand, send all." The waiter was stunned for a moment. "All?" Pei Qian nodded, "Yes, no matter how many people are outside, send all. Although this drink won't cost much, since everyone is here, let's share the cost for me. President Pei will never give up any opportunity to spend money." The waiter nodded, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Pei Qian thought about it and pulled the waiter back. "Also, where is the nearest furniture market? Arrange someone to buy me the most expensive folding chairs. Everyone has come from afar, how can we let them stand? Arrange for them to sit down. I want ready-made goods, the sooner the better." The waiter was stunned for a moment, and nodded quickly, "Okay, President Pei." Pei Qian thought, it's all money anyway, and there are already quite a few people gathered outside. There's no big problem in putting dozens of folding chairs in such a large place. Even if it's 70 or 80 yuan per chair, wouldn't it cost thousands of yuan? Anyway, these chairs are useless after one use, so it's a waste not to spend money. The waiter quickly came to Xiaopeng, whispered a few words, and repeated President Pei's request. Xiaopeng was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Well, Mr. Pei is really thoughtful. It's my fault that I didn't expect so many people to come. Okay, call the internet cafe near the furniture store immediately and ask them to arrange someone to do it. Send it as soon as possible." Pei Qian drank a drink while observing the current situation. It can be seen that the audience at the opening ceremony should have been specially invited. As for the criteria for special invitation, it is not difficult to guess. Most of them are old customers of other Moyu internet cafes. The rest area is gradually filled up. It can be clearly seen that people sitting here seem to receive more attention. You can even see photographers carrying cameras to shoot. 3 camera positions seem very wasteful. Drinking the cold drink, Pei Qian calmed down a little. Well, this kind of enthusiasm should be just an illusion, deliberately created by Xiaopeng. All the audience came from all over Jingzhou. They just came to see the opening ceremony because they received an invitation. If it is normal to surf the internet, everyone should not have to travel so far. What's more, other Moyu internet cafes are cheaper than Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, and the machines are all the same. There is no special reason to come here to surf the internet. No, it seems too far-fetched. However, Pei Qian thought about it and still felt that he couldn't convince himself well. He could only drink the drink silently and watch the changes. Soon, it was 1 o'clock. Everyone in the venue has taken their seats, and the seats in the hall are all occupied, but there are no seats arranged on the left side facing the soundproof room, which is the training room area where the inverted V shape is located. Sitting in the lounge like Pei Qian, they should be some distinguished customers, but everyone was wearing a mask, so no one knew each other. Some people in the front row of the lounge exchanged business cards, but Pei Qian was not interested in this. Finally, Xiaopeng came to the front of the stage with a microphone, and behind him was the soundproof room for the red and blue teams. The projection screen had been lowered, and a PPT background appeared on it. Xiaopeng cleared his throat, and the venue immediately quieted down. Welcome everyone to the opening ceremony of the first esports live hall of Moyu Internet Cafe. I am Xiaopeng, CEO of Moyu Internet Cafe of Tenda Group. Here, on behalf of President Pei of Tenda Group, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the new and old customers of Moyu Internet Cafe, as well as the media friends who came from afar. Today's opening ceremony is not only to announce the opening of a new Moyu Internet Cafe to everyone, it also has a very important special significance. Next, please allow me to give you a preview and predict the upcoming big esports ecosystem. Accompanied by Xiaopeng's speech, the scene applauded. In the VIP position of the lounge, someone was discussing in a low voice. Big esports ecosystem? It sounds amazing. Moyu Internet Cafe is always ahead in this regard. I guess this will become the next outlet for the internet cafe industry. Not just Moyu Internet Cafe, which industry of Tenda is not ahead. Listen carefully, maybe this is the next stage of layout that President Pei has arranged for Tenda Group. Pei Qian, who was sitting in the corner, was full of questions. Big esports ecology? What the hell is this? Xiaopeng, I have never told you about this kind of thing. Don't tell me a false imperial decree here. You will be responsible for any misunderstandings at that time. Xiaopeng pressed the remote control of the projector very calmly and switched the PPT to the next page. First of all, I would like to state that this big esports ecology is just my personal prediction of the future development direction of the esports industry and the internet cafe industry, and does not represent the official position of Tenda Group. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I am sitting here, and I don't think Xiaopeng dares to tell me a false imperial decree. However, after 2 seconds, Pei Qian keenly felt that something seemed wrong. This sentence seemed to be a severance of the relationship, but the people at the scene were completely accustomed to it, and no one took it seriously. They even completely ignored this sentence. The two people in the front row of the rest area whispered, "You can't say anything, understand. Yes, no one can guarantee 100% accuracy when predicting future industrial models, but it's okay to be more rigorous." However, as the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe, who can talk directly to President Pei, some of his predictions must come from President Pei, so it's still worth listening to. Pei Qian silently clenched the drink cup in his hand. Fuck. Chapter 553, excuse me. How to stop the loss when the internet cafe becomes popular. 5 more monthly tickets for the 5th time. Although Xiaopeng had already explained at the beginning that the so-called big esports ecosystem was just his personal prediction and did not represent the official position of Tenda Group, no one at the scene really took this statement seriously. No one expected this to be some kind of official statement. Most people's mentality is that if Xiaopeng's words make sense, then listen to them a little, and if they don't make sense, then forget it, and no one will take such issues seriously. There are many company executives who talk nonsense, and the mobile phone industry is the hardest hit area. Everyone has long been accustomed to it. If you really believe this, I guess the roots of the leaks have been pulled out. Of course, Xiaopeng's attitude is still quite serious. Although President Pei did not really say these words, President Pei's layout in various industries is obviously doing this thing. And Xiaopeng feels that he just used some nice words to beautify this matter a little bit. Next, I will briefly explain what is the big esports ecosystem from 3 aspects. If the esports industry is viewed as a pyramid, then high-end events are its top, various secondary leagues and esports clubs are its middle, and a complete esports community culture is its bottom. If any part is missing, the esports industry will become lame. And the most important thing among them is obviously the bottom, because it is the foundation of the esports industry, directly providing the esports industry with excellent new players, a large number of viewers and consumers, and relevant professionals in the esports industry. If the esports industry can develop into a large commercial league similar to football in the future, then internet cafes are equivalent to bars where fans gather, and also equivalent to stadiums where children train. Therefore, Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 strives to create an esports life hall, absorb esports grassroots talents in an entire area, and provide fresh blood for the esports industry. At the same time, it also provides a community for young people who love esports to gather because of their interests, become a social platform, and even a part of life. Xiaopeng explained on the stage, and the people in the audience nodded one after another. Obviously, everyone was fooled by Xiaopeng's sweet words. And Pei Qian wanted to raise his arms and shout, "Don't believe it, he is fooling you." Xiaopeng continued to click the projection remote control and turned the PPT to the next page. Next, I will introduce to you the efforts made by Moyu Internet Cafe to welcome the big esports ecosystem. In all Moyu Internet Cafes, players can try some skins of the two games GOG and IOI for free, and get internet fee reductions based on the length of the game. In Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, we will regularly organize GOG events to encourage players to play games in teams of 5. The games will be broadcast live in the Internet Cafe, and the winning team will have its own training room in the Internet Cafe. And the strongest of all teams will train at the highest position of the Internet Cafe, which represents the highest level of GOG in this area, and is a great honor. Xiaopeng raised his hand and pointed to the 5 consecutive seats in the inverted V shape at the highest point, which attracted a burst of amazement from the crowd. Obviously, most people just imagined the feeling of sitting in that position and felt very comfortable. However, it seems that some people sneered at this, because this idea is a bit too optimistic. At present, esports is still relatively niche in China and even in the world. Although there are many internet cafes at present, which can be regarded as blooming everywhere, not many people really watch esports competitions. Moreover, almost all esports competitions are concentrated in super first-tier cities such as Shanghai and Beijing, and only the top few players are well known by players. Want to make esports a huge industry like football? Even enter second and third-tier cities and create a perfect esports atmosphere? It seems a bit of a pipe dream. If there are not enough players to support this so-called esports life hall, and no one comes every time a competition is organized, then this beautiful wish will soon come to nothing, and finally degenerate into an ordinary, relatively expensive internet cafe. Xiaopeng smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated everyone's reaction. Fortunately, he prepared a backup plan in advance. I know that most of you have not been to some large-scale competitions, and cannot understand the excitement and viewing of esports competitions. Then, please come and enjoy a game between the top GOG teams, and feel together what kind of change the esports life hall of the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 model will bring to our lives. As soon as Xiaopeng finished speaking, the players of the DG Esports Club had already stepped onto the stage from the side and entered the soundproof room. Zhang Yuan came to Xiaopeng and also held a microphone, as if he was going to guest commentate. The PPT on the big screen has been closed, and the game screen waiting to start has been changed. And the sound of whispering sounded from the audience. There's actually a show. Where did they find this team? They don't look like experts. They're all a little too handsome. So you're going to arrange a GOG game on the spot? Hey, didn't you mention IOI? It seems that the only internet cafe competition held here is GOG? It doesn't matter. Not many people play IOI now anyway. At the same time, there was a noisy voice outside. Everyone, make way, put your seats in place. The folding chairs were delivered. The audience watching the big screen outside were overjoyed and sat down one after another. In the hall, many people had already turned on their computers and entered GOG to start playing. When sending invitations, Xiaopeng deliberately selected old GOG players, otherwise it would be so chaotic that there would be people playing games on the top and playing all kinds of games on the bottom. Even if they were playing games, they would try to get everyone to play GOG so that the video would be recorded more neatly. But these people were obviously not so interested in the upcoming GOG competition. They would rather play it themselves to see what the legendary RGB light effect looked like. Although these internet-addicted teenagers in the DG Esports Club have undergone a period of fitness training, they only made their originally abnormal body shape normal. After wearing t-shirts and trousers, they could not see too obvious muscles. It would not be as eye-catching as a group of fitness coaches on stage. The audience just felt that their healthy body shape did not seem to conform to the inherent impression of general esports masters. The impression we have of esports masters is that they are often too thin or too fat, but their fingers are particularly flexible. In short, the people in the internet cafe opened their computers and started playing, while the people outside the internet cafe planned to watch the beginning and were ready to leave at any time if it was not exciting. As for Pei Qian, he had no idea how to describe his current mood. This was completely different from the opening ceremony he imagined. A normal opening ceremony should be one where the leader gave a speech, cut the ribbon, and then everyone happily ate, drank, and played. As a result, how did this Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 game come to life? The two teams on the stage actually followed the qualifying mode and started to BP seriously. No wonder coaches Zhang Yuan and Yaling did not arrange training tasks for everyone, waiting to get enough energy to play the exhibition game here. On the big screen, the game started soon. The game system was BO5, the same rhythm as the two teams of the DG club usually played. The host under the stage quickly flashed colorful lights, which was very eye-catching. Is this the first blood? Hey, the flashing light is different, interesting. This super god light effect seems to last for a long time. Oh my god, it's so cool. The players in the lobby immediately discovered the wonder of this host case. It will flash according to the dynamics in the game and emit special RGB lighting effects. In fact, this kind of thing is not difficult to make, but the problem is, who are you flashing for? If you are at home, even if the computer case is glowing, only you can see it, and it will soon become boring. The coolness at the beginning will soon turn into light pollution. But if you are in an internet cafe, it will be completely different. Because the environment of the internet cafe is noisy and lively, and everyone is a GOG player. If the case is lit, it is equivalent to pretending to be a big B in front of everyone, and it is impossible not to attract attention. Even many people who are looking at the door feel itchy when they see the large RGB light show in the internet cafe, and they can't wait to go in and find a machine to play with it. The players in the internet cafe feel that this RGB light is simply a kind of buff, and they are full of motivation. The more they play, the more excited they are. They just want to make a single kill or a continuous kill quickly, so that their case will light up and attract the attention of people around them. If there happens to be a beautiful lady sitting next to you, it will be even more uncontrollable. Many of these people came together. At the beginning, everyone was still playing games seriously, and no one paid attention to the game on the big screen, but soon, this situation changed. They're sneaking up on each other at level 1? This position looks very professional. The other party was actually prepared and didn't fall for it. Fuck, look. Ruan's operation is so awesome, it's amazing. These people have a solid foundation and a fast pace. This is definitely not an ordinary team. They look like at least master players. Impossible, I am a master myself. This is definitely not the level that a master player can play. Unconsciously, more and more people are discussing the game. Many players were originally concentrating on playing the game, but they couldn't resist the frequent applause and cheers, and looked up from time to time. As a result, they were completely fascinated by the wonderful scene. When they came to their senses, their screens had turned black and white, and their teammates were frantically typing question marks on their bodies. At the end of the first game, nearly 60% of the people in the hall were playing the game. At the end of the second game, less than 20% of the people in the hall were still playing the game. By the third game, no one in the hall was playing the game by themselves. They all drank drinks and stared at the big screen nervously. Whenever there was a wonderful operation, they couldn't help but burst into cheers. Only during the intervals between games would everyone open the customization to reproduce the wonderful operations that appeared in the game. The 3 cameras recorded all the reactions of the audience. The atmosphere in the internet cafe was simply too enthusiastic. Even the audience outside was gathering more and more. At first, they just heard about the opening of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 and came to join in the fun. These people were basically already sitting on the folding chairs at the entrance of the internet cafe, but gradually, many other people in the mall were also attracted to come over, asking what they were doing while taking out their phones to record the video silently. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, but there were still many players who had played GOG and stayed, and more people gathered outside the internet cafe. Pei Qian sat in the innermost seat of the internet cafe's rest area, silently took out his phone and opened Baidu. The newly opened internet cafe seems to be going viral. How can I stop the loss? Waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 554. Mr. Ma, who does not want to reveal his name, please give me a monthly ticket. Sure enough, Baidu once again lived up to expectations and searched out a bunch of junk web pages that had nothing to do with the question. Pei Qian sighed silently. If it had searched out a bunch of ads, I would have tolerated it. After all, if you want to make a living, I can understand, but this pile of junk has nothing to do with ads. What do you want? Of course, Baidu cannot be blamed. After all, other search engines in China are 10 times more junk than it. At this time, Pei Qian subconsciously wanted to seek help from the omnipotent Baidu, but then realized that Baidu would not be open to the public for registration until at least 2 years later. Moreover, even if he took his question to Baidu, he would probably not get the answer he wanted. He could only sigh silently and be the only invisible person in the audience. On the projection screen, the 2 teams were simply trying their best, with all kinds of personal operations, team battles, and tricks emerging one after another, and the game was simply brilliant. Pei Qian took a serious look at it. It was actually quite interesting. It doesn't make sense for the show to be so effective, right? Can a game be reversed 2 or 3 times? Well, I understand. This is probably Zhang Yuan's special care. He told them not to play too one-sidedly and to play back and forth as much as possible. After all, this is an exhibition match, and we have to ensure the entertainment effect. Look at these people gnashing their teeth after losing a team battle. They are all drama queens. How can this Zhang Yuan ignore the spirit of competition so much? We must criticize him. The heat of the scene is getting higher and higher. Every exciting team battle at the end will cause the audience inside and outside the internet cafe to exclaim. It is even more exciting than the fans gathering in the internet cafe to watch the game. After more than 3 hours, the exhibition match was finally over. The final result was that it was played in 5 games. As for who won, it didn't matter. Anyway, the audience couldn't tell who was who among these players. It was all about looking good. After the game, the 10 players came to the front desk under the leadership of Xiaopeng. The winners were full of happy smiles, while the losers were dejected. The difference in expression was too obvious. The people in the audience continued to marvel. Hey, isn't this an exhibition match? Everyone looks very serious. I can tell that both sides are giving their all and there are basically no low-level mistakes, otherwise it wouldn't be so exciting. These players all look good. Where did Moyu Internet Cafe find them? Did they find high-end passers-by from the Kings League to play in the exhibition match, and then screen them again based on their body shape? Those with bad body shapes are not allowed? How is that possible? It feels like these people cooperate very well. They don't seem like a temporary team. Some spectators saw the end of the exhibition match and immediately entered the game to lock in some very good heroes, wanting to reproduce the very good operations in the exhibition match. Other spectators continued to pay attention to the front of the stage and shifted their attention to the 10 players. After all, these 10 people have completely conquered the audience with their performance and deserve applause and cheers. At this time, the 5 people on the winning side enjoyed the feeling of standing in the spotlight very much. The 5 people on the losing side were dejected, not entirely because of the failure. All they think about now is that they have to continue to practice tomorrow. Xiaopeng came to the front of the stage. Next, please allow Zhang Yuan, the former CEO of Moyu Internet Cafe and the current manager of DG Esports Club, to introduce the in-depth cooperation between DG Esports Club and Moyu Internet Cafe. Many people don't know Zhang Yuan, but when they hear the title of former CEO of Moyu Internet Cafe, everyone starts to imagine. What does this mean? DG Esports Club is the upstream layout of Moyu Internet Cafe, so the original CEO was promoted to be in charge? Otherwise, why must the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe be the manager of the esports club? Is this a hint of Tenda's esports industry layout? Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. Our DG Esports Club is a special club that adopts professional training. All the players are high-scoring passers-by from the ladder. After joining the club, they will undergo strict training. As for the results of the training, please look at the big screen. Zhang Yuan briefly explained the training mode of the DG Club, especially emphasizing that the players must conduct physical training every day, and also showed the body changes of the players taken by Coach Yaling to show the difference between the DG Esports Club and other esports clubs. Pei Qian's heart clicked instantly. Comparison chart of body changes? Aren't these the pictures that I asked Coach Yaling to take every day to supervise the players' training? Now, the before and after pictures of the players' body changes have been displayed on the big screen, and the before and after comparison is extremely obvious. Although the bodies of these players in the DG Club are not as perfect as those of fitness coaches, they are already very slim and healthy. Compared with their previous appearance, the results are remarkable. The audience in the audience was shocked again. Are they really a group of internet-addicted teenagers? Were they trained to be like this? Oh my God, the improvement in the photo is too obvious, right? Are they the same group as before? I suggest they debut where they are. Which gym is so awesome? I want to try it too. Didn't I tell you? It's the nearest one, the managed gym opened by Tenda. Now there are several branches in Jingzhou. Isn't the effect too obvious? I want to try it too. The gaming media also started to call out with all kinds of cameras and flashes. Obviously, the transformation of these internet-addicted teenagers will be a good news material. Pei Qian was in the rest area, silently holding the empty drink cup in his hand. Just play the exhibition match. Who asked you to promote the managed gym? Aren't you just making trouble for me? Besides, these are just a group of internet-addicted teenagers. They don't know anything about fitness. Don't believe them. However, seeing that many people were taking out their mobile phones to take pictures, Pei Qian was speechless. There was no way, the comparison photos were too obvious. Zhang Yuan on the stage could feel the difference before and after more clearly. When he said that these players were doing physical training every day, the audience's reaction was mediocre. However, after he showed the before and after comparison pictures of the players' fitness on the projection screen, the audience immediately raised their mobile phones and the flashes of the gaming media reporters began to flash wildly. Obviously, no amount of words can compare to a comparison picture. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. President Pei is indeed farsighted. Before, President Pei asked Coach Yaling to take comparison pictures of the players wearing tight training suits every day, and Zhang Yuan was still wondering if it was necessary. Now it seems that this behavior is simply killing two birds with one stone, and the brand effect of DG Esports Club and Managed Fitness Center is immediately visible. This is simply a major transformation of an internet-addicted teenager, and the before and after comparison photos are really shocking. In short, in the future, Mayu Internet Cafe will strive to create a 3.0 model and open esports life halls in various cities across the country. Teams or individuals who perform well in the esports life hall will have the opportunity to compete with players from DG Esports clubs, and even be selected to enter DG Esports clubs and become professional players. The highest honor in the GOG esports field in the entire Jingzhou, even the whole country, and the world is waiting for you. Zhang Yuan's speech was the last part of the entire press conference. The big esports ecosystem, high-quality exhibition matches, and the joint recommendation of DG Club and Managed Fitness. Although there were not many links in the opening ceremony of Mayu Internet Cafe, each link was full of topics. The whole event was rich in content and eye-catching enough. Looking at Xiaopeng and the members of the esports club surrounded by the media and enthusiastic customers, Pei Qian was silent. Hallucination, this is all hallucination. The fever will naturally subside in 2 days. Pei Qian is very confused now and wants to go back to sleep. However, as soon as he reached the door, a young man who looked like a game media reporter came to greet him. Apparently, there were too many reporters interviewing Xiaopeng and his team members, and they couldn't squeeze in at all, so they decided to change their mindset and interview the customers on site first. Pei Qian was one of the few customers who was planning to squeeze out instead of in. Hello, I'm a reporter from Playtime. Can I take up your precious time to do an interview? Pei Qian looked at the crowd outside that was moving hard like a tide, and then looked at the sincere eyes of the reporter, and nodded silently. So what's your name? The reporter asked. My last name is Ma. Pei Qian said habitually. The reporter nodded. Okay, Mr. Ma, do you agree with what Mr. Xiao said about the Mayu Internet Cafe and the related large esports ecosystem? Pei Qian immediately shook his head. No. The reporter asked, but the facts have proved that Mr. Pei's layout in many industries has been successful, which is enough to show his excellent vision. Pei Qian was speechless, but I don't think this is Mr. Pei's layout. The reporter quickly took notes and changed the topic at the same time. So, do you think this will have an important impact on your future life and become a part of your life? Pei Qian said hee. It has already had an important impact on my life. Reporter, then what do you think of the magical effect of hosting gyms? Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. I hope it won't be over-mythologized. The reporter nodded. Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation. However, he just turned around and saw a waiter running over and stopped the Mr. Ma, who did not want to reveal his name, who had just been interviewed. Mr. Pei, there is still. However, before he finished speaking, the Mr. Ma, who did not want to reveal his name, had already waved his hand and walked into the vast crowd. The reporter was startled and hurriedly took out his mobile phone to take a picture, but only captured a back figure. The man wearing the modest mask just now is Mr. Pei? Mr. Pei has actually been at the scene? The reporter was pleasantly surprised. He just randomly interviewed a passerby, and he randomly interviewed the real person when everyone was wearing a mask. Thinking back to the questions he had interviewed before, it seemed that the answers of Mr. Ma, who did not want to reveal his name, to these questions had some new meanings. This will definitely be a hit report. Chapter 555 Return, Neither Rain Nor Shine, Monthly Votes Requested. June 15, Wednesday. A little after 11 a.m., Pei Qian sat up from his bed and scratched his hair that had become a bird's nest. After being in a daze for half a minute, Pei Qian decided to get up, wash up, and then take a look at the aftermath of the opening ceremony of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, also known as the Esports Life Museum, yesterday. While brushing his teeth, he recalled yesterday's nightmare in his mind. Auto Technology has developed a feature-rich software for managed gyms. Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 has been made into an esports lifestyle center, and it is so cool that even the lights on the computers are pretentious. Xiaopeng boasted about the big esports ecosystem, tightly tying the three businesses of games, esports, and internet cafes together. DG Esports Club played an exhibition match, which confirmed the big esports ecosystem mentioned by Xiaopeng, and also promoted a wave of managed gyms. And the last scene I remember seeing was that many game media surrounded him and interviewed Xiaopeng and the club's people. It was a nightmare. Pei Qian carefully recalled that the press conference of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 yesterday was full of twists and turns, and bad luck. After washing up, Pei Qian was roughly prepared for the current situation. Based on the existing information, this first Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 is likely to be popular. It became popular as soon as it opened, setting the worst record since the establishment of the Moyu Internet Cafe industry. However, this is not a serious problem. After all, when opening the store, Pei Qian already knew that Moyu Internet Cafe was a high-risk industry. Apart from other things, the current loyal users of Moyu Internet Cafe in Jingzhou alone can probably support this 3.0 model Internet Cafe. Moreover, Internet cafes are originally high investment and slow to pay back. Even if they can make money as soon as the store opens, it will take a long time to recover the huge investment in the early stage, including decoration costs, computer peripherals costs, etc. But what Pei Qian couldn't accept was that Xiaopeng actually made such a big scene on a whim and directly promoted the esports club and the managed gym. If these two suddenly started to make money, that would be something Pei Qian couldn't accept. So, after preparing himself mentally, Pei Qian sat on the sofa and opened his laptop, intending to read relevant reports to confirm whether the esports club and the managed gym were still safe. After searching for DG Esports Club and Managed Gym, respectively, Pei Qian found some reports. DG Esports Club's work and rest schedule exposed, on how to cultivate an esports male god. Shock. DG Esports Club players before and after fitness comparison photos, who has changed the most? In-depth interpretation of the new hosted fitness model, will this be a banner of Tenda? After reading a few reports, Pei Qian felt a little relieved. It seems that DG Esports Club has only caused heated discussions and gained some attention, but there is no risk of profitability. The situation of the hosted gym is a little bad. Many reports have praised this new model, but judging from the comments below, many consumers are still skeptical about it. After all, the price, bundled fitness meal consumption and other content are unacceptable to many people. In short, the popularity have indeed increased greatly, and will inevitably be converted into a part of the profit, but it seems too early to say that it will turn losses into profits and become popular instantly. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. In just one day, things really haven't had time to get that bad, just the signs have just appeared. Pei Qian began to search for reports about the opening day of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 again. However, the first thing I searched was a piece of news from Playtime. The title was, Exclusive News. President Pei of Tenda Group appeared at the Esports Life Museum and made such an interpretation. Pei Qian, ? What the hell? Did the reporter see my true identity? Didn't I call myself Mr. Ma, who does not want to reveal his name? And what the hell is the shocking news headline? Thinking of the unpleasant experiences in the previous interviews, Pei Qian instinctively developed a sense of crisis and hurriedly clicked to check. It must be said that the title party is still very useful. Even President Pei was deceived without any resistance. At 1 p.m. on June 14, the opening ceremony of the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 model store and the first esports life hall under the Tenda Group was held as scheduled on the 4th floor of the South District of Hongda Mall near Handong University. There is nothing much to say in the front, mainly to introduce the situation on the scene that day, including some photos of the scene, etc. Pei Qian quickly skipped and looked at the most critical part later. What is not well known is that, in fact, on the opening day, President Pei of Tenda Group was also present, but he was very low-key wearing a mask and did not set up any speech segment. He just watched the entire opening ceremony from beginning to end in silence. Fortunately, when I was interviewing the audience, I happened to interview Mr. Ma, who did not want to reveal his name. Afterwards, the waiter confirmed that this low-key and handsome young man was President Pei of Tenda Group. Seeing this, Pei Qian tried hard to control the corners of his mouth and not let himself show an overly obvious smile. Although this reporter is a headline party, he is still very realistic in reporting on such key issues. Although he used the pseudonym Mr. Ma, Mr. Pei still gave an in-depth answer to the questions raised by the author. Now, let me bring you the first-hand information on the scene. When answering the question about the big esports ecosystem, Mr. Pei said that he did not completely agree with the concept mentioned by Mr. Xiao. Obviously, in Mr. Pei's plan, the real big esports ecosystem will be more complicated than what Mr. Xiao described, and the blueprint that Mr. Xiao envisioned for us is just the tip of the iceberg of Tenda Group's ambitions. When answering the question about whether esports will have an impact on life, Mr. Pei said that the esports industry has had a very profound impact on his life, which also implies that he firmly believes that in the future, esports will become an indispensable part of people's lives like traditional sports, just like the great changes that Tenda has brought to Qingshan, which has affected all aspects of people's lives. When answering, how do you view the magical effect of hosting gyms, Mr. Pei just smiled faintly and said not to over-mythologize it. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. What the hell is a faint smile? Thinking back carefully, I did subconsciously twitch the corner of my mouth. So, can this reporter really distinguish the difference between a helpless smile and a confident smile? Obviously, Mr. Pei is worried that some media will exaggerate the fitness effects and mislead consumers. Tenda has always been sincere and never engaged in any false propaganda. At the same time, Mr. Pei is also telling consumers that fitness requires perseverance and willpower. No gym in the world can give you a perfect body. In the final analysis, it depends on you. It must be said that Mr. Pei's managed gym advocates a healthy and scientific fitness concept. But we must also note that the magical effect of the managed gym can be said to be immediate. Mr. Pei's words are more like a wise man's mentality of leaving 3 points of room for speech. The author wanted to ask more questions, but unfortunately when the author reacted, Mr. Pei had turned and left, disappearing in the vast crowd. Picture. Although this is a picture taken by a mobile phone, the picture quality is not bad, and the focus is also clear. After all, the person who took the picture is a professional reporter. The entrance of Moyu Internet Cafe Esports Life Hall was crowded with people, all of whom were enthusiastic spectators who had just finished watching the game and were full of excitement. Their expressions were different, some were eager, some were excited, and some were expectant. Among the countless people facing the camera, a figure turning away from the camera was so eye-catching. President Pei's back reminded me of a line of poetry: when the work is done, he brushes off his clothes and leaves, hiding his body and name. At the opening of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 and Esports Life Museum, President Pei came to the scene, witnessed the beginning of the big esports era in a low-key manner, and then left quietly with a wave of his sleeves, without taking away any sense of existence. Perhaps many years later, when President Pei looks back at his huge esports empire, he will recall that it all started with a small internet cafe and a wonderful exhibition match between two teams. President Pei watched all this silently, leaving all the scenery and cheers in the center of the stage and leaving them to others, while he himself retired gracefully and returned to the masses. And this back is also a portrayal of President Pei's style of doing things since he started his business. Humble and low-key, he seems to have no sense of existence, but he has subtly influenced every aspect of Tenda Group. It can be said that, looking back at the desolate place, returning, there is no wind or rain or clear sky. After reading the whole report, Pei Qian felt complicated. What the hell is this? Is this a manuscript that combines several styles? Judging from the title, this is obviously a shocking style. Looking at the beginning, it seems to be a documentary style. At the end, it suddenly starts to write poetry and becomes a lyrical style. How can this reporter write like this? Except for the part about low-key and handsome young people, the rest is simply nonsense. Especially the last paragraph, it is even more exaggerated than if he had been paid. Such a ridiculous report, no one should believe it, right? Don't joke with me like this. Pei Qian silently clicked on the comment area. However, wherever he looked, all the comments were positive, and the popularity was much higher than he had imagined. It seems to be true. President Xiao later admitted that President Pei was indeed present. This shouldn't be President Pei's original words, right? It must have been artistically processed, but it should be pretty close. It's really well written, especially these two lines of poetry, and this picture, which perfectly matches President Pei's temperament. I feel so excited for no reason, especially the part about looking back at his huge esports empire many years later. It's so domineering. I can even imagine the scene. I have set this picture as wallpaper. I must always remind myself to be the same person as President Pei. Looking at the comments below this report, Pei Qian scratched his head silently and fell silent. At the same time, many questions were raised. It has been artistically processed, but it should be similar? Very exciting? Set as wallpaper? Is there something wrong with this world? Chapter 556, Tell you an insider news, 3 more updates, please vote for me. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. After lunch, Pei Qian drank coffee while straightening out the previous mind map, and connected departments such as Tenda Games, Shenyang Games, Moyu Internet Cafe, DG Esports Club, etc., and recorded their recent connections. Looking at the increasing and dense connections, Pei Qian felt that each line was a knife in his back. Look at the bright side, this mind map is still somewhat useful. At least this time I successfully predicted it based on this mind map. Although it was 2 hours late. But I will definitely make progress next time. Pei Qian closed the computer and suddenly had the urge to go to the internet area of Moyu Internet Cafe for a walk. After a walk, Pei Qian suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. Thinking back carefully, it seems that there are many more players playing GOG in Moyu Internet Cafe than those playing IOI. The data seems to show a crushing trend. Doesn't it make sense? Pei Qian thought about it, and it seemed that Shenyang Games contacted these internet cafes first and paid more money. How could this happen? Could it be Xiaopeng's fault? Thinking about it this way, Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 is tailor-made for GOG, so it seems normal that other Moyu Internet cafes are affected and more people play GOG. Xiaopeng may think that GOG is Tenda's own game, and IOI is the agent's godchild game after all, so he still prefers GOG in his heart. Yes, most likely. But the situation of other internet cafes should be just the opposite, right? Pei Qian immediately stood up and went to another relatively large chain internet cafe nearby, Xingla Internet Cafe. Speaking of which, Xingla Internet Cafe is an internet cafe invested by Mr. Li, and it was originally to compete with Moyu Internet Cafe for meat. As a result, the competition for meat turned into drinking soup. I don't know what the situation is. In short, judging from the current situation, Xingla Internet Cafe should be a chain internet cafe brand second only to Moyu Internet Cafe in Jingzhou. The overall configuration is much higher than those small internet cafes, and the situation inside should be very representative. A few minutes later, Pei Qian came to the nearest Xingla Internet Cafe, pretending to look for someone, and walked around. After Pei Qian finished looking at the game on the last computer, he fell into deep thought. Why is GOG still dominant? No, this is not how the script should be written, right? Didn't they say that you can do whatever you want if you have more money? Did Shangyang Games not approach Xingla Internet Cafe to discuss cooperation? That doesn't make sense. Pei Qian clearly saw the sign at the entrance of Xingla Internet Cafe, which said that both GOG and IOI can enjoy the privilege of free trial of in-game skins and free internet access for playing games. Moreover, for both games, IOI waives more internet fees. What does this mean? Doesn't paying money work? Pei Qian came to the front desk and asked the cashier this question in confusion. The cashier was free, so he smiled and said, "You don't play games that often, do you?" Pei Qian, ? The cashier explained, IOI does have free internet, but GOG does too. Although the free is not much, most people's heroes and skins are on GOG. How can they switch to IOI just for a few dollars of internet? Besides, people come to the internet cafe to play games, basically to play with friends, to have more fun. How can they learn a new game from scratch, just to save a little money? What's more? The cashier kept it a secret and lowered his voice. I'm telling you an inside story, don't spread it. Pei Qian nodded quickly, yes, I won't spread it. The cashier whispered, although both games are from Tenda, they are related to each other in a different way. GOG is the real son, and IOI is the adopted son. From all aspects, Tenda really wants to support GOG. In the future, GOG will definitely be the mainstay of internet cafes' income. For the long-term interests of internet cafes, GOG must be promoted more. Pei Qian was a little confused. Where did you get this inside information? The cashier said very proudly, our boss said it. Pei Qian, then who did your boss hear it from? The cashier said even more proudly, the people from Tenda Games personally talked to our boss. Pei Qian. Got it. It was Min Jingqiao who sent the lobbyist. No wonder the internet cafe owner was fooled. The situation of other internet cafes is not to be imagined, most of them are not much better. This group of people is really cunning. If you can't burn money, you fool people? Is this what people do? Pei Qian was silent for a moment, then asked, has your boss never considered that this might be some kind of business rhetoric that can't be fully believed? The cashier smiled meaningfully, you don't believe it? Did you read the news yesterday? Why is the latest esports lifestyle hall of Moyu Internet Cafe all talking about GOG? The exhibition match is also GOG, and all the players on the scene are playing GOG, but there is no mention of IOI. The esports club established by Tenda is also full of GOG players, right? Even Mr. Pei's hero has been put into GOG. Tell me, doesn't this mean that the top management of Tenda, including Mr. Pei, are more optimistic about GOG? Spending money on IOI is nothing more than a tactic of raising poisons to create pressure on GOG. How can it be really supported? Pei Qian. For some reason, I suddenly felt that what the cashier said made sense. Indeed, many people already know that Mr. Pei equals modest. If you don't particularly like GOG, can you put yourself into the game? No way. Pei Qian really wants to ask, if I say I don't know anything about this matter, do you believe it? But on second thought, I decided not to ask. If I were the cashier, I wouldn't believe it either. I was really completely convinced by this cashier. Quietly walking out of Xingla Internet Cafe, Pei Qian realized a very serious problem. It seemed that, The idea he had given to Shenyang Games had already failed after less than a week of trying. It's simply shameless. Whatever method your competitors use, you just blindly follow them? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Is there anyone who cares? Pei Qian was speechless. The idea he had come up with great difficulty was directly used by GOG, and it was copied without reservation. Pei Qian now understood how those small companies that were imitated without thinking felt. They were so angry that they jumped up and down, but there was nothing they could do. However, this time, both the imitator and the imitated were themselves, which was very rigid. The gap between GOG and IOI in the last settlement cycle did not seem to narrow at all, but instead became larger and larger. No, I have to think of a way quickly. Now Shenyang Games must be as desperate as I am. I have to think of a way to make them turn the tables. Or even simpler, transfer Lin Wan back to Tenda Games now, and let her win without doing anything? No, this might backfire. Pei Qian knew very well that Lin Wan was a proud person. If she was transferred to the GOG project now, she would not feel that she had won without doing anything, but would only feel that Mr. Pei was asking her to watch and learn well. She would definitely not leave at that time. Pei Qian thought about it over and over again, and felt that the more he thought about it, the smaller his chances of winning became. In fact, not to mention others, he himself had not played a few games of IOI, because the heroes of this game are completely different from those of LOL, and the mechanism is not exactly the same. He is too lazy to learn it. On the contrary, he is more familiar with GOG. Pei Qian himself is just an ordinary passerby, at most a little better than Ma Yang, the idiot. In comparison, GOG is more suitable because it is easier to operate and can be played on mobile phones. No, I can't just give up so easily. Where else can I start? It's impossible to change the game mechanism. The game updates quickly, and we have done ground promotion in internet cafes. At present, the gap between IOI and GOG seems to be in esports. Then, it seems that we can only start from this aspect. I don't believe it. Give IOI another sum of money to make up for the shortcomings of esports. If they lose again this time, I'll just let IOI fend for itself. Pei Qian sighed silently, not knowing how things turned out like this. Originally, I just wanted to make some money by doing GOG, but after a few months, how come the script didn't go according to the normal script at all? Pei Qian left Xingla Internet Cafe silently, feeling that life was as lonely as snow. Pei Qian had just left the door of Xingla Internet Cafe when Leisure happened to pass by. Huh? Isn't that Mr. Pei? Strange, am I dazzled? Why did Mr. Pei come to Xingla Internet Cafe? Leisure originally wanted to say hello to Mr. Pei, but then gave up the idea and went straight into Xingla Internet Cafe and asked the cashier at the front desk, "Did that young man come to surf the internet just now?" The cashier stood up quickly, "Hello, Mr. Li." The young man just walked around the internet cafe, and then asked me a few questions. Although Mr. Li is not the owner of Xingla Internet Cafe, as an investor of the Internet Cafe, he is more effective than the owner in speaking. Leisure immediately became serious. What question did you ask? Tell me quickly, recall carefully, and don't say a single word wrong. The cashier's face turned pale, thinking that Leisure was going to blame her for leaking internal information. Mr. Li, I didn't say anything. Leisure frowned. Who asked you what you said? I asked what he said. He? The cashier tried to recall. He just asked why there are more people playing GOG than IOI, and he also asked me if I had ever thought that Tenda attache's more importance to GOG is just a business rhetoric. Leisure frowned, even more confused. What does Mr. Pei mean by this? Now everyone knows that GOG is Tenda's biological son? Could it be that? Leisure suddenly realized that President Pei was testing him again. He was deliberately spreading false news to try to shake the confidence of his partners. The previous Shuaba Kuaikai and Jingji Hostel were the same. On the surface, they were trying to persuade people to quit, but in fact, they were thinking the opposite. President Pei was testing Xingla Internet Cafe's determination to cooperate with GOG. Leisure immediately waved his hand, immediately remove all promotional materials related to IOI. Xingla Internet Cafe will only promote GOG in the future. At the same time, Liang Qingfan was still seriously considering whether there were any changes to the decoration plan. After completing the plan last week, the construction team officially entered the site this week. Regarding the video recording, Liang Qingfan also found another famous studio in Jingzhou last weekend and invited a well-known videographer. After watching the previous works, they were all shot very well, and it was definitely more than enough to complete this shooting task. Liang Qingfan considered letting this videographer shoot the whole process first. After the shooting, if Fei Huang's studio has finished its vacation, they can also ask them to help edit and do post-production. Before the construction team entered the site to start construction, the videographer had already filmed the most original footage of these houses. During the subsequent construction, he would go there to shoot every once in a while. The renovation period is very long, and the film may only take about half an hour to edit, so the videographer does not need to greet Liang Qingfan every time he goes there. It is enough to go there once in a while and shoot for 10 minutes each time. Liang Qingfan is not always at the construction site, so the two of them have almost no chance to meet. Liang Qingfan feels that there is no need to supervise the work of the videographer. After all, he is a professional and knows more about this than himself. What we need to worry about now is the details of the decoration. Sloth Apartment is a high-end brand, and the details must be refined. More importantly, this decoration plan also includes hard decoration, and the pressure of environmental protection is greater. Liang Qingfan decided to choose the best environmentally friendly wall paint on the market according to Mr. Pei's requirements, including a small amount of furniture, and try to choose environmentally friendly and healthy ones as much as possible. Of course, whether it is wall paint or furniture, it is impossible to achieve zero formaldehyde, but as long as the formaldehyde content meets the national health standards, after a long period of window ventilation, and the fresh air system is maintained for ventilation all year round, it will not cause harm to human health. Liang Qingfan is quite satisfied with the management trainee next to him. I often ask him to run errands and do odd jobs for me, and he is quite handy. Boss Pei is very thoughtful. It is equivalent to arranging a little assistant for me. Unfortunately, I have classes frequently and a lot of work to do. Sometimes I want to take him to the site to have a look, but I don't have time. Chapter 557 Overinterpretation finally worked for once. Please vote for me. June 17, Friday. Shangyang Games. As soon as Pei Qian walked into the conference room, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. Everyone was too dejected. The morale was even lower than when he came last week. Pei Qian couldn't help but worry. You must cheer up, comrades. If you all think you can't win, then IOI is really screwed? What's more, it's not the point where nothing can be done now, right? The game is still being updated, and its development momentum abroad is also good. Although domestic internet cafes have never played GOG, they have more or less grabbed some market share. Pei Qian sat down at the head of the conference table and felt that he had to say something to boost morale. How can we fight this battle if we are afraid before the battle? Pei Qian coughed twice. Why are you all so depressed? Get excited, the battle isn't over yet. Wang Xiaoban looked at Yi Zhizhou, and Yi Zhizhou looked at Lin Wan. Lin Wan sighed softly. Boss Pei, we all know that your original intention is good. Let GOG and IOI compete fully, and support whichever wins, and even give IOI more sufficient funds within the group. But, it's really too difficult. Now the gap between the two games has not only not narrowed, but is rapidly widening. In just 1 week, GOG's local promotion strategy has been fully caught up with or even surpassed. I can only say that GOG is more prepared than us and cooperates more closely, and we want to give IOI some suggestions, but they don't accept them. Wang Xiaoban nodded and said very unconvinced, yes, and the finger company also blamed us. Why is the promotion in China so why is it so weak? Obviously, the development momentum of other overseas regions is good. But the question is there GOG in other overseas regions? I wanted to reply you up on the spot. Come and try to compete with GOG. Let's see if you can survive. Yi Zhizhou nodded in agreement, that's right. Not only are the teammates dragging their feet, but they also keep blaming others and making sarcastic remarks. Who can stand this? Wang Xiaoban looked at Pei Qian, Boss Pei, we are all raising poisons anyway. Why don't Tenda buy all the shares of Finger Company directly? Let them change whatever they want, or we can just take over IOI, so we don't have to be so restrained like now and sulk all day long. Pei Qian was shocked. Buy all the shares of Finger Company? Are you afraid that I won't die fast enough? Pei Qian was about to speak, but Lin Wan said, no. Do you think President Pei has never thought about this? Pei Qian, ? Lin Wan continued, do you think the valuation of Finger Company is still the same as before? It was President Pei's sharp vision that he was able to buy 20% of the shares with more than 20 million yuan before, which was equivalent to picking up a big bargain. Do you think this good thing is as easy to get as cabbage on the street? IOI is developing well now, and the valuation of Finger Company changes every day. If you want to gain control of Finger Company, even if you already have more than 20% of the shares, you have to spend at least 100 million or even $150 million. Although Tenda Group's cash flow is healthy, President Pei has always invested at the fastest speed in order to maximize the use of the funds on hand. What's more, even if there is spare money, it is impossible to have 1 billion. Wang Xiaoban was speechless, because he knew very well that even if Tenda sold everything, it would be difficult to raise 1 billion. It was not a question of whether it wanted to, but a question of whether it could. Since it can't be bought, what else can it say? Pei Qian was silently shocked. Is the Finger Company already so valuable? Then, according to this valuation, the 20% stake I bought for 20 million back then, should be worth at least 40 million, knives? It has increased more than tenfold in such a short period of time. Pei Qian felt dizzy, and at the same time, he took a deep note of Ma Yang in his heart. If it were someone else, it would definitely make them laugh and cry, but for Pei Qian, $40 million is only $40,000 according to the conversion ratio, which is about $280,000 in income. It is still better to lose money. Even if one operation is not careful, it is possible that the profit and loss will offset each other, which is really vomiting blood. But then again, this is just a valuation, not everyone is willing to pay this money, and if Tenda does not sell it, there should be no big problem. The discussion is deadlocked again. It is impossible to buy the Finger Company, it is too valuable now. It is impossible to command the Finger Company, it does not listen, and even wants to command in the opposite direction. It is no wonder that the people of Shangyang Games are so discouraged. After all, everyone used to make games and promote them by themselves, and they would change any part of the game if they thought there was a problem. And now, knowing where the crux is, the producer just won't change it, and instead blames the agent for the operation and promotion. Who is willing to bear this anger? Pei Qian coughed twice and said, don't be so impatient. There will always be a proper solution to the problem. Besides, it's not that bad yet. In fact, although GOG started early, IOI also seized a certain market share in the previous competition. A small part of this market share comes from old users of Xinqi, and the vast majority comes from players of other types of games. This shows that in the competition between GOG and IOI, new players are constantly being attracted to join the pit, which is a good phenomenon. As long as we can gain a foothold, there is still a chance to turn the tables. Now compared with GOG, in addition to those things that we can't change, such as starting advantages and game mechanisms, IOI's national service still lacks the last shortcoming, that is, esports. In the next stage, I will continue to allocate money to everyone, hold a large-scale competition for IOI, and fully utilize the publicity funds to completely reverse the wrong impression that Tenda does not attach importance to IOI esports projects. However, after saying this, everyone's eyes did not light up as usual, and the whole audience applauded. Wang Xiaobin pondered for a moment and said, "But Mr. Pei, esports activities must be popular, and there must be enough soil before they can be popular. Let alone the players, where do the teams come from? You can't just pull people from the ladder to form a temporary team, right?" Others also nodded. Pei Qian. A little awkward. Just as Pei Qian was trying to think about this question, Lin Wan spoke first. "No, you all don't understand what President Pei means. In fact, it is entirely possible for us to contact the larger domestic esports clubs and ask them to set up IOI branches." Wang Xiaobin was stunned. "It's unlikely, right? With IOI's current market share, if they want to form a team, they will form a GOG team. Although giving money is somewhat useful, the club also has to weigh long-term interests. If we give too little money, they will be unhappy, and if we give too much money, we will suffer." Give too much money, and we will suffer? That's just right? Pei Qian's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Wan spoke again. "No need to pay more. Pei Qian." Lin Wan continued, "I understand what Mr. Pei means. In the field of esports, although we started late, we have advantages over GOG in some aspects. Because IOI is more popular abroad. Indeed, clubs will pay more attention to long-term interests when forming teams, and for clubs, international competitions are obviously the biggest long-term benefit. An esports project must be popular worldwide to attract enough attention. Although IOI is not as popular as GOG in China at present, considering the possible large-scale international competitions in the future, forming an IOI team now is a very promising choice. We can definitely make a fuss about this aspect and convince major domestic clubs. I think this is what Mr. Pei means, right?" Pei Qian coughed twice. "Well, almost." Everyone suddenly realized. Yes, this seems to be an advantage. Yi Zhizhou was also inspired. Yes, then we can also invite 2 teams of average level from abroad, provide them with board and lodging and round-trip air tickets, and directly call it an international invitational tournament. In this way, many people will definitely pay attention to it. Pei Qian was instantly delighted when he heard board and lodging and round-trip air tickets. Seeing the gratified expression on President Pei's face when he looked at Yi Zhizhou, everyone became more and more certain that this was President Pei's complete idea. "Okay, then do as President Pei said and start preparations immediately. I'll contact domestic clubs. I'll invite foreign clubs. Remember to choose weak teams, otherwise it will be a mess if domestic teams are beaten. I'll go to inspect the venue and formulate the schedule." Everyone quickly divided the work, and the originally lifeless meeting room instantly became full of vitality. Pei Qian was very satisfied. Although everyone overinterpreted my words this time, it seems to have a positive effect this time. Okay, the meeting was a great success. June 18, Saturday. Regular meeting of the management compensation students. After arranging Shangyang Games yesterday, Pei Qian felt that the burden on his shoulders was much lighter, and his steps were a little lighter on the way to the meeting today. "Everyone, start reporting." Tang Yishu looked at everyone and signaled the start of the report. At the same time, she took a small notebook to record it, and then compiled it into a report. The management trainees began to speak one by one. Members of the managed fitness club have already used the new app, and the feedback is good. The opening ceremony of the Moyu Internet Cafe Esports Life Hall has greatly increased the reputation of the managed fitness club, and many customers have come to inquire recently. The new fitness meals have been delivered. The Moyu Internet Cafe Esports Life Hall has been a great success since its opening. Although the fees are higher than the previous two versions of the Moyu Internet Cafe, the popularity has not diminished, and more people are forming teams. It is estimated that the first Internet Cafe competition will be organized in a while. The DG Esports Club has returned to its regular training state, but the feeling of being chased by fans at the opening ceremony of the Moyu Internet Cafe has greatly inspired the fighting spirit of the team members, and everyone has trained harder. Listening to the reports of the management compensation students, Pei Qian was silent, and his previous good mood disappeared. Isn't this a regular meeting of the Jinui? How did it become a funeral meeting? It would be fine if all the things they talked about were things I already knew, but they were all bad news. I put a lot of effort into organizing a regular meeting of the management compensation students, but in the end I just got a double backstab effect? Being stabbed once on the spot, and then being stabbed again at the regular meeting of the management compensation students? He was very angry, but he had to listen. Because he didn't know whether there would be some useful information hidden in it, and the management trainees couldn't be sure which information Mr. Pei knew and which information Mr. Pei didn't know, and there was no way to distinguish. He could only report indiscriminately like this. Pei Qian couldn't help but fall into deep thought, feeling that something was wrong. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 558, Apply for funding for Zhang Yuan, ask for monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Several departments have reported in turn, and it is the turn of the compensation manager of Sloth Apartment. Mr. Liang has been seriously considering the details of the construction drawings recently, and occasionally goes to the construction site to direct the work. In order to improve the environmental protection effect, he carefully selected the wall paint and furniture. Last weekend, he briefly talked to me about Fei Huang's studio. Pei Qian keenly felt that something was wrong. Why did Liang Qingfan ask about Fei Huang's studio when he had nothing to do? What did he say specifically? Pei Qian immediately asked. The compensation manager of Sloth Apartment thought for a while. We talked about Fei Huang Studio's paid vacation, and Mr. Liang expressed envy, and the rest, that's it. Very envious of Fei Huang Studio's paid vacation? Pei Qian's frown relaxed a little. Well, not bad, it's a good thing to have this mentality. Liang Qingfan started thinking about paid vacation just a few days after starting work. He is really teachable. However, Pei Qian did not take it lightly. He looked at Guan Peixing of Fei Huang Studio and asked, has Liang Qingfan contacted Fei Huang Studio? The Guan Peixing of Fei Huang Studio looked confused. Boss Pei, the whole department is on vacation. Liang Qingfan called everyone privately, and I couldn't know. But I've been on duty in the office recently and received a lot of calls. I can be sure that there is no one who claims to be Mr. Liang. Pei Qian nodded slightly. It is unlikely that Liang Qingfan called Huang Sibo directly. After all, he has just arrived in Jingzhou not long ago and does not have the contact information of a few responsible persons. If Liang Qingfan really has something important to ask Fei Huang Studio for help, he will probably ask me here, right? Since he didn't ask, and didn't call the office of Fei Huang Studio. It means that Liang Qingfan seems to be more interested in the issue of paid vacation for all employees, and asked a few questions casually. Pei Qian originally wanted to ask Guan Peixing why he didn't report it at the time, but now it seems that there is no need to report this little thing immediately, and it is the same to say it at the Guan Peixing regular meeting. Unable to find any suspicious points, Pei Qian signaled to continue the report. It was Guan Peixing's turn to slack off and order takeout. The newly opened stores are still losing money, but President Rui doesn't seem to care much and is still preparing to open new stores. In addition, the chefs of the food lab seem to be running to the nameless restaurant frequently recently, and they seem to be researching some high-end new dishes in private. Pei Qian was very happy to hear the first sentence, but frowned again when he heard the second sentence. New dishes? This seems to be information that he had not grasped before. But what does it mean to run to Mingyun private kitchen? To learn the cooking techniques of high-end dishes, however, the dishes of Mingyun private kitchen require both outstanding chefs and a lot of precious ingredients. How can they be used for takeout? A castrated version? It seems that the chance of success is not very high. Because the current affordable meals of Moyu takeout have not yet turned a profit, wouldn't it be even more of a loss if it went to a high-priced version? Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "Focus on this matter and report in detail next time." Pei Qian did not want to stop it. After all, this matter seemed to have a high probability of failure. If it really failed, Moyu takeout could burn more money, and Pei Qian would be so happy that he couldn't wait. Finally, it was the compensation manager of Jingji Hotel. In short, everything went well at Jingji Hotel. Although the construction period of the Golden Maze was very tight, there were no major problems. Pei Qian was a little disappointed. He thought that Jingji Hotel would be postponed. For him, it would be better if Jingji Hotel was postponed to the end of August or even the beginning of September. It would not affect the settlement, and he could also make less money. But there was no other way. Chen Contua and Mr. Li were very anxious. According to the current progress, the business would be officially opened in early July. Even if Pei Qian found a reason to delay it, it would only be delayed for a week or two at most, and it would be impossible to delay it for longer. After all the compensation managers had reported, Pei Qian thought about it and felt that the current situation was not too bad and there was still hope. Thank you for your hard work, keep it up. June 20th, Monday. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Pei Qian had breakfast at Moyu Internet Cafe, drinking coffee while thinking about the arrangements for this week. Today is the 20th, which is also the day reserved by Mingyun Private Kitchen for a private dinner every month. The tools for the private dinner today have been decided, and they are the main creative team of A Better Tomorrow. Yesterday, the overseas version of A Better Tomorrow was officially released, and the overseas box office reached $14 million. However, there is no need to panic for Pei Qian for the time being, because the overseas box office will be much slower than the domestic box office, and it will definitely be a matter of the next cycle. This final box office result has also been hotly discussed on the internet for a while. Fans analyzed that it should be affected by many factors. For example, the impact of the last Easter egg of A Better Tomorrow. Although the jury award is not bad, its reputation is far less than the Palme d'Or. The poor performance of the overseas box office in the early stage, although the filming schedule was increased in the later stage, the influence is still limited, etc. In short, this box office is not a big hit, and there is still a little gap with the expected results in the minds of many fans. But no matter what, this box office has set the best overseas box office record for the whole year, and even in recent years, especially considering the cost of A Better Tomorrow, domestic box office plus overseas box office plus online on demand, this is already a huge profit. So in order to celebrate, Lu Jiao, Zhang Zuding and others wanted to take the opportunity to come to Jingzhou to get together and celebrate again. Of course, Pei Qian suspected that their real purpose was to have a big meal at the Wuming restaurant, otherwise why did they come on the 20th? Zhang Zuding knew very well that President Pei had a quota for the Wuming restaurant on the 20th. Pei Qian was too lazy to care about these people's little calculations. The only pity was that the Jingji Hotel had not been completed, otherwise he would have arranged for all these people to eat first and then vomit. We must let them know that it is okay to come for a meal if you lose money, and we welcome you with both hands, but if you come for a meal if you make money, then I'm sorry, I must let you feel the enthusiasm of the people of Jingzhou. In addition, the competition between Tenda Games and Shangyang Games in the field of esports has also officially begun. Shangyang Games successfully persuaded several old domestic esports clubs to establish IOI branches, and invited some foreign clubs to play invitational tournaments. And Tenda Games is naturally unwilling to lag behind, and several domestic esports clubs have also established GOG branches. Some clubs with stronger financial resources chose to bet on both sides, including teams from both IOI and GOG, while some poorer clubs could only choose one side. At present, GOG and IOI each have their own advantages. GOG has a large base of players in China, while IOI has a better prospect for international events in the future. As for Tenda, it seems to be more inclined to GOG, but the repeated dying and sick operations of IOI in China make people feel that Tenda does not seem to have completely given up on IOI in China. Therefore, for major clubs, the situation is once again confusing. Pei Qian does not need to consider these things now. This is just the beginning and nothing can be seen. The most entangled issue for him now is whether to go to dinner with Zhang Zuding, Lu Jiao and others. Go to eat. I am afraid that he will be whipped at the dinner table again. I can think of possible lines. For example, Mr. Pei, you are far-sighted to finalize the full English dubbing, although the box office is not very high, the ideological height has conquered the world, etc. They are even likely to talk about what happened in Cannes. There is no need to doubt this. After all, Zhu Xiaozi even named and thanked President Pei in the last paragraph of his acceptance speech. What's so strange about everyone stabbing President Pei twice at the dinner table? But if you don't go to eat, what excuse is more appropriate? Busy work? Well, it seems to be a good excuse to use this universal excuse. After all, President Pei is busy at work has become a consensus among everyone and is a universal shield. Pei Qian made up his mind and decided to escape from work. A better tomorrow is a beautiful mistake. It's better for everyone to forget each other. While drinking coffee, a familiar long face appeared in Pei Qian's sight. Brother Qian. You are here. Ma Yang had a happy expression as if he had been caught by me. Old Ma? Why are you here? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Ma Yang has nothing to do with Moyu Internet Cafe now. He is mainly responsible for the affairs of Yuan Venture Capital and works with Zhang Wang on the automatic bar lifter. Originally, Ma Yang stayed at the DG Esports Club for a while, but since he was beaten 0-28, he rarely went there. Ma Yang sat down opposite Pei Qian and smiled. Brother Qian, I'm here to apply for funding. Huh? Apply for funding? Pei Qian became interested as soon as he heard it. Why, did you encounter problems during the production of the fully automatic bar lifting machine? Ma Yang shook his head hurriedly. No, the fully automatic bar lifting machine was produced smoothly, and there were no other problems except that it couldn't be sold. I came here to apply for funding for the DG Club. I heard from Zhang Yuan that many clubs have recently invited DGE to play training games. I was thinking, can I follow them to other esports clubs for friendly exchanges? Pei Qian smiled. Why, you don't hold a grudge? Last time I was beaten 0-28 by that group of internet addicts. Ma Yang chuckled. Brother Qian, what you said is wrong. When did I hold grudges? I returned to Yuan Ventures to continue sharing your pressure. It's definitely not because I was accidentally killed a few times, heaven and earth can testify. Pei Qian was too lazy to expose him and asked, if you want to play training matches with other teams, why doesn't Zhang Yuan apply for funds himself? Ma Yang smiled. Zhang Yuan is embarrassed. DG Esports Club has been spending money and not making a penny. He thinks it seems a bit too much to apply for funds and fly to various cities for training matches. He is embarrassed to ask for it, so he thinks that playing training matches online will be enough. Online games? Online games are absolutely zero cost, definitely not. In fact, for Pei Qian, it is best not to play training games. Let DG esports club stay in the villa all day to entertain themselves. It is the safest. However, the last time the team made a brilliant appearance at the opening ceremony of the Moyu Internet Cafe Esports Life Museum, many people, especially some clubs interested in the GOG project, got to know this team. There is no reason to refuse other clubs who took the initiative to come to the door to ask for training matches. Pei Qian thought, since the training match cannot be avoided, he might as well let it go and find a way to spend more money. Invite all the club's teams to Qingshan? Provide food and accommodation? No, it seems a bit inappropriate. The original intention of inviting these clubs to Qingshan was to spend more money, so the best catering and accommodation conditions must be arranged. But what if the clubs are moved and completely misunderstand and start to invest resources in the GOG branch crazily? Wouldn't IOI be dead again? So, it can't be spent like this. Pei Qian thought about it carefully, and it seemed that letting the players of the DG club fly to the cities where the clubs were located to play training games was a better choice. The various expenses such as food, accommodation, and air tickets would still be spent the same, which would not improve the favorability of other clubs. Just playing training games would not affect the overall situation. Pei Qian nodded, okay, approved. Zhang Yuan, Li Yaling, and the compensation manager of the club, plus all the players, go to other club cities to play training games. According to the previous travel standards of Tenda, all expenses will be covered. Ma Yang happily raised his thumb. I knew that you, Brother Qian, are very righteous and will definitely agree. I will tell Zhang Yuan the good news now. Chapter 559 Zhang Zuding's Little Help, 3 more chapters to ask for monthly tickets. Afternoon, Wuming Restaurant. Lu Zhiyao, Zhang Zuding, Lin Rui, Zhu Xiaozi, Huang Sibo, and the scriptwriting team, post-production team and other key personnel of Fei Huang Studio gathered together, enjoying delicious food and drinking wine. So I still think that it was far-sighted of Mr. Pei to use full English dubbing from the beginning. Otherwise, how could it be possible to have a double harvest of domestic and overseas box office? Look at the blockbusters in recent years, some of which have earned tens of millions of dollars overseas. Yes, Mr. Pei has definitely given this film a soul. Of all the praises this film has received from film critics, at least 50% of them are from Mr. Pei. Only 50%? Sorry, I said less. I'll drink a glass as a punishment. Director Zhu, did you bring the trophy? I brought it. Come on, everyone, pass it around carefully. If it gets bumped, you'll have to wait until next year to win the next one. Director Zhu, what you said is wrong. Are you so confident? Next year? What if it wins the Palme d'Or next year? That's right, maybe this is the last jury prize we win in Cannes. If we win the Palme d'Or in the future, this will be of great commemorative value, so we must handle it with care. Anyway, we still have to thank President Pei. It's a pity that President Pei is too busy to come. Let's toast to President Pei. Yes, let's toast to President Pei. Everyone raised their glasses, their faces flushed a little, obviously they were a little drunk on the occasion of a happy event. But for some reason, this scene felt a bit like the whole village having a meal and drinking. Lu Zhiyao also drank 2 glasses, which was rare, and asked Zhu Xiaozi, Director Zhu, have you been preparing for a new film recently? Zhu Xiaozi waved his hand, don't mention it, I was shocked by President Pei a long time ago, and all the staff in the department took paid leave. But we can also take this opportunity to accumulate inspiration and consolidate the foundation. To be honest, I think if our strength was more solid, the film A Better Tomorrow might be better. I feel that our strength has dragged down President Pei's ideas, which is a pity. We have to continue to work hard and strive to never drag down President Pei in the next film. Lu Zhiyao nodded, in that case, I think my acting skills in some places are still not mature enough, and I have to continue to work hard. Sure enough, working with President Pei, I will think about how to keep improving. Zhang Zuding was eating barbecue and asked Huang Sibo, what exactly is Mr. Pei busy with? He is so busy that he doesn't even have time for a meal? Huang Sibo smiled and said, Uncle Zhang, don't you know Mr. Pei? He doesn't like to celebrate success. In fact, Mr. Pei has always been like this. When he was making games before, everyone celebrated happily when the game became popular and made money. Mr. Pei immediately considered the next project and never indulged in this complacent mood. You really can't learn this. Of course, in addition to this, Mr. Pei is also very busy. Look at the projects he has on hand now: internet cafes, takeaways, apartments, gyms, 2 games. Huang Sibo counted them over and over again. It was probably because he drank alcohol and his head was not clear. He couldn't count them clearly for a long time. In short, it's really busy. I think if it were someone else, they would have been busy with so many projects at the same time, and the communication between the departments would have been completely messed up. It's impossible to take care of everything. But Mr. Pei is different. He can also straighten out the relationship between the departments very well, and let many departments cooperate with each other and advance according to his own layout. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Zhang Zuding nodded, indeed. But Mr. Pei doesn't have time to eat, but there must be time to meet and talk, right? I haven't seen Mr. Pei for a while. How about we go visit Mr. Pei, ask him a few questions and leave, so as not to waste his time? Lu Zhiyao nodded, okay. But I think there shouldn't be too many people, so as not to affect Mr. Pei's work. Zhu Xiaozi said, the point is, do you know where Mr. Pei is? It seems a bit inappropriate to call him, right? Huang Sibo thought for a while. It is indeed inappropriate to call. Mr. Pei will definitely take it seriously after answering the phone. If he takes time out to see us, wouldn't it disrupt his original work plan? In this way, we will try our luck in the places where Mr. Pei often goes. If we meet him, we will say hello. If we don't meet him, forget it. Okay. Lu Zhiyao and others agreed happily. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Tenda Game Department. Huang Sibo was a little discouraged. If Mr. Pei is not here yet, there is really nothing we can do. After the dinner, they went to the Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch, the managed gym and Mr. Pei's office on the 16th floor of Shenhua Haojing to look for him, but Mr. Pei was not there. Finally, they could only try their luck at Tenda Games. If they couldn't see President Pei again, they would have to give up. After all, Tenda has so many departments, and it's not realistic to go to each one of them. Everyone walked into the office area of Tenda Games, hoping to see the familiar figure of President Pei here. At this time, Hu Xianbin was scratching his head anxiously at his workstation. Suddenly, he saw a few people walking in from the corner of his eye. He looked up and was shocked instantly. Zhang Zuding? Lu Zhiyao? Huang Sibo? Zhu Xiaozi? Aren't these the 2 leading actors and director of A Better Tomorrow? Hu Xianbin was overjoyed and rushed over to grab Huang Sibo's hand. Brother Huang. Do you have telepathy? How did you know I was just about to contact you? Huang Sibo was stunned. Contact me? What do you want to contact me for? Hu Xianbin said, I want you to find Director Zhu to help the actors with their acting skills. The 4 newcomers were all stunned. Acting? What acting? Is Tenda making a movie again recently? Hu Xianbin hurriedly explained, it's the acting of the motion capture actors. Mr. Pei's new game, Struggle. While explaining, he flipped out the script of Struggle from the side and handed it to Zhang Zuding and Lu Zhiyao. Zhang Zuding took the script and his expression became more and more exaggerated the more he looked at it. After taking a quick look at the first 2 pages of the story synopsis, Zhang Zuding slapped his thigh and said, "Boss Pei, why doesn't he make a movie out of such a good script? With such a profound subject, it's hard to say how it will perform at the box office, but it will definitely win an award." Huang Sibo disagreed. "Uncle Zhang, this game is divided into 2 versions, the poor version and the rich version. There must be some special meaning here. It's hard to handle it in a movie." "What's so hard about it? Just find a way to blend them together." The theme of exposing the gap between the rich and the poor has a high ceiling. Zhang Zuding still thinks it's better to make it into a movie. Zhu Xiaozi tried to smooth things over. "It's okay, Uncle Zhang. If the game is really popular, we can still consider adapting it into a movie. I believe that President Pei must have made some arrangements." He turned to look at Hu Xianbin. "So, you just said you want to guide the acting? What's going on?" Hu Xianbin said, "I'm having a headache about this matter. In our game this time, all scenes are captured with real-life motion capture, and we strive to restore every detail of the actor's expression. And, according to President Pei's requirements, the art style of our game is more exaggerated, and the facial features of these characters are highlighted as much as possible. But in this way, the requirements for the actor's expressiveness are also increased, because the facial characters require more exaggerated acting skills, and these motion capture actors are basically extras, and they have no experience in this area." Zhang Zuding immediately understood. "This is easy to say, can't I just go and give some guidance? I have played many poor people and many rich people, and I can also do exaggerated acting. Leave this matter to me." Hu Xianbin was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Thank you so much. But, will this affect your original schedule?" Zhang Zuding waved his hand. "It's okay, Mr. Pei has helped me so much, I will return a favor to him, just pointing out some acting problems. It's just a piece of cake." Hu Xianbin was overjoyed. "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Zuding couldn't help but smile. "Although I didn't meet Mr. Pei, it's not bad to help by accident." Wednesday, June 22nd. Jingzhou, Old Industrial Zone. Pei Qian looked at the Jingji Hotel and the surrounding supporting facilities that were being built at a rapid pace, and he felt inexplicably very melancholy in his heart. The progress of the project was too fast. Pei Qian hoped that it could be built slower, but no one could hear his voice. In the past 2 days, Pei Qian has come twice, mainly to find out the current situation of Jingji Hotel to prevent being caught off guard. But after seeing it, he found that the situation was indeed not optimistic. The original Jingji Hotel was just a lonely haunted house in the old industrial area, with basically no other supporting facilities around it, and it was very inconspicuous. But now, Mr. Li and other investors have built restaurants and hotels here, and even renovated the ground of the square outside. With the addition of the fountain in the center, it looks so real. Although the original factory buildings in the old industrial area were used for renovation, after everyone cleaned up the surrounding environment, the piled-up construction waste and lush weeds disappeared, and it instantly became serious. Although the Golden Maze is still under intense renovation, it looks different almost every day. Seeing that all kinds of intricate structures have come out, Pei Qian is even more panicked. Fortunately, there are still a few problems that have not been solved, such as how to promote it so that tourists from all over the country know about this place, how to deal with transportation from the city to the old industrial area, etc. Pei Qian walked around the Jingji hostel twice again and planned to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard a surprised voice. "Mr. Pei? I knew that you said you would pay for this place, but in fact you attach great importance to this place. You can still take time out of your busy schedule to come and see it." Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and he knew without looking back that it was Mr. Li. He had been coming here secretly these 2 days, like a thief, just to avoid encountering Mr. Li and causing unnecessary plots. As a result, what he feared came true, and he still ran into him. Pei Qian sighed silently, turned around and said with a smile, "Mr. Li, good afternoon." Mr. Li's face was full of smiles. "Mr. Pei, did you come here specially because you knew that I was going to call the investors to discuss the promotion of Jingji Hostel today?" Mr. Pei must have a good idea about the promotion. Pei Qian, ? No, you completely misunderstood. Obviously, Mr. Li and the investors also know that the current status of Jingji Hostel is not profitable. Not to mention recovering costs, it is difficult to even maintain daily expenses. Because there is not enough traffic. Such a large amusement park is definitely not enough to rely on local people in Jingzhou. Tourists from all over the country and even all over the world are needed. But how to promote Jingji Hostel is a problem. The special topic of beautiful Jingzhou made by quanmindianping.com will definitely have a certain effect, but it is obviously not enough. Pei Qian laughed. "Sorry, Mr. Li, I have something to do, and I will leave first. You can talk slowly." After that, Pei Qian got in the car and drove away at the speed of light. Li Shi stood there in a daze, a little confused about Mr. Pei, who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. But there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh helplessly and go back to discuss the promotion with the investors silently. Chapter 560, Today we won't talk about the Tenda case. Fourth update, please vote for me. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Li Shi returned to the meeting room with some melancholy. However, when he entered the meeting room and saw the investors, he had already revealed a look of realization on his face. Other investors have all arrived one after another, and Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong are also present. According to the current progress estimate, Jingji Hotel will be able to officially start business at the beginning of next month, so the publicity plan for Jingji Hotel must be finalized as soon as possible. After all, a lot of preparation work is needed before the publicity work is officially launched, and the production of various publicity materials also takes a certain amount of time. The top seat at the conference table was empty, but Li Shi did not sit there, but sat in the first empty seat on the left side of the top seat. Obviously that seat was originally intended to be reserved for President Pei. Li Shi looked around at everyone and said, "Everyone, there is good news and bad news." Everyone, ? Li Shi explained, "The good news is that President Pei was just wandering around the Jingji Hotel, but he was deliberately avoiding us, which is enough to show that he still attaches great importance to this project. The bad news is, he used the excuse that he had something to do and didn't want to participate in our discussion on publicity work." Everyone? Obviously, most of the investors were also confused by Mr. Pei's false move. "Mr. Pei, if you don't want to come, then don't come. I didn't expect you to come, but you're already here, but you didn't come to the meeting for a short walk." What does that mean? Seeing everyone's confused reactions, Li Shi knocked on the table. "You haven't figured out Mr. Pei's attitude yet? How clear is his attitude? Mr. Pei came to Jingji Hostel to check the progress, which shows that he still attaches great importance to this project, but he doesn't want to show it too obviously. Not coming to this meeting is obviously to see what sincerity we can show in the publicity work. If we are sincere, Mr. Pei will see it and will definitely show it." Other investors thought about it carefully and showed a look of realization. It seems to be the case. Before, Mr. Pei had always acted careless, but everyone took the initiative to propose to raise funds to build a shopping mall and give Mr. Pei half of the profits. Mr. Pei immediately became serious and built a golden maze. It seems that the same is true for publicity. President Pei is waiting for our performance. Thinking of this, President Pei's behavior becomes understandable. After unifying his thoughts, Li Shi said, "Okay, if you have any publicity methods, please share them openly. Don't hide them." Investors quickly spoke one by one. "I'm considering buying some advertisements on buses and platforms in Jingzhou, and chartering a special bus to run a special line from the nearby bus station to Jingji Hostel. I can go to major shopping malls and university campuses in Jingzhou and organize people to hand out flyers. Young people should be more interested. I'm considering advertising online? But I have to think about how to do it, otherwise I may not be able to guarantee the effect. Doesn't Mr. Li know Mr. Wang from Quanmindianping? It should be okay to organize a discount ticket purchase event on Quanmindianping? Everyone talked one after another, and soon, the publicity plan had been spread to every corner of Jingzhou. Everyone has become accustomed to this way of working. After all, when it was determined that each of them was responsible for the supporting industries at the beginning, there was a dispute, and Mr. Li forced them to be a rope. Now everyone is on the same rope, and each has invested a lot of money. If this project fails, it will not die on the spot or have people queuing on the rooftop, but it will definitely bleed heavily. Li Shi nodded. I will go to Mr. Wang for the matter of Quanmindianping. The problem now, it seems that all the publicity is concentrated in Jingzhou, and at most it is spread to Handong province. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. It's still a bit too big of a step to promote it nationwide now. Everyone knows that the main flow of customers to the Jingji hostel in the early stage still came from Jingzhou, and at most radiated to Handong province. It's unrealistic to expect tourists from all over the country to come to Jingzhou just to get scared at the Jingji hostel. What's more, how much does it cost to advertise nationwide? Either you go to some large variety shows or TV stations that are watched by the whole country to advertise, or you spend a lot of money to promote it in various cities. No matter how you think about it, the cost effectiveness is very low. So, this is the only way for the time being. You can only wait for the Jingji hostel to become a hit, become very popular, and its fame will gradually spread, and then promote it nationwide. Li Shi looked at Chen Kongtua, brother Chen, Mr. Pei's side. Chen Kongtua was a little helpless. Mr. Li, you also know what kind of personality Mr. Pei has. My words can't affect Mr. Pei's plan. Li Shi nodded. Yes, I understand, it's just that everyone is doing their best. Chen Kongtua, that's for sure. Li Shi looked at the finalized promotional plan and still felt a little uneasy. But with the current strength, this is the only way to do it. A motion capture studio in Jingzhou. Zhang Zuding is explaining the play to a group of motion capture actors in English because all these actors were minor actors in A Beautiful Tomorrow and knew Zhang Zuding. They all listened very carefully. Zhang Zuding did not dwell on the details of each scene, but talked about the overall performance ideas. From my understanding of Mr. Pei, since he has decided to make the characters facial-based, he must hope that everyone will use more exaggerated acting skills. That is to magnify every subtle expression as much as possible, and the performance is more inclined to drama and stage play. On the stage of a drama, because the audience is far away, they can't see some subtle expressions. In order to enhance the stage performance, the performance must be exaggerated. This game can be seen as an interactive movie, which is connected in a sense. Using facial-based characters and exaggerated performances can well remove the player's sense of substitution. Although it will appear less real, it will also strengthen the symbolic meaning of the characters and stories, and trigger players' thinking. I gave everyone a page of paper with the facial-based characteristics of the characters written on it. Everyone should try to figure out these characteristics and express them in an exaggerated way as much as possible. The actors listened carefully and nodded from time to time. Before Zhang Zuding came, they were not clear about how to interpret the role. Everyone had their own ideas, and the final effect was obviously very messy and did not meet Hu Xianbin's requirements. But after Zhang Zuding's analysis and explanation, everyone had a deeper understanding of their roles, and their performance styles became unified. Hu Xianbin was delighted and said, "Okay, let's work harder and reshoot the scenes that we were not satisfied with before. We must meet President Pei's expectations." Chu. Pei Qian was lying on the sofa in the sun when he suddenly sneezed for no reason. This presidently is saying bad things about me behind my back again. Thursday, June 23. In a cafe near Handong University, Heian's third lesson to Ma Yang officially began. The promotion of the Jingji hostel seems to have been launched. On the way to the cafe, Pei Qian saw the billboard of the Jingji hostel at a bus stop. But Pei Qian didn't have any better solution now, so he could only let it go and pray that these promotional activities would not have a good publicity effect. Heian handed today's teaching materials to Ma Yang and took a sip of coffee, ready to start the lecture. Pei Qian still had a humble and studious smile on his face, but his slightly trembling fingers had already betrayed him mercilessly. Today, it seems that the Tenda case will not be discussed again. At least that's the case from the textbook content. The title of the textbook is Successful Case Explanation Lesson 3, Restraining Private Selling and the Desire to Express. Just in case, Pei Qian looked through the specific content of the textbook and found that the case in it was a successful game that Heian had created a long time ago, called Landlord Game. If Pei Qian had seen this name before, he might have thought of the three-person card game, Can You Beat Me in 27 Cards, but after all, he had done his homework and studied the successful games that Heian had developed. For Pei Qian, Landlord Game can be found in another familiar name in his memory, Monopoly. Although the name and packaging are different, the gameplay is still the same. Pei Qian couldn't help but look forward to this course a little bit. Heian said, the main content of this course will not talk about the Tenda case. Because on this issue, Tenda's case has no learning value. Pei Qian was a little surprised. Huh? Teacher what do you mean? Heian smiled. What I want to talk about today is the restraint of personal opinions and the desire to express. Whether it is a movie or a game, the reason why every content output becomes an output is because they have a very strong desire to express themselves. And what they express, strictly speaking, is personal opinions, because these contents come from their own knowledge reserves and are not necessarily recognized by everyone. When most people agree, we will say, his expression arouses empathy, reveals the truth, contains philosophy, and is thought-provoking. When most people disagree, we will say, his expression carries personal opinions, produces wrong misleading, and his heart is despicable. However, if the creator does not carry personal opinions, then he is not a qualified creator, because the content he outputs will be thoughtless and empty. Therefore, if a creator wants to succeed, he must remain restrained, and the personal opinions he carries cannot be too much or too little, it cannot be too extreme or too vulgar. As for why Tenda's case has no reference value. Because Tenda's games and movies have surpassed this stage, no matter how much personal opinions are carried, everyone will accept it. So don't learn from it. Pei Qian. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should be happy or upset. Chapter 561 Teacher, I wish you good luck. Monthly votes requested. Heian continued, of course, including what I am going to say, I also have some personal opinions. I hope you, Mr. Ma, can understand. Because absolutely objective and fair statements do not exist, any kind of thing will be affected by the subconscious of the processor after being artistically processed. It's just that the personal opinions I am going to bring up next are my personal vision for the development of the domestic game industry. It would be best if you agree with it, Mr. Ma, but it doesn't matter if you don't agree. Seeing that Heian's expression became obviously serious, Pei Qian temporarily put aside his painful emotions and listened carefully. What I am going to talk about today can be divided into two parts. In the first part, I will talk about my successful experience in making Landlord Game and demonstrate how to maintain restraint while bringing in the right personal opinions. In the second part, I will briefly talk about my views on the current development prospects of the game industry, or in other words, a proposal. Pei Qian nodded. He could clearly feel that he and today seemed different from the previous two classes. And the first two classes, Heian was a simple observer. As an industry insider, he carefully analyzed successful cases and interpreted the elements of success. But today, he seemed to have a kind of light of preaching, teaching, and solving doubts, which reminded people of those old gentlemen who were concerned about the country and the people. I don't know if this is an illusion. He sorted out his thoughts and said, "First, let me talk about the landlord game. In fact, the gameplay of this game is not my original creation. It comes from a board game during my Enlightenment period. The earliest origin can be traced back to an American political economist named Henry. Pei Qian had a very vague impression of this story, but it was not systematic at all, and his understanding was not profound. After Hian's narration, it gradually became clear. This political economist named Henry was born in poverty. He worked as a sailor, a gold digger, and a printer, and came into contact with countless people at the bottom who were poorer than him. The United States in the mid-19th century was rising rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, but this also led to an unprecedented widening of the gap between the rich and the poor in society. Henry realized that the accumulation of countless wealth did not bring prosperity to the poor, but instead widened the gap between them and the rich. The income of the top 1% of the rich exceeded the total income of the other 50% of the civilians. So Henry began to think about the cause of this huge inequality, and finally completed a theoretical work, Progress and Poverty, revealing that the root of all this was the land privatization system in the United States. In the early 20th century, a female reporter named Elizabeth inherited Henry's ideas and decided to make a board game to verify George's theory. After a long period of development, the rules of the board game were gradually perfected. And this is the prototype of landlord game made by Hian. Hian took a sip of coffee and continued, "In the process of making the computer game landlord game, I added a lot of interesting gameplay to make the game more interesting. For example, I added a variety of prop cards, added special events, established a complete stock system, character voice system, lottery mechanism, etc., and added different maps, and carefully polished the style. And these designs are all to make the game interesting enough and win the love of players. Obviously, this game has some private goods, which is my recognition of Henry's ideas. Many people have interpreted this game and looked for elements that have been verified in reality, such as, the poor are poorer and the rich are richer, buying land emphasizes the first mover advantage, the sooner the richer, location is king, pay attention to internal information when speculating in stocks, pay attention to unexpected events during the investment process. The essence of war is the redistribution of resources. People without starting capital are not eligible to enter, most of these interpretations were what I had thought of when I first designed the game. A small part was what I had a vague understanding of when I was designing the game, only a very small part was what I didn't clearly realize, but it was formed naturally in the process of making the game as the game rules were constantly improved. Obviously, I put a lot of personal opinions in this game, but this game did not cause the players to be disgusted, but they were very recognized for it. This is a successful case. In general, there are 3 principles to follow when putting personal opinions. First, convey positive values. Second, ensure fun. Third, bury it at a moderate depth. Whether it is a game or other cultural product, the quality itself must be achieved, popular. In a word, the game must be fun, otherwise it is not a qualified game, it will not be welcomed by players, and your private goods will not affect others. The depth of the burial is appropriate, so as not to cause disgust. Some players will only try it out, and only have a very preliminary and superficial understanding of the content you want to express, and the main fun lies in the gameplay itself. Some players are more perceptive and will associate these game contents by themselves. There are also some players who will dig deep into the details in the game, will fully understand the private goods you carry, and even in rare cases will overinterpret your thoughts. The depth of the burial is appropriate, so that these 3 different players can play comfortably. Of course, what I'm talking about are all theoretical things. When it comes to practice, you need to make decisions based on the actual situation. Don't think it's useless. The game industry, including most cultural industries, does not have a quantifiable standard of success. If there really is such a quantifiable standard of success and a quick method, then everyone can make a successful game. It is precisely these theories that are truly valuable. Understanding these theories is equivalent to finding the right direction, which is the first step to success. Pei Qian nodded. It can be seen that these contents are the dry goods in Hian's theoretical reserve. Although it does not seem to be too operational for Pei Qian, this theory itself is valuable. Just like many tool-based disciplines, it cannot simply and directly change your life, but it can increase wisdom and subtly change your life. Hian took a sip of coffee and continued with some emotion. Next is my opinion on the current gaming industry. This is just my personal opinion. Mr. Ma, please just listen to it. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. I think that although the domestic gaming market is becoming more and more prosperous, it is becoming more and more empty. The Krypton Gold games that sell hatred can indeed bring players a sense of satisfaction, but does it convey any positive value? No. Of course, I'm not saying that all games have to be educational. This is a wrong view. Games are entertainment products, and their first goal is entertainment, which is no problem. However, this does not mean that the game itself should be empty and without connotation. A game that sells hatred, plays with probability, and skirts the line may be commercially successful, but it will never become a classic game that will be passed down to the world, and it will not win the true respect of players. We emphasize that the goal of the game is entertainment, which is right, but we should not laugh at those producers who express something to players through the game. They are also indispensable. Unfortunately, in the current market environment, such game producers, there are fewer and fewer of them. Everyone likes fighting, big scenes, pretty faces, and hot bodies. The competition among game companies is like dishes with more and more seasonings, constantly raising the taste threshold of players and diners, leaving those chefs who insist on the original taste with no way out. So, I also considered retiring, because I know very well that in this market environment, even if I make another landlord game, it will not be successful. This is why I have always admired Tenda Games so much. Mr. Pei of Tenda Games is one of the few producers in China who dares to and is good at putting private goods in the game, and these games are always thought-provoking. Mr. Ma, if you can become an excellent game producer in the future, I also hope that you are someone who knows how to moderately and restraintly insert the correct private goods into the game. Of course, don't forget to carefully wrap this private goods with a beautiful and easy-to-accept shell. If the naked truth is directly exposed to the players, it is absolutely not allowed. Pei Qian listened silently with mixed feelings. From Hian's speech, one can hear a sense of sadness of a hero's twilight years. One can feel how high-spirited and famous he was when he made the successful games such as Landlord Game. Now facing such a market environment, choosing to retire seems free and easy, but it is also mixed with some helplessness. But the good news is that Pei Qian feels that he will definitely succeed in losing money this time. Is there any private goods in the struggle? Anyway, whether there is any private goods or not, Mr. Qiao can definitely interpret the private goods. And this game is exactly what Hian said, exposing the naked truth directly to the players, which is a taboo. According to Hian's theory, private goods should be buried at a moderate depth, and the more you dig, the more you will get. If you bury a lot of dry goods in the shallow layer, it will discourage most passers-by who just want to try it out. This is the cause of the failure of a game. Hian looked at the time. Okay, let's stop here for today's class. I hope today's class can help you. Also, remember, don't expose the naked truth directly to the players, it will only backfire. Hian was afraid that Ma Yang would knowingly commit a crime, so he emphasized it again. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, Mr. He, I'll take your good words. Chapter 562 Help Mr. Pei Promote, Please Vote for Me. June 24th, Friday. Dream Venture Capital. He Dishing looked at his watch. In less than 10 minutes, Mr. Pei would be here. Looking at Zhang Wang, who was only slightly anxious and had no idea of the real seriousness of the problem, and then looking at Ma Yang, who was having fun with the fully automatic bar lifter, He Dishing couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead, feeling a little headache. Today, I don't know whether Mr. Pei had a sudden inspiration or calculated the time, and notified in advance that he would come to Dream Venture Capital to learn about the current progress of the fully automatic bar lifter. So, He Dishing called Zhang Wang and Ma Yang to report together. Because He Dishing himself really didn't know how to report. So far, several thousand fully automatic bar lifters have been produced. Although there is still a big gap from the final target of 20,000 units in stock, it can be seen that the situation is not good now. These thousands of fully automatic bar lifters are all piled up in the warehouse and can't be sold at all. During this period, He Dishing and Zhang Wang had thought of some ways to promote their products, such as listing them on online stores, placing appropriate advertisements, and promoting them to some handicraft shops. But without exception, all of them were met with cold response. After tentatively advertising, the conversion rate was shockingly low. To put it simply, the advertisement was posted, and many people saw it, but no one bought it. He Dishing sighed helplessly, knowing that this would be the result. In fact, when Zhang Wang proposed this project, He Dishing thought it was hopeless. After all, the shared telephone booth last time was really useful. It could be used for rest, singing, and as a landmark building in the city. Its complete form was profitable. But the fully automatic bar lifting machine has no practical significance at all. Moreover, as a handicraft or sand sculpture toy, it is too expensive, which is completely beyond the affordability of most consumers. So far, several thousand fully automatic bar lifting machines have been sold in double digits, and many people have returned them. I guess they got tired of playing with it for a day, and began to wonder if they had spent 500 yuan on this thing, and they immediately regretted it after they woke up. In short, it was terrible. He Dishing was very entangled now, because President Pei was about to arrive. If He Dishing reported it himself, he would definitely suggest that Mr. Pei stop production and try to sell the current fully automatic lifting machine at a lower price to stop losses in time. But in that case, he would definitely be criticized. Therefore, He Dishing called Zhang Wang and Ma Yang to come over to pass on the blame. Anyway, the fully automatic bar lift machine was a project that these two people strongly requested at the time, so if they were to be held accountable, they should be held accountable first. Looking at Ma Yang, who was having a lot of fun playing with the fully automatic bar lift machine, He Dishing couldn't help but sigh. Whether Mr. Ma had really blocked an atomic bomb for Mr. Pei, he would know the exact answer today. He Dishing was struggling when Mr. Pei arrived. He hurriedly stood up to greet him, "Mr. Pei." Ma Yang also reluctantly put down the fully automatic bar lift machine until the continuous bar lift number on it disappeared. Then he came to the conference table and greeted Pei Qian. "Brother Qian." Ma Yang's face showed no worry at all. Pei Qian's eyes swept over the expressions of Ma Yang, Zhang Wang, and He Dishing, and found that the anxiety of the three people seemed to show the law of geometric progression, and he felt more at ease instantly. It seems that it should be stable. When does the DGE Sports Club plan to set off? Pei Qian first asked Ma Yang a relatively insignificant question. Ma Yang replied, "Next week." "Brother Qian, it's not that we are not active, it's mainly because many clubs need time to form teams and have to try out players and so on." Pei Qian nodded, "Yes, I understand." "Okay, let's get to the point. How has the fully automatic bar lifting machine project progressed so far?" Ma Yang immediately replied, "Very smoothly. So far, several thousand units have been mass-produced, and the stock is very sufficient. Moreover, all products have been carefully inspected, and individual defective products have been returned for repair. Hideshing couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. Mr. Ma is great. He dares to report good news, but not bad news in front of Mr. Pei. Do you think Mr. Pei is a 3-year-old child who is so easy to fool? Sure enough, Pei Qian coughed twice. What about sales? Zhang Wang stood up. Mr. Pei, I am willing to take the responsibility for poor sales. It has absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Ma. Pei Qian raised his hand. Don't worry, tell me how many units have been sold first, give me a specific number. Zhang Wang pursed his lips. 31 units. Pei Qian was stunned for 2 seconds and almost blurted out, so many units have been sold? There are actually 31 bored people who spent 500 yuan to buy this thing? The world is really full of wonders. Zhang Wang paused and added, one of them was delivered to your residence, and 7 were returned. Boss Pei, I will take the main responsibility for this loss. I am willing to pay out of my own pocket and bear part of the loss. Zhang Wang himself was becoming less and less confident. Obviously, as a great inventor, he was deeply shocked by the fact that his invention was so unpopular. Moreover, although Zhang Wang got a lot of share in the shared phone booth project, no matter how much he had to bear the loss out of his own pocket, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the investment of 8 million. Pei Qian frowned when he heard it. What do you mean? You want to compete with me for the loss? You are dreaming. Pei Qian immediately raised his hand. What's the reason for your words? Yuanming Venture Capital is a venture capital, so it is natural for Yuanming Venture Capital to bear the risk. These days, everyone is cheating investors' money. How can they fill the pit for investors? You don't have to worry about anything, continue to produce according to the original plan. All the advertisements that have been put out should be removed, and only the online store should be kept. The online store cannot be removed because the goods must have a sales channel, otherwise it is against the regulations. Zhang Wang was stunned, but Mr. Pei. Pei Qian interrupted him, but what but? The biggest problem with this project now is that the production is too slow. It's been almost a month and only a few thousand units have been produced. When will 20,000 units be produced? Grasp the production capacity and fill our warehouse with fully automatic lifting machines as soon as possible, otherwise you will be like Changyu, screwing screws on the production line. Zhang Wang had tears in his eyes and was deeply moved. Okay, Mr. Pei. Ma Yang nodded. Look, I told you long ago not to worry, how could such a fun thing not sell? As long as there is enough stock and a little publicity, the orders will definitely come in like snowflakes. Pei Qian gave him an approving look. Well said. Everyone should be like President Ma and maintain an optimistic spirit. Hideshing. It's confirmed that President Ma must have blocked an atomic bomb for President Pei. Maybe more than one. After learning about the situation of the fully automatic lifting machine, Pei Qian left with satisfaction. He had thought that since the fully automatic lifting machine could not be sold, why not give it away? After all, it was still in his hands if it was stored in the warehouse, and it would still be worth some money even if it was sold as scrap metal. But wouldn't it be a pure loss if it was given away? But after thinking about it, he immediately gave up this idea. It must not be given away. If it is sent to the DG Esports Club, what if it is used as a gadget to practice hand speed? If it is given to President Li and others, what if it becomes a trend among the rich? After all, no matter what it is, it seems that as long as it is related to President Pei, it is difficult to escape the fate of being overinterpreted. So Pei Qian decided that this matter must not be publicized, and it would be best to let this pile of fully automatic lifting machines gather dust in the warehouse without giving it away or advertising. Watching President Pei leave, Zhang Wang felt a little complicated. If there was no President Pei, there would be no success of the shared telephone booth, and now, the project of the fully automatic bar lifter has a bad start, but President Pei still trusts him so much. Zhang Wang was touched, but also a little ashamed. Dishing came over and patted him on the shoulder. President Pei has already said to hurry up for mass production, so don't think too much. Although Dishing couldn't guess what President Pei's plan was, it was definitely right to act according to President Pei's requirements. Zhang Wang nodded. I know, but I feel a little guilty towards Mr. Pei. I wonder if there is anything else I can do to help Mr. Pei and do my best. Dishing was stunned and thought for a while. Do you have any inventions that can be used for the Jingji Hotel? Mr. Pei's recent work seems to be focused on this large haunted house. Zhang Wang frowned slightly. I'm afraid not. The mechanisms in the Jingji Hotel must be designed. My rustic invention is not worthy of being in the hall. But, does the Jingji Hotel need publicity? Dishing nodded. Publication? Of course it is needed. How can you complain about publicity? Zhang Wang thought seriously. Then, how about I use the shared telephone booth to promote the Jingji Hotel? There is a display screen facing outwards in the shared telephone booth, which is originally used for advertising and investment promotion, and various advertising content can be arranged. Dishing suddenly realized, oh, this is a good idea. Then I will send a message to Chen Kongtua and ask him to send the promotional materials. Zhang Wang couldn't help but feel happy, and his previous guilt was greatly relieved. Although the current situation of the fully automatic lifting machine is not optimistic and it is likely to lose money, it is also a big help to Mr. Pei to advertise on this shared telephone booth and directly spread the news of the opening of the Jingji hostel to shopping malls in major cities across the country. Is this also a way to repay Mr. Pei's kindness? I think Mr. Pei should also be pleased with this, right? Dishing just sent the message and suddenly thought of something else. If that's the case, the Shuaba Kuailai app now also has an advertising module. Can we also promote the Jingji hostel project a little bit? It's a bit forced. But it doesn't matter, it's all our own industry anyway. Chapter 563 Only such a promotional plan is complete. 3 updates for monthly tickets. Sunday, June 26th. Mayu Internet Cafe Handong University Branch. Pei Qian, who had just finished lunch, was drinking coffee while sorting out the mind maps of various departments. This afternoon, it was time to learn about failure experiences once a month. Last time, Qiu Hong talked about 3 failure experiences in a row, namely, the boss's random intervention, the inability to discover the talents he wanted, and common sense deviation. It must be said that these failure experiences are still somewhat inspiring to Pei Qian. The only problem is how to apply these failure experiences to daily operations. I wonder what kind of valuable failure experience Qiu Hong will bring to me today. It's really exciting. Pei Qian was drinking coffee when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Mr. Li. Seeing Mr. Li push the door and walk towards him, Pei Qian silently turned off the mind map on the computer, then handed the laptop to the waiter and put it away. Of course, Li Shi saw this scene, but he didn't care. After all, it is normal and reasonable for a business genius like Mr. Pei to have some business secrets. Li Shi does not want to and dares not to rashly investigate. Otherwise, what if he can't drink soup in the future? Boss Pei, I knew you were here. Li Shi sat down opposite Pei Qian happily and took out a folded document from his pocket. I came here this time mainly to briefly talk about the publicity work of various investors for Jingji Hostel so far. Li Shi's calculations were very shrewd. Since the last meeting, investors have used all their efforts to carry out various publicity activities for the Jingji Hostel project, which can basically be said to have covered every corner of Jingzhou and also spread to Handong province. So far, there is no sign that Boss Pei has taken action to promote Jingji Hostel. Li Shi came to Boss Pei with this plan for 2 purposes. The first is to take credit and tell Boss Pei that the investors have already made efforts, and whether you should also show your magical powers. The second is to test Boss Pei's tone and see if Boss Pei has other arrangements for the publicity work of Jingji Hostel. After all, judging from the current publicity work, it seems that it is far from reaching the level that can make Qingji Hostel profitable. Boss Pei, the publicity plans that have been adopted so far are. Leisure observed Boss Pei's expression while talking about the publicity plan. But the expression on Mr. Pei's face was confusing. Expecting? Definitely not, he looked a little annoyed. But indifferent? Not really, Mr. Pei seemed to be listening carefully. Satisfied? But it seems that Mr. Pei is not very happy? Dissatisfied? But after hearing some powerful publicity measures, Mr. Pei's expression clearly changed. So mysterious. Mr. Li was explaining the current publicity plan while wondering. And Pei Qian was furious. You guys are going to die. You actually did so much publicity? How much money will I lose less? Pei Qian was very resistant to what Mr. Li said, but in order to understand the current situation, he had to listen, which made him very angry. Soon, Mr. Li finished speaking. Mr. Pei, what do you think of this publicity arrangement? Leisure asked tentatively. Pei Qian. Okay. What else can I say? Do I have to give each of you a little red flower? Leisure didn't know what to say for a moment, and always felt that Mr. Pei's words seemed a bit reluctant. Mr. Pei, to be honest, this publicity plan must still be insufficient, and it failed to promote the Qingji Hostel to the whole country. Leisure said very sincerely. Pei Qian. Still want to promote it to the whole country? Are you still human? Pei Qian didn't say anything, he drank a sip of coffee silently, and then looked at the time. Why isn't it time for class yet? Fortunately, there is less than half an hour left. If I run away now, I have nowhere to go, so I have to bear it. Pei Qian silently played with his phone. Leisure was confused. What does Mr. Pei mean? I reported my work, and Mr. Pei said it was okay. I talked about the shortcomings of my current work, and Mr. Pei didn't say anything and started playing with his phone. Shouldn't he at least express his opinion? Leisure had to take out his phone to ease the awkward atmosphere. However, as soon as he took out his phone, he saw a new message from another investor of Qingji Hostel. Mr. Li. I've been waiting for it, I've been waiting for it. All shared telephone booths across the country are advertised for Qingji Hostel. Picture. Picture. Leisure's eyes widened instantly. The first picture was a shared telephone booth in a shopping mall in Jingzhou. The screen on the side showed promotional materials for Qingji Hostel, which looked like a looping video. The second picture was a screenshot of the Xueba Kuailai app, which showed a recommended advertisement for Qingji Hostel in the advertising area. I see. Leisure couldn't help but knock on the table excitedly. Pei Qian had just reached out to grab the coffee on the table, and the knock caused the coffee in the cup to spill out and splash onto his hand. Pei Qian. The coffee wasn't hot, but it was a shock. Pulling a tissue from the table to wipe the coffee stains off his hands, Pei Qian was somewhat speechless. Mr. Li, you are a successful investor. What news is worth your excitement? Leisure laughed. Mr. Pei, you are still calm. I can't learn this mentality. You have already thought of the publicity plan, so you are so calm, right? Leisure recalled Mr. Pei's previous expressions, and everything was right. Why didn't Mr. Pei go to the meeting with the investors? On the one hand, he wanted the investors to contribute their own efforts, and on the other hand, it was because Mr. Pei knew very well that no matter what the investors' publicity plans were, he could take up the publicity work of the Qingji Hostel. Why did Mr. Pei's expression look neither satisfied nor dissatisfied? Why was he indifferent to the summarized publicity problems? Mr. Pei obviously saw the efforts of various investors in publicity work, and knew that such publicity alone was far from enough. Without the most important national publicity, this publicity campaign would be incomplete. President Pei had already made arrangements, using shared phone booths and the Xueba Kuaikai app to perfectly and cheaply make up for this shortcoming, so that the news of the opening of Jingji hostel could spread across the country. Before, Leisure had been thinking that the publicity work seemed to be in a dilemma. Without advertising nationwide, it seemed that tourists from Jingzhou and Handong province alone could not support the popularity, but the cost of advertising nationwide is too high, and the cost-effectiveness is very low. But now, President Pei has solved this problem perfectly. And all of this stems from the layout that President Pei had arranged a few months ago, allowing shared telephone booths to spread all over the country, and allowing Shuaba Kuaikai app to have a very large user base. No wonder President Pei can be so calm. Everything is under control, what is there to be nervous about? Leisure couldn't help but feel proud. See, I told you, right? As long as everyone works together to let President Pei see it, President Pei will definitely take action to fly. Isn't this a move? Sure enough, understanding President Pei can be invincible in the investment circle of Jingzhou. Leisure almost wanted to laugh 3 times. However, Pei Qian didn't know Leisure's rich inner drama, but just felt very confused. What is he talking about? Why is he so happy? What does the publicity plan has been selected long ago mean? Leisure looked at the paper publicity plan in his hand, looking at the various publicity strategies that cost a lot of money but may not be effective, and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. He took out a pen from his pocket and wrote a few big words on the blank space. After writing it, he looked at it again. This promotion plan was finally completely complete. Cooperating with President Pei is like waiting to win without doing anything. Leisure left the paper promotion plan on the table and left happily. Pei Qian? He reached out to take the promotional plan with some curiosity, and saw a few big words written in the blank space. Shared phone booth plus academic masters come equals Jingji hostel is popular all over the country. Pei Qian was stunned for a few seconds, and then tried hard to associate the possible connection between these two projects and Jingji hostel. Then, he couldn't help but blurt out. Fuck. However, Mr. Li had already left the internet cafe happily and knew nothing about this. Cafe near Handong University. Qiuhong asked with some concern, Boss Ma, you don't look very good, are you feeling unwell? Pei Qian forced a smile, it's okay, I encountered some unhappy things. Qiuhong nodded, Boss Ma is obsessed with work and overthinking. Sometimes you can relax a little and look at things more open-mindedly, and your life will be happier. Have you used the 3 little experiences I shared last time? Pei Qian nodded, almost. Qiuhong didn't ask any more questions and continued, okay, let's hurry up and get to the point. The failure experience I want to talk about today is the lack of unity within the R&D team. This can be seen from the big project that a certain European and American company was forced to cut. This big company rarely gets involved in new game types. Their success is mainly based on existing game types. Its employees are all veteran players, so it is easy to reach a consensus on how to replicate the game experience and optimize it. However, if you get involved in a completely new game field, this model will become ineffective. No one has defined this new game type, so the designer has no reference, and it is difficult for the boss to make up his mind to hand over the project to a certain person to be fully responsible and oppose the one-man rule. However, the result is that no one can convince others. Once it develops to this point, the project loses its goal. The talented developers will only continue to argue, modify, and iterate, and the failure of the project is doomed. Pei Qian was speechless. It seems that he has perfectly solved a potential risk that may lead to the failure of the project. The voices within the project team are not unified? Well, this problem does not seem to exist in Tenda. Because everyone will strictly follow the requirements of President Pei. Although it is a complete misunderstanding, it ensures that the voices within the project team are highly unified every time, and everyone knows what the ultimate form of this game is. However, can this experience be used in reverse? Try to create disunity within the project team? Pei Qian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 564, Speech on the Concept of Wealth, 4th update, please vote for the monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. June 27, Monday. Handong University, Counselor Zhang Wei's office. Donate again? And, add another 5 million? Zhang Wei's mouth opened slightly, and he was reluctant to close it. This morning, Pei Qian came to his office again, saying that he would renew all the subsidies for poor students before, and donate an additional 5 million. The last 5 million was for 2,000 people, and the monthly subsidy of 500 yuan for 5 months was directly deposited into the campus card to ensure basic living. From December to now, the time has just arrived, and another 5 million has been renewed. In addition, Pei Qian will add another 5 million, and it will be distributed in the form of scholarships. Based on the current number of poor students, 500 students with excellent grades will be selected, and each will receive a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Pei Qian's goal is still the same as always, which is targeted poverty alleviation and cannot be wasted. There are many poor people in this world. Although we all do charity and give money, the effect of giving to different people is completely different. Some people don't realize that simply giving money cannot change their fate of poverty. For poor students, especially those with excellent grades, this money can change their lives and make outstanding contributions to society. Pei Qian now has a charity quota of 10 million yuan, which seems a lot, but in fact, compared with the poor people in the world who need relief, it is still just a drop in the bucket. His first goal is to ensure that the money is sent to those who need it most. Okay, Teacher Zhang, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Pei Qian came here mainly to solve the problem of this charity money. Now that the problem has been solved, it's time to go back and continue to worry about how to lose money. Zhang Wang and He Disheng's move, sharing the phone booth and the academic bully to promote the Jingji hostel together, has made Pei Qian very clear. Hey, wait a minute. Zhang Wei hurriedly stopped Pei Qian. Wait a minute, there's something else. Pei Qian, huh? Zhang Wei smiled and said, donating money to improve the lives of poor students, of course I support it with both hands, but, did you forget the lecture you promised before? Pei Qian indeed forgot. When he donated money for the first time, Zhang Wei said that he hoped to give Pei Qian a lecture to share his experience in employment or entrepreneurship with his seniors. After all, in Zhang Wei's view, Pei Qian is a true business genius. He would never believe that he has no experience to share, but Pei Qian was helpless. I really don't have any experience to share. Moreover, Pei Qian didn't want to show up in front of these seniors. He didn't want to become a celebrity in the school, and classmates would come to him for a job wherever he went. But Zhang Wei had mentioned it twice after all, and he had already declined once. It didn't seem appropriate to refuse again. Pei Qian thought for a while, then, how about this? I'll find someone to speak for me, and then I'll write the speech. This way, it's equivalent to me speaking on the spot, okay? As for the content of the lecture, there's really nothing to say about employment and entrepreneurship experience. Teacher Zhang, you also know that entrepreneurship is very accidental. My experience is basically not replicable, and it may be misleading. As for employment, Tenda now has unified exams, and more practice questions are better than anything else. Or, give these poor students a little talk. The theme is, I hope they can make good use of this money. Zhang Wei thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Entrepreneurial experience is not replicable, and talking too much may be misleading. Not to mention employment experience, that was the responsibility of the Human Resources Department. Pei Qian would not ask about it. He had already donated 15 million to poor students. Although it was not much per person, it was not a small amount. Giving them a lecture so that they can make better use of the money is reasonable and more appropriate than talking about entrepreneurial experience. Zhang Wei nodded. Okay, then I will arrange it. I will send the time and place directly to your mobile phone. After leaving Zhang Wei's office, Pei Qian called Tang Yishu first. Xiao Tang, help me give a lecture to all the poor students sponsored by Tenda. What? Shy? No, this is a task, you must go. Manuscript? Oh, don't worry, I will definitely send it to you before the speech. Okay, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian called Assistant Qian again. Help me write a speech for poor students. There is no requirement for the content. Anyway, you can write it casually and tell them to make good use of this wealth. When can it be completed? Tomorrow morning? Okay, then just send it to Xiao Tang after you finish writing it. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian felt relieved. It's done, easily done. In fact, Pei Qian didn't think too much about it. After all, he didn't do charity for show or fame. He just wanted to help some poor students and spend the system's charity quota. The only thing he was worried about was that some poor students would get the money and spend it on the wrong things. Therefore, arrange a speech to give these poor students some positive guidance as much as possible. Of course, the specific effect depends on how well Assistant Qian writes the manuscript. The next afternoon. Handong University Science Hall. This is the largest hall in Handong University, which can accommodate more than 2,000 people. It is usually used for large-scale lectures, welcome parties, stage plays, etc. At this time, all the poor students are present, and the entire hall is almost full except for a few seats in the last row. According to common sense, there should be a banner above the stage at this time, at least to point out the theme of the lecture. However, Pei Qian's manuscript has not come out yet, and he doesn't know what banner to hang. But this is not the point after all, as long as everyone knows what they are here for. Before the lecture started, the poor students in the audience were talking about it. Today's lecture is about the concept of wealth. There should be no problem with our concept of wealth, right? That's hard to say. I've seen poor students who eat steamed buns every day to buy pineapple phones. That's right, we should talk about it in detail. If someone uses this money to buy shoes, bags, and phones, is he still a person? Zhang Wei was also sitting in the audience, thinking that this was too simple. He wanted to add a few more steps. After all, he donated 10 million, so it was not too much to hold a donation ceremony. But Pei Qian refused sternly, repeatedly emphasizing that he only wanted to make a simple speech, and no extra steps were needed, otherwise even the speech would be cancelled. Zhang Wei had no choice but to let it go. I don't know who Pei Qian will let speak. Vice President of the company? At least he should be the director of the Human Resources Department, right? Hey, strange, where is Xiao Tang? Zhang Wei remembered that Tang Yishu seemed to be a poor student, so why didn't he see her? However, he was wondering when he saw Tang Yishu appear from the backstage with a speech manuscript and walked to the podium in the center of the stage. Zhang Wei. Tang Yishu stood in the center of the stage, looking at the dark crowd below the stage, and became more nervous. When she came here for rehearsal in the morning, 2 microphones had unknown malfunctions. The staff was about to send them for repair when they became normal again, which made people puzzled. Now Tang Yishu has no other requirements, just hope that the microphone will not have any problems again. Everyone, all poor students. Good afternoon, everyone. Tang Yishu said the opening remarks carefully. Fortunately, the microphone was working properly. It seems that the several accidents in the morning have consumed the bad luck. Today, Mr. Pei, who donated living allowance and scholarships, was unable to attend due to his busy work, so I will read this letter to all students on his behalf, hoping to give everyone some inspiration. Tang Yishu paused for a moment and began to read the speech in her hand clearly. Hello, fellow students. I'm sorry that I can't be here due to work reasons. I can only use this letter to convey my vision and expectations to everyone and share some life experiences. Maybe many people think that what I want to talk about is how to use the money in your hands. Maybe some students will worry that some people will use the scholarship money to buy things that have no practical significance and can only enhance their vanity. But everyone understands similar truths, and I don't want to talk about the same old things again. I want to change the angle and explore the issue of wealth. That is, what is the real wealth that we have and should cherish? Most of the students here should not think that they have ever had and are having abundant wealth. I believe everyone has had this confusion: how can I have wealth? Some people spend most of their energy on part-time jobs in order to have wealth, which affects their studies. Some people are too poor to eat enough or buy necessary school supplies, and they hoard all their money like misers, as if they will lose their sense of security if they spend money. I want to tell you that this is a wrong view of wealth. Please think about a question: in order to have wealth, what do you plan to exchange? Suppose you are a blacksmith in ancient times, and one day you have no food to eat. In order to obtain food, you have 3 ways to go. Grow it yourself. Steal, rob. Make a farm tool and exchange it with farmers. Most people will choose the third way. Everyone will find that as long as they produce iron tools to exchange continuously, they will become richer and richer. Therefore, the basis for obtaining wealth is exchange. So, if you choose to grow it yourself or steal, rob, is there no exchange? No. The first option is actually to exchange your own time, labor, and farming experience. The second option is actually to exchange force, risk, weapons carried, and preparations for committing crimes. So, no matter which choice you make, it is ultimately an exchange, and the cost will not be lower than making a farm tool. Every choice you make to gain wealth is essentially an exchange. So, apart from those parts that are destined at birth and beyond your control, what is the wealth we really have that can be used for exchange? Is it money? No, it doesn't really belong to us. It's just the digital form of the wealth you have exchanged. Is it time? No, the passage of time is not subject to human will. Is it the body? This is indeed the wealth you have, but if you use it to exchange for wealth, you will definitely fall into regret. Everyone's greatest wealth is actually attention, or energy. If you want to make money through work, it's useless to just sit in the office. You must focus on work and then use your knowledge to solve problems. And knowledge is learned in class and at work with attention. Except for what we cannot control, the only wealth we have is attention. The wealth view I want to share with you today is, how should we use our attention? Perhaps many people will waste it. Perhaps many people will be harvested by some merchants with ulterior motives. Perhaps they will be used in the form of big data analysis. Many students complain about why they were born poor and why they were born unequal. This kind of resentful emotion will destroy you, make you waste your attention, and make your life fail. And if we want to change our destiny, we must focus our attention on ourselves. If you read 1 more hour a day, even if it's only 1% improvement, then after a year, you will be 38 times better than before. So, I hope that students who get this money will not save it all and be reluctant to spend it. Don't buy some meaningless things that are only used to satisfy your vanity, and don't spend it on some entertainment activities that distract your attention and make people indulge. Spend this money where you really need it, improve yourself. Always remember that attention is the most valuable wealth of all of us, and I hope everyone can make good use of it and treat it well. This is the correct view of wealth. Chapter 565, The Two Contradictory Sides of President Pei. Please vote for me. The audience applauded. Tang Yishu bowed deeply and stepped off the stage with some embarrassment. Only when she walked to the backstage, she accidentally tripped over the wire on the ground. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance and grabbed the curtain next to her, so she escaped danger. The students in the audience did not see this scene. They applauded and immersed themselves in the content of the previous speech. That makes sense. The most precious wealth is not money, but attention? Encouraging us to use this money to improve ourselves better and make better use of our attention is indeed better than simply encouraging thrift, saving, or buying what you like. President Pei's success is indeed not due to luck. Did anyone record it? I recorded it. I will go back and edit it into a transcript and post it on the school forum. Let's understand it again. The students originally thought that this lecture would focus on how to use money like many previous lectures on wealth. This is indeed what most people think of when talking about wealth. However, President Pei's letter provides a new perspective, which is to know how to use your attention, because in fact, people are using their attention to create wealth. What is more terrible than squandering money is squandering your attention, because squandering money will only make you lose the money on hand, while squandering attention will damage your ability to create value. This speech is very short, without long speeches or blunt preaching, but it only provides a new perspective that many people may not notice, so it is easier to be accepted by ordinary people. Wednesday, June 29. Human Resources Department of Tenda Group. Wu Ben and Chui Geng are sorting out the recent manuscripts. The two people have clear division of labor. Wu Ben is responsible for collecting materials and determining interview subjects, while Chui Geng is responsible for turning the recordings into text and systematically sorting them out. These materials will become materials for interpreting the spirit of Tenda, and can also be used as a record of President Pei's way of doing things. Recently, President Pei's speech seems to be very popular on the campus forum of Handong University. Are you considering adding it to the materials? Chui Geng asked. Wu Ben thought for a moment and shook his head. Don't worry. The influence of this manuscript is currently only among the students of Handong University, and strictly speaking, this manuscript only has theories, no specific examples, and its persuasiveness will be much worse. The most important point is that this manuscript may not be written by President Pei. Although if President Pei wants to write this kind of manuscript, it will definitely be easy, but President Pei is too busy, so this manuscript may be written by Assistant Qian. Chui Geng thought for a while, but even if Assistant Qian writes it, it must be President Pei's thoughts, which are almost the same. Wu Ben thought for a while. Well, that's right. In short, this factor can be taken into consideration, but it must be carefully identified. After all, what we want to write is to annotate the Tenda spirit, and it must be reasonable and well-founded. The progress of the two people is not fast, and it can even be said to be very slow. Because this time we want to use some specific examples to interpret President Pei's thoughts and Tenda spirit, we must avoid some ambiguous interpretations, and all content must be verifiable. For example, the evaluation of President Li and others can be used as a kind of evidence. Some specific examples that President Pei has done can also be used as a kind of evidence. The combination of these two kinds of evidence will be more real and credible. But if it is just a speech, it is not suitable to be written into this booklet before finding suitable evidence. It's time to go. Wu Ben looked at his watch. They had an interview with Liang Qingshan today, so it was almost time to leave. Wu Ben was also very selective about the people he would interview. Mr. Li of Fuhui Capital can be seen as the perspective of Mr. Pei's business competitor and partner, while Liang Qingshan can be seen as the perspective of an elite in other fields who has just cooperated with Mr. Pei. Among all the department heads, Liang Qingshan has the shortest time with Mr. Pei. This first impression may be able to gain some inspiration. Half an hour later, Wu Ben and Chui Geng arrived at Building 9 of Binhu Community. The two buildings here are under intense construction. From the outside, the buildings that have not been occupied for several years look very shabby. The construction team is working intensively, and noises such as electric drills drilling holes and smashing walls can be heard from time to time. After waiting downstairs for 2 minutes, Liang Qingfan, wearing a safety helmet, came down from the building. After handing the safety helmet to a worker on the site, Liang Qingfan smiled and said to Wu Ben and Chui Geng, "The construction site is too messy, let's go to the nearby park." The three came to the artificial lakeside of the park and sat down on a bench. Wu Ben said, "Mr. Liang, we are here today mainly to interview you about your impression of Mr. Pei." Wu Ben had contacted Liang Qingfan on the phone before, so the two of them were already prepared for what they were going to talk about today. Liang Qingfan looked at the shimmering lake water and said with emotion, "To be honest, so far, I still don't understand Mr. Pei at all." Wu Ben smiled and said, "It's okay, this is normal. If President Pei can be seen through so easily, then he is not President Pei. We look for different interviewees in order to collect as many impressions of President Pei as possible from different groups of people and combine all these impressions to obtain a complete and comprehensive image. We have interviewed President Pei's business competitors and partners before, and it was very rewarding. For us, because we are internal employees and have worked under President Pei for a long time, we can only see one side of President Pei. You have just arrived at Tenda Group and have not worked with President Pei for a long time. Your first impression is also not good for us. It will definitely be inspiring." Liang Qingfan nodded, "Okay, then I will briefly talk about it. At present, I can be sure that some of Mr. Pei's ideas are highly consistent with me, or with some excellent designers. In other words, Mr. Pei is a person who pursues perfection. This point has been reflected in the decoration process of the sloth apartment." Liang Qingfan briefly described the decoration and design of several sloth apartments so far, especially focusing on Mr. Pei's decisive abandonment of many practical and living attributes in pursuit of extreme simplicity to achieve the ultimate effect. Including these houses now, it is the same. Mr. Pei's thinking is completely opposite to that of ordinary people. When ordinary people choose a house, they will pay more attention to the location and value-added properties of the house, and they will often save as much as possible on decoration. After all, this is intended to be rented out, not for their own use. But Mr. Pei is just the opposite. He doesn't seem to value the location and value-added properties of the house. Instead, the money spent on decoration accounts for nearly half of the value of the house itself. I think this fully shows that Mr. Pei's pursuit of artistry is extreme and endless. Mr. Pei himself is very fond of this minimalist style, so he puts his personal preference into the sloth apartment project. Although this is likely to lead to failure, Mr. Pei obviously does not intend to compromise, but insists on his requirements for extreme art. Hearing this, Wu Ben frowned slightly. Liang Qingfan noticed this keenly and did not continue to speak, but waited for Wu Ben's response. Wu Ben pondered for a long time and said, "But, this contradicts Mr. Li's description. According to Mr. Li, Mr. Pei is a calm, even cold person. This calmness allows Mr. Pei to think about problems in an absolutely objective and rational way and make correct decisions under any circumstances. In other words, Mr. Pei's choice of this extreme simplicity should be based on business considerations. He must believe that this approach can achieve greater success. Moreover, Mr. Li's conclusion is supported by many cases, so it should be very credible." Liang Qingfan was silent for a moment. "I think it is almost impossible for the sloth apartment model to achieve greater success. At most, it is just a small and beautiful project that earns word of mouth." Wu Ben fell into deep thought. What both sides said seemed to make sense. Seeing that the interview was deadlocked, Chui Geng said, "Maybe, these two impressions of Mr. Pei are not contradictory? Maybe these 2 points are one aspect of Mr. Pei, but they are perfectly integrated in places we can't see. Just like Mr. Pei can always turn decay into magic, making many seemingly impossible projects become popular overnight." Wu Ben nodded, "Well, makes sense. These two contradictory views seem to be worth studying. July 1st, Friday. The Jingji Hostel project is officially completed. Pei Qian stood at the entrance of the old industrial area. Oh no, it should be called Jingji Hostel now, with mixed feelings. When he came before, the entire project was still under intensive construction, with scaffolding and various construction materials everywhere. It was a bustling construction site and there were not many noticeable changes, but now, the Jingji Hostel and the surrounding supporting facilities have been completed and have become ready to receive tourists. Although Pei Qian had prepared himself mentally, he was still greatly shocked, visually. In just a few months, the changes were so great. This is probably the shock of the infrastructure maniac. Of course, Pei Qian had this idea mainly because Mr. Li and others disrupted his original deployment. Because Pei Qian's original idea was just to build a haunted house in a corner of the desolate and dilapidated old industrial area and lose money. But Mr. Li and other investors built supporting facilities around the haunted house and repaired the surrounding ground, by the way. The situation was instantly different. Pei Qian also felt unsure. It looks so reliable, can it still lose money? After 2 cycles of hard work, don't let it all end up in vain. Pei Qian sighed silently and walked in. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 566 Jingji Hostel is completed, please vote for the monthly ticket. Boss Li and other investors, as well as Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong, were all talking and laughing at the door, waiting for Pei Qian to arrive. Boss Pei. Li Shi was the first to greet him. Everyone's face was full of smiles, and they were just short of writing 2 big words on their faces, stable. Before Boss Pei made a move, everyone felt a little panicked, thinking that the publicity work was not in place and they were unsure. But as soon as Boss Pei made a move, all the problems were immediately solved. The shared phone booth and the Xiueba Quaicom app directly promoted Jingji Hostel to the whole country, and combined with the publicity of other investors in Jingzhou and Handong province, the early customer base was definitely guaranteed. So, everyone is now relaxed and can wait for the performance of Jingji Hostel on the first day after its opening. Boss Pei easily did what all investors racked their brains to do but couldn't do, so he naturally received the treatment of being the center of attention. However, for Pei Qian, he always felt that the smiles of the investors were somewhat malicious, as if they were forcing him to do something or were a trap. Such looks made people feel a little scared. But there was no other way, he had to watch them. It would be best if we could do something to save it. If we can't save it, at least we can be mentally prepared in advance. The crowd surrounded President Pei and walked towards the interior of the Palpitation Hotel. The perimeter walls of the entire project were renovated from the original walls of the old industrial zone. The bloody art words Palpitation Hotel and Palpitation Hotel were written on the reddish-brown brick walls, simulating the effect of blood flowing down. With the logo of the Palpitation Hotel and the vines that were not cleaned up, it seemed inexplicably fitting, but it didn't make people feel abrupt. There is a large open space before entering the main entrance. The right side is used as a parking lot, and the left side is used as a ticket office and bus station. The ticket office sells paper tickets. Of course, tourists can also scan the code to pay directly at the entrance of each project. Buses with the theme of the Palpitation Hotel printed on them are neatly parked at the station. These buses will go to the transportation hub, close to the old industrial zone, at a specific time every day to pick up tourists. After all, the transportation here is inconvenient. In addition to tourists driving private cars, other tourists must also be considered. It would be best if there is a subway in the future, but it is not possible yet. Further ahead is the main entrance, but the main entrance is not very tall or grand, but relatively low-key, blending in with the style of the entire old industrial area. This was not because he was afraid of spending money, but mainly because Pei Qian was afraid that the main gate would be too high profile if it was built too beautifully, attracting some unnecessary attention. What if this gate was built too special and tourists took a photo and it became popular on the internet? There was no ticket gate at the main gate, because Pei Qian did not intend to bundle all the projects in the Jingji Hotel, so the 3 projects currently planned were charged separately. Although there were joint tickets, they were also checked directly at the entrance of each project. After passing through the main gate, you officially entered the interior of the Jingji Hotel. There was a wide avenue in front of you, and at the other end of the avenue were the square, the healing fountain, and the golden maze. This square was located in the center of the entire Jingji Hotel, and it had basically been renovated and paved with new floor tiles. The fountain in the center of the square was called the healing fountain. The water in the pool was warm water, and there would be a faint warm light effect, symbolizing the role of exorcising ghosts and healing spiritual trauma. Going beyond the fountain and going forward was the golden maze, which had many entrances and exits, like a transportation hub, connecting various areas of the Jingji Hotel. The 3 attractions of the Jingji Hotel are located around the golden maze, and are far apart from each other. Pei Qian originally thought that the distance between the 3 attractions should be as far as possible, and the deeper they are hidden, the better. Abandoned factories separated the roads, so tourists could only take a detour. At the same time, the 3 projects are charged separately, so that tourists will only go to the first project, which is the most fun and has the lowest fee, and no one will be interested in the other 2 projects. But what I didn't expect was that the plan was disrupted by investors like Mr. Li. Mr. Li and others used all the vacant factories around the 3 projects, some of which were converted into restaurants, some into hotels, and some into toy stores and clothing stores. The most outrageous thing is that the large factory in the center has now become a golden maze, which is a large shopping mall that sells everything, and there are exits to other areas. In this way, although the distance between the 3 projects is far, tourists can visit various shops on the road and sit on the benches on the roadside to rest. After coming out of the specific exit of the golden maze, you will naturally reach the entrance of the other 2 projects, which is very convenient. Moreover, near the 3rd project, there is a healing and warm-made cafe, and tourists can seamlessly connect to it and heal themselves if they are frightened inside. Mr. Li's prison restaurant, other people's ghost magic props shops, etc., are all scattered around, making full use of this area, and there will be no redundant space at all. This layout is so damn reasonable. Pei Qian was speechless. He thought that Mr. Li and others were just a bunch of rabble. They would definitely fight for the best location, and it was impossible for them to arrange the various stores so reasonably. But now it seems that I still underestimated this group of people. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh silently. Everyone walked around the square. Chen Kongtua pointed at these projects one by one and introduced them one by one. His face was very proud. He was proud in his heart. If I hadn't used my face to remind the investors at that time, how could the overall layout be so harmonious? My contribution is very great. If Mr. Pei didn't like others to take credit, I would have boasted in front of Mr. Pei. Other investors, including Li Shi, were also very satisfied with this layout, but everyone knew that this was thanks to Chen Kongtua's reminder, so they were embarrassed to ask for this credit. So until now, Mr. Pei didn't know who should be blamed for this, and could only put it on Mr. Li, who might be the biggest. Seeing that the entire Jingji hostel had a reasonable layout, complete facilities, and a very good first impression, Pei Qian couldn't help but frown and his brain was working fast. Calm down, the biggest disadvantage at the moment is that the entire Jingji hostel is well laid out and the initial customer flow is guaranteed. As long as we reduce the profit points as much as possible, there is still a possibility of losses. Think of a solution quickly, we can't just give up. Pei Qian thought about it and felt that the first project was very cheap and could attract a large number of tourists. The second and third high-priced projects would not have many people playing, and the ticket sales would not make much money. Then, the biggest problem at present is obviously the Golden Maze. Although the maze has been used as much as possible to prevent tourists from touching the goods, the location of the Golden Maze is too good after all. It can be said to be a transportation hub with many connections. It is still not safe. Mr. Pei, how about we go to the Golden Maze first? Chen Kongtua suggested. Pei Qian was thinking about this and nodded immediately, okay. The publicity work has been rolled out, and there will definitely be a lot of tourists in the early stage. The sales revenue of the Golden Maze will be the largest part after the ticket revenue, and we must find a way to minimize it. From a distance, the factory building of the Golden Maze can be said to be full of holes. There is a circle of entrances and exits on the first floor, and there are suspended glass passages on the second and third floors. The stairs descend, making the entire Golden Maze look a bit like a strange creature with many legs, full of Cthulhu colors that make people's sanity drop wildly. From this point of view, it fits the theme of the entire Jingji Hotel quite well. Everyone randomly chose an entrance and entered the interior of the Golden Maze. The interior decoration can be said to be magnificent. After all, Pei Qian's original purpose was to make Mr. Li and others bleed heavily, and Liang Qingfan did not consider the issue of saving money when designing it. From the outside, it looks like a shabby factory building with Cthulhu style, but once you enter, you will immediately feel like you are in a palace. Of course, it is not the kind of complex, luxurious, classical style, but more modern. Liang Qingfan designed this style mainly to ensure the shopping experience of tourists. Obviously, this is another misunderstanding of Mr. Pei's original intention. The entire Golden Maze is divided into many independent small spaces by steel structures. Under Liang Qingfan's design, these spaces are intricate and the space is used to the extreme through staggered levels. The main rest area is 7 or 8 meters high, giving people a very spacious and open sense of space. You can see the location of some shops here and observe some structures of the Golden Maze. The shops have a floor height of more than 3 meters, and various shelves are arranged to ensure the shopping experience of tourists. The general passage is only a little over 2 meters high, the route is tortuous, and it can be closed with a mechanism. This intricate structure maximizes the use of the space of the entire factory and can accommodate many tourists at the same time. In an emergency, you can quickly find an exit for evacuation. The decoration style of each area is slightly different, suggesting what kind of goods are sold in the shops in this area. Chen Kongtua holds the map of the Golden Maze in his hand and stops after each step, so that he can find the place he wants to go smoothly. Otherwise, you may find yourself walking out. The crowd first came to one of the rest areas, where rows of benches were neatly arranged, and places were reserved on both sides for small vendors to sell snacks, drinks, etc. The rest area was very high, so you could see the locations of several shops, but how to get there depended on your own ability. Chen Kongtua said, "There is a problem now. That is, what specific goods will be sold in the Golden Zone has not yet been finalized. The Golden Maze is divided into 5 major areas, and the goods to be sold in the shops in the other 4 major areas have been roughly determined, including souvenirs, clothing, gadgets, customized figures, etc., and most of the goods have arrived and can be shipped in 2 days. But what will be sold in the most central and critical Golden Zone has not yet been finalized." The investors looked at President Pei. Obviously, the idea of the Golden Maze was from President Pei, and half of the income of the Golden Maze came from President Pei. President Pei must have the most say in what the core stores will sell. Pei Qian thought to himself, haha, if possible, I hope nothing will be sold here, and everything will be given away for free. But that's definitely not possible. Pei Qian thought for a moment. What is the specific situation of the Golden Zone? Chen Kongtua looked at the map in his hand. There are 5 areas in the Golden Labyrinth, and each area has a large shop. They are the orange area, blue area, burgundy area, purple area, and gold area. There are also some movable small shops that can be flexibly configured according to the existing goods. The first 4 areas have been roughly determined in the initial design, selling handmade peripherals, high-quality souvenirs, headdress-themed clothing and interesting gadgets. Only the deepest and most central golden area has not yet been determined what to sell. Pei Qian thought for a moment. Take me to see it. Chapter 567 Instant Backstab No CD, Monthly Ticket Request. Under the guidance of the map, everyone came to the shops in the Golden District, with difficulty. The space here is very large, and there is not much difference from the shops in ordinary shopping malls, but the route here is quite tortuous, which gives people a feeling of a new village after a dark tunnel. If there is no map in hand, I am afraid that everyone will have to spend a lot of effort to get here. The neat shelves have been arranged one by one, but they are still empty at present, and no specific products have been decided. Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked, "What do other stores sell? Is there a product list?" Chen Contua nodded, "Of course, here." As he spoke, he handed Pei Qian the product list he had prepared in advance. Pei Qian took it and browsed it roughly. Each product has a picture and a specific price, and it is obviously purchased according to the previous 4 divisions. For example, the orange zone symbolizes passion and unrestrainedness, and mainly sells things for young people. The product list includes figures, peripherals, keychains, pendants, headphones, mobile phone cases, etc. The blue area symbolizes maturity and calmness, and mainly sells souvenirs that mature people like, such as portraits, watches, pendants, sculptures, etc. There is also a wine red area selling headwear and themed clothing, and a purple area selling some interesting magic props or trick toys. Some of these products are purchased directly, and any products with a bit of thriller and horror elements can be bought, while the other part is customized in advance, directly taking the relevant materials of the terror in and be quiet and modifying them to make mobile phone cases, pendants, postcards, and other things to sell. Pei Qian's eyes swept over these products, especially carefully looking at the prices behind the products, thinking quickly. This golden area is located in the center of the entire golden maze. It can be said to be a transportation hub. The distance from any entrance to here is almost the same, but from another perspective, it is the deepest and most difficult to find among the 4 areas. Then, high-value products can be excluded first. Because all products are priced at the same percentage above the cost price, the value of the products is high and the money earned from selling them is also high. The golden area is hard to find, and tourists have to work hard to find it. When they see these good things that look expensive but feel worth the money, they will definitely buy them. After all, there is an old saying that "I'm here now." If more people buy, the profit will definitely increase. Secondly, these products cannot be exclusive to the gold zone according to Chen Contua and other investors. It is obvious that a batch of goods will be drawn from other areas and sold in the gold area to ensure that the goods in each area do not overlap. But in this way, won't the goods in the gold area have scarcity value and collection value? Won't everyone buy more frequently? Definitely not. After a simple analysis, Pei Qian quickly thought of a strategy for selecting goods in the gold area. It can't be too expensive, and at the same time, it must be available in other areas. In this way, it will not stimulate consumers' desire to buy, so that they will spend less, and President Pei can also lose more money. This is truly good for him and me. Pei Qian's eyes swept across the entire list and randomly picked a few small gadgets that were not expensive but not very novel. This blue ghost fire lamp. This golden lantern. And this, light green fluorescent stick. Plus this, the little devil horn luminous headdress. Pei Qian directly selected one kind of goods from each of the 4 areas. The prices were very cheap, ranging from 5 yuan to 50 yuan. The will-o'-the-wisp lantern is in the orange zone, the golden lantern is in the blue zone, the light green fluorescent stick is in the purple zone, and the devil horn headdress is in the burgundy zone. I originally wanted to choose something cheaper, such as postcards, small pendants, etc., but then I thought, although these things are cheap, they are more universal, and anyone can buy some, and it seems that there will be problems if too many people buy them. The 4 props selected are all of the kind that are neither good nor bad. They are used as collections, but the grade is a bit low. They are also a bit extravagant if you wear them out and throw them away. The effect of dissuading consumers must be good. Chen Kongtua and the investors were a little confused. These things are not expensive. Pei did not choose the more expensive and profitable things, such as the exquisite souvenirs in the blue area and the custom-made clothes in the burgundy area. He chose some marginal products with poor cost performance, the kind that make up the number. Of course, these products are also printed with the logo of the Jingji hostel, but it is not possible to just print a stamp and let customers buy without thinking, right? However, since Pei has already spoken, everyone is embarrassed to question it and can only silently bury the question mark in their hearts. Chen Kongtua asked, Pei, so these things will not be sold in other areas, right? Huh? Pei Qian said strangely, not for sale? How can it not be sold? Of course it will still be sold the same way. Chen Kongtua opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. Obviously, this selling method has completely failed to achieve the original purpose. The Golden District is the most difficult to find area, and it should sell some high-value, unique products to stimulate customers' consumption desire. Now, these things are also sold in the other 4 areas, and they have no commemorative value. But President Pei has already made up his mind, and there is no way to say anything, so he can only remember it silently. Okay, let's settle it. Pei Qian was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. It didn't take much effort to leave the golden maze. Everyone just wandered around and found a passage. The whole process was extremely smooth, and they didn't even look at the map. However, looking back at the way back, it would be difficult to return to the shops in the Golden District. Returning to the square again, Pei Qian suddenly felt a little bit of urge to urinate. Where is the toilet? Pei Qian asked. Chen Kongtua pointed to both sides. There are public toilets on both sides, and there are also public toilets in restaurants and hotels. Do you need me to take you there? Pei Qian waved his hand hurriedly. No, you just wait for me here. It's too painful to need someone to accompany you to the toilet. Pei Qian estimated the distance. It seems that the distance from the square to the 2 toilets is the same. This is normal. After all, toilets are generally in this marginal area. They can't be built in the square or next to the fountain. Wash your hands in the fountain after draining the water in the toilet? That's too inappropriate. Pei Qian walked towards one of the restrooms, and by the way, he could also check how the restroom was built, whether it implemented the Tenda spirit and provided tourists with the best toilet experience. Seeing that President Pei had left, Li Shi immediately came over and asked Chen Kongtua, why did President Pei choose these things to sell? This is unreasonable. Other investors also echoed, yes, this can't make money. Everyone is obviously very concerned about this issue. After all, everyone has a share of the income of the Golden Maze, and they all get a share. They definitely hope to make as much money as possible. No one mentioned it just now, just because President Pei was present, it was not easy to discuss it openly, which would make everyone seem to question President Pei's decision. Now that President Pei is not here, when will we discuss it? Chen Kongtua also has doubts about this. He frowned and tried to use the thinking method of Tenda spirit to interpret the deep meaning of President Pei's move. The idea of the Golden Maze was thought up by President Pei. He must also understand the importance of the Golden Zone. The things here should have rare value. These things that can be selected do not have rare value. Do they have anything in common? Chen Kongtua still has no clue, so he can only brainstorm and look at the investors. Do you think that these things selected by President Pei have anything in common? If you find the common point, it will be easy to make the next inference. Everyone looked at each other. Are they all moderately priced? Not too expensive, but not too cheap? Can they all be carried around? Can they all glow? The investors spoke one after another, and the more they spoke, the more outrageous it became. However, Chen Kongtua suddenly had an idea. Yes, they can all be carried with you, and they all glow. Leisure was a little confused and asked, so, what does this mean? Chen Kongtua said excitedly, this means that they can all be brought to the third project of the terror and can be used as some kind of interactive props. Think carefully, the shapes and colors of these 4 glowing lights are completely different. We can use this kind of prop to segment customers. The blue ghost fire light can reduce the attention of monsters. The golden lantern can dispel most monsters. The green glow stick can attract the attention of nearby monsters. The red little devil headdress is equivalent to provoking the monsters, and will be targeted by all monsters, giving you the most extreme horror experience. In this way, isn't it another subdivision of the horror difficulty? The timid can buy a golden lantern to enter, and hardcore players who want to experience it again after experiencing it once can go in with a glow stick and a little devil headdress. Challenge higher difficulty and get better rewards. Combining props with project content, what better way to promote sales than this? Leisure thought for a moment, but this still doesn't make it unique, right? These 4 items can also be bought in other areas. Chen Kongtua smiled slightly, this is the best design. If these 4 items can only be bought in the gold area, then all the players will be crowded in the gold area. On the one hand, it will not be easy to evacuate the crowd, and on the other hand, it will make other areas relatively deserted. The flow of people in other areas will decrease, and other goods will sell less, which will still not help the income. According to the current design, other areas also have these items. If customers only want a certain item, they can buy it in other areas. If tourists want to get all 4 items, they can either visit all the other 4 areas or come to the gold area, which also guarantees the status of the gold area. Investors suddenly realized. So that's it. If you think about it this way, it is indeed much more reasonable. It not only ensures the unique status of the golden zone, but also does not distract too much from the flow of tourists in other zones. These hard-to-sell items have become in-game props, which are given extra symbolic meaning and are easier to sell. And the prices of these items are neither too high nor too low, most tourists can afford them, and profits are guaranteed. Leisure couldn't help but give a thumbs up, as expected of a great talent from the game department. This reasoning is simply perfect. Chen Kongtua said hurriedly, no, I just did a trivial analysis, based on Mr. Pei's hint. He was very humble, but in fact, Chen Kongtua was very proud. I solved Mr. Pei's problem again. I am awesome. This kind of joy of solving Mr. Pei's puzzle is really addictive. While everyone was discussing, Pei Qian came back. From a distance, Pei Qian felt that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. When they left, everyone looked worried, but it was only a few minutes. How come everyone was talking and laughing, as if all the worries were swept away? Seeing Pei Qian coming back, Leisure immediately gave a thumbs up. Mr. Pei, the products you selected for the Golden Zone are so suitable. I admire you, I admire you. Pei Qian, ? He decisively realized that something was wrong, and the situation had changed. Mr. Li suddenly praised me for no reason. These people must have misunderstood my meaning again. Looking at Chen Kongtua, who was proud next to him, Pei Qian's bad premonition instantly increased. So, what have you figured out? The investors all looked at Chen Kongtua. After all, he was the one who answered Mr. Pei's intention, and others were embarrassed to take credit. Chen Kongtua proudly recounted his reasoning. What do you think, Mr. Pei? It should be similar to your previous expectations, right? Chen Kongtua's expression was like that of a primary school student who had just scored 100 points on the test. Pei Qian was so shocked that he was completely speechless. I just went to the bathroom, and you guys have imagined so much. Is your skill instant and has no CD? Looking back, transferring Chen Kongtua to the haunted house project was originally an exile, because he worked too much overtime in the game department and had to be eliminated. I never expected that after coming to the Terror Inn, he would not stop, but even worse. Judging from the attitude of President Li and the investors towards Chen Kongtua, they must have colluded with each other in private. No matter what, this must not be allowed to continue. Must be severely punished. He was silent for a moment and said, Chen Kongtua. Chen Kongtua smiled, huh? Pei's expression was so serious. Was he going to praise me? Pei Qian paused. As the person in charge of the Jingji Hostel project, it is very reasonable and normal to understand every detail of the Jingji Hostel before opening, right? How can you conquer tourists if you haven't experienced it completely and carefully yourself? Before opening, that is, within a week, experience every corner of the Jingji Hostel, especially all the details of the second and third projects. You must be familiar with the entire process, just like shopping in your own backyard. Chen Kongtua's smile froze on his face. Chapter 568. Don't report the good news for the second time. Monthly votes requested. Seeing Chen Kongtua's blank expression, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Don't let you misinterpret my meaning again. Go to the haunted house and reflect on yourself. Although Chen Kongtua, as a designer, knows more about haunted houses than tourists, it doesn't mean that he is not afraid. Just like the designer of Outlast 2 tried Outlast 2 himself, and was so scared that he dropped the controller on the spot. Of course, there are also some designers who know the game mechanism very well and treat horror scenes as their own backyards and horror games as parkour games, but they are a very small number of gifted people. For ordinary people, they still have to piss themselves when they should. Nothing else. Now I give you a structural diagram of the haunted house, and then mark all the scary places. If you memorize them all, will you not be afraid when you enter the haunted house again? At most, after being mentally prepared, the degree of fear will be reduced, but it is impossible not to be afraid. Visual effects, auditory effects, various psychological hints. Even if you are mentally prepared, it is still difficult to maintain your psychological defenses when you are truly immersed in it. Of course, if it is a godlike person with extraordinary talents and no fear, that is another matter, but Chen Kongtua is obviously not such a god, and his current expression is proof of that. After hearing President Pei say this in a very calm tone, Chen Kongtua's expression changed from astonishment to confusion, from confusion to shock, and then from shock to collapse. Someone is going to die, President Pei. Chen Kongtua designed the haunted house himself, set his own style, and visited the semi-finished product during the construction period. Of course, he knew how scary it was. In fact, after the third project of the Jingji Hotel was completed, he never went in again, even though there were no staff dressed as ghosts for the time being. Just walking around in this environment is enough to scare people. But what is President Pei doing now? Do you want to fully understand every detail? This is not something that can be done by just walking through it once. However, Pei Qian did not give Chen Kongtua a chance to protest, and waved his hand and said, okay, continue to visit. Chen Kongtua had no choice but to lead everyone to continue visiting other projects. When encountering investors' industries, such as restaurants and hotels, etc., the corresponding investors will explain. In addition, there are also reports on other aspects, including the recruitment of staff needed to maintain the operation of the entire terror hostel. This haunted house is not big or small. It needs waiters, ticket sellers, cleaners, equipment maintenance, makeup artists, prop masters, and ghost dressing staff on a daily basis. Especially the ghost dressing staff, they have been recruited a long time ago and have been trained. Because being a ghost is not only a physical job, but also a technical job. It is too far away from the tourists, it is pitch black, and the tourists are not scared at all, and it has no effect. It is too close to the tourists, which may stimulate the tourists to make some stressful behaviors, and they may be kicked or something, which is easy to get injured. It appears too suddenly, and it really scares the tourists, which is not good. In short, this group of people who know how to play with psychology and choose different scaring strategies for different tourists can achieve the best effect. At the same time, these people must know the various emergency exits of the haunted house very clearly, guide tourists to leave when necessary, and even master certain first aid knowledge. In short, the goal of training is to allow the staff to scare the tourists step by step and moderately on the premise of protecting themselves, so that the entire haunted house can operate normally. Chen Kongtua suggested, then, do you want to go to the 3 projects of the haunted house and give us some suggestions? Pei Qian laughed, no need. Want to trick me into going to the haunted house? No way. Pei Qian is now in a very relaxed state of mind. The only thing he is worried about is making money from the golden maze. As for the terror in itself, it is far from the most worrying project. The first project charges very low fees, and the venue has limited carrying capacity. Even if it is full every day, it will not make much money. The second and third projects, if they are not scary, then there will definitely not be many people playing. If they are very scary, then they can be used to deal with the enemies in the book. No matter what, it is not a loss. Pei Qian's attitude is also very clear. Anyway, no matter how eloquent you are, I will never go to the haunted house to experience it. I am a noble person who has escaped from the shackles. I am busy with work and have no time to experience such simple and crude entertainment activities. Chen Kongtua looked at other investors again, then everyone. Mr. Li hurriedly said, no need. Brother Chen, don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't trust you. On the contrary, I trust you too much, so I dare not go in. After all, we are old and weak, and it is not suitable for participating in such exciting projects. Chen Kongtua. Well, no one wants to go in, which means that only I have to have a good experience. After all, everyone went around and no one wanted to experience the project of the terror hostel, so they could only give up. The investors were all very happy. After all, the problem of the golden maze was solved, and the chances of making money from this project increased greatly. Chen Kongtua sent everyone back to the door. Everyone was laughing, but he was in melancholy. The investors got in the car one after another, and Pei Qian also got in the car and prepared to leave. Chen Kongtua suddenly thought of something. By the way, Mr. Pei. Zhang Wang had come to me before, hoping that the golden maze could also sell some fully automatic bar lifters. After all, the shared telephone booth had promoted the Jingji hostel, and this request seemed reasonable. Pei Qian was about to close the car door when his face changed instantly. Absolutely not. Although the fully automatic bar lifter is a mystery and has no practical use, it is exquisitely made and inlaid with gold edges. If it is placed in the golden maze, what if there is a large flow of people and someone really buys it? Pei Qian is now hiding the fully automatic bar lifter like a treasure, and he must not let anyone find it. Chen Kongtua was stunned. He didn't expect Mr. Pei to refuse. When Zhang Wang came to him before, Chen Kongtua didn't take it too seriously, thinking that it was just a handicraft. Although it is quite large and not easy to carry, there are so many shops in the golden maze. It would be a big deal to just make some space to put a few machines and sell them casually. Moreover, Zhang Wang arranged a shared phone booth to promote the Jingji hostel. Even if it was a return of favor, it was reasonable, right? However, President Pei actually reacted strongly and refused outright. But President Pei. Chen Kongtua wanted to explain further, but Pei Qian raised his hand to interrupt him. Absolutely not, I'll talk to Zhang Wang about this matter. Anyway, there are other arrangements. The fully automatic bar lift machine must not be sold in the Golden Maze, absolutely not. Seeing that President Pei was so determined, Chen Kongtua had nothing to say and had to nod. Pei Qian closed the car door and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen Kongtua did not act first and report later, and told him in advance, otherwise it might really be a big deal. It seems that Zhang Wang did not take his words seriously and was still secretly trying to sell it out. No, I have to emphasize to Zhang Wang again that he should focus on production first and not consider these messy things. The only seedling of the fully automatic bar lift machine must be saved. On the other side, President Li also closed the car door and prepared to leave. He did not hear the conversation between Chen Kongtua and President Pei clearly, but only vaguely heard words like "sell XX machine," which seemed to be some kind of machine or invention. However, since President Pei did not, President Li was embarrassed to ask about it. I just quietly noted this matter, thinking that it might be useful in the future. July 4th, Monday. Pei Qian came to the office as usual. At present, most departments have formed a tacit understanding that if there is anything that needs to be decided by President Pei, they should come on Monday, because President Pei is basically in the office on Monday. As for the rest of the time, I will call if there is something. Last Saturday, the regular meeting of the management and compensation staff was held as usual. In addition to the information Pei Qian already had, there were two more pieces of information that caught his attention. First, the new high-end brand of Moyu takeout, Shirhe, is currently being prepared in full swing. The manager of Moyu takeout also made a detailed report. The idea of this high-end brand is to produce castrated versions of the dishes of the nameless restaurant, and then use beautiful food boxes for packaging to provide customers with a higher-end takeout dining experience. After listening to the report, Pei Qian felt that this should be good news. Moyu takeout has been losing money because of its high-end positioning. Now you have a higher-end positioning, wouldn't that be even more of a loss? This new brand needs to train chefs, customize food delivery, etc., and these costs are difficult to save regardless of whether you sell more or less. If you sell more, you may still make money, but if you sell less, you will lose more than Moyu takeout. There seems to be no reason to stop this good thing that loses money. Secondly, the manager of Tenda Games reported on Zhang Zuding's acting guidance. The harm of this matter is obvious, but the rice has been cooked, and Pei Qian has no choice. I can't use the great forgetting technique to make these actors forget everything Zhang Zuding said, right? I had no choice but to silently write down Zhang Zuding in my notebook and wait for the opening of the Jingji Hotel to serve him one stop. Pei Qian sat in the office for 5 minutes, and as expected, someone knocked on the door. Looking up, it was Xiao Peng. Boss Pei, the esports lifestyle model of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, should be considered successful from the current point of view, right? Then, can I continue to open branches according to your previous plan? Xiao Peng's face was full of expectations. As early as when he planned to open Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, Boss Pei had already said that if this store made more money, he would open branches, renovate, buy computers, and spend all the money without leaving a penny. Although Boss Pei's emotions seemed a bit wrong when he said this, Xiao Peng understood that this sentence itself still showed Boss Pei's trust in him. However, having said that, he still felt that he should ask for instructions again and confirm it. After all, this power is very great. Xiao Peng was afraid that he would misunderstand it, so he had to confirm it again. What if Boss Pei just said it casually and didn't take it seriously? At that time, he spent money lavishly, and Boss Pei got angry. Where would he go? He couldn't argue with the boss, right? It's better to make things clear in advance so that he can show his strength. Pei Qian was speechless. Don't report the good news a second time. Pei Qian waved his hand helplessly. When have I ever broken my word? Go ahead and open the business, and remember to spend all the money. Don't report this over and over again. Anyway, the initial investment for opening a Moyu internet cafe is huge. Although it makes money, the payback period is very long. As long as you open enough internet cafes fast enough, the profits will not catch up with me. Chapter 569. Is it finally proven that Shuaba Kuaikai is a failed project? 3 more updates. Please give me monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. About half an hour after Xiaopeng left, someone knocked on the door again. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Ma Yang. Brother Qian. Ma Yang looked in good spirits. I came here today to report 2 things. Huh? Pei Qian couldn't help but feel surprised. Old Ma's brain could actually report 2 things at the same time. Not bad, not bad, Old Ma has made great progress. Well, you can tell me. Pei Qian was very happy. Ma Yang smiled and deliberately kept it a secret. Moreover, Brother Qian, these 2 things are related to each other. Pei Qian, ? When he heard the word related, he was instantly alert. What Pei Qian feared most now was the connection between departments. It's not terrible for a single department to do something, but it's terrible that the things it did affected other departments and formed a linkage, then it would be a big problem. Pei Qian immediately restrained his smile. Hurry up and tell me. Ma Yang was completely unaware of the change in Pei Qian's expression, and continued to say cheerfully, first of all, the DGE club is ready. We can officially set off tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to play training matches with domestic clubs that already have GOG teams. Pei Qian nodded. This can be said to be good news. Flying all over the country, accommodation and meals all cost money, and no matter how many training matches we play, the DGE club cannot participate in the league, it will not be famous, and naturally there will be no bonuses and popularity. Ma Yang continued, I will also set off with the players of the DGE club, cooperate with coaches Zhang Yuan and Yaling, and provide logistical support for the players. Pei Qian nodded. Well, then I am more relieved. 1 more person means 1 more mouth to feed, and Lao Ma is so good at eating, he can eat as much as 2 people, so we can definitely spend more money. Moreover, Lao Ma's understanding of the game is so profound, maybe it can subtly influence the players and indirectly lower the average level of the entire team. Ma Yang continued, the second thing, what was it? He scratched his head and tried to recall. Pei Qian was in awe. He forgot one of the 2 things? Old Ma's skills are really improving. Oh, right. Ma Yang clapped his hands. I discussed with Zhang Wang and decided to bring a few fully automatic bar lift machines with us. On the one hand, they can help the players of our club practice their hand speed, and on the other hand, they can be given as gifts to other clubs. I think the fully automatic bar lifting machine is a machine for practicing hand speed, which is very suitable for team members who rely on hand speed to make a living. Pei Qian, ? Why is it not over yet? This Zhang Wang, in order to find a market for the fully automatic bar lifting machine, he really did everything he could. If I was a little careless, wouldn't you really succeed? Now Pei Qian understands why the shared telephone booth can be successful. This Zhang Wang, on the surface, is a bronze, but in fact, he is at least a diamond. It seems that he has no scheming, but in fact, he has been trying to find a market behind the scenes. Obviously, as a great inventor, Zhang Wang makes Pei Qian very satisfied. But as an enthusiastic salesman, Zhang Wang makes Pei Qian very dissatisfied. No. Pei Qian flatly refused. Ma Yang was stunned. Brother Qian, it's just a fully automatic bar lifting machine, it doesn't cost much, it doesn't matter if you give it out as a gift? Pei Qian said in his heart, haha. It doesn't matter? Do you know how many times I have suffered losses, because I thought it doesn't matter? This time I will definitely not take it lightly. Pei Qian knew that he had to make it clear now. It was not enough to just tell Zhang Wang not to worry about publicity. He had to take a tougher attitude. Otherwise, as more and more fully automatic lifting machines were produced, Zhang Wang would continue to look for new sales channels. Pei Qian coughed twice and said, "I can't reveal the reason for the time being. But the fully automatic bar lifting machine is indeed related to a large and long-term layout, and it is the most critical part of the entire layout. Moreover, it must be known to consumers at that specific time point to play its due role. Once it is exposed too early, it will not achieve the effect I want at all. In other words, promoting the fully automatic bar lifting machine at the wrong time will not work and will disrupt my overall plan. So, you and Zhang Wang must remember to keep your mouth shut and never ruin my plan." In fact, Pei Qian didn't know what his plan was. Anyway, the so-called long-term layout can also be said to be 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years. Don't ask. If you ask, it means that there is an early arrangement, it cannot be spread, and you just have to wait patiently. Ma Yang showed a look of realization, and then nodded, "I see. Since you, Brother Qian, have already arranged this, I am relieved. Okay, then Brother Qian, I will go back to pack my luggage and prepare to leave." Pei Qian nodded, "Well, take good care of the team members. If you encounter any difficulties, contact me at any time. Don't let the team members suffer grievances outside, understand?" Ma Yang agreed immediately, "Don't worry, Brother Qian, just watch." For some reason, when Pei Qian saw Ma Yang patting his chest, he felt that it was settled. Another hour passed, and Pei Qian was wondering if he could leave work, but someone knocked on the door again. This time, it was a rare guest. Yu Ping'an, the person in charge of the Shuaba Kuailai project. Pei Qian was instantly alert. The more such people who rarely come to report, the more it shows that there is a big problem. "Shuaba Kuailai over there, is there any problem?" Pei Qian asked, pretending to be nonchalant. Yu Ping'an seemed a little embarrassed, and after 2 seconds of consideration, he said, "Mr. Pei, Shuaba Kuailai's current status is not very optimistic. I want to hear your opinion." Pei Qian instantly became energetic. "Shuaba Kuailai's current status is not very optimistic? This is good news. Didn't you backstab me happily before? And you also advertised for the Jingji hostel? It hasn't been 2 days since this happened. Why, it's not working." Pei Qian tried to control his slightly raised mouth corners. "Tell me more about it." Yu Ping'an sorted out his thoughts and said, "Mr. Pei, I think the development of Shuaba Kuailai is a bit bottlenecked. Originally, the positioning of this app is to be a platform for academic masters and academic losers to communicate and help each other, and we charge a small fee from it. But the reason why Shuaba Kuailai became popular is mainly due to the success of capital operation. Through investment, burning money, and follow-up investment, it created enough popularity and found a buyer. Then, by taking advantage of the user base left by Shuda education, the linkage with other industries of Tenda, and the transformation of the app's own functions, it achieved a surge in popularity and even made a short-term profit. However, the recent data has been getting worse and worse, and it has become less and less optimistic. I think that in the final analysis, the communication needs of Shuaba and Shuaja are themselves a pseudo-demand, and the relevant functions are difficult to support the current user scale." Pei Qian listened quietly and did not speak. But he agreed in his heart. "Yes. You are so right. This Yu Ping'an, how thoroughly he sees the problem. The initial demand for this software is indeed a pseudo-demand. I said it was not me who was wrong, but the world." Pei Qian finally felt that the world had returned to normal. How many Shuaja have the need to find Shuaba for one-on-one tutoring? And how many Shuaba would tutor Shuaja for this little money? The characteristic of false demand is that everyone finds it interesting and useful at the beginning, but once the novelty wears off, people will get tired of it. The reason why the Xiaoba Kuailai project was so popular in the early stage was entirely because investors were desperately burning money and gained inflated and unreal popularity. After Shuda Education took over at a high price, a series of wrong operations only accelerated the failure of Xiaoba Kuailai app. After Pei Qian decided to buy back the project, Qingshan accidentally tied Xiaoba Kuailai with other industries of Tenda, and developed functions such as video teaching and teaching materials tutoring, which made it popular again. But in the final analysis, Xiaoba Kuailai has never solved a problem from beginning to end, that is, what is its irreplaceability? If it is used only as an educational software, then at least 40% to 50% of the current users will shrink, because there are a large number of young people among the users of Xiaoba Kuailai software. Now, the problem has been exposed, and the popularity has begun to fade rapidly. Pei Qian was overjoyed. I thought Qingshan would report bad news, but it turned out to be great news. Could it be? I will finally see the moon after waiting for the clouds to clear. I will finally prove that Xiaoba Kuailai project was a wrong project from the beginning. This project can finally make me lose money continuously? Pei Qian almost wanted to laugh out loud and celebrate with fireworks. However, considering that Qingshan was still here, it was not appropriate to show it so obviously. The corners of his mouth were only slightly raised, and he was almost unable to control it. Qingshan was confused and felt it was impressive. What did Mr. Pei's half-smiley expression mean? Were the things I reported already expected by him? Was he proud of his own ingenuity? Or was he laughing at my incompetence? Mr. Pei is a very kind person, it shouldn't be the latter. Seeing that Mr. Pei just smiled and didn't say anything, Qingshan felt panic for some reason. Mr. Pei, what should I do now? Please give me some advice? Pei Qian. It's bad, he got carried away. Then the question is, how should I reply to Qingshan? Give him some advice in the opposite direction? That won't work, who knows what he will figure out, maybe he will be revived. Say nothing? It doesn't seem to work either, he will definitely think that Mr. Pei has other intentions, and then analyze Mr. Pei's movements, behaviors, expressions, and other details, and then who knows what he will figure out. Let him believe in his decision? No, once the sentence is said, it is equivalent to a buff, and he will definitely explode. Pei Qian suddenly realized that he had so few options. In the end, Pei Qian decided to destroy his expectations with the truth. Pei Qian restrained his smile and said in a sincere tone, it doesn't matter. The Xiaoba Kuailai project has completed its mission. From the beginning of this project, there were only two goals. One was to benefit from capital operation, and the other was to protect Tenda's other industries. Now, both goals have been achieved, and the Xiaoba Kuailai project can come to an end. But don't worry, Tenda will continue to provide funding for Xiaoba Kuailai and promote other industries in the future. You've done a good job. You've worked hard during this period. Have a good rest. Chapter 570 DG Esports Club, here comes with bad intentions. Seeking monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Qingshan was stunned. He never expected that President Pei would say such a thing. Xiaoba Kuailai has completed its mission? It can die? You can have a good rest? Does that mean that this project is over? Don't save it anymore? Although Qingshan had imagined this possibility, he was still surprised to hear this from President Pei. Shouldn't President Pei be omnipotent? Qingshan, who thought he would get a lot of useful experience from President Pei and help Xiaoba Kuailai app stop its decline, was stunned. But after careful consideration, President Pei's attitude is very clear, and it has to be said that this seems to be a way of accepting reality. Since its birth, the Xiaoba Kuailai project has indeed completed its historical mission very well. President Pei's capital operation has earned at least tens of millions, and the subsequent advertising revenue is immeasurable. It is not a pity to die. However, as the person in charge of this project, Yu Pingyan still finds it a little difficult to accept. He was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. Then, Mr. Pei, what do I need to do now? Do other projects? Do other projects? No, that's definitely not possible. Pei Qian knew that Yu Pingyan was still capable, and the Shuaba Kuilai project had good app R&D capabilities. What if you do other projects and become popular again? Pei Qian coughed twice. Stay in Shuaba Kuilai, guard its body, and provide nutrients for Tenda Group. Although we don't expect more, regular iterative updates still need to be done. We can't abandon our users. Yu Pingyan nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian was satisfied after seeing Yu Pingyan off. It's done. July 6, Wednesday. DG Esports Club officially arrived in Shanghai. So far, many domestic clubs have established GOG branches, and most of them are in Shanghai. This is a historical legacy issue. In the earliest days, a few players got together to form a team. There was no boss, no sponsor, and they just played in internet cafe competitions. The prize money was very low. Later, manufacturers organized competitions, and bosses invested in teams, so clubs were gradually formed. However, the early clubs were very immature, and the training venues might be chartered in internet cafes or rented houses in residential buildings. For online esports games, in theory, as long as the network conditions are sufficient, it is normal to settle down anywhere. However, as an economic center, Shanghai has the best financial resources, information resources, network resources, media resources, etc. It is convenient to go abroad to play games, and the network conditions are also good, so most clubs gradually gather in Shanghai. In this process, as more and more esports clubs are established in Shanghai, it is actually an inevitable result that it has become the domestic esports center. Among them, there are many old-fashioned teams that have initially gained fame in China. For example, the first club to be visited this time, H4 Esports Club, is an old-fashioned club that has existed since the era of Star Ocean, and it is also a place of yearning in the minds of many internet-addicted teenagers. And the exact meaning of its team name is Hero 4, which means 4 heroes. When it was first established, there were only 4 people, mainly participating in single-player esports events. Considering everyone's English level at that time, this name was already considered quite high-end, and many clubs had more casual names than this. There are 13 people in the DG Esports Club. Considering that they will stay in Shanghai for a long time, Zhang Yuan arranged a minibus in advance to pick up the team members and take them to and from various clubs. After a night of rest, the players' fatigue from the journey has been swept away, replaced by the expectation of H4 Esports Club and the excitement of playing against other teams. Jiang Huan and Huang Wang are the captains of DG Team 1 and Team 2 respectively. The two have completely opposite personalities. Jiang Huan is the type who is taciturn and frugal with words. He only says a few words very briefly when commanding. In Huang Wang's words, it is a biting dog doesn't bark, just playing tactics with you silently, a typical technique with good intentions but dirty heart. Although he is a single player, he can pay attention to the movements in the field while completing the position suppression, commanding the conjoined twins in the midfield and the roaming of the bottom lane. In Huang Wang's words, it is really abnormal. The players of Team 1 have great trust in Jiang Huan, and basically unconditionally implement his tactical arrangements, and the whole team has a high degree of unity in thought. Huang Wang is a very active and talkative person. Whether he is commanding or not, he always talks nonsense. Huang Wang seemed taciturn when he first came to the DG club, but once he got familiar with it, his true nature began to be exposed. However, he is obviously inferior to Jiang Huan in tactics. As a mid-laner, he often needs Lao Zhou, who plays the command position, to help share the command tasks. The support in GOG is called command, which is simply to improve the status of the support so that more people can play it. In fact, in each team, who is the commander still depends on who has the command ability, although the position of commander is indeed the most suitable for commanders, because the auxiliary hero has fewer operations and needs to frequently support roaming and observe the movements in the field. Not everyone who plays the auxiliary has the ability to command. If some players have poor ability to understand the game information, have poor grasp of the timing, and distracted command will affect their own operations, then forcing him to command will be a disaster for the entire team. The two teams finally selected the captain and commander, and they also relied on the natural running in training matches. However, the command ability of Huang Wang and Lao Zhou combined is still difficult to compare with Jiang Huan, so the second team has obviously more extra training than the first team. It is not noticeable in a short time, but the difference in muscle mass is obvious after a long time. Now it can be seen from the appearance that the first team basically still maintains a slender figure that looks thin when dressed and has meat when undressed, while the muscles of several people in the second team are already very full of clothes. It is summer now, and everyone is wearing t-shirts. Huang Wang feels more like a fitness coach. After all, as the captain, he has the most extra training. Jiang Huan closed his eyes to rest, while Huang Wang and Lao Zhou were quietly discussing their expectations for the H4 Esports Club in the back row. Actually, I heard about the H4 Esports Club when I skipped classes to play games. At that time, I was very excited when I saw the players in H4 win honors in the world competition. I thought it would be great if I could join this club and become a professional player one day. It's a dream come true to visit the H4 club this time. Huang Wang's expression was full of expectation. Lao Zhou nodded. Indeed, the H4 club is also a well-established club in China. It is not inferior to those foreign clubs. Many people want to join it. Huang Wang said with expectation, I don't know what their training base looks like. I heard from people on the internet that it seems to be quite high-end and more formal than most domestic clubs. Lao Zhou, you will know when you see it. But then again, I think our team leader and coach probably want to take this opportunity to observe and learn the management concepts and advanced experience of old clubs like H4, otherwise the training match can be played directly online. Why do they have to come here in person, which is a waste of time and money? Huang Wang nodded. Well, there must be considerations in this regard. After all, we are a new club that has just been established not long ago. The two chatted for a while, and arrived at the H4 Esports Club. The address of the H4 Esports Club is an apartment in the suburbs of Shanghai, or to be more precise, a rented townhouse. The entire community has a quiet environment and complete supporting facilities. The H4 Esports Club also often organizes team members to play basketball and keep fit in the community. The minibus greeted the community guard and drove directly into the community, arriving downstairs at the H4 Esports Club. At this time, esports clubs are basically renting apartments or villas. As for building their own buildings and training bases, these are things that can only be done after many big capitals enter the market. Clubs that can live in villas like this are already considered to have extremely high treatment. Zhang Yuan and Coach Yaling got off the car first, followed by Ma Yang. The leader of the H4 Esports Club, Xiao Su, had already greeted them downstairs in advance. Zhang Yuan immediately went to greet him. Captain Su. Hello, hello. Let me introduce you. This is the coach of our esports club. His surname is Li. When introducing Ma Yang, Zhang Yuan was a little stuck because he didn't know what position to arrange for Ma Yang. Strictly speaking, Ma Yang is just a bystander and has no position. But after all, he is an old leader. If he says he is here to be a bystander, it would be too disrespectful, right? Zhang Yuan had an idea. This is our special tactical instructor, Coach Ma. Captain Su was in awe. This DG Esports Club is obviously a new club, but the logistics configuration is quite complete. A team leader, a coach, and a special tactical instructor. On the other hand, the H4 Club, the GOG branch, has only been established for a short time, and there is only one team leader and 5 players. As for the coach, sorry, this is not popular in domestic clubs at present. And the team leader is basically mainly responsible for ordering takeout. Even if a training match is arranged, it is the captain of the team who commands, reviews, and summarizes. In the current environment, the team leader is only responsible for ordering takeout and not doing anything else, which has killed at least 70% of his peers. Because there are still many team leaders who not only do not do their work, but also often take the players out to spend money and drink, and even more excessively, there are some who take the players to play cards, which has no positive effect at all, but also has a counterproductive effect. So a team leader like Team Leader Su, who orders takeout conscientiously and does not do anything weird, is already considered the conscience of the industry. The two sides shook hands cordially. But after shaking hands, Team Leader Su always felt that something seemed wrong. Why is the sweet-looking female coach wearing a long-sleeved thin jacket so strong? I don't know why, but I always feel a suffocating sense of oppression from this coachly. Moreover, as a girl, being able to become the coach of a team must mean that she has a unique understanding of the game. Otherwise, how can she convince everyone? And this Coach Ma, he doesn't look very smart. Can he really guide tactics? Or is he actually a smiling but dagger, and his real strength is completely hidden? Really, he is not a good person. Chapter 571, The image of the old club collapses, seeking monthly votes. Just after the handshake, the 10 players got off the bus one after another. Team leader, Su was shocked again. He looked at the minibus, then at Zhang Yuan, and finally at the players. If you don't know, you might think it was a car from a sports delegation. These players are all well-built and muscular. They are not esports players, but more like gymnasts. The 5 people in the front are okay, they look normal, but the 5 in the back are all muscle monsters. They look like they can fight. Team leader, Su silently said that this style is different from what I imagined. We haven't seen such players in other esports clubs? What kind of training programs do you usually do? Team leader, Su's head was full of question marks. It's just that asking these questions is obviously too rude, so team leader Su still forcibly suppressed his curiosity and brought Zhang Yuan and his party to the inside of the H4 club. According to the previously agreed itinerary, we will visit the club first, and then find an internet cafe nearby to play training games. Because Zhang Yuan came this time, he really wanted to visit other esports clubs and learn from their advanced experiences. Although the DG club is currently training well according to the training method of President Pei, Zhang Yuan still feels uneasy and wonders if he can learn some experience from these old clubs. Huang Wang and other team members are particularly excited. The long-awaited H4 Esports Club has finally unveiled its mystery. Can I meet my favorite players and ask for autographs? Everyone followed the team leader, Su, to the club's training hall. It's called a training hall, but it's actually the original living room. There are 7 computers around the living room. This living room was not big to begin with. After being squeezed by computer tables and seats, there is only a small space of about 2 meters *2 meters in the middle. There is also a coffee table. There is no room for only 6 or 7 people. The wall is covered with the display board of the H4 club, but it seems to be a few years old and very rustic. As for the tables, chairs, computers, etc. in the room, they are even more eye-catching for Huang Wang and others. It's a bit too undignified. They are all very old-fashioned computer desks. Not only are they narrow, but the most important thing is that they don't take ergonomics into consideration at all. The position of the hands is obviously much higher than the elbows, and the range of the mouse is not enough. If you play like this for a long time, you will definitely feel uncomfortable. As for the computer, it is obviously not the latest configuration, because for some clubs, the main esports events they play are some old games. Even if they are new games, in order to ensure the experience of most players, the configuration will not be very high. So when purchasing computers, many clubs will save some money in this regard to ensure that the game can run smoothly. Why add thousands of yuan to each computer to get the highest configuration? But in the eyes of Huang Wang and others, these training computers are simply from the Stone Age, compared with the computers installed by ROF. As soon as I saw that there was no light on the main chassis, this configuration was definitely not good. Huang Wang whispered to Lao Zhou, "Are we going to use this kind of computer to compete? Don't mess with me. I'm afraid I can't play 50% of my strength with this computer. It looks difficult to use." Lao Zhou also whispered, "It shouldn't be the case. There are not so many computers here. We will probably go to the nearby internet cafe." Huang Wang was relieved. "That's good." Team leader, Su began to introduce the base to Zhang Yuan. In fact, the approach is similar to that of the DG Esports Club. After all, in order to save costs, the club must rent villas or apartments. The room types of these residences are similar. It is nothing more than changing the living room into a training room and the bedroom into a player dormitory. However, the same approach does not mean the same experience. The land in Shanghai is expensive. Although it is in the suburbs, these villas are not very spacious. This living room is much different from the villa in Mingyun Villa. The training hall at the DG Esports Club is spacious and comfortable, but here, it is more crowded than an ordinary internet cafe. The DG Esports Club has 2 people in one room, but here, the bedrooms are all bunk beds, which can squeeze 4 people. Only a very small number of meritorious players can enjoy the treatment of a single room. During the visit, Huang Wang met his favorite professional player of the Star Ocean project and was very happy to get his autograph. But other than that, his good impression of H4 can be said to have completely collapsed. Where is the old-fashioned club? Where is the high-end and formal one? These players were originally internet-addicted teenagers, and they joined the DG Esports Club when they just started playing professionally. When they first arrived at the training base of Mingyun Villa, they were indeed surprised by this superior environment, but this also gave them an illusion that all the good esports clubs in China were like this. Now after visiting the H4 Esports Club, everyone suddenly realized that the training conditions of our club are too damn good, right? Moreover, it seems that all meals here are taken out. Don't get me wrong, it's not the kind of takeout that is ordered slacking off, but ordering whatever is available. If the takeout is not tasty, eat a few bites and throw it away. When you are hungry, you can eat it again. This makes Huang Wang and others feel incredible, because they are in the DG Esports Club. The nutrition concept that Coach Yeling repeatedly emphasized has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. It is completely in accordance with the health standard. Eat small meals frequently every day, and eat at least 5 or 6 meals including snacks, and match a variety of foods to maintain a balanced nutrition. On the other hand, isn't this just a large internet cafe? If you haven't been to the DG Club, then everyone won't think there is anything wrong. After all, from the internet cafe to this kind of place can basically achieve a seamless connection. However, after enjoying such a good training environment and supporting facilities in the DG Club, looking at this place, you immediately feel that the conditions are too bad, right? The team members looked at each other, and each of them read the same meaning from each other's faces. This is too disappointing. Of course, everyone won't say anything, and the most basic courtesy is still understood. While everyone was visiting, the players of the H4 Club were also secretly observing them. Many people showed shocked expressions on their faces. The first reaction was, "What does it mean?" Our club is going to socialize with the gym? No, it's all men, what's the point of socializing? All of these people were so muscular and well-built that it felt like they were about to burst and shout, "Follow me, White Emperor Sword." It was scary. After Wang and the others walked around the club, the players from the H4 club also figured out that these people were from other clubs visiting. But this made it even more bizarre. What kind of mysterious club is this? Is it for esports or traditional sports? In short, the two groups looked at each other in completely different ways. Soon, the tour was over. Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed. He couldn't learn anything here. It seems that Mr. Pei is right. Domestic clubs are indeed too informal now. You can't learn anything from them. It seems that it is most effective to follow Mr. Pei's training method. Everyone returned to the living room, and the place immediately became crowded. Zhang Yuan suggested, "Okay, thank you, team leader, Su, then let's start the training match now." Team leader, Su nodded, "Okay, then everyone wait outside, I'll let the players get ready, and we'll go to a nearby internet cafe." Did you bring your own keyboard and mouse? Zhang Yuan nodded, "Of course. It is common sense to bring a keyboard and mouse when going out to play games. A good keyboard and mouse are as important to players as a good weapon is to a soldier." 10 minutes later, everyone came to a nearby internet cafe. Wang and others frowned again. This is far from the lazy internet cafe, although everyone had played games in similar internet cafes before, and this place was a high-end internet cafe with a better environment than the internet cafe they were in before. Wang and others had obviously subconsciously used the standards of Moyu Internet Cafe to demand other high-end internet cafes. I don't ask you to reach the standards of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 Esports Life Hall, but at least you have to reach the standards of 2.0 or 1.0, right? However, this internet cafe is basically only slightly better than Xingla Internet Cafe, and according to team leader Su, this is already the best internet cafe that can be found nearby. Everyone was very melancholy, but there was nothing they could do. They had to make do with what they had when they were out and about. Each of the two teams had to choose a private room to ensure sound insulation. Wang couldn't help but think of his funny experience of participating in an internet cafe competition before he joined the DGE club. At that time, all participating teams were arranged to freely choose seats in the internet cafe lobby, and before the game started, they all entered their own custom rooms for the game, and no one knew where their opponents were sitting. Moreover, because the lobby was very noisy, they couldn't hear their teammates talking with headphones on, so they all wore headphones and turned on voice. As a result, halfway through the game, Wang suddenly realized that the big brother on the opposite side who had been shouting and directing his teammates seemed to be playing the same game as him. The 5 people on the opposite side were his opponents. However, the opponent's commander was completely unaware of this and played so absorbedly that halfway through the game, he shouted, steal the dragon," so loudly that Wang could hear it clearly and led his brothers to kill both the dragon and the enemy. Although the hall was noisy and the conversation was unclear, the opponent's shouting was so loud that it could probably be heard outside the internet cafe, which made Wang very embarrassed. "You said that if the opponent shouted like that, he should pretend not to hear it. Could it be that they stole the dragon like that? That doesn't make sense. I could only accept the deal with tears in my eyes. Brother, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that you shouted too loudly. Even if I plugged my ears, it didn't work." After the game, the two sides shook hands, and the performance of the opponent was simply wonderful. Especially the commander, this game will probably leave a permanent impression on him. If both sides had a private room, there would be no such confusing behavior. Zhang Yuan looked at the two captains. Which team will go first? Wang thought for a moment. We must strive for a good start in the first game, right? Team 1 goes first. Team 1 is better in terms of route, coordination, and individual skills, and Huang Wan's well-developed biceps and muscles are the best proof. Jiang Huan nodded, it made no difference to him. Zhang Yuan nodded, okay, then Team 1 goes first. Remember, the arrogant will be defeated. The foundation of the big club is beyond our imagination, so we must go all out. Coach Yaling added coldly, I will write down all the match records. If we lose, the whole team will go back and practice more. Chapter 572, how about, Coach Ma, you come on the field? 3 more updates for monthly tickets. Team 1 entered the private room, and Team 2 opened 5 machines near the private room in the hall. In theory, Team 2 should go in to watch the game, but Zhang Yuan was worried that the people in the H4 club would think it was unfair, that Team 2 was watching and commanding Team 1, so he didn't let Team 2 go in to watch. For the sake of fairness, team leader Su suggested that the leaders of both teams go in to watch the game, watch the chess without saying anything, and don't command. Zhang Yuan readily agreed. In fact, team leader Su was a little bit cautious. When he saw the situation on the other side, with the coach and special tactical instructor, if Coach Li and Coach Ma were allowed to go in and command on the spot, how could they play? Among these people, it seems that team leader Zhang is the one who knows the least about the game, so it's harmless to let him go in. So, Ma Yang and Li Yaling waited outside. Huang Wang turned on the computer and asked other team members, should we play solo or customize? Generally speaking, we should play solo. After all, the training match will definitely take longer than a single game. After playing solo, we can wait for the training match to end. However, Lao Zhou looked at the computer in the internet cafe with some disdain. Customize it. This computer configuration doesn't look very good. I'm afraid of losing points when playing solo. Huang Wang thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. He couldn't help but worry about Team 1. After all, the computer configuration of the internet cafe couldn't be compared with ROF, and he didn't know if Jiang Huan and his group could get used to it. Ma Yang was a little bored and wanted to go in to watch the game, but the special identity of Coach Ma aroused the vigilance of team leader Su. He had to watch the players of Team 2 practice customizing. And Coach Yaling subconsciously moved her arms and wrists. It was quite painful for her to have no time to exercise during her time in Shanghai, but after all, it was for work, and there was no better way. Now she had nothing to do to stretch her muscles, which was better than nothing. 20 minutes later. The custom practice of the players of Team 2 had just gotten better. During the daily custom practice, these players also summed up a set of effective practice methods. At first, everyone thought it was boring and just messing around, but gradually they began to consciously analyze some data and repeatedly use skills to enhance muscle memory. Now they practice every skill of every hero repeatedly. After getting used to this boring practice, the 20 minutes were actually just halfway through. However, at this moment, the door of the private room opened. Zhang Yuan came out with a blank look on his face. Huang Wang was stunned for a moment. The game is paused? Someone is offline? It's only been 20 minutes. If you count the band selection stage, it's estimated that there are only 15 minutes in the actual game. It should be the time when the midterm fierce battle is in full swing. What does it mean to come out now? However, the door of the private room next to him was also opened, and team leader Su also came out with a blank look on his face, just in time to see Coach Yaling stretching her muscles. Team leader Su's face changed. Why did the other coach make this gesture? Is this a demonstration? Sure enough, the visitor is not friendly. Zhang Yuan and team leader Su looked at each other, and neither of them knew what to say. They were pushed down in less than 15 minutes. The 3 lanes collapsed, the jungler raised pigs, and they didn't even take the big dragon and pushed down the base all the way. In fact, if the DG club abused the fountain, the game time could be extended, but Jiang Huan was obviously a steady person and had 12 points of respect for the enemy, so he went all out and pushed down quickly. The result was that both team leaders were confused. Zhang Yuan was also puzzled. The opponents were also professional players. Although the team was formed not long ago, they were all selected from the kings and masters. How could they fall apart at the first touch? Team leader Su was also puzzled. Yes, could it be that all my players are fake champions and masters? Have I been deceived? How come they have no power to fight back? Obviously, there is a huge difference between champions. Those teams that were so powerful in the secondary league became inexperienced babies and were beaten in various ways in the top league. A team composed of 5 champions can only be beaten by the regular army if they do not have good tactics and cooperation. Zhang Yuan said at the beginning that the players of Team 1 should go all out. So all the routines of Jiang Huan were used. The players of H4 had never seen this in the high-end rankings. It felt that their understanding of the entire game was overturned. They were beaten 0-5 at the beginning and lost all the jungle areas. They soon lost their fighting spirit. They resisted symbolically later, but it all became garbage time. In short, the number of heads was fixed at 0-14 in the end, and this was when Team 1 did not think about killing more people and just wanted to win quickly. Zhang Yuan was too embarrassed to say anything. He couldn't just say, "Sorry, our guys were too heavy-handed. I'll let them off a little in the next round." Team leader Su coughed awkwardly twice. Team leader Zhang, the gap between the two teams seems a bit too big. After all, our club was just established not long ago. In order to ensure the training effect, how about you switch to Team 2? Team leader Su understood clearly that the 5 people on the opposing team were not human beings at all. The gap was so big that there was no need to play a training match. If they continued to play like this, not only would there be no training effect, but the players' confidence would collapse and they would start to doubt their lives. But as for the second team, they looked stronger than the first team, so they should be much weaker, right? Zhang Yuan also had this idea and nodded in agreement. Okay, Huang Wang, take your keyboard and mouse and go to exchange for the first team. Huang Wang was also at a loss. Even if the opponent lost, they would not be pushed down in 15 minutes, right? Jiang Huan was too ruthless. He showed no mercy at all. You should have realized that the opponent's level was not as good as yours halfway through the game, so why did you kill them? At least give them some face. Seeing that the second team of DGE began to pack up, team leader Su hurried back to the private room. It was obvious that they were urgently formulating tactics and boosting morale. Huang Wang was about to enter the private room when he was stopped by Zhang Yuan. Well, Team 1 seems to be a bit ruthless. If we beat the opponent too badly, they will stop practicing with us. It would be a wasted trip, and it would be embarrassing. I'm not asking you to let them win on purpose. I'm just asking you to play as steadily as possible and drag out the game. Do you understand? Huang Wang patted his chest. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Team 1 and Team 2 switched teams, and the door of the private room was closed, but Zhang Yuan didn't go in this time. Ma Yang was a little curious. You're not going in to watch the game? Zhang Yuan silently shook his head. Too tragic, too inhumane, I really can't watch it anymore. Ma Yang got even more excited when he heard it. Really? I want to watch it. Zhang Yuan hurriedly pulled him back. No, let's go back to the hotel to watch the video. Coach Ma will definitely be suspected by the other party if he goes in. The players of Team 1 also opened the custom practice. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. 50 minutes passed. Zhang Yuan looked at his watch and wanted to go into the private room to ask what was going on. Is there a bug in the game, so it was suspended? Why did it take so long? While watching from outside, the door of the private room opened and Huang Wang walked out. Zhang Yuan hurriedly asked, what happened? Huang Wang patted his chest and said, it's done. This time the time is definitely long enough. He lowered his voice and said, every time we have an advantage, we will deliberately give up a wave to let both sides return to the same starting line and continue to fight. Unfortunately, in the last group, they made a serious mistake in cooperation. We subconsciously played a 0 for 5. We couldn't continue the show and could only push it flat. Zhang Yuan blinked in confusion. It sounded very reliable, but he always felt that something was wrong. The door of the private room in the H4 club was also opened, and the 3 team members lined up and ran to the bathroom of the internet cafe. The other 2 players leaned weakly on their computer chairs, as if their bodies were hollowed out. On the other hand, Huang Wang's group was still alive and kicking, showing their physical advantage. Team leader Su's face was not much better than the players. If the last game was a sudden death, then this game was a slow execution. Every time the opponent took the lead, they would use poor acting skills to give up a wave, so that the economy of both sides would return to a balance. But this acting was too obvious. It was almost a turn-based game. What is more humiliating than being wiped out is that you know that the opponent will ruthlessly wipe you out in the next wave, and will give you warmth in the next wave, and will ruthlessly wipe you out in the next wave. But you just can't do anything. The players on H4's side discovered this pattern very early. As players with backbone, they certainly chose to fight back desperately when the opponent played seriously. However, after resisting several times, I found that whether I resisted or not, it seemed that there was no difference in the results. What was more tragic than dying quickly was being played around by the other party like a toy. It was so infuriating. The key point was that every time the other party sent warmth, the economy and equipment of both sides were basically the same, but they still couldn't win. This gave me a sense of fatal powerlessness. If the last game was lost too quickly and everyone was confused, then this game was dragged on for too long, and everyone clearly realized the gap with the opponent. Especially in the long battle, the H4 players were already confused, and their operations were completely deformed in the end, so Huang Wang and others accidentally and subconsciously played 0 for 5. Both sides were a little embarrassed. Seeing the expression of team leader Su, Zhang Yuan instantly realized what was going on. This is obviously a poor acting, and the opponent saw it. What is more terrible than having no emotional intelligence is thinking that you have emotional intelligence. But this can't be blamed on Huang Wang. These people are all internet addicts. What emotional intelligence can you expect from them? If they really have emotional intelligence, would they be able to kill Mr. Ma 0 to 28? Team leader Su was a little melancholy. Team leader Zhang, do you still have Team 3? A question that hits the soul directly. He was also helpless. With the level of their team, they couldn't tell which team was stronger between Team 1 and Team 2. Anyway, they were all being abused in fancy ways. The gap was too big, and the training of both sides was ineffective at all. For DGE players, their skills will deteriorate if they bully weak players too much. For H4 players, being bullied every day will not improve their skills, but will destroy their confidence. The question, is there a third team, really stumped Zhang Yuan. He was silent for a long time, looked at Ma Yang, and suggested, how about Coach Ma, can you play for a while? Give the players some weight and balance the strength of both sides? Before, Zhang Yuan thought that Ma Yang was just here to make up the numbers. Now it seems that Mr. Ma is simply a crucial weight on the balance of power between the two sides. Chapter 573, Coach Ma, we have met a worthy opponent. Fourth update, please vote for me. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. When Ma Yang heard that he had a chance to play, he was overjoyed. Okay, I'll start warming up now. He usually uses the standard mechanical keyboard of the Moyu Internet Cafe to play games, so he can get started right away. Huang Wang didn't care. After playing a game with the H4 club, he had basically figured out the opponent's level. Even if Mr. Ma gave up a lot, it didn't matter. It was just 4 against 5, and it was not impossible to play. Let Mr. Ma choose a slacker. Anyway, no matter how many times he died, he should be able to win by eating up the team's resources and showing off his defense. However, Zhang Yuan called all 10 players together very seriously and began to arrange tactics. I'm telling you, don't think of sacrificing Mr. Ma. When the game is over and you guys are having fun, Mr. Ma loses 0 to 28 again, will he still be able to play? If he doesn't play anymore, who will balance the strength? Coach Yaling doesn't know how to play this game at all, and as for me, what if the opponent still has no power to fight back after I go in? It's not impossible. I'm telling you guys, let Ma go to the bottom lane, and the support will try to protect him. Ma's record must be positive. It would be even better if Ma can get more kills, understand? Huang Wang was stunned. This requirement is too high, isn't it? Originally, Ma chose a tankier support to mess around, eat soldiers under the bottom lane tower, and the mid and jungle will penetrate the opponent's mid and jungle and then surround the enemy. This would be easy to win. As a result, let Ma play the C position now. Not to mention the missed knives in the early stage, isn't this a loss of a leg in the later stage? And Ma plays a squishy character, and he will be killed instantly if he is not careful, and he still has to keep his record positive. Isn't this too difficult? It's okay if Ma dies less, but if he dies more, you have to find a way to let Ma get kills. For a player like Ma, even if you give him kills, he may not be able to get them. Zhang Yuan's face darkened. What do you mean by balanced strength? You think you might lose, that's balanced strength. Otherwise, how can we achieve training results? We didn't come out to have fun. If there is no difficulty, we will find a way to create difficulty for ourselves. Stop bargaining with me. None of you 10 people can escape. Go on the court one by one. Whoever fails to complete the task. Coach Yaling, remember this, and go back to practice more. All the team members instantly stopped smiling, as if they were facing a great enemy. Just now, they were still talking and laughing, thinking that they could easily win with 4 against 5. Now they realized that they were too optimistic. Huang Wang immediately pulled the other 3 players together. Let's discuss tactics. On the other side, team leader Su was also completely confused when he saw the series of plots on the opposite side. What? Coach Ma went to warm up? Look at Coach Ma, he is so professional and can be a tactical coach for such a strong team. His real level must be a master, right? Look at the opponent's posture, he still has to go all out. What about balancing the strength? But team leader Su was embarrassed to ask more. Since the opponent has already said that he wants to balance the strength, let's play another game and see. The doors of the 2 private rooms were closed again. Obviously, the 6 players outside were not in the mood to train, and they were very nervous. Because soon, it will be their turn. Zhang Yuan was still waiting outside, with a slightly anxious expression, fearing that these players would ignore Ma after having fun. After 10 minutes, Zhang Yuan curiously put his ear to the door and vaguely heard a voice coming from the private room. Retreat first, it's not safe, don't fight. Be safe. There's a chance, I'll kill him alone. Hurry up and tee down, they're going to attack the bottom lane. Hurry. The battle was even more intense than expected. Even during the training games, Zhang Yuan had never heard Huang Wang shout like this. The whole game lasted for about 40 minutes before the noise in the private room gradually subsided. This time, the door of the private room on the H4 club side opened first. Although the expression on team leader Su's face still carried a little regret, he obviously smiled. Oh, what a pity, we almost won. Huang Wang also opened the door of the private room and walked out. He walked over silently and patted Jiang Huan on the shoulder, which meant that it was your turn in the next game, so take care of yourself. Before, Huang Wang had a ruddy face and was full of energy after the game. He was just playing and didn't feel any pressure. But now, Huang Wang was really tired. He didn't say much, and he opened a bottle of mineral water and started drinking. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, the effect of weight training was achieved. Originally, the gap in strength between the two sides was too large. Even if Ma Yang was brought in, it was nothing more than 4 against 5. In the early stage, as long as a little routine was used, the advantages of the top, middle and jungle took off, and the game could be killed without a doubt. However, Zhang Yuan added a restriction, requiring that Ma Zong's record must be a positive number, which instantly increased the difficulty and successfully eliminated the huge gap between the two sides. Because when the 4 team members here consider fighting, they must first consider whether Ma Zong will survive and whether he can get a kill. If the team wins and Ma Zong dies, they still have to practice more when they go back. Therefore, all 4 players had to play around Ma, and the tactical space was greatly compressed, so they could only force everyone to play various extreme operations to forcibly make up for the gap. Of course, another very important reason is that although H4 Club also had the idea of targeting Coach Ma, the midfielder on DG's side was always paying attention to the bottom lane, and with the support protection, H4 did not have the obsession of killing Coach Ma. So, after a whole game, DG Esports Club barely won, and Coach Ma's final record was 2-2-3, which was a positive record. Ma Yang came out of the private room with a smile on his face. It was really refreshing. I felt like I was the center of the world, and my participation was simply overwhelming. Team leader Su immediately rushed over and grabbed Ma Yang's hand. Coach Ma. Thank you very much. Zhang Yuan sighed silently in his heart. Alas, there was no way, and it still exposed the fact that Ma didn't know how to play GOG at all. There was no way. In order to give the players weight training, this was the only way. Even if the opponent was a fool, he could see that Ma was just a bronze level. However, team leader Su was sincere and his gratitude was beyond words. Coach Ma, you are so thoughtful. Knowing that the gap between the two teams is too big, you deliberately provided tactical guidance to bring the strength of both teams to the same level. Zhang Yuan, ? Obviously, team leader Su's understanding was greatly deviated when team leader Su heard that Ma Yang was a special tactical instructor. He preconceived that no matter how well Ma Yang played, he must be a tactical master. Before Coach Ma came on the court, these people's acting skills were poor. Although the situation was evenly matched, H4 actually had no power to fight back, and struggling was useless. It can be said that it was very bad. After Coach Ma came on the court, the opponent's acting skills suddenly became online, extremely realistic, and each of them could win an Oscar. This time, the two sides were really evenly matched. The changes in this are obviously not that simple. Coach Ma is indeed bad, and his operation is very clumsy, but just like this, the two sides still cannot play a fair game. Imagine if DG only had one person who was dragging his feet, and the other 4 people just let him go, and he would kill as he wanted, and it would definitely not be so tense. But Coach Ma didn't know what method he used to lower the technical and tactical level of the whole team, allowing the two sides to have a fair and exciting contest. From poor acting skills to Oscars, it is obvious that Coach Ma's guidance worked. It is very difficult to improve the tactical level of a team with poor tactics through tactics and command, and it is equally difficult to lower the tactical level of a team with good tactics through tactics and command. Seeing the big picture from the small details, this Coach Ma definitely has a unique understanding of the game, so he can bring the two teams down to the same level through precise command, so that both sides can gain something from the training match. Therefore, team leader Su was very grateful to Ma Yang, thinking that although this Coach Ma was not very good, he was definitely very knowledgeable in tactics. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded, and never expected that his casual words special tactical guidance would actually scare team leader, Su. But it doesn't seem to be a good explanation now, so he can only continue with the mistake. Team leader Su smiled slightly, Coach Ma, we are evenly matched, let's play another game. Ma Yang smiled slightly, okay. Zhang Yuan winked at Jiang Huan and other second-wave players, go. When everyone entered the private room, Huang Wang said with some melancholy, Brother Zhang, the next few clubs we are going to visit will not be the same, right? If they are all at this level, we might as well go back to Jingzhou earlier. We can only tie with President Ma, aren't these teams too weak? Zhang Yuan sighed, no, if we can't spend all the budget, President Pei won't let us go back. Everyone, bear with it. According to the current schedule, we will change clubs every 3 days and play 5 more famous clubs first. If the level of these clubs is not good, then forget about the small clubs at the end of the schedule. We will go back after staying for 2 weeks. July 7, Thursday, Chen Kongtua walked out of the third project of the Jingji hostel with a sad and excited expression. Finally, Mr. Pei's request was fulfilled. The experience of the past few days is really hard to describe. He originally wanted to trick Hao Qiong into going in with him to experience it, so that the two of them would at least have a companion. However, Hao Qiong was not fooled at all, insisting that Mr. Pei only made this request to you and did not bring me. I still have a lot of work to deal with. In short, no matter how Chen Kongtua fooled, he was unmoved. There was no way. Chen Kongtua had to enter the third project of the Jingji hostel by himself and experience it repeatedly. Although Chen Kongtua has been to the haunted house of the Foggy Mountain State Mental Hospital in the United States, it does not mean that the Jingji hostel is not scary. Of course, in terms of the degree of horror, the Foggy Mountain State Mental Hospital is more terrifying. When the third project of the Jingji hostel was first designed, it was not intended to simply dissuade tourists, but to use the thinking of the game to trick tourists in first, and then gradually increase the degree of horror, and it will be more and more terrifying later. This was designed by Chen Kongtua himself, so to some extent, he reaped what he sowed. When I first entered, I was obviously frightened and suffered madly. But after entering more times and becoming very familiar with the environment inside, I was no longer afraid. This is also normal, just like many haunted house staff work in the haunted house every day, and soon get used to it. Chen Kongtua called Mr. Pei very proudly. Mr. Pei. As you said, I have completely understood every detail of the entire terror hostel project. Please come and review it. On the other end of the phone, Pei Qian fell into silence. Review? How to review? Let me go to the haunted house with you and see how you leave with ease? So is it to scare you or me? Wishful thinking. Pei Qian laughed, no, it doesn't matter. After that, he hung up the phone at the speed of light. Chen Kongtua looked at the phone that had been hung up, a little confused. Boss Pei said, it's not important? Then why did Boss Pei let me know every detail of the Jingji hostel? Chen Kongtua thought hard for a long time and suddenly realized, could it be that? Boss Pei saying it's not important doesn't mean that the matter itself is not important, but whether he checked it is not important. This matter itself is very important. That is to say, Boss Pei let me know these details because he hopes that I can experience it from the perspective of a tourist, find various unreasonable places, and further optimize and improve the tourist experience. Chapter 574 Good News, the largest haunted house in Jingzhou is open. Monthly votes requested. July 8, Friday. Pei Qian had breakfast at Moyu Internet Cafe as usual, and then he finished his mind map while drinking coffee. Hey, Mr. Pei, isn't today the day when Jingji Hostel opens? Aren't you going there to take charge? Xiaopeng couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Mr. Pei so calm. Pei Qian drank his coffee and laughed, no. What's so good about the opening? You can tell there will be a lot of people. With the blessing of Tengda's reputation in Jingzhou, the publicity of shared telephone booths, Shuaba Kuailai and other investors, and the traffic from Tengda Games and Quanmin Dianping. If Jingji Hostel had no one interested on the first day of its opening, it would be too good for Pei Qian, too good to be true. So Pei Qian thought, don't even think about that good thing, just lie down for the first few days of opening. The key is to see how it will develop after the first wave of enthusiasm is over. Pei Qian has not given up on the Jingji Hostel project yet, mainly because this project still has one last line of defense, which is the line of defense that was set up at the beginning, the charging model. Of course, the Jingji Hostel originally had 3 or 4 lines of defense, such as its remote location and inconvenient transportation, lack of supporting facilities in the surrounding area, and insufficient publicity, etc., but these lines of defense had already collapsed before the Jingji Hostel opened, which is a very sad thing. But the last line of defense can still be counted on. Pei Qian's pricing strategy is, the first multi-person project charges extremely low fees, the second project is more scary and charges moderate fees, but if you want to pass it, you must memorize the specific procedures and operations of each project. The third project charges a higher fee, and you must pass the second project to be eligible to challenge it. In this way, most people will be attracted by the first project and stop at the second project. The tourists who really enter the third project to consume will be very few, and most of them will not go there again. The construction and maintenance of the Jingji Hostel require very high costs. The first project has limited space, and even if it is fully loaded all day, it will not make much money. If tourists do not enter the second and third projects on a large scale and consume crazily in the Golden Maze, then the Jingji Hostel will not be profitable. Anyway, the first wave of tourists is the most dangerous. Among them are haunted house enthusiasts from the entire Handong province, old customers of Tengda, and even Tengda game enthusiasts from all over the country. But they certainly can't play haunted houses every day. After this wave of craze passes, the Jingji Hotel will be safe. Therefore, Pei Qian planned to avoid the limelight for the next 2 days. Going to the Jingji Hostel now would definitely not have any good results. However, seeing that President Pei seemed to be unconcerned, just drinking coffee and typing on the computer silently, Xiaoping inexplicably had a feeling that President Pei was in control of the situation. On the first day of the opening of such a key project, with huge investment and long time, President Pei could actually resist going? What kind of great perseverance is this? In fact, this is not just something that can be done with perseverance alone, but also requires absolute confidence in the Jingji Hostel project and always keeping a calm mind. Xiaopeng couldn't help but sigh that President Pei is not an ordinary person. Inspired by President Pei, Xiaopeng also quietly found a quiet corner and began to seriously think about the next work of Moyu Internet Cafe, including how to arrange the specific location of a large number of new stores. Pei Qian was sorting out the mind map when his mobile phone rang. Ding. Pei Qian frowned and thought, could it be that there has been bad news from the Jingji Hostel? It can't be possible? Picking up the phone, Pei Qian's expression was first happy, then surprised, and he almost couldn't help but blurt out fuck. The good news is that Ruan's skin income has arrived. Ruan, the hero, was launched at the beginning of last month, which is exactly 1 month. Of course, it is definitely not distributed separately. It seems to be exactly 1 month, just because of coincidence. Such a sum of money must be carefully checked before it is issued, so it was delayed from the beginning of this month to this Friday, which is the 8th. However, this efficiency is already quite high, and there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. The reason why Pei Qian almost shouted fuck was that he didn't expect that the money was so little. The receipt information clearly stated that the total amount of money was 41,366.4, with both decimals and integers. Pei Qian didn't see it clearly at first, and counted the digits carefully before confirming that it was really 5 digits, 40,000 yuan. Is it possible that someone has withheld my money? Pei Qian thought so instinctively. It's not that he doesn't trust his financial department, but the key is that this is much less than he imagined, right? He quickly opened the back-end data and took a rough look. After checking, Pei Qian found that it seemed that he had calculated correctly. Currently, the number of concurrent online users on GOG has reached more than 1.7 million, accounting for more than 60% of the domestic MOBA game market. This data is not much different from the data of LOL in the first half of 2012 that Pei Qian remembered. In other words, the number of players is already very large. The reason why LOL can become so popular is mainly because of its development over the past few years, which has expanded the boundaries of MOBA game players and attracted many players of other types of games. At present, GOG, which has been around for less than a year, obviously cannot reach that level of popularity. The number of people online at the same time in the national server is already a miracle, and there is still a lot of room for development in the future. Of course, the more than 1 million are online at the same time. The actual number of players is much higher than this number. Some players who only go online once every 2 or 3 days will buy skins. More than 400,000 players bought Ruan's skin. This is Ruan's first skin, an epic skin worth 18 yuan. This skin was not available for sale until 2 weeks after Ruan went online. Because the GOG project team is currently doing its best to develop new heroes, the production priority of new heroes is much higher than skins, so it is not easy to squeeze out this skin after 2 weeks. The price of the skin was set by Pei Qian himself. The Brave skin is free, the Epic skin is 18 yuan, and the Legendary skin is 45 yuan. If it is 400,000*18*5%, it is also 360,000, but the problem is that when the GOG creative community collects heroes, there is another rule. After the new hero designed by players goes online, the first skin will be 10% off, the second skin will be 50% off, and the third skin will be 20% off. All players can enjoy it, for a limited time of 1 month. If you are an active user of the GOG community, there are other discounts. In other words, players actually bought this skin for 1.8 yuan. No wonder so many people bought it. Many players here may not play Ruan at all, and even ban him before playing ranked games. But because the price of this skin is so cheap, many people still buy it for collection. GOG's main source of income is still the skins sold by heroes that are not designed by players. Those skins do not participate in the discounts of GOG creative community, and will not be shared with players. Pei Qian had mixed feelings. It stands to reason that 40,000 yuan is not a small amount for his current income level, but there is still a faint sadness. What's going on? Is this the feeling of shooting oneself in the foot? In order to reduce the income of the game as much as possible, Pei Qian set all the skins at a very low price. Min Jingqiao obviously also implemented this idea. In order to let players actively participate in GOG's game design, the discount was unprecedented. As a result, Pei Qian found that the share of the first month was only 40,000 yuan. It must be said that this was all the cause and effect he had planted before. Pei Qian took a sip of coffee and calmed down. Stay calm and stay optimistic. 40,000 yuan is actually not a small amount, and it will increase in the future. In fact, if you think about it carefully, I won't lose money no matter what. GOG is now spending money to expand its market share, which is beneficial for me to use losses to make money from the system. If GOG is really popular in the future, then each of Ruan's skins will bring me hundreds of thousands or millions of income. So, it's good to use this money as pocket money in the short term, since you'll have it every month anyway. Sure enough, thinking from a different angle, Pei Qian felt much more comfortable. The first batch of tourists should have entered the Jingji hostel, right? Pei Qian looked at his watch. I wonder what the situation is over there now. At the same time, the entrance of the Jingji hostel. Xiao Liang got off the bus of the Jingji hostel and looked at the bustling crowd. He had the illusion that he was visiting an amusement park. Well, that's not right. The Jingji hostel is actually an amusement park, but it only has a haunted house project at the moment. Jingzhou. I, Qiao Laosher, am back again. When he stepped on the land of Jingzhou again, for some reason, he felt a familiar and intimate feeling, as if two old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time were meeting again. Xiao Liang took out his mobile phone, clicked on his fan group, and new messages popped up quickly. Brothers, gather at the door. I'm on the next bus, I should be here soon, wait for me. Where's Mr. Qiao? Come over and lead the team. I'm under this tree next to the parking lot. Xiao Liang quickly found his fans and successfully met up with them. It seems that there are fewer people than expected. I remember when I went to Disney and Universal Studios before, there were so many people that I had to queue up to death, said a fan. Xiao Liang smiled. What are you thinking? How can it reach the level of Disney and Universal? Disney needs to invest billions of dollars for an amusement park. How much has it invested? Just treat it as a larger haunted house. But I believe that President Pei will definitely bring us surprises, as always. For some reason, Xiao Liang felt that he always had a kind of mysterious trust in President Pei. The news of the opening of the Jingji Hotel had already spread among Xiao Liang's fans. As an old friend of President Pei, he had no reason not to come and see it, even though he was more afraid of haunted houses. If he was just a consumer of Tenda, then of course he could come or not, but since he was a friend of President Pei, how could he not come to support President Pei's haunted house when it opened? Xiao Liang cherished his friendship with President Pei very much. As for what to do if the haunted house is too scary. Anyway, after arriving, we can see the situation. At most, we can just do what we want. Soon, Xiao Liang's fan team gathered. These people came from all over the country. They usually chat and brag online. They don't have the opportunity to meet in person. This is a good opportunity to meet in person. However, Xiao Liang soon discovered a sad fact: he did not seem to have any female fans. A group of men walked into the Jingji Hotel together. It's true, it's quite a big scale, and the supporting facilities are well done. There are restaurants, hotels, shops, and parking lots. It must cost at least 200 to 300 million yuan in total. It is said that it is not just Mr. Pei who paid for it, but many local investors in Jingzhou who paid for it together, each responsible for a part. It would be difficult for Tenda alone to bear such a large expense. Well, after all, Mr. Pei also has to consider sharing the risk. Huh? No ticket check at the entrance? We have already walked in. It seems that each project sells and checks tickets separately. There are combined tickets, but I didn't buy them because the combined tickets are sold for 200, which doesn't seem to be much cheaper. Go in and see which project is fun, and then decide how to buy tickets. Chapter 575 Escape from Despair. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Xiao Liang sighed as he looked around, and it was indeed worthy of being President Pei, who could always come up with some new tricks. The experience of entering the Jingji hostel was different from other places. All the buildings were basically renovated from the buildings in the old industrial area, so they had a special sense of age. At the same time, the style of the entire area was very unified, and no building would feel particularly abrupt. The whole park gave people the feeling that it was very open, just like a park, not closed at all. In order to limit the flow of people, many amusement parks require tickets to enter, so the park will appear relatively closed. Tourists are more anxious after entering, because time is limited, and they all want to go to those famous projects to queue up and play, and they are not in the mood to wander around. This side is different, you can enter and exit at will, giving people the feeling of taking a walk in a nearby park, which is more relaxed. Soon, everyone came to the central square and saw the peculiarly shaped golden maze and the healing fountain in front of the golden maze. Looking into the distance, you can see the large factory buildings where the three projects are located. The directions are clearly indicated on the road signs. The names of the three projects are Escape from Desperate Situation, Nightmare in Haunted House, and Ultimate Terror. There are flyers at the entrance of nearby stores, which you can pick up. In addition to the map of the entire terror hostel, there are also introductions to different projects. Someone took a few flyers and distributed them to everyone. Oh my god, the price difference is so big. Escape from the Dead is only 10 yuan, but Ultimate Terror is 100 yuan? After all, the name of Ultimate Terror tells you that it was built at a high price. Ultimate Terror doesn't even have an introduction, only 2 words, don't go? What a genius in advertising. After seeing it, I want to go even more. But this pricing strategy is obviously very problematic, right? From the introduction, Escape from the Dead seems to be a replayable mode like Be Quiet. Since it is replayable, shouldn't the price be set higher? At least 30 yuan, right? The Ultimate Terror is priced a bit high. It's just a large factory space. Many people are scared out of their wits after experiencing it for 5 minutes, and I'm afraid everyone will be reluctant to go if the price is set so high. Who knows, let's go in and see first. It's still 2011, and Jingzhou is a second-tier city, and a haunted house ticket of 100 yuan is already considered relatively expensive. Of course, Escape from the Dead is only 10 yuan, which is really a bargain, because the park had just opened and it was Friday morning. The flow of people had not yet reached the peak of the day. Although there were people queuing at the entrance of Desperate Escape, there were not many people. Everyone hurried to stand at the end of the line to queue. After all, judging from the number of people at present, in addition to tourists who wandered around and went shopping in the Golden Maze, 70% of the tourists who were ready to experience the project were gathered at the first project, 30% at the second project, and there were sporadic tourists who asked about the third project, but they were soon told to go through the second project first. It was obviously the most appropriate to queue up for the first project while there were few people. During the queue, Qiao Liang observed the number of people put in each time and found that about 100 people were put in each time, and a wave was put in after 15 minutes. Qiao Liang looked at the promotional leaflet in his hand again and realized that the interior of this super-large factory was actually divided into 10 parts, with a total of 5 different decoration styles. Each part was more than 400 square meters, and could be experienced by 10 people. Therefore, the team was moving quite fast, but many tourists who came out of the exit ran to the end of the team again, and seemed to be excited to play it a second time. Qiao Liang and the others were located relatively close to the front, so they waited for 15 minutes before it was their turn. While in the queue, everyone had read the specific rules of this project on the notice board next to them. Qiao Liang felt that it was a simplified version of Be Quiet, and the scene seemed similar, probably using the original painting in the game as the style design. This made him look forward to it even more. Before entering the project, a staff member distributed a special bracelet to everyone, which was handed in after the game. This bracelet seemed to have a heart rate monitoring function, and there was also a very bright and eye-catching light on it. Before entering, everyone could freely choose the scene, which was a mental hospital, a lunatic village, a country hotel, an ancient castle, and a school. These scenes are obviously consistent with the classic scenes in Be Quiet, but they are just miniature versions. Moreover, it is definitely impossible to really build an ancient castle in the factory, but the style is as close as possible. The map is reduced, the gameplay is simplified, and the rhythm is accelerated, which is obviously to reduce the learning cost, retain only the most interesting gameplay, so that most tourists can understand the gameplay in the shortest time and have fun. Desperate Escape is a special escape room in terms of rules. All tourists play the role of ordinary people imprisoned here. Their common goal is to find the decryption spell in the scene, activate it, and find the exit to escape. The decryption spell is arranged in advance and spread throughout the venue. There are dozens of them, but in each game, only a dozen of them will be activated, thus creating randomness. After tourists find the decryption spell that can be activated, they can accumulate progress by bringing the bracelet close to it. When the progress is full, it will be permanently activated, and they will be one step closer to winning the game. There will be a staff member who plays a madman and wanders around the venue. The speakers he carries with him will play terrifying roars and BGM to remind tourists that horror is approaching. The staff is ostensibly catching tourists, but they will not really chase them. After all, chasing may cause falls and injuries, which poses a safety hazard. So the correct way to play is for tourists to search for decryption spells, while the staff slowly patrols the entire venue. When tourists hear the staff coming, they should immediately find a place to hide and wait for him to go away. The bracelet that was distributed at the beginning represents the SAN value in the game, be quiet. The bracelet will detect the heart rate of tourists. When the heart rate of tourists rises suddenly or remains high when they are frightened, the bracelet will record it and gradually change the color of the light on the bracelet. Green represents health, yellow represents danger, and red represents loss of control. The staff member also has a small remote control in his hand. If a tourist appears in his field of vision, the staff member can directly change the heart rate calculation of the tourist's bracelet and make the bracelet turn red faster. Once it turns red, the tourist can no longer activate the spell through the bracelet. On the contrary, when the tourist's red bracelet appears within a certain distance of other tourists, the phenomenon of infection will occur, and the bracelets of other tourists will also turn from green to yellow and then to red. However, correspondingly, there is also a safe house design in the game. Some specific areas are only accessible to normal tourists, and tourists with red bracelets and staff cannot enter. In this area, the bracelet is not affected by the outside world. Therefore, it is stupid for tourists with red bracelets to stare at a tourist to infect. The best way is to wander around and scare people, so as to infect. If the player escapes within the time limit, all healthy tourists win. If they fail to escape within the time limit, the out-of-control tourists win. 15 minutes later, Xiao Liang and others left from the exit with expressions of unsatisfied desire on their faces. It's really interesting, even a little addictive. I want to play it again. It's not satisfying, but the sense of immersion is quite strong, a bit like playing a real-life, Be Quiet. That staff member seemed to know a lot. I heard him coming and quickly hid in the cabinet next to me. As a result, he knew I was in the cabinet, so he deliberately wandered around and looked through the gap in the cabinet. I was so scared that my heartbeat accelerated, and the bracelet turned yellow at that time. Old Joe, you are just a troublemaker. You ran out to chase us when you were scared red. Are you still a human being? That's right, I was almost through, but you came out and messed me up. My bracelet was originally yellow, but you scared me and it turned red, so I had no choice but to join you. Xiao Liang said confidently, this is the rule of the game. The fact is that I won, so what? Everyone said that they had never seen such a shameless person. Although he was despised by everyone, Xiao Liang himself had a great time. He now understands why many tourists immediately return to the queue after playing once, because this project is really addictive. As a game-up host, Xiao Liang can see many mature game design concepts from the design of this project. The basic gameplay of this project is actually very primitive, which is hide and seek, and it also uses the packaging of Be Quiet. But compared with many escape room projects and haunted house projects, its biggest advantages are 2 points: it can be played again and the sense of horror is moderate. Most escape rooms and haunted house projects have the same layout due to venue limitations. After experiencing them once, you don't want to experience them again. However, Escape from the Dead is a multiplayer game, and the random refresh of the spell position ensures that the experience will be different every time you enter. The staff plays the role of a madman and will cooperate with the different reactions of different tourists to play the game. Each action trajectory is random and unpredictable. Each player's heart rate changes differently. The time of out of control is different. The behavior after out of control is also different, and the impact on the overall situation is also different. Therefore, every time you play, the strategy that players need to adopt will also change. The horror of this project is moderate, a little scary, but not so scary that people dare not participate. The game uses environmental cues, staff dressed as crazy people, and the horror BGM played by the staff to create a horror atmosphere, so that tourists must always be careful and alert when looking for decryption spells, observe around, and find a place to hide when they hear BGM approaching. At the same time, the staff moves very slowly and will not really catch people, and the visibility in the scene is also good, so they will not be overly frightened. Therefore, even a very timid person like Qiao Liang can stick to this project and have fun. Qiao Liang himself is a loyal player of Be Quiet. In his opinion, this project simplifies the complex gameplay in the game and is more suitable for offline games. In short, such a fun project is only 10 yuan per time. It feels bad if you don't brush it 3 or 4 times. Qiao Liang looked at the end of the line. It seemed that there were already hundreds of people in line. Estimating the waiting time, it might have reached an hour. A fan was shocked and asked, "There are so many people already? Will the waiting time for this project start from 3 hours in the future?" Qiao Liang shook his head, "Not really. It is normal to have a lot of people recently. After all, the advertisement of the Jingji hostel is so strong that many local people in Jingzhou have come to experience it. The key is whether it can maintain such popularity after the first wave of people has passed. This is the key to whether it can make profits in the future." Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Many closed haunted houses and amusement parks must have been very popular when they first opened. Whether they can continue to operate for a long time depends on the future. "What should we do now?" someone asked. "To experience Escape from the Dead again, you have to queue for at least an hour. Although this queue time is not long in other amusement parks, but there are 2 people next to it and there are many fewer projects. How about we go to the Nightmare of the Haunted House? Only after passing the Nightmare of the Haunted House can we play the ultimate terror." A fan suggested. "Well, since we are here." Someone agreed. Qiao Liang hurriedly shook his head, "I don't want to go. There must be a reason why there are so few people. I will definitely be scared to tears." The fans looked at each other and held Qiao Liang directly. "Then we must go. We agreed to advance and retreat together, no one can escape."